In the room, Wenwan was chasing Feng Xiulian and hitting her. I told you not to harm my grandma. I didn't.
Ah,
It hurts. Feng Xiulian initially dared to argue, but as she kept talking, Wenwan's hits got harder. Wenwan, help. Feng Xiulian cried out for help. Are you dead? Can't you see I'm being hit? Wenwan heard her, but why did she need to come out? She had wanted to hit Feng Xiulian for a long time. Now that someone was doing it for her, she didn't celebrate. She was kind-hearted. Helping Feng Xiulian fight Wenwan? Only if her mind was really broken. Wenwan stayed silent and focused on hitting Feng Xiulian. Wenwan, I am your sister-in-law. If you hit me, Jin Chuan and the Liu family in Jingdu won't let it go.
ah.
You! Feng Xiulian cried out. Let's see who gives up first, Wenwan said sharply, hitting Feng Xiulian's arm again. If you have the guts, go complain. My grandma is still in the hospital. I want to settle this score with the Liu family, Wenwan said angrily. Let the elders of the Liu family judge. Feng Xiulian didn't dare to speak. The elder of the Liu family, isn't he Liu Jinchuan's grandfather? The old man is very biased, completely focused on his talented grandson. Anyone who dares to say Liu Jinchuan is not good, haha, the old man might even shoot them. At that moment, footsteps sounded in the corridor. Feng Xiulian's eyes lit up, and she shouted toward the door, help. Someone's killing someone. Then she saw Liu Guizhi's face. Guizhi, you're finally back. Feng Xiulian cried as she pointed at Wenwan and scolded, if you hadn't come back, my mom would have been beaten to death by that wicked woman. And there's Wenwan, that terrible girl. I was outside being beaten, and she didn't do anything. Women like her are no good. Mom, Wenwan heard Liu Guizhi was back and opened the door. What do you want me to do? Help you fight? You're both elders, and it's hard for me to be caught in the middle. What's going on? Liu Guizhi looked at Wenwan with a dark face. Oh, nothing much, Wenwan calmly pointed at Feng Xiulian. It's just that she caused my grandma to fall and be hospitalized. I'm here to settle the score with her. I'm not the one who pushed her, Feng Xiulian shouted. Blame her bad luck. I didn't trip her. You should go find the spot where she fell or where she slipped on her snow. Wenwan smiled faintly. So, there's no point arguing with such a person. Her lips curled coldly, and she gently tapped a rolling pin in her hand as she walked toward Feng Xiulian. Son, save me. Feng Xiulian desperately rushed toward Liu Guizhi. Quick, Guizhi, you have to stop this woman.
Ah.
She threw herself at Liu Guizhi, trying to block Wenwan from hitting her. Liu Guizhi was suddenly pulled forcefully, losing his balance. In the chaos, his arm bumped into Feng Xiulian, who then lost her footing and fell backward. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. She tumbled down from the third-floor stairs of Liu Guizhi's house and stopped at the corner of the staircase. My head. Feng Xiulian let out a painful scream, curling up on the ground. It hurts so much. I'm going to die. Wenwan looked calmly at Feng Xiulian rolling on the ground, pursing her lips. Luck was really on her side. If she had fallen directly to the first floor, it would have been great, but unfortunately, she fell between the second and third floors. Mom! Liu Guizhi shouted and hurried downstairs to help her. But just as he reached the last 2 steps, he suddenly stumbled for no clear reason. Wenwan couldn't bear to watch.
Ah.
Feng Xiulian's voice was truly loud, like a pig being slaughtered. Mom, I didn't mean to. Liu Guizhi quickly tried to get up, but Feng Xiulian was pressed against his chest so tightly that it felt like her ribs might break. Before he could stand up, she pushed him away with all her strength. Liu Guizhi's head hit the wall, and he saw stars. You're going to kill me, Feng Xiulian cried out, tears in her eyes. My foot hurts so much. Wenwan shrugged. She had just seen Liu Guizhi fall and happened to step on Feng Xiulian's ankle. Everyone downstairs and the onlookers were stunned. What's going on? Wasn't Wenwan just fighting with Feng Xiulian a moment ago? How did it suddenly turn into a mother and son fighting? Did they miss something? TSK. At this moment, Wenwan's sarcastic words could be heard. What bad luck. Falling down the stairs like this, Your luck is really terrible. You're trying to hurt me. Feng Shulian lay on the ground, glaring fiercely at Wenwan. You'll pay for this. Look at what you're saying, Wenwan said calmly, smiling. You ran to my grandma's house and said all sorts of nonsense, causing her to fall and almost get seriously hurt. You say my grandma's luck is bad, but you didn't push her or trip her. If anyone's to blame, it's the ground or snow that caused her to fall. Why does it change when it's you? It was clearly your own carelessness that caused you to fall, and your own son pressed down on you. Wenwan spread her hands. If you want to blame someone, blame the stairs. If you want to cause trouble, blame your own son. Wenwan, Lu Guizhi said with a dark face. The bump on the back of his head from earlier had already swollen. Am I wrong? Wenwan smiled faintly. I'm just speaking according to your mother's logic. She said this as she walked downstairs and stopped at the corner to look at Feng Shulian, who was sitting on the ground groaning. You'd better pray that my grandma is okay. Otherwise, this isn't over. Be gentle, don't go too far, Lu Guizhi said angrily. My mom is already like that. What more do you want? What is she like? Wenwan replied coldly. She brought it on herself. You. Lu Guizhi wanted to speak again, but at that moment, Lu Jinchuan came upstairs from downstairs. Little uncle, Lu Guizhi called out. Feng Shulian saw Lu Jinchuan and started crying. Jinchuan, come see what your wife did to me. A wife like that is just like a fierce woman, Feng Shulian cried out. You should divorce her quickly. Our Lu family can't keep a wife like that. She even hits elders now. What kind of elder am I? Don't think calling you my sister-in-law makes you special, Lu Jinchuan said calmly. If you still don't understand, ask Lu Zhongjia. After saying that, he ignored the pale Feng Shulian and waved at Wenwan. Are you hurt anywhere? No, I'm fine. Why did you come? Wenwan asked. Just worried and came to check. Actually, he was there to support her. When Wenwan went downstairs, she saw Lu Jiaming and Lu Yuming standing there, looking at her blankly and a little shy. She gave them a cold glance. Maybe they had played outside in the snow for too long, so their clothes were damp and their faces and hands were red and frozen. In her past life, during a heavy snow, the two kids insisted on playing outside. Wenwan told them to come back after a while, but Feng Shulian scolded her for being too controlling, saying children shouldn't be kept from playing in the snow. Later, Lu Yuming caught a cold after playing outside, and he had a high fever for a long time. He kept fluctuating between day and night, and Wenwan lost 3 jin, about 6 pounds from all the fuss. In this life, she looked at the two children with a faint expression and finally said, Your clothes are wet. Hurry home. Bah, none of your business, Lu Yuming said angrily behind her. You bad woman, bullying my grandma. She heard everything downstairs. So, people really shouldn't be too kind-hearted. Lu Jinchuan's eyes narrowed, scaring the two children into shrinking back. Lu Jiaming quickly pulled his sister behind him. Uncle, we're going home now. Then he hurriedly pulled Lu Yuming and ran toward the stairs. As soon as she entered the corridor, she saw Lu Guizhi carrying Feng Shulian, who was groaning, as they went downstairs. He was telling Lu Jiaming, hurry up and take your sister home. Dad is taking Grandma to the hospital. Lu Yuming covered her mouth. Just now, she heard sounds in the corridor, along with Grandma's screams. She thought Grandma was just pretending. After all, in her mind, Grandma was a very powerful person. No one in the capital dared to argue with her, let alone hit her. But Wenwan not only hit Feng Shulian, she also hurt her badly. Her face was swollen and bruised, and she couldn't even walk properly. Lu Yuming felt a bit scared. She had just been scolding Wenwan. Luckily, Uncle was there, otherwise if she, a child, got beaten up, she wouldn't even have a place to cry. Big brother, Lu Yuming trembled and said to Lu Jiaming, let's not pay attention to that woman anymore. Lu Jiaming nodded seriously. And that girl upstairs, he added. These two are sisters and both are not easy to deal with. Lu Yuming pouted at Wenwan, but she wasn't as afraid of her as she was of Wenwan. Maybe Wenwan didn't know, but this incident made Lu Yuming afraid of her. I'm going to make some porridge for Grandma, Wenwan whispered when she got home. I won't be coming back tonight. She wanted to go to the hospital to stay with Grandma. Come here first, Lu Jinchuan said with a serious face, taking out the medical kit. I'll go with you later. It's just a little, Wenwan whispered, but Lu Jinchuan had already stood up, pulled her to the table, and sat her down. He silently disinfected her hand.
Ow.
Wenwan frowned. The iodine on her wound stung a bit. She wanted to pull her hand back, but Lu Jinchuan held it tightly. Hang in there. How much of that medicinal wine is left? After applying the medicine, Lu Jinchuan didn't let go of Wenwan, but asked seriously. There are only a few bottles left, Wenwan smiled. I gave 2 bottles to my master a couple of days ago. If you want, I can give you some. From now on, if anyone wants this kind of medicine, just tell them to come to me, Lu Jinchuan said. Wenwan's smile froze on her face. That medicine is made with ginseng, Lu Jinchuan sighed. Its effects are not something ordinary medicinal wine can compare to. Being targeted like this isn't a good sign. Warm nodded gently. So, when they were at Shangshui village, he only poured 2 cups of water, letting each person take a small sip. He didn't touch the rest. He was afraid of attracting attention. After all, a common man is innocent, but possessing wealth can be seen as a crime. What if someone wants it later? Would Warm give it or not? Okay, she said, not thinking too much at the time. Now she realized I've already told my master about it. She trusted Master Gua's character. Should we send some to Grandpa? Warm asked. I heard Sister Yanin say that when the old man was fighting, he hurt his leg, and it hurts when the weather changes. Actually, she wanted to tell Lu Jinchuan this after trying the effective remedy from Master Gua. Sure, Lu Jinchuan smiled. He would give it, but not for free. Warm responded with a sound of agreement. Grandpa has plenty of treasures, Lu Jinchuan said with a bigger smile. If he showed some blood, no one would dare to cause trouble. Then let's send him some ginseng, Warm said, her eyes shining. Since we're far away, having some ginseng at home would make him feel more at ease. Lu Jinchuan affectionately patted her head, feeling warm inside. Who else is like you?
He said.
To her, ginseng was just like a radish. Oh, and I need to send some to Sister Yanin, Warm added. She's going to have a baby. Although she can't eat it during pregnancy, it can help her in critical moments. Don't worry, she said with a smile. We won't make our family poor. I told you I'm good at digging ginseng, right? Actually. She leaned in and whispered, my grandpa taught me. He used to save quite a bit. Okay, Lu Jinchuan nodded. He knew she was lying but didn't call her out. Just like she had many secrets, she didn't want to share them, and he wouldn't force her. He would only help her keep things hidden from others. The bubbling sound of porridge from the pot brought their thoughts back. When the porridge was ready, she and Lu Jinchuan went to the hospital to deliver food to Mrs. Zhao. Unexpectedly, they met Lu Guoji and Feng Xiulian. From their direction, they seemed to be returning from filming. Seeing Warm, Feng Xiulian gritted her teeth and glared at her. But because Lu Jinchuan was nearby, she didn't dare to curse out loud. She could only glare at him fiercely. Warming, feeling no burden at all, carried her lunchbox into Zhao's hospital room. Grandma, I made you some porridge. Soon, she heard Feng Xiulian shouting from the next room, can you be a little gentler? Where's Zhou Jin? Ask him to help me. Can you do it? It hurts so much. Warming shrugged and smiled. What's wrong with Mrs. Wang from Yuan's family? Zhao had just seen Lu Guoji carrying Feng Xiulian. Could she have fallen too? She was walking carelessly and fell down the stairs, Warming said with a smile. Maybe it's karma. Zhou Jin, who just came in, heard Warming's words and silently gave Lu Jinchuan a wink.
See?
That's your wife. She takes advantage and then acts innocent. She caused all this and still makes sarcastic remarks. Lu Jinchuan didn't even glance at him. I heard Zhang Jigang say your wife has some medicinal wine. Is it good? Zhou Jin wanted to put his hand on Lu Jinchuan's shoulder, but was stopped by his look. Well, Zhou Jin said, since we're so close, why not let me try some too? No, Lu Jinchuan replied calmly, giving him a cold look. But inside, He made a mental note about Zhang Jigang. Next door, Feng Shulian was still crying loudly, refusing to let the doctor touch her foot. Go get Zhou Jin for me. What kind of doctor is this? He's just an incompetent medic. Lu Guoji was helpless and had to steel himself and go to the next room. Dr. Zhou, my little uncle, Lu Guoji said with a smile, could you please help my mother take a look? Zhou Jin lazily glanced at Lu Guoji and smiled. Dr. Huang is also very skilled. He can handle small tasks like applying a cast. Lu Guoji understood this too. But Feng Shulian wouldn't agree. The best surgeon in this hospital is Zhou Jin, not some inexperienced young doctor. But my mother. Could you please take a look? Lu Guoji asked somewhat awkwardly. Though young, Zhou Jin was very capable. Normally, such talent would be enough to be a director at a big hospital in Beijing. But Zhou Jin chose to come to this backward small mountain hospital as a surgeon. He has a good relationship with Lu Jinchuan. Last time there was an accident in the mountains, he and Lu Jinchuan were both injured. Usually, Lu Jinchuan's injuries were more serious, and he should have been taken to the provincial city or the capital. But at that time, Zhou Jin stopped him and personally performed surgery on Lu Jinchuan. Despite the simple conditions, the surgery was successful. Now, it seems Lu Jinchuan is recovering better than he is. This shows how skilled Zhou Jin is. Done. Zhou Jin patted Lu Jinchuan on the shoulder. I'll go check on him and come back to see you later. Remember my things, he said as he reached the door and spoke to Lu Jinchuan, then winked at Wenwan. Things? Wenwan asked curiously. Medicinal wine, Lu Jinchuan replied. Before he finished, they heard Feng Shulian scream loudly, which scared Wenwan so much, she almost dropped her bowl. Why is her scream even louder than before? Zhao Shi asked in confusion. Wenwan smiled, remembering Zhou Jin winking at her when he left. Who knows? It's quite serious, Zhou Jin said, pinching the spot on Feng Shulian's hand and pointing at Lu Guoji. Come look at this. Wait, this isn't from a fall, is it? Did someone step on her? Lu Guoji looked a bit embarrassed. Wasn't that exactly what he did? Dr. Zhou, can you be a little gentler? Feng Shulian cried. It hurts so much. Be gentler? Then let Dr. Huang do it. His technique is much softer than mine, Zhou Jin said with a smile, clapping his hands. I usually have a pretty heavy hand. Feng Shulian choked. But she was a bit worried about Dr. Huang. In the end, they agreed on a compromise. Zhou Jin guided Dr. Huang to put her in a cast. Even so, after the cast was applied, Feng Shulian was in so much pain she sweat all over and almost lost her voice shouting. People of such age, Zhou Jin muttered quietly with some disdain, still acting like a child, can't even handle a little pain. Feng Shulian was about to faint from the pain, and hearing this, she had no strength left to argue. How can anyone endure such pain? Next time you change the dressing, remember to use this technique. Zhou Jin patted Dr. Huang on the shoulder. Trust your skills. Dr. Huang nodded seriously and excitedly. Dr. Zhou, you can count on me. Today, receiving Dr. Zhou's guidance was a great gain for him. Zhou Jin waved his hand casually and went to the next room. Wenwan was peeling an apple for Zhao Shi. After cutting it, she handed it to Zhao Shi. Surprisingly, Lu Jinchuan didn't leave either. He found a nail clipper somewhere and was trimming Zhao Shi's nails. Zhou Jin had never seen Lu Jinchuan like this before. He initially wanted to go in but stopped, not wanting to disturb this warm scene in the ward. What's up? Lu Jinchuan looked up at him, having already stopped. I'm just here to tell you. Zhou Jin smiled. Nothing, I'll go now.
Okay.
Lu Jinchuan nodded, then called him back. The thing you wanted is my wife's family heirloom.
Well.
Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhou Jin was surprised for a moment, then sincerely smiled and said to Wenwan, I won't cause you trouble. Wenwan was also surprised. Zhou Jin had always been hostile toward her. Since she married Lu Jinchuan, everyone else called her sister-in-law, but only Zhou Jin. She didn't understand why he suddenly changed his way of calling her. Called you, Lu Jinchuan said with a slight smile, reminding Wenwan. Oh, Wenwan responded, no trouble. Zhou Jin turned around and left with a smile. He looked back at Lu Jinchuan. His change in how he called Wenwan wasn't because of that medicinal wine, but because of what he saw just now. The reason Zhou Jin and Lu Jinchuan became good friends is because they shared similar experiences. Lu Jinchuan lost his father at a young age, and his mother remarried. As for Zhou Jin, he had no mother, and his father married a stepmother. Later, the stepmother had a son, and his father started to dislike him. Zhou Jin's lips curled slightly as he thought about his rebellious youth. Without Lu Jinchuan, he might have been just a troublemaker, wasting his life, not a talented medical student or a surgical genius. Without Lu Jinchuan, Zhou Jin was nothing. So, after rejecting offers from many hospitals at home and abroad, he followed Lu Jinchuan here. Like him, Lu Jinchuan didn't feel deeply about family, but deep inside, he longed for a happy family. He once thought they would continue like this forever. But just now, in Lu Jinchuan's eyes, he saw something different. Even such a tough person's gaze could show tenderness. At that moment, Zhou Jin was thinking that maybe he should try to let go of his guard and trust his good friend's judgment. After all, so far, Wenwan hadn't done anything bad to Lu Jinchuan. In fact, she had helped him more than once. Zhang Jigang said that if Wenwan hadn't given him the medicinal wine, he might have frozen solid after being outside in the snow for a long time, no matter how strong he was, and accidents could have happened. But now, everyone who went out was safe and sound. Dr. Zhou, you seem to be in a good mood today, a nurse teased. Zhou Jin smiled. Meanwhile, Wenwan couldn't smile. She was angry and glaring at the two trembling children on the bed. Why don't you all just freeze to death? They had played outside in the heavy snow for so long. Now they were all shivering and cold. Lu Guoji and Feng Shulian weren't here, so if they got sick, she'd have to take care of them. Why am I so unlucky? Wenwan angrily poured hot water for the two children. You're all so naughty.
I told you not to get sick.
If you do, I won't take care of you. I feel so bad, Lu Yuming said timidly, starting to cry. Wenwan looked at her with disgust, her face turning red. She impatiently placed her hand on Lu Yuming's forehead. That touch scared her. Wenwan didn't have Wenwan's patience. She stayed up all night caring for Lu Yuming. She grabbed a few clean clothes and handed them to her. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital. At that moment, Wenwan noticed that Lu Yuming's face was also a little red. She was almost furious. Can you two children understand anything? Wenwan said irritably. Is the snow fun? If it's so fun, why aren't you playing enough? Stupid kids, she muttered disdainfully as she packed her things and scolded. It would be better if everyone just stayed in the hospital. You bad woman, Lu Yuming pouted and cried. Suddenly, Wenwan threw her clothes over. Listen carefully, your grandma and dad aren't here. If I don't take you to the hospital, you might die. Lu Yuming's cries of pain grew louder. Lu Yuming wanted to protect his sister and said, Don't hit her. Wenwan was so angry, she pushed Lu Yuming's head. He was already dizzy, and the push made him stumble and fall straight down. Fortunately, there was a bed behind him, so he didn't hit anything. But he was knocked out. Wenwan was also scared this time. She called out to Lu Yuming twice, but he didn't respond at all. She couldn't help but touch his head. It was even hotter than Lu Yuming's. The two children had already had a fever while playing in the snow, but they had been focused on the fight upstairs and didn't pay much attention. Even if they felt unwell, they didn't realize they were sick and needed to go home quickly to find an adult. Wenwan couldn't take the children to the hospital alone. She found Sister Wu downstairs and pushed a borrowed cart to take the children to the hospital. At this moment, Feng Shulian was at the hospital complaining to Lu Guoji, saying, I tell you, none of the Wen family is good. You should divorce Wenwan. If Wenwan had helped a little at that time, could they have beaten Wenwan? Because of this, Feng Shulian blamed Wenwan first, then Wenwan. As for her serious foot injury caused by Lu Guoji stepping on her, Feng Shulian had already ignored that. What made her most angry was that Wenwan, that little troublemaker, didn't seem to know how she managed it. Her whole body was hurting badly, but when the doctor examined her, They found no wounds. Not even bruises. Mom, what are you doing? Lu Guizhi asked impatiently. How many times do I have to tell you? Feng Shulian cried. The two foxes from the Wen family are shameless, fooling your uncle and me. Lu Jinchuan even protected Wen Wan and said she wasn't an elder. It made her so angry she could explode. Enough, Lu Guizhi lowered his voice. You should know what kind of person your little uncle is. He looked nervously at the door. If he hears this, you know what will happen. Years ago, after what happened, the relationship between the two families was already distant. If they hadn't begged so desperately, would the Lu family even recognize who they are? Li Jinchuan is a very ruthless person. If he decides to act, he doesn't care if you're from the Li family or not. Feng Shulian remembered the things Li Jinchuan did years ago. She moved her mouth but could only get angry and lie down on the bed. She hit her wound too hard and cried out in pain. Lu Guizhi looked at her impatiently. He thought about how his ex-wife often cried alone when she was alive. He had asked her a few times, but she subtly criticized Feng Shulian. Lu Guizhi scolded her a few times. His mother was such a kind person, always thinking of them. How could his wife be dissatisfied? She was so ungrateful and didn't appreciate what she had. Later, his ex-wife seemed to stop complaining about Feng Shulian in front of him, so Lu Guizhi didn't pay much attention to it anymore. Even when Wenwan argued with Feng Shulian at first, Lu Guizhi thought the same way. She was the daughter-in-law. When his mother was old, couldn't she be a little more patient? Why did she have to argue with her? But now, Lu Guizhi seemed to understand the feelings of both wives. Feng Shulian was acting up so much that she was crying loudly even though she had no injuries. No matter how good a wife was, she would always find fault and complain. Just as he was feeling annoyed and wanted to leave, someone pushed open the door of the ward. Director Lu, you need to go see quickly. Your two children are sick. How is that possible? Lu Guizhi was a bit skeptical. When he left, the two kids had greeted him happily. How could they get sick so quickly? They said they caught a cold from playing in the snow outside and had a high fever. The person was anxious and said, "Hurry up and go see them." Lu Jiaming rolled his eyes. He didn't dare tell Lu Guizhi that. What's wrong with Jia Jia and Xiaoyu? Feng Shulian immediately wanted to get up when she heard the children were sick. It must be that unkind Wenwan, she said. Enough, just lie here quietly and don't cause trouble, Lu Guizhi said angrily. I'll go check on them. He turned and left without looking back. As he was leaving, he saw Wenwan coming out of the water room. Lu Guizhi nodded and hurried away. In the ward, Feng Shulian was still shouting, "Tell someone to inform me later." My poor grandson. Warmth returned to the hospital room, and Zhao said to her, "Those two children are sick, and it seems pretty serious." Zhao didn't have a good opinion of these two children, but she was kind-hearted, so now she felt a little sad hearing that they were ill. Warmth didn't say anything, and she used hot water to wipe Zhao's face and hands. There's a doctor in the hospital who specializes in children's care.
It should be fine, she said.
In her past life, the two children played outside, but in the end, Warmth called them back. Only Lu Yuming got sick and had a fever. This time, neither of them was watched over, and they were happily playing in the yard, getting their clothes wet without care. Not only Lu Yuming, but even Lu Jiaming also got sick, and it was serious. When they arrived at the hospital, both children started to roll their eyes. As Warmth had said, having a doctor who specializes in children was helpful. The doctor quickly started emergency treatment for the children. When Lu Guizhi arrived, the children were still being treated inside, and only Wenwan looked worried and stood there. "Guizhi, you finally came," Wenwan said, relieved. "The children are still inside getting treatment." Lu Guizhi felt weak and grabbed Wenwan's arm. How could they need emergency care? When I left, they were fine. It's your mother, Wenwan explained. She let the children play in the snow downstairs. They played for too long. They got frozen, so they got sick. Just then, the emergency room door opened. Zhao stayed in the hospital for a day. Then Lu Jinchuan took her home. It wasn't because she was fully recovered. It was just too noisy next door. The constant noise made it hard for her to rest properly. After asking Zhou Jin, Warmth arranged for her to leave the hospital. At home, she felt better. Being quiet helped her recover faster. The next day, Lu Jinchuan brought a bottle of medicinal wine for Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin heard that Warmth made it with ginseng and a traditional brewing method, and he was amazed. So she knows this wine is made with ginseng and still gives it to you? Zhou Jin asked uncertainly. He didn't even need to drink the medicine wine. Just smelling it told him it was very good. But Warmth didn't even blink, and just gave it to people. Did she really not know how valuable this medicinal wine was? This ginseng was dug up by my wife herself. Lu Jinchuan's lips slightly curved into a proud smile. Her family has an inherited secret recipe for finding ginseng. He attributes everything to this family tradition, making it feel more natural and less abrupt. As for whether Wen Fengqi might come looking for Wenwan because of this, Lu Jinchuan simply smiles coldly, only if he dares. Sister-in-law. That's really impressive, Zhou Jin said with some envy. If he weren't bound by professional ethics, he would ask what kind of secret recipe it was. But he admires and respects Lu Jinchuan's judgment even more. He used to have opinions about Wenwan, and when Lu Jinchuan was about to get married, he even tried to stop it. Now, looking back, he feels a bit ashamed. Just keep this between us, Lu Jinchuan said. Don't cause her trouble. Don't worry, Zhou Jin patted his chest confidently. Lu Jinchuan's lips slightly lifted as he glanced at the medicinal wine Zhou Jin held. He patted his shoulder and left. Wenwan is honest. The medicinal wine she gave to Master Gua and him was taken from the spirit kitchen, but the effects were too strong. Later, Lu Jinchuan came up with a plan. He mixed some wine to lessen the potency. He told others that the previous batch was finished, and these were newly prepared, not as aged as before. Of course, Wenwan wanted to send medicine wine and ginseng to the old master, but Lu Jinchuan refused. College entrance exams are coming soon, he said. Aren't you planning to apply to a school in the capital? When school starts, we can go back together. It can be a gift for Grandpa. There's nothing better than medicine wine and ginseng as gifts. Wenwan thought about it and agreed. There's no rush in the next month or two. But she asked, Are you so sure I can pass the exam? She smiled slightly. She felt reassured by Lu Jinchuan's trust. Lu Jiaming and Lu Yuming were rescued after a long time in the emergency room and only barely survived. Afterwards, Wenwan and Lu Guizhi took turns caring for them. During this time, Wenwan saw Wenwan a few times but didn't speak. Under Wenwan's careful care, Zhao's condition visibly improved. That day, Lu Jinchuan sent some fresh lotus roots and eggplants. Wenwan thought for a moment and used the lotus roots and lean meat to make lotus root and eggplant dishes. The lean meat was chopped into filling, mixed with chopped green onions and soy sauce and 5-spice powder for flavor. Then, 2 eggs and some cornstarch were added, and everything was stirred evenly in one direction. In another bowl, flour and cornstarch were combined in a certain ratio, with an egg added. Warm water, some baking powder, and beer were poured in to make a batter. The lotus root and eggplant were cut into pieces, but not all the way through in the middle. The seasoned meat was added, then coated with flour and finally rolled in the batter so that the whole piece was covered. Oil was heated in a pot. When the oil was about half hot, the pieces were added for frying. Frying requires patience. Keep the heat low and turn the pieces often, covering the pot. When both sides turn golden, they are ready to be taken out. After frying once, they were fried again for extra flavor. When Lu Jinchuan and Zhou Jin returned, they could smell a delicious aroma from far away. Whose house is making such tasty food? It smells so good, Zhou Jin asked curiously. Lu Jinchuan didn't answer, but smiled more and walked faster. When they reached the stairs, the smell was even stronger. Zhou Jin realized it was coming from Lu Jinchuan's home. No wonder he hurried so much earlier. They opened the door, and warm laughter greeted them. You're back. Guess what delicious food we're having today? Did you fry something? Lu Jinchuan asked with a smile. Lotus root boxes? Because someone had brought fresh lotus roots to their home today. Correct, Wenwan said with a smile.
She also saw Zhou Jin behind him. Dr. Zhou is here too.
We'll eat together soon. I won't be polite then, Zhou Jin said. He was just passing by to check Zhao's injury, but didn't expect such a nice treat. Next time he should come every day. Wenwan smiled and went back to the kitchen to keep busy. Since guests were here, she decided to prepare 2 more dishes. After all, this was Zhou Jin's first time eating at their home. There were still some lotus roots left, so Wenwan quickly made a cold lotus root salad. This dish was simple. Wash, peel, and slice the lotus roots. Boil until cooked, then drain. Add salt, soy sauce, and sugar for flavor. Finally, sprinkle with chopped green onions, peppercorns, and minced garlic. Pour hot oil over it with a sizzling sound, then drizzle with vinegar. A tangy, spicy cold lotus root salad was ready. Lu Jinchuan went to the greenhouse to pick a small bunch of chives and stir-fried them with 2 eggs. Finally, he took a piece of cured sausage from the shelf. She had bought the meat and intestines some time ago and stuffed them herself. It would taste better if left to dry for a few more days. But today, to entertain guests, she warmed up and sliced 2 pieces generously. With 3 dishes, including eggplant and lotus root, and later some porridge, it was a very hearty dinner. Eat first, Wenwan put on her coat and said to Zhou Jin and Lu Jinchuan, I'm going to bring some food to Zhao Xiaomao. If it weren't for this little guy, Grandma might not have been discovered so quickly. A few days ago, Wenwan and Lu Jinchuan bought some things to thank Zhao Xiaomao, and Wenwan often brought him some of her delicious cooking. You stay at home. I'll go. Lu Jinchuan stood up. No, I should go, Wenwan smiled. If you go, you might scare Xiaomao and make him cry. Lu Jinchuan. How did he scare anyone? Was it because Zhao Xiaomao kept clinging to Wenwan and acting spoiled? What kind of look was that? Zhou Jin was a bit surprised. So, Lu Jinchuan and Wenwan talk like this in private? Then hurry up and go. We'll wait for you to come back and eat together, Lu Jinchuan said. Zhou Jin was about to pick up his chopsticks, but silently put them down, swallowing hard. Such delicious food was right in front of him. Okay, I'll be back soon, she said, closing the door and running out quickly. Zhao's mother reminded her from behind. Take your time. Got it, Wenwan replied. Zhou Jin thought, maybe this is what home tastes like. The eggplant dish was soft and crispy, wrapped in a savory meat aroma. Taking a bite, his tongue and taste buds were filled with satisfaction. Zhou Jin used to not like eggplant much, but this eggplant dish was so good he couldn't stop eating. Is this really made from eggplant? Why is it so delicious? Of course, the lotus root dish was even better, crisp lotus root stuffed with fragrant mincemeat. He felt so happy. But wait, there was someone even happier than him. Zhou Jin looked at Lu Jinchuan with a bit of envy. His family had such delicious food, yet he wasn't called to join. That's not very brotherly, is it? Is this sausage? It's so tasty, Zhou Jin said, acting like he'd never seen such good food before, constantly praising how delicious it was. Warm smile with a gentle smile. If you like it, I can bring some back for you, Warm said. No need. He won't make it, Lu Jinchuan replied before Zhou Jin could answer, helping him refuse. Who says I can't make it? Sister-in-law, is this hard to do? Zhou Jin asked. It's not hard, Warm said. Just boil it in cold water, add some cooking wine, and cook for about half an hour. Zhou Jin raised an eyebrow at Lu Jinchuan. Do you have a pot? Lu Jinchuan asked calmly. Do you have a honeycomb stove or a gas stove? Zhou Jin. I'll ask someone to help me make it, he said through gritted teeth. He was willing to try for food. Lu Jinchuan nodded lightly. We'll split it when we meet. But don't say it's from my family. Grandma, sister-in-law, Zhou Jin said with a big smile. Jinchuan is right. My family has nothing. Can I come often to eat for free? No, Lu Jinchuan pulled him to leave. You're busy all day. Is the hospital very slow? Hurry up and go. Warm and Mrs. Zhao both burst into laughter. My sausage, Zhou Jin still remembered, and Lu Jinchuan casually handed him 2 links. Let's go, let's go. Even as he left, Zhou Jin decided that he would still come often for free meals in the future. Moreover, Mrs. Zhao's foot injury still needed him to change her dressing. Zhou Jin smiled proudly, completely forgetting how much he had previously disagreed with Warm. After seeing Zhou Jin off, Lu Jinchuan didn't let Warm help with the cleaning. He went to tidy up the kitchen himself, while Warm sat at her desk as usual, starting to read a book. She was no longer just studying textbook knowledge. Sometimes she even took out Lu Jinchuan's difficult professional books to learn English. But most of the time, she couldn't understand them. When Lu Jinchuan wasn't around, she would look up words in a dictionary and learn on her own. When he was there, she would ask him. Warm realized that Lu Jinchuan knew a lot, and his spoken English sounded even more authentic than the foreign teachers she had hired in her previous life for the two naive girls. My English was taught by my father, Lu Jinchuan's deep voice came over. After saying this, he didn't speak again, as if lost in some memory. Warm silently looked at her book, not disturbing him further. Some people at the base knew that when Wan was preparing for the college entrance exam, and of course, some also mocked her while borrowing her study materials. These people didn't know that Xiao Yanan's father was part of the Kyoto education system. They only knew about Lu Jinchuan. Lu Jinchuan's family was from Kyoto, so he had access to better information and resources than they did. Their small town couldn't even get decent study materials. When Wan was generous and willing to lend her materials, she allowed others to copy them as long as they returned them in good condition. Before lending, she would ask about the borrower's situation. If they hadn't reviewed the basic textbooks, lending the materials would be pointless. 2 days later, Lu Jinchuan returned from outside with some more materials and a few test papers for Wenwan. "This is from my uncle. Study it carefully," he said. He added, "These are real exam questions from a few years ago. The others are questions created by top teachers in Kyoto based on their experience." He lowered his voice and said, "Probably, this year's exam will be similar to these questions." When Wan was surprised inside. "Don't worry, these can be bought in Kyoto," he said. "It all depends on who hears the news first and acts quickly." The next day, when Lu Jinchuan went to work, Wen Wan used her watch to time herself and practiced with the test papers, simulating the exam. She had told Zhao Shi that no one should know she was studying at home. Suddenly, she heard a knocking on the door. Zhao Shi responded from inside. "Who is it?" There was no answer outside. Zhao Shi didn't pay much attention and continued. Soon after, she heard the knocking again. She exchanged a glance with Wen Wan but said nothing. The door was knocked on several more times. "Grandma." "It's me," Wen Wan called anxiously outside when she saw no response inside. "Can you please open the door?" "Go away," Zhao Shi said coldly when she recognized Wen Wan's voice. "I'm not your grandma, and I have nothing to say to you." Wen Wan looked upset, especially since she had been running to the hospital constantly these days, preparing for the exam, and had lost several pounds. She looked tired. "Grandma, I was wrong. Please, just open the door," Wen Wan begged, crying. The first time she knocked, she wanted to make sure Wen Wan was at home. Warmth has the latest information here. Yesterday, when she returned from the hospital, she happened to see Lu Jinchuan coming home, holding a bag. She has sharp eyes and immediately noticed that the bag looked just like the one from the document sent from Kyoto by Lu Guizhi last time. People can really make you angry. Lu Guizhi promised to get her some information once. Now, he doesn't even ask about her college entrance exam. Last night, when he came back and saw her reading, his face immediately turned sour. "The child and mom are still in the hospital, and you still have the energy to read?" Wen Wan rolled her eyes. Why wouldn't she have the energy? This is a life-changing event that could alter her future. Although they haven't been married long, Wen Wan has learned an important lesson from what has happened recently. That is, no one can be trusted. She can only rely on herself. Lu Guizhi talks nicely, acting like he's been very caring lately, but when Wan found out he's been flirting with some young nurses at the hospital, this almost made her so angry she could spit. She realized even more clearly that this man is unreliable. Wen Wan wouldn't be as naive as Wang Xianhua, who turns a blind eye to being cheated on. If Lu Guizhi dares to betray her, she would definitely divorce him without hesitation. But only if she first gets into college herself. If she has the ability and strength, Why should she fear Lu Guoji? That's why she came to ask Wen Warm for some information. Of course, it would be better if Wen Warm wasn't around. She asked Zhao's family, since Zhao is her biological grandmother, and she wouldn't refuse. But Wenwan didn't expect to be turned down again. What she didn't expect even more was that Wen Warm was actually at home, and when she opened the door, her face looked very impatient. Anyone would be upset if their scheduled mock exam was interrupted. What's the matter? Wen Warm asked as she opened the door. Big sister, Wenwan no longer cared about her pride. Just thinking about the possibility that the documents Lu Jinchuan brought back might be the questions for the college entrance exam made her feel excited. Can I borrow some of your review materials? Which subject? Wen Warm asked impatiently.
Huh?
Wen Wan was stunned. Don't tell me you want all of them? Wen Warm smiled. If you can handle it, I won't lend you all of them. Just tell me which subject you need.
Math.
Math, Wen Wan said. Wait. Warmth suddenly shut the door with a. Soon after, she came back holding some documents and handed them to Wen Wan. Return these to me the day after tomorrow. Don't damage them. Don't call me sister. Warmth continued coldly. I have nothing to do with you. You're no different from the others in the base. Wen Wan expressed her thanks excitedly, but on the way back, she looked at the documents with disdain. What are you so proud of? Someone who didn't even graduate from elementary school. If it weren't for the internal information, there's no way you could get into college. I'd take my head off and kick it like a ball, if that were possible. Of course, she only muttered these words quietly. After Wen Wan left, Warmth calmed down and started working on her test papers. Now that she wasn't being disturbed, her speed in doing the questions improved. It's not that she wanted to help Wen Wan out of kindness, who had harmed her in her past life, by making her get into college. She just didn't want Zhao's family to be embarrassed. Moreover, she always gave Wen Wan the materials when asked. If she didn't give them now and Wen Wan still didn't get into college, what would happen then? Warmth wasn't afraid of Wen Wan causing trouble. She just found it annoying. Besides, she knew Wenjuan's level. In her past life, she had also taken the college entrance exam that year. In fact, she had helped Wen Wan get all the books and materials she needed. During that time, she did all the chores at home and outside without letting Wen Wan lift a finger. Wen Wan only needed to focus on studying. But she didn't pass the exam that first year, and her grades were terrible. Thinking about it, it made sense. Someone like Wen Wan, who attended school during big events, had a schedule full of activities. She hardly had time to sit down and study seriously. Only Zhu Dongming was talented, and luckily, he met a responsible teacher like Wang Changxue. That's why his academic performance never fell behind. Not just Zhu Dongming. If Hu Xiaoling hadn't studied systematically with Warmth, she probably wouldn't have been able to take the college entrance exam now. However, she heard Wen Wan also enrolled in a tutoring class in the county town, but she wasn't sure if it was effective. Wenjuan's math had always been poor. Since elementary school, even after attending tutoring classes in the county, math remained her biggest headache. Originally, Wen Wan thought the problems in the tutoring class were already difficult enough. But when she opened Warmth's materials and looked at the questions, Wen Wan felt her eyes go black. The above question type, she simply couldn't understand. Wen Wan clenched her teeth and looked out the window at Building 44. This must be a warning from Wen Wan, trying to make her give up using these questions. No, that's impossible. Wen Wan, who graduated from high school, couldn't believe that Wen Wan, who didn't even finish elementary school, was better than her. No, this idea was hard for Wen Wan to accept at first. She must understand these questions. But math isn't like politics or history, where memorization can help. Some questions she just couldn't solve. If she borrowed materials from someone else, Wen Wan would definitely ask for help without hesitation. But this person was Wen Wan, and Wen Wan didn't want to ask her. She didn't want Wen Wan to have a reason to laugh at her. In the afternoon, Zhu Dongming and Hu Xiaoling came to the base to find Wen Wan. Wen Wan gave them the questions and agreed to discuss them after they finished. Little Wan, Zhu Dongming called her awkwardly as they were leaving. Hu Xiaoling wisely went to the next room to chat with Zhao. Take this money first. I'll find a way to pay you back after the exam, Zhu Dongming said, holding a small pile of coins, some pennies, some nickels, and dimes. What's this? Wen Wan looked at him suspiciously. What are you doing? Zhu Dongming felt even more guilty. I thought my mom gave you the money, he said. But Lu Xiui had been lying to him all along, never giving Wen Wan any money. I asked Mr. Zhang, and this ginseng is worth at least 3,000 yuan. Actually, it was worth more. If they took it to the capital with its quality, it could sell for over 10,000 yuan and people would fight to buy it. No need, no need. Wen Wan waved her hand. That ginseng was supposed to be for Uncle Hong. That's not okay, Zhu Dongming said. This money has to be paid back. I know it's not much. Brother Dongming, Wen Wan said seriously, compared to how much you and Uncle Hong helped me back then, this ginseng isn't worth much. If you feel bad about it, she continued, cutting him off, just pay me back after you graduate from university. Right now, you should focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. Wen Wan roughly estimated that the money Zhu Dongming had was at least 10 yuan. It wasn't much, but for Zhu Dongming, it was probably earned through hard work, getting up early and staying late. Okay then. Zhu Dongming said. I'll write you an IOU. No need. Do I still doubt your character? Wen Wan smiled. These questions are not easy. You all go back and work on them carefully. I have 2 more uncertain ones. Let's discuss them the day after tomorrow. There wasn't much time left before the college entrance exam. She really didn't want Zhu Dongming to miss the chance to go to university because of these issues. Wen Wan was at home, reading until she almost lost her mind. In the end, she thought of a simple way, memorizing the questions like she did with politics and history. But even with that method, by the afternoon, she was completely exhausted. Her head kept throbbing painfully. She stood up, wanting to stretch, and saw Wen Wan outside Building 44, sending Zhu Dongming and Hu Xiaoling out. Both of them were carrying bags. No need to guess. Inside were probably the materials Lu Jinchuan brought back yesterday. Wen Wan felt a sudden urge to confront Wen Wan. Why didn't she give her these materials yesterday? But she held back. She could only watch coldly, as Wen Wan happily saw the 2 off. Perhaps Wen Wan's gaze was too intense. When Wen Wan was about to turn inside, she looked up and saw Wen Wan standing expressionless at the window on the 3rd floor. Wen Wan ignored her and turned back inside. Her time was very precious now. Last time, when Zhao's foot was injured, Wen Wan told Master Zhao and didn't go to work at the cafeteria. But Master Zhao still kept her position. Of course, she hoped there would be no accident. Every day, Wen Wan practiced questions and corrected mistakes. Every few days, she would meet with Hu Xiaoling and Zhu Dongming to discuss. Time passed unknowingly. Soon it was December. This winter in Shaanxi was colder than usual. During the exam days, the gloomy weather suddenly cleared up, and the rare sunshine finally appeared with a smile. The exam was held in the county town. The day before, the local leaders held a mobilization meeting and even arranged a car to pick up and drop off students. The admission tickets had been distributed early. Lu Jinchuan had prepared all the necessary exam supplies for Wen Wan in advance, even giving her his green shoulder bag. Good luck on your exam. Don't be nervous, he said with a smile. Actually, Lu Jinchuan wanted to pick her up himself, but Wen Wan refused. The night before the exam, Wen Wan fell asleep quickly, feeling warm and comfortable. However, Lu Jinchuan, who was sleeping on the ground, was a bit nervous and couldn't sleep. But he didn't dare move, afraid it would disturb Wen Wan. He just lay stiffly, not knowing how much time passed. He thought he heard distant roosters crowing, and then he gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Wen Wan woke up with visible dark circles under her eyes. She ate 2 boiled eggs and a piece of fried dough that Lu Jinchuan bought from the cafeteria. It was a perfect breakfast. Afterward, Lu Jinchuan took her to the bus station for the exam. After they left, Zhao went to the kitchen to pay respects. Wen Wan said that their kitchen was home to the kitchen god. She hoped the kitchen god would bless her with good results. Wen Wan didn't leave very early. Some people were already sitting on the bus, studying hard. When they saw Wen Wan arrive, they all greeted her. Among them, some had borrowed materials from Wen Wan personally, while others copied from friends. In short, everyone there had been helped by Wenwan before. Did you bring your exam admission ticket?
Lu Jinchuan asked.
Didn't I check everything before leaving? Wenwan replied a bit helplessly. She had already asked him this question several times that morning. Should I check again? She then checked her things again in front of him. Don't be nervous. Just answer according to your usual level, Lu Jinchuan said after glancing over her. If you encounter questions you don't know or are unsure about, don't panic. If you don't know, others probably won't either. The people preparing for the exam nearby looked on silently. Why did they come so early? Why did they have to hear such words? And was this really the same cold, quiet Captain Lu as before? He was more nagging than her own mother. Got it, Wenwan said shyly. You should go to work now. I'll be back at noon. The base had a special car that could take them to the county town in half an hour. They could have lunch and rest when they returned. Okay, Lu Jinchuan agreed happily, but didn't move. Wenwan's face turned a little red. Is everyone here? The bus driver asked. It's almost time. We're leaving. Everyone looked at each other. Someone quietly said, It seems Wenwan hasn't come. Let's wait 5 more minutes. The driver looked at the time. If she doesn't arrive, we'll leave first. We can't waste everyone's time just because of her. As the minutes passed, some people started to feel anxious. Finally, Wenwan arrived late. Sorry, she said quickly before anyone could speak. The others just shook their heads, and the driver said, Hurry up and get in.
There's still time. Wenwan was the last to sit down.
She glanced outside and saw Lu Jinchuan waving at Wenwan. This person actually came to see Wenwan off for her exam. Without comparison, there's no harm.
Today was such an important day.
Wenwan must have gotten up early. But yesterday, Lu Guoji's 2 children came back from the hospital, and they argued loudly last night. Early this morning, she was busy packing her exam things and cooking. When everything was ready, she realized her exam ID was missing. Wenwan searched the house for a long time. Lu Guoji even complained that she was forgetful and couldn't keep track of such an important item. But she had packed her things yesterday and put them away. How could they be missing? Later, she looked at Lu Yuming. The little boy first said he didn't touch it, then said he didn't know where it was. It was obvious he was hiding something. Only when Wenwan got really angry and even Lu Guoji was upset did Lu Yuming weakly admit he had taken it. He had wanted to throw the exam ID in the toilet, but luckily, he didn't. Otherwise, judging by Wenwan's expression just now, she might have eaten him. Lu Guoji still thought it was Wenwan's fault for not taking care of her things properly. If they weren't in such a hurry, Wenwan might have even argued with Lu Guoji. But unexpectedly, Lu Jinchuan came to see Wenwan off. Wenwan couldn't help but look at Wenwan in front of her, thinking to herself, Wenwan is so lucky. Wenwan didn't know what Wenwan was thinking. Many classmates were still flipping through books on the bus, but she just sat there closing her eyes to rest. Soon, they arrived at the exam hall. Wenwan found her seat using her exam ID. Coincidentally, Wenwan was in the same exam room, while Hu Xiaoling and Zhu Dongming sat in the next room. Sitting quietly, Wenwan calmed her mind and took out her exam supplies. Looking at the watch on her wrist, it was a gift from Lu Jinchuan when he returned one day. It was a Longines lady's watch, and she fell in love with it at first sight. In the speaker, a female voice was announcing exam rules. After showing the sealed exam papers to everyone, the invigilator opened them and distributed the papers one by one. At first, Wenwan felt a little nervous, but as she started answering questions, she gradually got into the rhythm. Her focus shifted entirely to the questions, and she forgot her nervousness. Wenwan looked up and saw Wenwan concentrating on her answers. She wasn't sure if Wenwan was genuinely focused or just pretending. She pouted and also focused on the exam. The exam lasted 2 days. After finishing the first part and handing in her paper, Hu Xiaoling and Zhu Dongming came to find Wenwan. How did it go? She asked eagerly when she saw Wenwan. Wenwan nodded slightly. It was okay. She then asked, and you guys? Just normal performance. Zhu Dongming smiled at her, but his relaxed expression showed that they felt confident about the exam. Wenwan walked over. Dongming, I have a few questions I'm unsure about. How did you do them? Don't think about the answers after the exam. Zhu Dongming smiled. Once it's over, forget about it. Focus on preparing for the next test. Actually, thinking about it was useless and only affected her mood. But Wenwan didn't think so. She felt that Zhu Dongming and Wenwan were excluding her. They had been chatting happily just moments ago, but now that she arrived, they stopped talking much. At that moment, the school's main gate opened. Wenwan said goodbye to Hu Xiaoling and headed toward the bus to the base. Wenwan thought for a moment and followed. On the bus, some classmates were already complaining. Writing essays is so hard. I don't think I've written enough words. Seeing Wenwan, someone smiled and said, I think Wenwan wrote quite a lot. Yeah, Wenwan nodded. I filled the page. Wenwan overheard this and sneered silently. That was for writing essays, not playing house. She had filled the pages. When she got home, Lu Jinchuan was there. Not only that, he had already prepared the meal. You're back? Wash your hands and eat. Did you make this? Wenwan was a bit surprised. I made it together with Grandma, he said, focusing on stir-frying. He wore a warm, small green apron around his waist, and it looked natural on him. Mrs. Zhao smiled and said, the dish was cooked by Jin Chuan. They started complimenting each other professionally, but neither asked about Wenwan's lunch exam results. Aren't you curious? Wenwan asked. From your expression, I can tell everything, Lu Jin Chuan replied. You probably did well. It was pretty good, Wenwan said, smiling more and more. The exam lasted 2 days. The first day gave Wenwan a big boost of confidence, making her feel more sure of herself after feeling a little unsure before. During the 2 days, Wenwan stayed very focused. After finishing, she was so tired, she just wanted to sleep. When she got home, she was exhausted and just wanted to rest, but she couldn't fall asleep. So, she went to the kitchen. Go lie down, I'll cook, Lu Jin Chuan said. He was reading in the next room when he heard the noise and saw Wenwan go into the kitchen. Aren't you very sleepy? I can't sleep, Wenwan said with a helpless smile. Let's just make something to eat. What do you want to eat? Lu Jin Chuan asked, pointing outside. This morning, a fellow villager brought some lamb meat for Zhou Jin. He gave him a lamb leg. It was a young lamb, said to have accidentally fallen into a water channel and frozen to death. Zhou Jin had saved the villager's life before, so the villager was grateful and gave him a lamb leg. But even so, Zhou Jin still paid the villager back. He wouldn't make mistakes. The problem was Zhou Jin didn't know how to cook, so he thought of Wenwan. What should they eat? Wenwan's eyes lit up, then she sighed. Too bad we don't have a big oven. We could roast a lamb leg. But making smaller skewers and stewing lamb for hot pot sounded good too. Wenwan got excited and went to look out the window at the lamb leg. This lamb leg looks great. She directed Lu Jin Chuan to bring the lamb leg inside, but she felt a little regretful. If they roasted the whole leg, it would be really delicious. Lu Jin Chuan was skilled with a knife, so Wenwan handed him this important task. She went to prepare the marinade for the skewers and the ingredients for hot pot. During the cold winter, having hot pot is not easy, but luckily, Wenwan has a warm kitchen and she has stored a lot of ingredients. Of course, she can't just openly take them out. Lu Jinchuan is at home cutting a lamb leg. Wrapped in a thick coat, he goes to the north gate. Not far from there, there's a small lake. If luck is on her side, Wenwan might meet someone selling fish at the gate. The taste of fresh fish and lamb soup mixed together is very delicious. Today, Wenwan wants to make fish and see if there are lotus roots or other vegetables grown by locals. She is lucky. When she arrives at the north gate, she sees a fellow villager pushing a cart with a wooden basin on it. Wenwan walks over and sees, wow, not only are there 2 decent-sized fish, but also some shrimp. Wenwan is never picky about food. Since the shrimp are also good-sized, boiling them for hot pot will be perfect. Of course, Wenwan won't admit she's been craving hot pot for a long time. She had been holding back because of exams before. She carries the fish and shrimp back home and happens to see Wenwan walking toward the hospital with a gloomy face. Seeing what Wenwan is holding, Wenwan's eyes flicker with envy, then she quickly walks away as if she saw nothing. Even so, Wenwan notices a swollen red spot on Wenwan's forehead, probably hit by something. Where have you been? Lu Jinchuan, who has already cut the lamb as asked, sees Wenwan come in. To the north gate? I thought you went to the cafeteria. Oh, you didn't tell me, I almost forgot. Wenwan pats her head. I wonder if Master Zheng has any skewers for grilling. I know where to find some. Lu Jinchuan takes the items. You should warm up now. Girls shouldn't do such things. I can handle it. Outside, it's freezing, and Lu Jinchuan didn't expect Wenwan to go to the north gate after preparing the meat. That's quite a distance. All right, Wenwan smiles. Maybe it's a habit from her past life. She always likes to do things herself. Before Lu Jinchuan even leaves, someone arrives. Wenwan goes to open the door and is surprised to see Lu Guizhi standing there. Is my uncle at home? Lu Guizhi looks a bit listless. Warm turned to the side and asked him to come in. Is something the matter? Lu Jinchuan put on his coat, while Lu Guizhi looked very discouraged, sitting on the sofa. Little uncle, please help me. It was a sudden, unthoughtful request. Say what you need directly. I have to go out, Lu Jinchuan replied, giving him a disapproving look and kicking him lightly. Look at how timid you are. I didn't want to argue with her, Lu Guizhi said, holding his head. I didn't expect the kids to be so naughty, and my mom, it's like I can't do anything right. It was completely different from the person he imagined himself to be in his dreams. Thinking of this, Lu Guizhi couldn't help but glance at Wenwan. Both of them had just finished the college entrance exams. Look at Wenwan. She didn't sigh or complain about not doing well. Instead, she was trying to cheer herself up. Even though she didn't do well, she blamed the two kids at home for causing trouble and accused Feng Xiulian of always being sarcastic, which affected her mood. Lu Guizhi didn't understand. What did that have to do with them? But Wenwan thought they were deliberately trying to stop her from passing the exam. That's why she stole her exam admission ticket yesterday and caused trouble late at night, making it hard for her to sleep. It was just that this morning, when Feng Xiulian accidentally dropped Wenwan's pen on the ground while going to the bathroom, and it broke. He had already lent Wenwan his pen. How could he have known it would suddenly run out of ink? But Wenwan was convinced that their whole family was trying to prevent her from passing the exam, and so they used all sorts of tricks. Listen, Lu Guizhi, Wenwan said angrily, glaring at him. If I don't pass this exam, I will definitely pass next time. No one in this family can stop me with such dirty tricks. The injury on her forehead was from when he accidentally hit her earlier. Lu Jinchuan subtly blocked Lu Guizhi's view and said calmly, I can't help with this. You should go back. I have other things to do. Lu Guizhi was stunned. He was already so miserable. Why did his little uncle say something so hurtful? It looked like they were about to start cooking. Couldn't they just let him sit down and have a meal together? Was that so hard? Little uncle, I don't think I can. No, you can't. Lu Jinchuan interrupted him with a stern face. You're a grown man, not a 3-year-old. What does it mean to always want to run away when things happen? Just get out, Lu Jinchuan said, getting a bit angry when he saw how helpless he looked. Little uncle, can I stay here for dinner tonight? Lu Guizhi asked. No. This time it was Wenwan who firmly refused. I don't want to. Eating at the same table as Lu Guizhi. She probably would have vomited up the leftovers from last night. Moreover, in the past life, Lu Guizhi was just like this. Whenever she had conflicts with Feng Xiulian and the two children, Lu Guizhi would often be absent from home. It seemed that as long as he wasn't there and he didn't see it, these conflicts would just disappear on their own. Lu Guizhi stared blankly at Wenwan. In his memory, no, more accurately, in his dreams, Wenwan would never refuse someone so directly. And her eyes were full of dislike and annoyance. Was everyone in this family looking down on him? This realization hurt Lu Guizhi deeply. Although he knew Lu Jinchuan didn't like him, he didn't think it would be so obvious. Did you not do well on your exam? Lu Guizhi asked blankly. Wenwan pursed her lips and gave a sarcastic smile. Sorry to disappoint Director Lu. I did very well. Lu Guizhi didn't believe her. He knew that Wenwan hadn't even finished elementary school. If she could get into college, then anyone could. especially Wenwan, who was a real high school student, but she also didn't do well. Jean, she said with a sweet but sharp voice to Lu Jinchuan, you just asked me if I was confident about getting into college. Of course I am. As for refusing to come to my house for dinner, it's simply because I don't want to see you, Wenwan said sarcastically. Director Liu, have you forgotten what happened between our families recently? You forget, but I haven't. Wenwan looked at her grandmother, who was still recovering, and said sternly, my grandmother is old and should be enjoying her retirement. Yet your mother came over and started talking nonsense to her. She hurt her leg because of it. Director Liu, you probably won't forget this so easily, will you? That matter is already over. My mother has received the punishment she deserved. What more do you want? Lu Guizhi shouted impatiently. Wenwan was stunned by his words. Suddenly, her memories from the past life flooded back into her mind. She slapped Lu Guizhi across the face. If your family has problems, go solve them. Why are you shouting and making a scene at her house? You're not my son, so why should I tolerate your temper? Lu Guizhi was stunned by her slap. He looked at Wenwan blankly, then covered his face and looked at Lu Jinchuan. Little uncle. Little uncle? Wenwan said with disdain. You know he's your little uncle, not your parents. Do you still need to be fed milk at your age? Lu Guizhi's face turned even more embarrassed. He didn't dare say another word and hurriedly ran out of Wenwan's house. He used to think Wenwan was gentle and caring, but now it seemed that neither of the two girls in the Wen family had good tempers. They were both hot-tempered and a bit prone to violence. First, Lu Guizhi fought with Wenwan, and now Wenwan had slapped him. He felt a bit defeated, standing there dazed outside Lu Jinchuan's house, not knowing where to go. Suddenly, his mind inexplicably flashed with Zhou Yanni's smiling face. Thinking of how she looked shy and tender with him, a new thought arose in his mind. What if he had married Zhou Yanni back then? Would things have been different? Wenwan didn't know that Lu Guizhi had already started having such thoughts. Even if she did, she wouldn't care. She could only think that a bad man is always a bad man, no matter when. He's just as despicable. After Lu Guizhi left, seeing Lu Jinchuan looking at her, Wenwan felt a bit embarrassed. She rolled her eyes at him and pouted, a little annoyed. What? Do you think I was too harsh on your nephew? He's your nephew, after all, Lu Jinchuan said with a slight smile. It's right for you to teach him a lesson. Just next time, don't hit him with your hand, find something easier to use. I think the rolling pin you used last time was pretty good, Wenwan nodded. Next time, use that. It won't hurt your hand. He spoke seriously, with a serious look on his face. Wenwan couldn't help but laugh at his earnestness. Who would have an uncle like you? She smiled. Besides, who wants to be the one to teach him a lesson? She thought it would be better to read a few more books or tend to the vegetables in the backyard than do this. After saying that, she went to the kitchen to prepare the sauce, marinating the sliced lamb with onions. Then she warmed up and prepared fish and shrimp. Lu Jinchuan went to the cafeteria to borrow some items. He returned shortly after, accompanied by 2 temporary workers he had hired from the cafeteria. There's even a grill, Wenwan said, a bit surprised. Yes, and some charcoal too. Lu Jinchuan placed the cloth bag outside the yard. The grill was borrowed from the cafeteria, and the charcoal was bought with money. They followed the rules. Wenwan initially wanted to cook the fish in hot pot, but seeing the equipment, she decided to make grilled fish instead. In the pot, the lamb soup was already turning white and smelled delicious. Wenwan turned down the heat, and Lu Jinchuan came over to help skew the meat for grilling. When Zhou Jin arrived from work, he could smell the aroma from afar and quickened his steps. The grill was set up in Wenwan's backyard. When Zhou Jin approached, he saw Lu Jinchuan fiddling with the grill, along with 2 other people and a child he didn't recognize. But they knew him. Dr. Zhou is here. Zhou Jin nodded. Lu Jinchuan smiled and introduced. This is Comrade Zhou Xiaohong and Comrade Zhao Jianxi, parents of Zhao Xiaomao. Zhou Jin understood. Wenwan smiled and served some lamb soup to everyone. It's cold outside. Have some lamb soup to warm up. We'll eat soon. Lu Jinchuan had already divided the lamb leg, some of which was skewered for grilling, and some sliced for hot pot. The lamb bones had been simmering in a big pot all afternoon, making a rich, white broth. Sprinkled with green onions and cilantro, it looked very tempting. One bowl of hot soup made everyone feel comfortable. Xiao Mao, don't move around. Zhou Xiaohong gently patted her son's hand. That's okay, sister-in-law, Wen Wan smiled, removing some meat from the bones and giving it to Zhao Xiaomao. Eat up. In this era, resources were scarce. Not to mention children craving meat. Even adults couldn't help but swallow when they saw this table full of meat and vegetables. Save some room for grilled meat later, Wen Wan said, patting Zhao Xiaomao's head. Eat slowly, no need to rush. Zhao Xiaomao nodded carelessly, but he didn't eat first. Instead, he brought the meat to Zhao's grandmother. Grandma, you eat first. Such a thoughtful child. Zhao's grandmother smiled as she took a piece, then handed it to her parents. Both of them blushed. They didn't expect that inviting them to dinner would result in such a rich and hearty meal. After finishing the meal, everyone couldn't help but touch their stomachs. For the first time in their lives, they felt full, satisfied, and very happy. This meal made them feel incredibly blessed. Meanwhile, in Sancha village, a big event happened. Wang Xianhua fell ill. No one knew exactly when, but people started to feel something was wrong with Wang Xianhua. She used to be a bit mischievous, but at least she would smile and greet everyone. Sometimes, she would stand under the big willow tree gossiping with the women of the village, always wearing that gloomy face. I wonder who upset her, someone said to Lu Xiaoa as she walked by. She looks like she's come from a gloomy place. Who wouldn't think so? Lu Xiaoa pursed her lips. Her house was opposite Wang Xianhua's. Others might not know, but she did. During this time, when Fengqi hadn't come back at all. By the way, Sister Xiaoa, how did Dongming do on his exam? The person asked with a smile. Dongming is the best student in our village. He'll definitely get into college. Let's hope for the best, Lu Xiaoa said, smiling despite herself. No one knows the results yet, but Dongming said he did pretty well. She knew her son's personality very well. Yes, that's good enough. However, Zhu Dongming said, when Warm and I checked the answers together. I think I did okay. Lu Xiaoa instinctively filtered out that last part. Just as she was about to speak, when Fengqi came back from outside. The group looked at each other, their eyes full of gossip. Soon, they heard two people arguing from inside. A little later, when Fengqi, with a dark face and dressed, came out of the yard. It looked like he had gone to Guaoqin's house again. Bah, shameless pair. One of them spat in disgust. But no one else said anything. As for reporting anything, it was impossible. If when Fengqi got caught, Guaoqin, that shameless woman, would immediately find a new partner. What if she ended up with his own man? What would happen then? What's wrong with Wang Xianhua? Suddenly, someone pointed at Wen Fengqi's yard. They saw Wang Xianhua, who was about to come out, suddenly fall straight down into the yard. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Finally, Lu Xiaoyi said, maybe we should go see what's going on. Since that night she saw Wen Fengqi secretly with Guaoqin, Wang Xianhua had been very gloomy, as if she had been shocked. Especially in the following days, when Fengqi didn't even come home. She quietly visited Guaoqin's house again and saw the two of them together, acting as if nothing had happened. Recently, Wang Xianhua had been feeling chest pain and a strange numbness in her neck and back of her head. This morning, she woke up feeling dizzy, with her head spinning. She sat on the kong, a traditional bed, for a while before finally getting down. She ate some hurriedly, then saw Wen Fengqi come back from outside. At first, she was happy, but then she couldn't feel happy anymore. Wen Fengqi was back to get money. Her father, what have you been doing these days? I haven't seen you come home, Wang Xianhua said softly, trying to hide her discomfort. Wen Fengqi just looked at her. His eyes were big, and just a simple glance made Wang Xianhua feel a shiver down her spine. She watched helplessly as Wen Fengqi took out the money from the house, counted it, and then took it all. Her father, Wang Xianhua, panicked. It was almost the end of the year. What was he going to do with that money? What are you planning? She reached out to grab the money from Wen Fingqi, but he pushed her away with a slap. I am useful. These money can't be touched, Wang Xianhua cried. This is for next year's house repairs and for Wen Chang's marriage. Most of this money was earned from work credits in the past, and some was bride price from Lu Guizhi for Wen Wan's wedding. In the future, their family wouldn't have this much money again. As for Wen Chang's salary, it's already good if he can support himself without asking his family for help. Also, Wen Fingqi clearly came from Guo Anqin's family, so the money he takes is definitely for that unkind woman. How could Wang Xianhua just let him take the money like that? The two of them started pushing and grabbing, but she couldn't match Wen Fingqi. She was pushed and hit her forehead on the bed edge, almost fainting. When she stood up, her eyes were spinning, and she staggered out of the house. There was no sign of Wen Fingqi anymore. Wang Xianhua's chest hurt badly, and she felt dizzy. Then she fainted on the ground. Lu Xue and others came over and saw she had a wound on her forehead. She was unconscious and couldn't be moved to the bed, so they didn't dare to lift her. What if someone tries to extort her by grabbing her belongings? So, they sent 2 quick-footed people to call a doctor at the village clinic and to find Wen Youfu. After the doctor examined Wang Xianhua, everyone was surprised by the results. Wang Xianhua is only about 40 years old. Having that at such a young age is a rare case in Sancha village. Luckily, the women didn't move her earlier, or her condition might have worsened. Take her to a big hospital, the doctor said. When Youfu, angry, asked, "Where's Wen Fingqi? His wife is like this, and he's gone somewhere? It's so cold outside." The women looked at each other but didn't answer. When Youfu, with a dark face, told the doctor, "Get her onto the cart first." Then he took a stick from the door and went out. A few women whispered excitedly, "Captain is about to get angry?" When Youfu was indeed angry. He kicked open Guo Anqin's door. Qianzheng, as Wang Xianhua said, was going to send money to Guo Anqin for Zhou Yani and to buy New Year supplies. It's the end of the year, and women are coming back for the holiday, so they naturally bring gifts. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for the villagers. While they were discussing how much money to send, when Youfu stormed in with a dark face and shouted at Wen Fingqi, "You shameless person." Over the years, Wen Youfu had been lenient about Wen Fingqi's affairs. But this time, Wang Xianhua had and there was also the recent meeting at the county about certain issues. At this critical moment, no mistakes must happen. Your wife is paralyzed, and you're still out here enjoying yourself. I think you don't want to live anymore. Maybe you want to go to jail? When Youfu cursed. When Wan found out about Wang Xianhua's situation the next day at noon when Hu Xiaoling came to visit her at the base. She was taken to the base hospital, Hu Xiaoling whispered. When Wan smiled, "That's not my business. She has her own daughter. It's just that in this life, no one knows when Wang Xianhua's cancer was discovered. Wang Xianhua was young, and her condition was caught early, so she only had a minor. The hospital quickly arranged her stay. However, Wen Fingqi only paid for her hospital stay on the first day and then disappeared. Wang Xianhua asked people to tell Wen Wan and Wen Wan to come see her. Wen Wan didn't go, and Wen Wan didn't know whether she did or not. In her previous life, when Wang Xianhua was diagnosed with cancer, she was alone in the hospital, busy taking care of her, making her comfortable. Everyone in the ward envied Wang Xianhua for having a good daughter. But in her final days, the person Wang Xianhua cursed the most was her. Any small mistake she made would make Wang Xianhua angry. Even more ridiculous, Wang Xianhua always kept her at a distance, thinking Wen Wan was kind to her because she was worried about her savings. Haha, Wen Wan once thought Wang Xianhua had saved a lot of money. Not only she thought so, but Wen Chang and Wen Wan also believed she had a lot of money. Wang Xianhua thought so too. On her deathbed, she gave each of them a bank card. These were her savings for her whole life, mostly accumulated from the pocket money Wen Wan gave her regularly. Because of these 2 cards, Wang Xianhua was able to enjoy some family happiness in her last days. At least, before Wen Chang and Wen Wan saw the money in the bank cards, they treated her well. Thinking of Wen Chang and Wen Wan happily taking out money from the bank cards, Wen Wan sneered slightly. In her previous life, Wang Xianhua passed away amid her son's and daughter's curses. In this life, her illness came several years earlier, and Wenwan never secretly gave her pocket money. What would her life be like? Having lived another life, Wenwan never thought about taking revenge on those who treated her badly in her past life. Her only wish was to live her life well and freely. But everyone is just an ordinary person. Seeing them struggle and suffer this time made Wenwan feel quite happy inside. Exactly, Hu Xiaoling smiled and leaned on Wenwan. They sat in the backyard enjoying the sun. Do you think Zhou Yani will come back if she can't get the money? Wenwan smiled. Guanqin has money. But she could only get a little from Wen Fengqi. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a quarrel from the third floor across the street. Is that Wenwan's family? Hu Xiaoling whispered. Yes. Wenwan looked up at the third floor and smiled at Hu Xiaoling. What do you want to eat for lunch? How about making dumplings? Today, some eggs from Hu Xiaoling's chickens were brought over. Then I won't be polite. I've been craving your dumplings for a long time, Hu Xiaoling said. It's strange. Even though they all follow the same steps and use the same seasonings, Wenwan's dumplings always taste much better. The two didn't waste time. First, they went to the kitchen to knead the dough, and Wenwan went to the greenhouse to pick some chives. Lu Jinchuan also loved Wenwan's chive and egg dumplings. On the third floor, Wenwan looked angrily at Lu Guoji. What does this mean?
She asked.
Feng Xiulian pursed her lips but chose to stay silent. Why are you sending money to Zhou Yani? Wenwan, with red eyes and anger, looked at Lu Guoji. I'm going to find your boss and ask clearly. Am I your wife or Zhou Yani's? Your salary not being handed over to me is one thing, Wenwan shouted angrily, but why are you sending money to that trash Zhou Yani? Who is she to you? What's your relationship? Isn't she your good friend? Lu Guoji awkwardly said. It's just. She was in some trouble, and I thought I could help her. Shut your mouth. Wenwan grabbed a teapot from the table and threw it at Lu Guoji. Who is her good friend? Give me the money. Wenwan was about to go crazy with anger. Are you done causing trouble? Lu Guoji, a little angry, shook off Wenwan's hand. The money has already been sent. What do you want to do now? Okay, very good. Wenwan nearly fell because she wasn't steady. She smiled and pointed at Lu Guoji.
You still yell at me.
What do you think I should do? From now on, your salary must be kept by me.
How can that be?
Before Lu Guoji could speak, Feng Xiulian started to get annoyed. If she gave money to Wenwan, she wouldn't see a single cent. Then I will go find your boss, Wenwan said with a cold smile. I will give you 50 yuan each month for your household expenses, Lu Guoji said. Wenwan looked at him calmly and angrily stormed out. You're really something, Feng Xiulian said after Wenwan left. How can you send so much money? The new year is coming soon. Don't you think we should buy some things to take back to Kyoto? Going back empty-handed would just make people laugh at us. And the remittance is only 30 yuan. Lu Guoji's total monthly salary is only 86 yuan. If he gives Wenwan 50 yuan, how much is left for him? How is the search for ginseng going? Feng Xiulian asked. Your dad said that as long as you find ginseng, your job transfer won't be a problem. Lu Guoji also wanted to find it, but the mountain is so big. How easy is it to find ginseng? Feng Xiulian shook her head. She thought Wenwan wasn't a good person, but Zhou Yani, who she had met, wasn't any better. She was still a college student. Hooking up with a married man. Disgusting. Lu Guoji sighed. He forgot to keep the remittance slip, and Wenwan found out, causing more trouble. He just didn't understand. Sending 30 yuan wasn't a big deal. She cried and said she couldn't come back. What could he do? Could he just watch her spend the new year alone in a strange place? But he didn't expect Wenwan to be so angry. Wenwan came out of the staff building, sneering as she looked at the third floor. She wasn't as timid as Wang Xianhua, who was hospitalized after being scolded by Guanqin, the shameless woman. If Zhou Yani dared to flirt with Lu Guoji, she should be prepared to be treated like a mistress. 50 yuan for household expenses? If this was in the countryside, or if it weren't for Zhou Yani, Wenwan would be very happy. But thinking about how she had sent 30 yuan to Zhou Yani and that her household expenses were part of this exchange, Wenwan felt sick inside. The base also has a post office. Wenwan bought an envelope and a stamp there, then wrote a report letter listing all of Zhou Yani's shameless actions. At the end, she cut out a photo from the newspaper and put it inside the letter. She then mailed the letter to Zhou Yani's school in Kyoto. After finishing this, Wenwan went to the hospital to visit Wang Xianhua. Just thinking about Zhou Yani secretly meeting Lu Guizhi behind her back made Wenwan very angry. Seeing Wang Xianhua made her even more disgusted. Since things are already like this, you might as well confront her directly, Wenwan said. Look at yourself now. She looked like neither a person nor a ghost. Wang Xianhua, go for a checkup, a nurse came over and said to her at that moment. Why do I need another checkup? Wang Xianhua felt a bit nervous. Although she was angry about what Wenwan said earlier, she remembered the doctor's advice. She knew her condition shouldn't be caused by anger or frustration, or she might become paralyzed. But hadn't she been told she could leave the hospital? Why still need a checkup? You said your chest hurt, right? The nurse asked. The doctor recommends a chest scan. Wang Xianhua quickly hugged herself. No, I don't want to do it. My pain has gone now. She didn't want anyone to see her chest. If Wen Fengqi found out, he definitely wouldn't want her. Wang Xianhua refused to get the checkup, even if the doctor suspected she might have a problem with her chest. It's just a little pain. What could be wrong? She said. You guys just want to scam me. I want to leave the hospital. Wenwan, help me get discharged. I don't want to stay here. Mainly, this mile didn't really affect her at all. The doctor handed her a bunch of papers, saying she had A. But she could still move and talk. Where was the? People in Kansha village also had strokes, paralyzed in bed, needing others to take care of them for eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom. That was not her situation at all. The nurse wanted to persuade her further, but Wang Xianhua pointed at her and scolded her. Heartless little brat, just trying to steal my money. The nurse was so angry her eyes turned red. Finally, Wenwan impatiently stopped Wang Xianhua from causing trouble and arranged for her to leave the hospital. She also gave Wang Xianhua the discharge fee, but neither of them paid attention to the doctor's advice. If her chest still feels uncomfortable, she must go to the hospital for checkup. Such delicious dumplings, Wenwan said happily as she scooped out dumplings shaped like gold ingots. Hu Shaoling smiled and said, if you open a dumpling shop in the future, the business will surely be very popular. It's a pity she can't start a business now. After saying this, she realized and stuck out her tongue. I was just talking nonsense. How could Wenwan possibly open a dumpling shop? In this era, people eat from big pots. Anyone secretly doing business would be caught. No, Wenwan smiled as she served the dumplings. If the country's situation allows in the future, I really want to open a restaurant. After lunch, Wenwan walked Hu Shaoling out of the base. On the way back, she almost bumped into someone. When she saw who it was, Wenwan's face turned cold. What are you doing standing here? Lu Guizhi opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a moment. Wenwan argued with me again. Wenwan responded with a neutral And? Lu Guizhi didn't know why he was telling Wenwan this, but when he saw her walking this way earlier, he instinctively wanted to follow her. He watched her say goodbye to Hu Shaoling and quietly hide nearby. Xiaonan, Lu Guizhi suddenly grabbed her arm. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I really can't help it now. Wenwan argues with me all the time. When I get home, my mom complains to me about everything. The kids also don't listen at all. He almost lost his life playing in the snow last time and still didn't learn his lesson. A few days ago, he went out to play again, and that night he had a fever, which made him feel overwhelmed. I just transferred some money to others, and she made a fuss about it, Lu Guizhi complained. But the scene from his dreams kept appearing in front of him. He remembered sending money to Zhou Yani, but what did Wenwan say? She gratefully said, Guizhi, you are so good to me. Whenever my friends have difficulties, you always help first. Look at Wenwan again, as if he and Zhou Yani did something to hurt her. Maybe if he had married Wenwan at the beginning, everything would have gone as perfectly as in a dream. But in the next moment, Lu Guoji let go of Wenwan's hand. He hunched over like a cooked shrimp, shielding his groin with both hands, his face flushed and looking uncomfortable, with veins bulging on his temples. This shows how powerful Wenwan's kick was. "Director Liu, have you forgotten your pain?" Wenwan said with a mocking smile. "Have you forgotten what chili powder feels like?" Lu Guoji was in pain but dared not speak, only staring at Wenwan without blinking. "These words, you should say them to Wenwan said with disdain. "Not to me, as her sister-in-law. Borrow money?" Wenwan smiled. "Who did you lend this money to?" "Oh, could it be Zhou Yani?" She smiled again. "I heard Wen Fengqi also used his own money to send to Guanqin, so she could send it to Zhou Yani studying in Kyoto. So, that's why Wang Xianhua got so angry she had and ended up in the hospital." Lu Guoji didn't know this. He only knew Wang Xianhua was in the hospital, but didn't know why she was there. His face looked a bit bad. So, Zhou Yani not only asked her family for money, but also borrowed from him? She's just a girl. Why does she need so much money? And she didn't mention anything about this on the phone. A seed of doubt grew in Lu Guoji's mind. It's quite ironic, her father-in-law and son-in-law fighting over two women. "I don't know," Lu Guoji hurried to explain. But Wenwan didn't want to waste words with him. "You know it has nothing to do with me. In this life, and in the next, and even in the next after that, they will have no relationship. She would never marry him again." After saying this, she decisively turned her back on Lu Guoji and walked toward her home. Behind her, Lu Guoji muttered a few words, but no one could hear clearly. If Wenwan had looked back, she would have seen the regret on Lu Guoji's face. But what could she do? Even if Lu Guoji regretted it, would Wenwan forgive him? There is no one in this world who would be willing to wait in the same place forever. Especially someone like Lu Guoji, a selfish man who still hasn't realized his own problems. Even now, he still thinks Wenwan is being unreasonable. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. We don't cherish what we should when we can, and now it's too late to regret. When Wenwan returned home, Lu Jinchuan was already back, sitting on the balcony giving Zhao Shi a manicure. The two looked at their grandmother with loving eyes, and Wenwan felt warm inside. Her bad mood from being disgusted by Lu Guoji gradually improved. Lu Jinchuan is always very patient with Zhao Shi. He remembers even small things like her foot checkups and trimming her nails, and he does everything himself. Last time, he also helped Zhao Shi cut her hair. He wanted to cut Wenwan's hair too, but she refused. "You're back?" Lu Jinchuan glanced at her and continued trimming Zhao Shi's nails. Lu Guoji's nervous breakdowns happen now and then, but they don't affect Wenwan's rhythm. Sometimes, she hears gossip about Wenwan and Lu Guoji in the yard, but she just smiles faintly and doesn't get involved. They are just unimportant people. It's impossible for someone like him, a selfish man, to affect her mood and life. In just over half a month, the college entrance exam results will be announced. Wenwan hasn't gone out much, either tending vegetables in the greenhouse, chatting with Zhao Shi, or preparing for the new year. This year is her first new year after marrying Lu Jinchuan. He wants to spend the holiday at the base, and once Wenwan receives her university admission letter, they will go back to Kyoto together. They won't go back, but the New Year gifts must be sent, or people will think she's rude. Recently, Wenwan tried drying some sausages and cured meats herself. They tasted pretty good, so she made some more. Of course, although large intestines don't need meat tickets, the meat inside them does. Zhou Jin, upon hearing Wenwan was making more, took all his meat tickets and said, "Give me some too." Lu Jinchuan is a bit stingy. Last time, he only gave him 2 pieces and then sent him away. This time, he asked Wenwan to make more so he could take them back to Kyoto and enjoy slowly. Time passed quickly in these busy and fulfilling days, and soon it was the day to see the exam results. The loudspeaker at the base announced something for the first time ever, but it was unrelated to the base. Warm was at home pickling cabbage when she heard the announcement and froze in surprise. Although she knew the results would be out in a day or 2, she still felt a little nervous suddenly. Shaun Wan, Zhao also heard it and said happily, "Is the result out? Hurry up and go get your scores." "Not yet, Grandma." Worm replied with a smile. "There will be many people if I go now. I'll go after I finish my chores." But just as she finished speaking, someone knocked on her door. Zhao responded and went to open it. When she opened the door, she was stunned. "What's going on?" Outside, several young men stood smiling at Zhao. "We came to call Worm to pick up her results." These young men had borrowed some materials from Worm before and had heard her talk about the exam questions. They knew the results were out and wanted to go with Worm immediately. But no one expected Worm to still be at home pickling vegetables. Was she too calm, or did she think she didn't do well? The report cards were in the office of the base leader. Over 20 people rushed in together. The leader was surprised at first, then burst into laughter. "You all did very well," he said. This year's college entrance exam students made him proud. 26 students signed up and 18 passed. Only 8 didn't make it, but their scores weren't bad. With a little more preparation, they could definitely pass next time. The base leader was very happy. If he told others, it would be a proud moment. Within a short time, his office phone rang several times, all from higher-ups asking about the results. He adjusted his thinning hair and thought that next year, his position might change. "After you get your report cards, tomorrow you'll go to the county for a health check. After passing, when the admission notices come, I will reward you properly," the leader said happily. "You all did very well." He handed each person their report card in an envelope. When he saw Worm, he was surprised.
Are you
"The partner of Captain Liu? You attended my wedding," the leader said. But it was just a brief appearance. "Hello, leader. I am Wenwan said with a smile. Good, the leader replied 3 times. Wenwan smiled. Wenwan also stood among the crowd, and seeing the scene, she couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Being remembered and praised by the base leader was a good thing. It would look good on her in the future. The leader distributed everyone's score sheets, but since some people didn't pass, he only mentioned the passing score. Of course, everyone knew whether they passed or not in their hearts. Wenwan suppressed her nervousness, quietly looked at her score sheet, and finally let out a breath of relief. Although her scores weren't high, she had passed. Her eyes naturally looked at Wenwan. She saw that Wenwan's expression was still the same as before, with no change at all, and it was impossible to tell whether she had passed or not. No one else cared about others' scores. Only those who passed looked excited. "Thank you, Comrade Wen," someone said to Wenwan. "Thank you for sharing your notes and materials with me. Without them, I definitely wouldn't have passed." Wenwan shook her head. "It's all your own effort." Some people had also borrowed her materials, but didn't pass. Hearing this, they looked even more regretful. They had heard some rumors that Wenwan, who hadn't even finished elementary school, had notes and materials that could be very useful. So, they didn't really make good use of Wenwan's resources and notes. Some even sat on the ground, holding their heads and crying in frustration. Wenwan didn't have the mood to comfort them. After getting her score sheet, she quickly went home. She was eager to share the good news with Liu Jinchuan. But unexpectedly, Liu Jinchuan hadn't come back yet. "I passed, Grandma," Wenwan said excitedly, hugging Zhao Shi and jumping around. "I exceeded the passing score. And by a lot." Zhao Shi was also very happy. "My granddaughter has finally tasted success after hardship." "What about a Jinchuan?" she asked happily. "Grandma, I want to go to their workplace to find him. I want to be the first to tell him this news." "Okay, go ahead." Zhao happily wiped away her tears. Warming rode her pink little bike out of the house. Since arriving at the base, she had rarely ridden this bike because it was a bit too flashy. On the way, Warming couldn't hide her smile and greeted people happily. Did she pass the exam? After she left, a few sisters-in-law gathered and discussed. "It looks like she did pretty well. Otherwise, why would she be so happy riding her bike out? Is she going to see Captain Liu?" One sister-in-law teased. "Wow, they seem to be very close." On the 3rd floor, Wenwan watched Warming happily riding away, and Foam Shulian asked her from behind, "Did she also pass?" "That can't be. Feng Shulian muttered to herself. Someone who didn't even finish elementary school, and now she's in college? That score must be fake. When Wan glanced at her, I don't know. Feng Shulian's eyes twinkled as she happily grabbed her radio and left. When Wan looked on coldly, Warming rode her bike straight to Lu Jinchuan's workplace. A guard at the gate stopped her. Comrade, who are you looking for? Warming got off her bike and was about to speak when she heard a woman's voice nearby. This is Captain Lu's partner.
Renly smilte Warming.
Come on, I'll take you inside. Your car is very nice, Renly said. Captain Lu probably had someone bring it from Kyoto for you. Warming really didn't know. Seeing her, Renly's smile grew wider. Just go straight ahead, the second office on the right. Warming thanked her and headed in the direction she pointed. Before she went far, she heard laughter coming from Lu Jinchuan's office. She looked back. There was nothing in the corridor, but the laughter was so lively it filled the whole hallway. After all these years, it was the first time she heard Lu Jinchuan laugh so happily. Oh, I heard the exam results came out today. Warming probably passed. But I wonder how the little princess of the Gu family in Kyoto did? Renly frowned and finally picked up the phone to call her own office. Emotionally and logically, she needs to care a little. The phone was quickly answered, but it was her aunt from home. Is this Lily? Renly greeted her and asked, Are uncle and the others at home? Today the results are out. Things are a bit chaotic at home right now. Maybe you can call again in a couple of days, the aunt whispered. I don't want her to be kind-hearted. She just wants to see me fail. Renly could hear someone crying and making noise on the other end. She could tell who it was without thinking. Then I'll call another day, she said, hanging up. Actually, there was no need to ask. With Gu Yuhua's usual attitude, it would be strange if she got into college. Renly pinched her brow and couldn't help but think of her warm smile earlier. She sighed. They say children from poor families grow up fast, and it's true. Although they are about the same age, one has already taken on the responsibility of a family, while the other is still like a big baby, hiding behind her parents whenever something happens and crying. Renly gazed out the window absent-mindedly. If possible, everyone would want to be the child loved and protected by their parents. In Lu Jinchuan's office, when Wan was there for the first time, when she saw her come in, Lu Jinchuan, who had been serious, smiled.
Did you get in?
Before when Wan could speak, Lu Jinchuan eagerly asked how many points. When Wan smiled slightly and handed him her report card.
Wow.
So high? Amazing, Lu Jinchuan said, surprised and proud. Really impressive. That's because Uncle Lu used to help me a lot, when Wan said. Lu Jinchuan affectionately ruffled her hair. What reward do you want? Can I have anything? When Wan tilted her head. Lu Jinchuan nodded. Then, can you promise to teach me how to drive? When Wan looked at him hopefully. Why do you want to learn that? Lu Jinchuan asked, a bit puzzled. After all, cars weren't common in this era. Even if she learned, it wouldn't be useful without a car. What if I have a car in the future? When Wan smiled. No, she would definitely have a car in the future. But she wouldn't be as naive as in her past life. Lu Guoji said, since there's a driver at home, why would a woman learn to drive? Many times, she faced problems when she needed to use a car, and she could only feel anxious. This time, she decided to learn how to drive early. She had seen Lu Jinchuan drive home several times, and Warm always felt itchy to try, but was too shy to ask. Now was a good chance. Besides, driving is just a skill. Having more skills might be useful someday, Warm said. What do you think, Uncle Lu? She didn't realize that her voice sounded a little sweet and playful while she was saying this. Lu Jinchuan looked at her with affection and finally nodded. You're so kind, Uncle Lu, Warm said excitedly. In her heart, her favorite person was still her Uncle Lu. For some reason, she felt a little jealous of herself. Let's go to the market and see if there are any vegetables, Lu Jinchuan said with a smile. Let's celebrate at noon. They definitely needed to celebrate.
Just then, the office phone rang.
Lu Jinchuan answered the call, and his grandfather's strong voice came through. It's me. Grandpa, Lu Jinchuan said, glancing at Warm. Why are you calling? Is there something you need?
Well,
Isn't today the day the results come out? The old man asked. How did your wife do? Before Lu Jinchuan could answer, he added, It's okay, if she didn't do well. Tell her not to be sad. The time was too tight this time. The Gu family girl also didn't do well, the old man muttered softly. So, even if Worm didn't do well, it was okay. She could try again next year. Grandpa, Worm has something to say to you, Lu Jinchuan said with a smile. She's in my office right now. Worm was surprised and quickly waved her hand, but the old voice on the phone had already spoken. Really? Worm is there too? Let her answer the phone. Worm hesitated but answered bravely, Hello, Grandpa. I am Worm. Girl, if you didn't do well, don't be sad. We'll try again next year, the old man comforted her before she could speak. This time, the schedule was too tight, and there wasn't much time to review. These words were what he had said earlier, when he visited the Gu family, to comfort them. Everyone knows that the official notice was released in September, but well-informed people, like their family and the Gu family, knew about it as early as May or June. There are about 5 or 6 months before the exams at the end of the year, enough time to prepare. Thank you, Grandpa. Warmth felt her nervousness ease when she heard her grandfather's caring words. She glanced at Lu Jinchuan and smiled, saying, But Grandpa, I already took the exam and scored well above the passing mark. Really? Yes, Warmth told him her scores. The old man laughed loudly. That's wonderful. Truly wonderful. My daughter-in-law from the Lu family is amazing. He was very proud. Warmth was also infected by his laughter. Anyway, I won't bother you now, Grandpa said. I need to call those old folks to share the good news. He wanted them to be jealous too. They all knew that when they found out Lu Jinchuan married a girl from the countryside, those old folks didn't say much, but secretly looked down on her. Haha, now his granddaughter-in-law is a university student. And she scored so high. The Wen family are poor farmers. Warmth's father, Wen Fengbo, sacrificed himself for the country, and with her husband Lu Jinchuan, her background was quickly approved. Her medical checkup should also be fine, so now she just had to wait. But Warmth didn't stay idle during this time. She told Zhao Shi she went into the mountains twice and gained a lot each time. However, just as she was packing to send New Year gifts to Kyoto, a rumor spread from the base. People said Warmth's exam scores were fake. This news spread quickly from one person to many, and soon it was everywhere in the residential area, even reaching the leaders. Everyone said that a girl who hadn't even finished elementary school couldn't have scored so high unless she knew the exam questions in advance or someone took the test for her. Of course, these rumors were challenged by classmates who borrowed Warmth's notes and materials, but those classmates were few, and they couldn't compete with the gossiping ants. Lu Jinchuan is currently in training. The year-end competition has been postponed until next spring, but at that time, a major contest will be held in the capital city. When he heard this news, Lu Jinchuan looked very unhappy. He knew very well how much effort Wenwan had put into preparing for the college entrance exam. Wenwan had just finished washing Zhao's clothes when she saw Lu Jinchuan walk in with a dark face. What's wrong? You said you wouldn't come home for lunch? She asked. She hadn't cooked yet. No rush, Lu Jinchuan glanced at her hands. Didn't I say I'd come back to wash? I've heated some water, Wenwan smiled. It's just 2 pieces, so it'll be done quickly. Come here, Lu Jinchuan said to her. Find me your study notes, review materials, and the practice questions you've done recently. What do you need those for? Wenwan asked with a smile. She'd just finished organizing them this morning, Zhao's cheerful voice said. My goodness, she's done so many questions. There were several thick notebooks filled with notes. Big sister Lu from the base's son is in high school and wants to borrow your notes for his son, Lu Jinchuan smiled. I agreed without asking you. What's the big deal? Wenwan said happily. If it helps, that's great. After all, it was her hard work, and it would be wonderful if others could benefit from it. There was quite a lot of stuff, so Lu Jinchuan found a bag and packed only part of it. Take these first. He can come back for the rest after he's finished looking. Big sister Lu had contacted Lu Jinchuan right after her son's results came out, wanting Wenwan's materials, but she had been busy recently, so Lu Jinchuan forgot. Now he took the materials directly to her. This is part of my wife's notes and study materials from her preparation time. Big Sister Lu's office was not far from the senior leader's offices. Wenwan had heard about the fake scores rumor but didn't believe it. Across from Big Sister Lu's house was a girl who also took the college entrance exam this year. Lu had looked at her notes and said she copied Wenwan's work. Someone who can produce such detailed notes and generously share her materials shows good character. How could she be dishonest? Seeing Wenwan's notes, Lu's trust in her was even stronger. After Lu Jinchuan left, Sister Lu took the documents to the senior leader's office. She said, the atmosphere in the family housing area must be cleaned up. In the past, they just gossiped about trivial matters, but now it's different. This is the college entrance exam, the first year it was restored nationally. Old Lin, if such news gets out, it will harm the reputation of the base. Sister Lu shook her head, not finishing her sentence, but as a senior leader, he understood what she meant. The leader looked unhappy and then glanced at Wenwan's notes and the problems she had worked on. He nodded repeatedly.
No wonder he caught your eye.
He smiled and asked, did Lu Jinchuan give you these notes? That brat. Why didn't he just come to see me directly? You misunderstand him, Sister Lu hurriedly explained. My son is only in the first year of high school. I just thought of borrowing the notes and materials for him to look at. Of course, at this time, Lu Jinchuan had brought her the notes, with the same intention in mind. The senior leader acted quickly. He called a meeting and sternly addressed the issue, even displaying Wenwan's notes and materials for everyone to see. But that wasn't the end. This time, the leader was determined to down the bad atmosphere in the housing area. Who started this rumor? We must find out. Everyone below hurried to ask their families if they had been involved in spreading it. The investigation showed that the rumor was first spread by Feng Xiulian. Feng Xiulian couldn't deny it because she had spoken about it in front of several people. The leader first talked to the cement factory manager. The manager then called Lu Guoji to his office and criticized him. In the end, he said, I'm curious. Are you really Lu Jinchuan's uncle? Lu Guoji blushed and nodded. The leader looked at him with a half-smile and said, having relatives like you.
Haha.
He didn't finish his words, but Lu Guoji blushed deeply. Having such a relative who stabs you in the back is really bad luck. After Lu Guoji left, the leader said to the people nearby, he managed to become the office director at such a young age because of his uncle, Lu Jinchuan. The person not only showed no gratitude, but also secretly betrayed others. The leader shook his head quietly, thinking such a person should not be given a big responsibility. He then asked, isn't he eager to transfer back to Kyoto? The person below asked, what do you mean? The leader smiled and said, even the suburbs are part of Kyoto. The person understood. Lu Guoji had no idea that his work was affected because of his lazy mother. Before he could go back to confront Feng Xiulian, he heard exciting news broadcast across the base. Good news, comrades. Now, we are announcing an important message. The voice of the leader was excited and spread throughout every corner of the base. The first college entrance exam after the resumption has fully ended. A total of 18 comrades from our base passed the academic tests, physical exams, and political reviews and have been accepted by universities. They are Wenwan Miao Xiaojun. 26 people took part, and 18 can go to college. This ratio is very high. The broadcast paused deliberately here, giving everyone a moment to process. Then it continued, listing the names and saying, first, I want to congratulate those who achieved excellent results. Especially Comrade Wenwan, who scored the highest in our Qin city this year.
And
she was also accepted by Kyoto University. Therefore, our base leadership team has decided to give each of these students a reward of 20 yuan. For Wenwan, a reward of 50 yuan to encourage her. Later this afternoon, the comrades should come to the base office to receive their admission notices and rewards. The leader was very excited and repeated this announcement 3 times. Once the loudspeaker was turned off, the entire base erupted in excitement. They had heard that many people had passed the exam this time, but they didn't expect so many to succeed, nor did they expect a top scorer to emerge. Perhaps not many people knew before. At least, outside the family area, few knew her name. But after some rumors in recent days, many remember her name. Who Wenwan was didn't matter. What mattered was that she was Captain Lu Jinchuan's wife. A few days ago, they were still discussing whether the rumor was true. Today, they were proven wrong. Being the top scorer in the college entrance exam is not something that can be easily faked. Moreover, many people saw the notes and practice questions that Wenwan had prepared during meetings. Describing them as impressive is not an exaggeration. What if she didn't finish elementary school? So what if some people only graduated from high school? During those years in school, participating in various sports, what knowledge could they really learn? Did your son get in? Did your daughter also get in? The loudspeaker at the base covers a large area. As long as your ears are fine or your house is well sealed, you can hear it clearly. At that moment, when Mon was in the backyard talking with a few sisters-in-law about how to handle the greenhouse and the vegetables inside during winter, suddenly, she heard the loudspeaker say, "Congratulations to Wenwan for becoming the top scorer in Chin City's college entrance exam." Everyone was stunned, exchanging glances, then all looked at Wenwan. Wenwan also found it hard to believe her ears. She knew her score was well above the passing line, but she didn't expect to be the top scorer in Chin City. Then, the broadcast repeated the announcement 3 times. Wenwan, even Zhao's wife, sitting on the balcony sunbathing, heard it. Did the loudspeaker say you're the top scorer? Wenwan thought for a moment and nodded. Grandma, I think so. Wasn't she supposed to get a reward of 50 yuan? The base also made a big gesture. Oh my god, Wenwan, you're amazing, Zhou Xiaohong said excitedly. Top scorer. Mom, Zhao Xiaomao asked curiously. What is a top scorer? It's the first place, Zhou Xiaohong explained. But you should know, this first place is much more impressive than being the top in your class. I heard on the radio that today's college entrance exam had a lot of participants. It seemed to be the highest number in years. The top scorer in Chin City. How impressive must that be? People even said Wenwan's score was fake. Who could fake being the top scorer? At the same time, Lu Jinchuan's unit was even more excited when they heard the broadcast. It's my sister-in-law. She's the top scorer. The wedding they had back then was not widely supported, mainly because the two people's social statuses were just too different. A village girl, then a renowned person in Kyoto. Who would have thought that after marriage, Lu Jinchuan changed completely? The village girl Warmth, who was often criticized before, suddenly got into university and even became the top scorer in Chin City's college entrance exam. From now on, she is a proper university student, with a stable job after graduation, and her status is no worse than that of people from Kyoto. People who once looked down on Warmth are now silent. Those who are slightly jealous of Lu Jinchuan are now probably feeling very envious. How could Lu Jinchuan have such good judgment? Especially his subordinates, who now hold their heads high and look proud, as if they are proud of their sister's achievements. Many people are congratulating Lu Jinchuan at this moment. Warm's family is also happy. Several sisters-in-law gather around her, chatting excitedly and sharing in the joy. Zhao Shi even took out some snacks and candy she had bought for the new year to treat everyone. Suddenly, Warmth's home becomes lively and cheerful. Lu Guoji stands stiffly by the roadside, unsure if he is seeing things. He was just scolded by his boss, and his mother, Feng Shulian, has been spreading rumors that Warmth's high exam scores are fake. But can they really fake being the top scorer? Lu Guoji finds it hard to believe. What he can't understand is why, in his dream, Warmth didn't take the college entrance exam, so she wouldn't have gone to university. That was a regret for Warmth her whole life. Even after they became successful in business, whenever she met educated people, she felt very insecure. Suddenly, Lu Guoji's finger twitches. A flash of light appears in his mind, as if something he couldn't understand before suddenly becomes clear. That fleeting thought is a terrifying idea. Could it be that what happened in the dream isn't a dream at all, but real? Maybe, to be precise, it's their past life experiences? So in this life, when Warmth learned she was going to marry him, she strongly resisted. No, that can't be true. Lu Guoji feels like he's going crazy. He didn't know how he got back home. He only knew that everyone in the neighborhood was acting strangely. Everyone was laughing, especially when they looked at him. They all had smiles on their faces. They were probably mocking him. Look at Wenwen, she got into the top school, but you all are talking behind her back. Doesn't that hurt your feelings? In the room, Wenwen sat there blankly, watching people from the building below walk one after another into Wenwen's house. Everyone's face was full of smiles. If it weren't for Wenwen, she would be happy too because her grades just barely passed the line, though it was a dangerous pass. But Wenwen's grades were better than hers, and she was even the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Wenwen kept thinking, if only I could be like her. That would be so good. The door to the room was pushed open. Feng Shulian looked at Wenwen with shock. Did the radio just say? Was it wrong? Wenwen, how did she become the top scorer?
How could she do so well?
Feng Shulian almost screamed the last words. Wenwen looked at her calmly and said nothing. At that moment, Lu Guoji appeared at the door. Feng Shulian's sharp voice rang in his ears. It must be the leaders who mixed up your sisters' names.
This can't be right.
I need to ask the leaders at the base. This concerns my daughter-in-law's whole life, Feng Shulian said as she walked out. If we go back to Beijing, people will just laugh at us. Why are you so useless? Feng Shulian scolded, pointing at Wenwen. Can't you do better in exams? Get a top scorer to boost her face. Can you stop causing trouble? Lu Guoji finally shouted angrily. Are you still looking for the leaders? Do you dislike that I do my job well? Feng Shulian was frightened. Son, how did you come back? How did I come back? Lu Guoji sat on the sofa with a dark face. Did you tell outsiders that Wenwen didn't graduate from elementary school and that her college entrance exam scores are fake? Did you already know the exam questions in advance? Thinking about it on the way home, he felt scared. His mother, Feng Shulian, really dared to say anything. What does it mean to know the exam questions in advance? How did she find out? Just say that the quiz was given to her by her younger uncle, then have someone investigate Lu Jinchuan, and also check the Lu family in Kyoto, Lu Guoji said coldly. Yes, and my father too. Anyone connected to the Lu family should be looked into. He didn't know what others thought, but as his son, Lu Guoji knew what kind of person his father was. No matter how much you dislike her or want to hurt her, you shouldn't use such a foolish method that harms both sides. Mom, do you think I and my father are too successful in our careers? I'm not. I didn't think that much, Feng Shulian panicked. Wenwen didn't even finish elementary school.
How could she?
Maybe she got into college or even became top scorer in the entrance exam. Do you know what she was doing all those years? Lu Guoji said angrily. What could she have learned in school during those years? Nothing at all. That's why he came here to be the director. So, what if she didn't graduate from elementary school? Everyone in the base who took the college entrance exam used Wenwen's notes and materials to review. Go back, Lu Guoji said tiredly. This place isn't suitable for you. In Kyoto, at least his father and elders are watching over him, so there shouldn't be too much trouble. Are you trying to drive me away? Feng Shulian shouted angrily. Since it's almost New Year, I plan to prepare some gifts to take back, Lu Guoji said. As for me, I might have to stay on duty at work this year, so I can't go back. Feng Shulian took 2 steps back, almost falling. But Lu Guoji remained unmoved. Finally, she said disappointedly, Fine, I'll leave. In the room, Wenwen slightly smiled when she heard this. Then your wife. Feng Shulian turned back after walking a few steps. She's already doing well just to get into college, Lu Guoji said tiredly. Don't think that college entrance exams are easy just because our basis students do well. Do you know how many people from the cement factory passed this time? Some workers and staff from the cement factory also wanted to take the college entrance exam, but were disappointed when they failed. Not a single one passed. Among them were several educated and talented people from their unit, but they all failed the exam. Not a single one, Lu Guoji said with a smile. What does this show? The base performed so well thanks to Warm and Selfless. Yuanwan in the room stayed silent. She knew this well. If it weren't for Warm giving her the questions, she might not have understood them and would have just memorized answers. This time, she probably wouldn't have passed. At the entrance of Sancha village, Zhou Yani wore a beautiful down jacket, stepped confidently in black shoes, and walked proudly into the village. She had returned from seeing the world in Kyoto. Wow, who's that pretty girl? Someone called out as she entered the village. Is that Yani? She's been to a big city. Look at her clothes, so nice. Her shoes are really pretty too. All the women in the village, whether married or not, gathered around Zhou Yani, looking at her with envy. It was clear they admired her. Going to school outside really makes a difference. Why is your hair all curly now? A girl asked, envious. How did you do it? It looks so beautiful. Obviously, you're from the city, another said. You're different from us. This hairstyle is the latest trend in Kyoto, Zhou Yani said proudly. My hairdresser said I suit curly hair, and he said I look the best with these curls he's ever seen. Really pretty. Someone gently touched her hair. Come visit my home when you have time. I'll tell you about the fun things in Kyoto, Zhou Yani said with a faint smile, dodging the girl's hand. I also brought some Kyoto specialties.
Come play with us sometime.
Sure. A few friends replied happily. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound.
Zhou Yani Fronet.
A girl smiled politely and said, Who knows what big news the captain will announce this time? Everyone, stop your work for a moment. We have a happy announcement. Warm Yofu's voice was heard.
Zhou Yani sniret silently.
What big news could it be? This place is so small, just petty stuff. Do you want to come to my house? Yeah, someone quickly agreed. Why is the loudspeaker not working? The villagers, who had been chatting happily, suddenly burst into laughter. It must be broken again. The loudspeaker had broken several times before. Hu Shaoling? Zhou Yani immediately saw Hu Shaoling walking over from a distance. She straightened her back, tousled her curly hair, and smiled as she approached. I brought some things from Kyoto for you and Wenwan. When will you come to my house to pick them up? Hu Shaoling rolled her eyes. Are we that close? No thanks. Zhou Yani wasn't upset and kept smiling. But these are special products from Kyoto. You and Wenwan have never tried them before. Oh, by the way, where's Wenwan? Zhou Yani asked. Is she still living in our village, or has she moved to the base? Hu Shaoling looked at her. What do you want to say? Why do you have such a strong opinion of me? Zhou Yani said with a smile. We used to be very close. I've always tried to do well and help you guys. During my time at university, I learned a lot, Zhou Yani said, patting her suitcase. Since I knew you couldn't go to Kyoto, I bought you lots of local specialties and pretty clothes. Haha, Hu Shaoling sneered. Zhou Yani, where do you get the confidence that we can't go to Kyoto anymore? I won't say more. Captain Lu's family is from Kyoto. Wenwan can go whenever she wants. Why are you pretending to be nice here? That outfit of yours must have cost a lot, right? And your hair, too. You said you bought local specialties and pretty clothes, Hu Shaoling said, examining her. That must have cost quite a bit. Where did you get so much money? Everyone finally realized what Hu Shaoling was implying. Yes, it must have cost a lot. But the problem was Zhou Yani was just a student. Where did she get so much money? Do you remember? Last time, Wang Xianhua almost had it from anger and ended up in the hospital, someone whispered. I heard it was Wen Fengzi who wanted to give money to someone, but Wang Xianhua didn't want her to. They fought, and Wen Fengzi beat Wang Xianhua up. Everyone suddenly understood. So, all of Zhou Yani's money actually came from Wen's family. So shameless, spending Wen's family's money and pretending to be a good person here? No, my money wasn't given by Uncle Fengqi. Are you bored? Hu Shaoling almost felt sick from her. If you have nothing to do, don't talk nonsense in front of me. You make me feel sick just looking at you. And also, it's just because you got into a worker peasant university. You act like our village is the only one with a college student. Her exam results are out, and she scored well above the passing line. Although her scores aren't as high as Wen Youfu and Zhu Dongming, her uncle said her grades are good enough to get into a university in the city. At least for now, I am the only one, Zhou Yani said proudly. Just then, a crackling radio sound came on, followed by Wen Youfu's voice. Hold on, everyone. Wait a moment. I have some happy news to share. Cough cough. Fellow villagers, please pause your work for a moment. I have big news. Our village's Zhu Dongming, Hu Xiaoling, Wen Huahua, and the youth team member Wang Chong and Geng Weidong have all been accepted to university, Wen Yufu said excitedly. Come to the brigade office, now to pick up your admission notices. And the brigade has bought firecrackers to celebrate with you. Our village has the most college students in the whole commune. Today, when Yofu went to the town for a meeting, the town mayor personally came to shake his hand and said he should learn from him. He also wanted Wen Yofu to give a report to share his experience on leading villagers forward. Last time, during a heavy snow, our village was the only one without any house collapses. Now we have the most students passing the exam. Suddenly, the radio crackled again and turned off. Everyone fell silent for a moment, all eyes fixed on Zhou Yani and Hu Xiaoling. Hu Xiaoling chuckled. Hey, what did the team leader just say? Our village has 5 people accepted to university? Oh my, Xiaoling, you really are something. Even you got into university, said an older sister nearby with a smile. Come on, let's go to the brigade office and join the celebration. Exactly, this is such a big, happy event. Soon, several people gathered around Hu Xiaoling. Xiaoling, you're so impressive. I heard this time getting into university really took real skill. It's not like the old days of worker peasant colleges, which looked at family background and connections. Currently, this university mainly considers the students' abilities. Zhou Yani's face was slapped loudly, and she felt secretly angry. Is Wen Wufu deliberately opposing her? They didn't notify her early or late, but just at this moment, they informed her. Xiaoling, congratulations, Zhou Yani said through gritted teeth with a smile. I wonder how your grades are. Can you get into Kyoto University? Getting into Kyoto University isn't easy, said another girl who was close to Zhou Yani. She didn't take the exam herself and knew her own abilities well. But now, seeing Hu Xiaoling get in, she couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Hu Xiaoling smiled calmly. Let's go and take a look. Zhou Yani's eyes lit up as she suddenly said, By the way, I haven't heard Wen Wan's name.
Why is that? Could it be that she...
At this point, Zhou Yani covered her mouth in surprise and looked at Hu Xiaoling. Could it be that Wen Wan didn't get in? That's such a pity. I knew it, Zhou Yani said regretfully. Wen Wan is already married and should be taking good care of Captain Liu. She didn't even finish elementary school and still wanted to take the college entrance exam. That's really overestimating herself. Hu Xiaoling's smile became even more sarcastic. As for why Wen Wan's name wasn't mentioned, it's because Wen Wan didn't register through the village this time, but went through the base. Since Zhou Yani just returned, she naturally didn't know what was going on. We're all so close, Zhou Yani sighed sadly. If Wen Wan knew that even you got into university, she would probably feel very upset. Zhou Yani, are you sick? I think you're quite ill, Hu Xiaoling said, not knowing how to describe her current feelings. She shook her head. After being away for more than half a year, you should have seen the world. Why are your eyes still so narrow-minded? Such a ugly person causing trouble. You. Zhou Yani was angered. Finally, they arrived at the brigade office. Hu Xiaoling immediately saw Zhu Dongming standing there. Brother Dongming, you're here. Zhu Dongming's smile was hard to hide. After a while, more people arrived at the brigade office. Hu Xiaoling's parents and younger brother had already come, and even Zhu Dongming's sick father, Zhu Honghai, unexpectedly came out today. You are all good young people from our village, Wen Yofu said happily today, smiling. Dongming and Xiaoling did the best. They got into a university in Kyoto. From now on, they'll be Kyoto students. Others did well too, Wen Yofu added. Even those who didn't pass shouldn't be discouraged. I heard there will be another exam in July next year. There's still time, so let's work harder. Now that everyone is here, let's set off firecrackers. I will hand out the admission notices, Wen Yufu said, wiping his hands with a handkerchief before distributing the notices one by one. The village was more lively than during the New Year, with continuous congratulations. Lu Xiui stood among the crowd, tears constantly falling. Her son finally got into university. Their family could now hold their heads high in the village. Don't cry. It's good news. Zhu Honghai handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. I wonder how Wenwan did? Lu Xiaoyi whispered to her husband, wiping her tears. If she didn't pass our Dongming. It won't happen, Zhu Honghai said. Dongming said Wenwan did even better than him. Lu Xiaoyi rolled her eyes. She didn't believe that. It would be better if she didn't pass, so her son wouldn't be distracted anymore. Grandpa Village Chief. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyi heard a voice. Whereas Wenwan? Did she not pass? When Youfu still had a smile on his face. When he saw Zhou Yani, a flicker of dislike crossed his eyes, but today was a happy day. Thinking of Wenwan, his smile grew even wider. Of course, Wenwan passed, when Youfu laughed loudly. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Wang Xianhua anxiously looking at him from the crowd. There were also Wen Fengqi and Gua Anqi nearby, just arriving after hearing the news. Wenwan not only passed, but she did very well, Wen Youfu said proudly, raising his voice. Do you know who the top scorer in our Qin City's college entrance exam is this year?
Who? Someone asked.
It's Wenwan, the poorest child in the village, constantly scolded by Wang Xianhua and beaten by Wen Fengqi since childhood, was her. Starting at age 3 or 5, she would stand on a stool to cook, wash dishes, feed pigs and chickens. As she grew older, she began earning work points, earning more than her peers. It was only in the past 2 years that she was adopted from the madman's family, and life started to get better. Warmth has always been good at doing any kind of work since she was young, someone whispered. She looks very clever. She's a top student, the best in college. Oh my goodness. She will be a government worker now, another said excitedly. In the old days, that would have been a big deal, riding around on horseback to show off. The old village scholar said passionately, our Sancha village. It's really something special. The pride of Sancha village, a girl top student. Yes, now the women in our village won't have to worry about marriage, a woman said happily. All they do is think about getting married, the old scholar said with a look of disdain, glancing at the woman. Warmth managed to get into college. Several girls from our village got into college. Why don't you think about sending your own daughters to school properly? The world has changed, the old scholar said, touching his beard. It's dawn now. Everyone agreed. That was the truth. Even when Huahua, who usually doesn't talk much, managed to get into college. Maybe her daughter could do the same. Suddenly, families with children started to get interested. But when they saw Wang Xianhua and Wen Fengqi, some couldn't help but laugh unkindly. Xianhua, Warmth got into college as the top student, someone said with a grin, enjoying the gossip. You're really lucky. They forced a good girl to leave her family with nothing, and not only that, the couple who adopted her did something dirty, trying to ruin Warmth's reputation. Fortunately, Warmth was smart enough to see through their true nature. Now, Wang Xianhua and Wen Fengqi probably regret everything. Sure enough, because of what that person said, Wen Fengqi and Wang Xianhua's faces darkened.
That.
It must be fake, Wang Xianhua said, not believing. Warmth didn't even finish elementary school, and she always ranked last. That's because Zhou Yani and Warmth swapped their test papers, Zhu Dongming, who had been silent, said. Otherwise, Warmth would have been first in elementary school. Wang Xianhua felt terrible and took a step back.
Brother Dongming, how can you say that about me? Zhou Yani said sadly.
I didn't do anything like that. Then, why did your exam scores drop so much in the last year of elementary school? Zhu Dongming said, it's the same after starting middle school. Zhou Yani suddenly couldn't speak. It wasn't because Wenwan didn't go to school in her last year, but because she went to the village to work and earn points. No one exchanged papers with her, so her grades fell to the bottom. I'm able to get into a good school thanks to Sister Wenwan giving me extra lessons and lending me her notes, when Huahua, who rarely spoke in front of others, nervously said. Before, when I was in school, it was Sister Wenwan who explained the problems to me. Some people just have a bad heart, Wang Shuanghua, who's Xiaoling's mother, rolled her eyes. Everyone in the village knows how hard Wenwan has worked, but some mothers just refuse to see it. Even now, they still try to smear her. Her stepmother isn't that bad or mean-hearted. It's also because when Wan is lucky, she realized some people's true nature early. This girl will have a bright future. Wang Xianhua's face suddenly turned pale. And you say when Wan is a bad luck charm? I think some people are the real troublemakers. In the past, Wang Xianhua and Wen Fengqi often scolded Wen Wan like this. Suddenly, everyone gathered around and started whispering. Wang Xianhua and Wen Fengqi looked more and more uncomfortable, especially Wang Xianhua. Although Wen Wan was her daughter, she should be the most admired person in the whole village, or even the entire commune and county. She should be the one enjoying the honor Wen Wan brought. But now, she was like a street rat. Though not hated by everyone, she was still disliked by many. She had a precious child but still pushed her away. Wang Xianhua felt regretful. If she had been a little kinder to Wen Wan, even just a little, things wouldn't have turned out like this. But then she thought about it and realized she couldn't do it. Since losing the silver medal, her mind had been haunted by a demon. She kept thinking about the daughter she had exchanged. There was even a voice inside her that said if her daughter hadn't been swapped, she would have been very filial. At least she wouldn't be ungrateful like Wen Wan and Wen Wan. This thought just appeared, took root, and grew strong, circling in Wang Xianhua's mind all day. Her face was pale and grim. Xiaoling, Wang Hongwan said with a smile to her daughter, "Let's go home and get ready to celebrate at the base with Warm. Such a good thing must be celebrated together." "Okay, Mom," who Xiaoling excitedly held her admission letter. When she reached Zhou Yani, she stopped and looked at her pale face with a sweet smile. "Look, my university acceptance letter. I got it on my own strength. Our village will have more people getting into university in the future, but they probably won't be students like you." Zhou Yani took 2 steps back, her face looking worse. Those who got in through their own effort and those recommended have very different treatment in the future. She already knew this before returning to the village. But isn't university supposed to be hard to get into? Why are so many from the village getting in? And Warm. She even got the top score in Qin City. Impossible, it just can't be. She finally had something to overshadow Warm, but she was instantly left far behind. She had boasted before about how she looked down on Warm in front of others. Now, it all seems like a sad joke. Zhou Yani even felt that her beautiful clothes had turned transparent, and she burst into tears, running out. With such poor mental strength, how dare she show off in front of her? Hu Xiaoling sneered slightly, shameful.
Ah.
Someone sighed and looked at Wang Xianhua. "You know, Warm is like a piece of meat that fell off you. You let her leave the family with nothing, and now you're always bothering the kids. Are you regretting it now?" "Regret is useless." I don't regret," Wang Xianhua said through clenched teeth. "Regret?
No way."
She only hates that she wasn't cruel enough to Warm back then. But in the next second, she heard someone call out, "Oh, Xianhua, why is your mouth crooked?" Warm, who got into Kyoto University as the top student in Qin City, successfully made Wang Xianhua so angry she had a. Her actions didn't change much, but the obvious change was that her mouth was crooked. When someone shouted at her, Wang Xianhua suddenly remembered what the doctor had said. Try to stay calm and not get angry, or you might have a. But how can she control her anger? Warm's little troublemaker actually got into university. What about her daughter? She must have gotten in too, maybe even better than Warm. Thinking this, Wang Xianhua's face suddenly showed a strange smile. This scared everyone nearby. Is this woman possibly mentally ill? For a moment, no one wanted to talk to her anymore. Wen Fengqi looked at Wang Xianhua, then slapped her sharply. "Stop acting crazy. Go home quickly." Her tilted face was slapped even more crooked. She couldn't speak clearly. Wen Fengqi glared at the people around him, eyes wide. She is who she is, and I am who I am. If anyone dares to talk nonsense in front of me again, we'll see about it. After saying that, he angrily kicked a piece of rotten wood on the ground. He was so angry, he almost exploded. Later, when they reached a place with no one around, Wen Fengqi hurriedly rubbed his foot. He thought it was just a rotten piece of wood, but the core was hard. His foot hurt so much he had to endure it without showing any pain. He returned home with a dark face, looking at Wang Xianhua's crooked mouth with disgust. You go to the base this afternoon. Wenwan also took the college entrance exam, right? Wang Xianhua didn't want to go. Those two were ungrateful. Ask around and see if Wenwan got in, Wen Fingqi said. And tell Worm to come back for dinner. She loves eating snacks, right? Buy some meat and celebrate. Wang Xianhua moved her crooked mouth. I know what you're thinking, Wen Fingqi looked at her. Right now, no one outside knows Worm's true identity. Do you know what will happen if they find out?
He spat, and it could drown someone.
Stealing a child like that could land someone in jail. Use this chance to fix your relationship with Worm. Maybe she won't ignore us in the future, Wen Fingqi said. If she does, we'll go to her university and cause trouble. Later, we'll go to her workplace. Everyone cares about their reputation. The better Worm does, the better life we'll have. University students still rely on public funds. Just a little bit of extra help is enough for them to enjoy a good life. I glanced at Wang Xianhua, and Wen Fingqi, speaking more disdainfully, said, Forget it. I'll go myself. You go cut some meat first, cut more, and then buy some ribs to stew. Wen Fingqi said this while heading out the door. When he reached the entrance, he added, Don't be afraid to spend money. You can't catch a wolf if you're afraid to spend. If I had known earlier that Wenwan would turn out like this, I wouldn't have been so harsh back then. But who could have guessed that policies would change like this? Now, people can get into university based on their own abilities. No recommendation needed. Wang Hongwan told Hu Xiaoling she wanted to celebrate with Wenwan, but she didn't just go straight to find Wenwan. Instead, she asked Hu Xiaoling to go to the base first and tell Wenwan to see when she would be free to return to Sancha village for a celebration. Actually, it was more of a thank you than a celebration. Wang Hongwan knew that if Wenwan hadn't been there to support her, her daughter wouldn't have achieved such good grades, let alone get into university. Why did this crazy person come here? When Hu Xiaoling arrived at the base, she saw Wen Fingqi standing at the gate doing registration from afar. She didn't go forward immediately, but waited until Wen Fingqi finished registering before approaching. When she registered, she saw it was under the Wenwan family name, and Hu Xiaoling felt a little relieved. She was really worried that Wen Fingqi would shamelessly go to find Wenwan. When she arrived at Wenwan's house, Hu Xiaoling told Wenwan about Wen Fingqi coming to the base, saying, He's probably here to ask about Wenwan's university admission. By the way, which university did she get into? Wenwan's lips curled into a slight smile as she named a university. I don't know, Hu Xiaoling shook her head. It's a vocational college, she said. That school has a pretty good fashion design program, but I don't know what major Wenwan applied for. That school's fashion program is very prestigious. Many famous designers in the future graduated from there. Wenwan inherited Wang Xianhua's skills and was quite talented at making clothes. So, how does this school compare to Wenwan's Kyoto University? On the third floor, Wen Fingqi sat on the sofa at Wenwan's house, took a sip of wine, and said proudly, My daughter is truly promising. Regardless of whether Worm is his biological child or not, and even though their relationship isn't good, both girls got into college. Just that fact is enough for him to boast about for a while. Worm is the top student in Qin City, Wenwan said. I only got into a vocational college, so how can I compare? If Worm hadn't been there to set a high standard, Wenwan might also feel proud that she managed to get into a vocational college. But compared to the top university in the country, her college is not impressive. These days, Wenwan intentionally stayed home more. Still, every time she went out, she could hear people talking about Worm, mostly envying her. Many even brought gifts to see her, hoping she could give advice to their high school children or sell her notes and practice papers. But Worm always refused, because someone had already borrowed her notes. Later, Sister Lu found out about this and discussed with Worm. She planned to have someone print Worm's notes into a booklet, so anyone interested could buy them directly. As for the money, Worm didn't want it. Just use it to buy some extra books for the school library. Worm Fingqi took a sip of wine again. That's good. It makes me look good.
Ha ha ha.
He put down his glass and stood up. Where does Worm live?
Wen Juan pointed downstairs.
That one. Come home for dinner tomorrow, Warm Fingchi hiccuped. I'll have your mom cook pork ribs, and we can celebrate properly.
Okay, Gwen Juan replied.
If Wang Xianhua had come today, she might have found an excuse to refuse, but facing Warm Fingchi, Wenwan didn't dare. Warm Fingchi waved happily and hummed a tune as he went downstairs. Wenwan shook the wine bottle. He finished the bottle, but since Warm Fingchi drinks a lot, he probably wouldn't get drunk from this. She couldn't help but look downstairs. Warm Fingchi was heading toward Warm's house. Wenwan crossed her arms and watched him enter the building. Having such a father was her sorrow. She couldn't avoid it, and Warm couldn't either. She just didn't know what Warm would do this time. When Warm Fingchi knocked on the door, Warm opened it. Seeing him, she wasn't surprised and remained calm. When Fingchi smiled politely and said, Xiaonuan, I heard you got into college. Your mom and I talked about it, and this is a big happy event. We want to celebrate with you. How about this? Tomorrow you go home. I've already told Wenwan. Both of you sisters should come back. Your mom bought some meat and ribs, and she will cook a nice meal for you. You like to eat jiwan, right? Tomorrow we'll make it with meat, and there will be the rice wine egg you love. His tone was unusually warm and humble, full of flattery. Xiaonuan knew that when Fingchi was trying to flatter and please her, he probably regretted kicking her out. But so what? His obvious flattery was just a way to get more benefits from her in the future. In the end, she was more useful to him now than before, so when Fingchi was acting so humble, what if she didn't get into college this time? Would he still talk to her like this? No, he wouldn't. No need. Xiaonuan smiled politely, as if dismissing someone borrowing materials from her for a couple of days. I have something to do tomorrow. Then the day after tomorrow, or any day you're free. When Fingchi hurriedly stepped closer, and Xiaonuan immediately smelled a stronger alcohol scent on him. She frowned. No, thank you. I can cook what I want to eat myself. Xiaonuan, are you still angry about what happened before? When Fingchi said, It's because I had a bad temper and hurt your feelings. I want to apologize. Before he finished, Xiaonuan's smile grew even wider. Uncle, my dad's name is Wenfengbua. That one sentence successfully cut off what Wen Fingchi was about to say next. He suddenly turned red, whether because he had drunk a bit too much or something else. Just go, Xiaonuan said calmly, and closed the door. When Fingchi was left standing stiffly outside for a while before he finally recovered. He stood at the door, and for a moment, he wanted to kick it open and go inside to beat Xiaonuan badly, just like before. He wanted to hit her hard, so she would only be able to beg for mercy and never dare to talk back to him again. At that moment, a sudden cold wind blew, bringing Wen Fingchi back to his senses. Wen Warm was no longer the helpless girl who used to be beaten and scolded. Now she had married a good man, and she had worked hard to get into college. Wen Fingchi couldn't even scold her anymore, let alone kick down her door. He took a deep breath, trying to control his temper. Is it better to pretend this daughter doesn't exist? After graduation, she would have a stable job and a good life, while they remained in this small mountain village, unable to enjoy any happiness and feeling humiliated. No. When Fingchi shook his head. He had said harsh words to her before, and now he felt the pain of being slapped in the face. But even with his face swollen, he couldn't just cut ties with Wen Warm. All right. When Fingchi said at the door, I know you're busy these days. I'll come back in a few days to visit you. Before anyone inside could respond, he hurried away. If Wen Warm refused again, he wouldn't have a place in this neighborhood. Wen Fingchi left the base and didn't go home. Instead, he went to find Gua Anqin. He wanted to ask her for advice on how to win Wen Warm's heart back. Meanwhile, Gua Anqin was also in a bad mood. Who would have thought that Wen Warm would quietly get into college and even become the top student in Qin City? If she had known she would be so lucky, she wouldn't have let Wen Fingchi treat her that way, nor would she have let her drift further away from Zhou Yani. But she didn't know when Wen Warm and Zhou Yani had grown apart. They used to be close. Gua Anqin didn't want to dwell on what had happened. Your job now is to find a good husband in Kyoto, she told her daughter. Looking at her daughter's red, swollen eyes, she said, As long as you marry well in Kyoto, life will be good. Mom, Zhou Yani couldn't help but say, why is her luck so good? I don't believe she could have done so well. There must be something wrong. I've told you many times, Gua Anqin replied, getting into college doesn't mean everything.
Women still need men to rely on.
But when Warm married Liu Jinchuan from the Liu family in Kyoto, I heard they are very powerful, Zhou Yani said unwillingly. Powerful or not, what does it matter? He's still just in this mountain village. Gua Anqin smiled and gently touched her daughter's hair, saying, as long as Liu Jinchuan is here, Wenwan will come back. Unless she divorces him. But Liu Jinchuan isn't foolish. Would he agree to Wenwan divorcing him? And you? Gua Anqin looked at her daughter with satisfaction. My daughter is pretty. If you find a suitable man from Kyoto and stay there, you'll be a respected person. Isn't that good? Why compare myself to those country girls? Comparing yourself to them is like lowering your status. Do you understand? Zhou Yani nodded, seeming to understand but not fully. And about the money you spend on clothes, Gua Anqin frowned. I hope you can think ahead. Men who remarry twice are treasures, but if they remarry 3 times, they're no better than weeds outside the yard. Gua Anqin said sharply. Lu Guizhi is someone you can keep dangling, but don't get yourself involved. Mom, I don't understand, Zhou Yani said. If it weren't for that thing with Wenwan back then, weren't you quite fond of him? Can it be the same? Gua Anqin replied. Men like that are just tools to use. Marrying him? Only someone blind would do that. Remember this. Stepmothers are always bad, she said. So don't try to be someone else's stepmother, and don't let others be your child's stepmother. Zhou Yani lowered her head, without speaking. She also wanted to find someone from Kyoto, but most of her classmates came from the countryside. It was rare to find someone from Kyoto who wasn't too plain-looking or whose conditions weren't worse than Lu Guizhi's. Seeing this, Gua Anqin was a bit disappointed and tapped her head. You really? How can your eyes only focus on such a small place? Kyoto City is a big place. Finding a man from Kyoto isn't that easy, is it? She wanted to say more but heard footsteps at the door. Uncle Yufengqi is here. After saying that, she stood up to greet him. What's going on here? Receiving the notice made Wenwan feel at ease. There was nothing more to worry about. The rest of the time was just about tidying up or tinkering in the backyard greenhouse. The New Year gifts for Kyoto are ready. Liu Jinchuan thought the post office was too slow and worried about accidents on the way, so someone from his company was going to Kyoto for work and would drive there. He asked them to bring the gifts along. Since he trusted this person, Wenwan also packed 2 bottles of medicinal wine inside. She thought they would arrive in a few days. Early that morning, Wenwan gathered some chives and greens from the greenhouse. She told Zhao Shi and then rode her small bike out of the base. Today was the day she planned to visit Hu Xiaoling's family for dinner, and she also brought some homemade cured meat and Kyoto specialties sent by Xiao Yanan. She also brought gifts for Wen Youfu and Zhu Doming's family. When she went to see Wen Youfu, he was teaching children to recognize characters in the yard. Seeing Wenwan, he quickly put down his stick and said, Wenwan is here. Great-grandpa. Wenwan smiled as she handed down the gifts. These are my homemade sausages and some chives I planted. Please give some to Grandma and third Grandma to try. Oh, these are really good, Wen Youfu said happily, taking the gifts. He then told the 3 children in the yard, go call Grandma to come back quickly. Tell her Aunt Wenwan is here. He also said to Wenwan, don't leave at noon. Stay and eat at home. I'll be visiting Xiaoling's house later, so you don't need to worry about lunch, Wenwan replied with a smile. Seeing the curious children looking at her, she took out some candies from her pocket and handed them out. The children immediately cheered up and jumped around happily. What are you doing? Wenwan asked with a gentle smile, looking at the children, and then at Wen Youfu. Not much to do these days, so I'm teaching a few kids to read, Wen Youfu said with a smile. You know, I heard you scored the top in Qin City. The villagers are so happy about it. Many kids say they want to try for university next year. I think education is very important in the future, he added with a smile. Wenwan gave a thumbs up. Great-grandpa, your vision is really good. Although he didn't know many characters, he was very perceptive about some things. When Yofu felt a little shy from the compliment. Wenwan didn't stay any longer and went to Zhu Dongming's house. Zhu Honghai's health had improved a lot. The other day, when he went out with his son to collect the admission notice, he felt a little tired afterward, but it was nothing like the past winters when he couldn't even step outside without immediately falling ill. Today the weather was nice. When Wenwan arrived, she saw Zhu Honghai sitting in the yard under the sun, picking vegetables together with Zhu Xiaoming. "Sister Wenwan, you're here." Zhu Xiaoming spotted her first and ran over happily. "I missed you so much." "You just missed her candy, didn't you?" Zhu Honghai teased from behind. Wenwan laughed and, as expected, pulled some candy from her pocket and handed it to the boy. "You shouldn't always bring him these things. You need to save your money," Zhu Honghai said, shaking his head. "I know," Wenwan replied with a smile as she took some vegetables and meat from her bike. "It didn't cost much." Hearing the voices, Lu Xiaoyi came from the backyard. When she saw the food in Wenwan's hands, she quickly took it with a delighted smile. "These chives are so tender. Marrying a good husband really makes life better." Wenwan only gave a faint smile and said nothing. Zhu Honghai, however, looked a little embarrassed. "What are you saying? Just take it inside." When Lu Xiaoyi went into the kitchen, he quietly said to Wenwan, "That's just how she is. Don't take it to heart." Wenwan smiled. "How's your health now? I just came to check on you. If everything's fine, I'll head back." "Why leave so soon?" Lu Xiaoyi called out with a smile. "I was hoping you'd stay for lunch." "No need, Auntie," Wenwan shook her head. "Uncle Honghai, Xiaoming, I'll be going now." With that, she rode off on her pink scooter. Behind her, Lu Xiaoyi pursed her lips. Wenwan is getting more and more stylish. Who in our village would have thought she'd have such good fortune? Not only did she marry a good husband, but she also became a college student. "Truly." "That's enough," Zhu Honghai said angrily. "Do you hear the things you're saying?" "What did I say wrong?" Lu Xiaoyi asked, feeling wronged. "What do you mean by marrying a good husband makes life better?" He retorted. The vegetables were grown by Sister Wenwan herself, and the sausages were made by her too, Zhu Xiaoming muttered with a pout. "You little rascal. Be quiet."
Liu Xue scolded.
Lu Xue pretended to want to hit him, but then she heard her young son whispering as he dodged, "You didn't really want to let Sister Wenwen stay home and eat." She could see through his fake politeness, and of course, she knew about Wenwen too. "You brat," Lu Xue scolded angrily. "She's used to eating good food at the base. What can we possibly offer at home?" Zhu Honghai sighed. He knew what their situation was like. Did Wenwen not understand? Even a simple bowl of noodles was a kind gesture.
But
he shook his head helplessly. In the end, it was all his fault for being useless. Wenwen didn't mind Lu Xue's attitude. She only brought the things over because of Zhu Honghai and Zhu Dongming, not because of Lu Xue. Zhu Dongming's house is opposite Wenfengqi's. When Wenwen went out, she saw Wang Xianhua leaving. When Wang Xianhua saw Wenwen, she paused in surprise, about to speak, but Wenwen had already ridden her pretty little bike away. She didn't even say hello. Wang Xianhua was so angry her mouth twisted, but she didn't dare to scold her. She could only mutter quietly. That day, she went to the hospital to see the doctor. The doctor seriously analyzed her condition, warning her that if she got angry again, she might not be so lucky next time. What would happen then? She might just disappear completely, avoiding suffering. Or she'd be paralyzed in bed. But Wang Xianhua wasn't scared. She was now taking her medicine on time, even though she used to forget. Even though Wenfengqi often stayed out for days and didn't see her, Wang Xianhua didn't care anymore. The only thing she clung to now was money. All the money in her family was sewn into her clothes, close to her body. No one could take it away. It was the money she used to buy medicine to save her life. But just now, she thought she saw chives and meat in Wenwen's bike basket. Wang Xianhua's eyes lit up, and she followed her. After finally catching up, she saw Wenwen heading to Hu Xiaoling's house. "Wenwen, wait," Wang Xianhua panted. "Give me those things." Since Wenwen entered the village, many people already knew about her, and now many were greeting her. The green chives in the warm basket were easily recognizable, and everyone was a bit surprised. In the middle of winter, you can't usually find such tender, green chives. However, the warmth came from the farm, so maybe they also had some there. They felt a little jealous and regretful. If only they had helped out like Hu Xiaoling and Zhu Dongming's family did during hard times, maybe they would also have some chives and meat to eat now. But when they saw Wang Xianhua, their mood balanced out. Wang Xianhua pouted and said to Wenwan, "Why? Why did you leave just as you saw me?" She was speaking, but she couldn't help but tilt her head a little. Recently, her complexion wasn't good, so she looked a bit scary. "Oh," Wenwan nodded and kept walking forward. Wang Xianhua froze. Not walking? Does that mean she wants to say hello? That must be it. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, Xiaowan is here," Wang Hongwan said with a smile. "We've been waiting for you. Come inside quickly." When Wan parked her car, handed the chives and cured meat to Wang Hongwan, and said, "These are my own vegetables. Auntie, try some. This chive is so delicious," Wang Hongwan said happily. "In a few days, I'll ask Xiaoling to come get some roots from you. I want to plant some too." Her backyard also had a small shed, but no chives there. When Wan waved to Hu Xiaoling's younger sister and took out some candies from her pocket. "Go share these with your friends." "Thank you, sister," the little girl said. Recently, her face had become a little chubby and adorable. She happily ran outside, scattering candies as she went. Wang Xianhua stood outside the yard like a fighting rooster, staring at Wenwan without blinking. "Her mind might be a bit off," Wang Hongwan whispered. "In the future, stay away from her." Wenwan nodded. Suddenly, Wang Hongwan heard her younger daughters crying and hurried over. She saw Hu Xiaoling standing in front of her sister, glaring angrily at Wang Xianhua. "Stealing the kids' things? You're so shameless," Hu Xiaoling scolded. "Mine," Wang Xianhua muttered with a crooked mouth. But her expression was so frightening that even Hu Xiaoling was startled. Yuan started crying loudly. Hu Xiaoling quickly picked her up and headed home. But Wang Xianhua didn't care and just shoved candies into her mouth, glaring at Wenwan with a somewhat proud look. "Aren't you refusing me? Then I'll go and take it myself. Let's see what you can do." "You're crazy." Wang Hongwan angrily stepped in front of Wenwan, pointing at Wang Xianhua. "I told you not to act spooky here. I'm not afraid of you. If you dare to bully my kid again, I swear I'll tear your crooked mouth apart. Go home and go crazy there," Wang Hongwan said angrily. "Kids fight over toys. Are they even human?" Wang Xianhua took 2 steps back, wanting to curse, but seeing Wang Hongwan walking toward her with a dark face, she screamed in fear and ran away. Wang Hongwan spat. "Stop crying," Wenwan smiled and, as if by magic, took out some more candies from her pocket. "Look carefully this time. Go play now." "Wenwan, you're so kind." Yuan kissed her on the cheek. "Just spoil her," Hu Xiaoling said with a smile. "I'm really curious how many candies you have in that pocket. Want some? Come on, I'll give you one," she said with a smile, taking out a candy and putting it in Hu Xiaoling's mouth. "Sweet, huh, college student? How many candies?" As many as she wanted. There would always be plenty. They looked at each other, and both smiled. "I can't believe it." Hu Xiaoling lay on her bed, smiling at the ceiling. "If someone had told me a year ago that I could get into college on my own, I wouldn't have believed it. Who would have thought she could get into college by herself?" "That's great, Wenwan." "Thank you," Hu Xiaoling said gratefully. "You've said that many times." Wenwan shook her head. "It's all because of your own hard work." They shared a knowing smile. At noon, Wang Hongwan put in a lot of effort to treat Wenwan well, making many delicious dishes. During this time, Zhu Dongming came by, sat for a while, then left. Wang Hongwan shook her head, watching him leave. Lu Xiaoa didn't behave well, leaving the children caught in the middle, making things difficult. Just now, she saw Zhu Dongming's eyes turn red when he was about to leave. He came over empty-handed, looking very awkward. On the way back, Zhu Dongming met Wenwan, who was returning home. "Dongming, congratulations. I heard you also got into Kyoto University. And you? Which school did you apply to?" Zhu Dongming adjusted his mood and asked Wenwan with a gentle smile. However, I didn't do well on the exam, Wenwan said softly with a faint smile. So I can only attend a technical college, also in Jingshi. That's still good, Zhu Dongming replied. Technical colleges have good programs too. They talked for a while until they reached the door. Zhu Dongming went straight to his house. Behind him, Wenwan asked, Brother Dongming, can I come to your school to visit you in Jingshi someday? Zhu Dongming stopped and thought for a moment before turning around to look at Wenwan. Let's talk about that later. Wenwan sounded a bit disappointed. As she turned to walk home, her face grew cold. If those words had been said with warmth, he probably would have happily agreed. Mom, Dad, I'm back, Wenwan called loudly. As soon as she entered the yard, she was almost scared by Wang Xianhua's strange expression. Mom, what's wrong with your mouth? It was twisted in an odd way, which was quite frightening.
You.
Mind your own business, Wang Xianhua snapped at Wenwan. Hurry up and go cook. She bought some meat and ribs, but didn't want to move much. Aren't you supposed to be here for dinner? Wenwan rolled her eyes. Where's Dad? Wang Xianhua's mouth twisted even more. That deadbeat hasn't come back yet. Who knows, maybe he died on the widow's bed. Just as she was thinking this, when Fengqi strode in confidently. When he saw Wenwan, his smile deepened. Wan, you're back. Yes, this is the wine Guizhi made for you, Wenwan said with a smile. He's busy at work and couldn't come, so he asked me to apologize on his behalf. Wenwan always harbored some resentment toward Wen Fengqi, but her deep-seated fear from childhood made her cautious. Even now that she's married and has left that home, she still doesn't dare to confront Wen Fengqi and can only try to please him. Wen Fengqi loved wine the most. Sure enough, my good daughter. A college student and a director are different, Wen Fengqi said with a smile, turning to Wang Xianhua, who was tilting her head. Hurry up and cook. Can't you see Wan's back? No sense of awareness at all. After dinner, Wenwan didn't rush to go home. Instead, she rode her bike to the county town. The East restaurant in the town makes very delicious large meat boxes. In a past life, Wenwan always wanted to invite the chef to work at her restaurant, but she was a bit late. That chef was pushed by his unmotivated son and fell to the ground. The son went to gamble all night with the money he took, and the next day, he drunkenly fell into a water puddle and froze to death. The chef was also hit on the head and fainted. If someone had found him in time and taken him to the hospital, he might have been saved. But sometimes, luck is just not on your side and no one noticed. By the time he was found, his body had already stiffened. Wenwan didn't know when this happened. Recently, she had some free time and wanted to visit that master chef, also to bring some things for the new year. Since it was past mealtime, she went straight to ask about the chef named He Hokwon. He was the head chef at the East restaurant in the town and was well known in the county. It was easy to find out about him, and soon Wenwan found his home. From far away, she heard arguing voices coming from an alley. When she saw her, the father and son looked at her at the same time. Who are you looking for? Finally asked He Hokwon. I'm looking for you, Wenwan said calmly, glancing briefly at He Hochuan's son. She parked her bike aside. You two keep arguing. Crazy, He Hochuan's son shouted angrily. Taking advantage of He Hokwon not paying attention, he pushed him hard, snatched the money from his hand, and ran away. Oh no! He Hokwon fell backward, hitting his head on a raised stone on the ground. Blood immediately started to flow. Wenwan didn't expect this either. She was lucky to arrive just in time to meet someone like He Hokwon. She quickly took out some medicine from her spiritual kitchen to stop the bleeding, applying it to his wound and covering it with a handkerchief. The pain woke He Hokwon up. He looked at Wenwan and asked, Miss, did you save me? I'm taking you to the hospital now, Wenwan nodded. The bleeding is temporarily stopped. She locked her bike, helped He Hokwon outside, and then locked his door. Fortunately, his home was in the last row of the old street in the county, close to the county hospital. It didn't take long to get there. Old He, what's going on? As soon as they entered the hospital, they met a doctor. You're injured? Oh, it looks serious. Come, let me check you. It just so happened that this doctor was someone she knew from the surgery department. Well, you are very lucky, the doctor said as he sewed up the wound, shaking his head. Such a big cut, and you managed to come here by yourself? That girl put some medicine on me, Hee-Hokwan pointed to Won-Won, who had just finished washing her hands. You're really lucky, the doctor said. It's a good thing you met kind people. Otherwise, with your injury today, I don't want to scare you, but you might not have made it. Won-Won stood quietly, suppressing her inner feelings. Just now, when she was washing her hands were trembling. She didn't expect to save someone. Hee-Hokwan also found it strange. This girl arrived just at the right time. After bandaging the wound, Won-Won decided to go to his house to get her bicycle, so she followed him. Tell me, what do you want from me? He asked, glancing at Won-Won. He didn't think she needed anything from him. After all, Won-Won's clothes and her nice little bike didn't look like things ordinary people would have. I ate your big meat bun, Won-Won said. But when I tried to make it at home, it never tasted as good as yours. So, you want my secret recipe?
Hee-Hokwan asked.
That's your secret recipe. How could I want it? Won-Won smiled, just like if someone asked her for her cooking recipe, she wouldn't want to share. Stealing someone's secret recipe is as serious as taking a life. My man loves my big meat buns, but I can't seem to make them right myself. I want to ask you for some advice, Won-Won said, noticing Hee-Ho-Chuan's puzzled expression. His previously unfriendly face relaxed a little. As long as she wasn't trying to steal his secret recipe, that was good. I'm injured now, so I can't really give you advice, Hee-Hokwan said. Why don't you come back in a few days? No need. Won-Won took out paper and a pen from her bag, hanging diagonally. I'll tell you my steps, and you can help me see where I went wrong. At first, Hee-Hokwan was a bit skeptical. Won-Won didn't seem like a cook based on her clothes and words. But when she took the pen and started writing and explaining, he believed her. This girl just wanted to learn how to make his big meat buns. Your man is really lucky, Hee-Hokwan said with admiration. Well, Won-Won smiled, it's not just for him. I want to learn a new skill in case I can open a shop and make some money in the future. Hee-Hokwan smiled in response. He didn't take her words seriously. Opening a shop himself? Impossible. And in this day and age, who doesn't want a stable job? Seeing that she wasn't trying to take advantage of him or ask for money, and that she genuinely wanted to learn, Hee-Hokwan carefully explained his cooking methods, how to control the heat, and some small tips. Finally, he couldn't help but say, if only my useless son were 1/10 as good as you. Won-Won smiled silently, not saying anything. Who knew that in the next moment, Hee-Hokwan suddenly remembered something and started to cry. This startled Won-Won. Does your wound hurt a lot? She asked. Maybe you should rest now. We can talk again another day. Back then, I also had a daughter, Hee-Hokwan said tiredly. If I hadn't been so foolish and driven her and her mother away, maybe now. Although she wasn't his biological daughter, she was obedient and respectful. He lost his wife and was left with a son. Later, he married a woman who had escaped from hardship and come to their place. The daughter was born from that woman and her first husband. Unfortunately, he made a mistake, misunderstood that woman wanted to steal his secret recipe, and she was strong-willed. She took her daughter and left. Over the years being alone, he couldn't help but regret what he had done. Then, didn't you think about finding them again? Won-Won asked. Hee-Hokwan sighed, waved his hand, and said, she's already gone. Why call her back now? Won-Won stood up, looked at the door, and asked, your son hasn't come back yet. Do you want to go look for him? That, Hee-Hokwan said angrily, it's better if he dies outside. When your daughter left, you didn't go look for her. Now you're regretful, Won-Won said while tidying up her notes. And now your son hasn't come back, and you still don't go look for him. Hee-Hokwan wanted to curse, but his head hurt. What could he possibly be doing? He finally muttered. Got it. I'll go look for him later. If I go too early, that kid won't even answer the door. Won-Won came back a bit late. Why did you buy so many things? Lu Jin-Chuan helped her carry the things inside. Didn't we agree to go driving together in a couple of days when I have free time? Will you have free time in a couple of days? Won-Won teased. These days, he was so busy that he hardly showed up. He had promised to teach her how to drive, but now there's no sign of it. Grandpa called. Lu Jinchuan smiled and leaned in to say, "He said your medicinal wine works well, and asked me to thank you." "I'm glad it works," Wenwan said as she entered the house with him. "There's still some at home. I'll bring more for him when school starts. You're free the day after tomorrow? I'll take you to learn how to drive," Lu Jinchuan said with a smile. "I want to learn before the new year. I told the team, and during the holidays, the car will stay at our place." "What's that?" Zhao sure didn't understand the words. "Who's learning to drive?"
Wenwan already knows how to ride a bike.
"Driving a car," Wenwan said happily. "When we visit relatives during the new year, I'll drive us there." "Oh, a car?" Zhao sure smiled with many wrinkles. "That's great. My granddaughter is so impressive. Here's some money. The day after tomorrow, go to the county town and buy some snacks," Zhao sure said. "When the new year comes, I'll visit my young friends." Wenwan had already told her that when she goes to Kyoto for school, she would take her along. She originally wanted Xiao Yanin to help find some rental houses first. But Lu Jinchuan found out and got angry, scolding her. Although they were in a fake marriage, they still had a wedding house. "Let Grandma live with us."
But
Wenwan wanted to refuse, but Lu Jinchuan interrupted firmly. "My dad has a courtyard house. It's enough for us." "All right." The words courtyard house made Wenwan shut up. Renting a house in this era was already difficult, and it was even harder for Wenwan to find one she liked. She decided to wait until they got to Kyoto. "In the future, if I have the chance, I definitely want to buy a courtyard house," Wenwan said with emotion. "Okay," Lu Jinchuan smiled. "Remember to keep an eye out for me," Wenwan suddenly said seriously. "I'm not joking. I mean it." "Okay," Lu Jinchuan replied seriously. "So, can you focus on learning to drive now?" Wenwan responded with an "oh." "Relax a bit." Lu Jinchuan said, "I will sit next to you. Don't be afraid." Wenwan responded softly. But it was hard to say she wasn't nervous. Her shoulders were stiff all over. After practicing for a while on the road, Lu Jinchuan told her to pull over and rest.
"Take a break."
"I'll explain how the car works." Lu Jinchuan explained carefully. Wenwan listened for a while and didn't understand, so he repeated himself. "Actually, knowing this is to help you drive more easily. It's okay if you don't understand everything. Having some knowledge about the car makes you less scared." Because of this, Wenwan found herself less nervous when driving later. She wanted to learn, and with Lu Jinchuan sitting beside her, she felt very safe. So she learned faster, and gradually, she started to feel more confident about driving again. "Accelerate and go ahead," Lu Jinchuan said calmly. Wenwan paused for about a second, shifted gears, pressed the gas pedal, and the car sped past Zhou Yani with a loud hum. Behind her, Zhou Yani watched the car go past and blinked in surprise. It wasn't her eyes playing tricks, then the driver was Wenwan? She had actually learned to drive. And she was so bold as to speed past her. To Zhou Yani, this was a kind of insult. The poor girl who used to cling to her and beg for attention was now standing above her. Zhou Yani had been happily thinking she might see Lu Guizhi today, but seeing Wenwan so proud made her unhappy. "What's wrong?" Lu Guizhi asked as he drove back to the base, noticing Zhou Yani awkwardly kicking the curb from afar. "Did someone upset you?" Zhou Yani pouted and muttered softly in her mind. When she heard Lu Guizhi's voice, her face lit up. She then drooped her head and said, "It's Wenwan. I don't know how I offended her. Now, when she sees me, she acts like she doesn't know me. She almost hit me with her car earlier," Zhou Yani said with some grievance. "She didn't apologize and she sped up, kicking up dust on me." "Wenwan driving?" Lu Guizhi looked surprised. "Yes," Zhou Yani nodded heavily. "I saw clearly. It was her car. She can drive now," Zhou Yani said with some envy. "Many girls haven't even touched a car." "Really?" Lu Guizhi opened the car door and smiled at her. "Are you jealous? Do you want to learn too?" "Of course I do," Zhou Yani replied. "But being jealous doesn't help. I don't have a car." Lu Guizhi patted his car. "How come you don't have a car? Here, get in."
I'll teach you how to drive. Really?
Zhou Yani couldn't believe it and said happily, "Can I really learn to drive? Won't it take up too much of your time?" "No, it won't," Lu Guizhi said with a smile. "Driving is easy. You'll learn it quickly, in no time."
Zhou Yani noddedek tedli.
"But I'm a bit slow at learning." "It's okay," Lu Guizhi said. He only spent an afternoon learning to drive. After a few tries to get the feel, he was able to drive. Driving is just like riding a bike. It's about practice and skill. "Keep practicing, and you'll get better," Lu Guizhi said confidently. But after Zhou Yani tried driving a few times, Lu Guizhi's confidence started to fade. "That's the brake, not the accelerator," Lu Guizhi said, holding his shoulder where he had bumped it. "Don't press the gas pedal so hard all at once. Don't press the brake so hard either.
Turn left.
Watch out for the tree ahead," Lu Guizhi shouted. "Guizhi, I'm so clumsy. What should I do now?" Zhou Yani looked at him scared and a little timid. "It's okay. I'll go check," Lu Guizhi said, his smile almost gone. He unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Seeing the front of the car hit the tree, he couldn't help but feel even less cheerful. Although this was a company car, and he didn't need to pay for gas if he damaged it, he would have to pay for repairs himself. Today, the car he was driving was pretty good, and fixing it wouldn't cost more than a couple of hundred yuan. If his salary had always been his, that would be fine. He could afford a small repair. But now, his monthly salary had to support Wenwan's family. Recently, she said she wanted to buy some New Year gifts to send to Jingshi. Not only was his salary gone, but even the money he had left was taken by Wenwan. What should he do about this car? However, just as he was feeling worried, he saw a car coming from afar toward them. It looked like a skilled driver. But when it got closer, Lu Guizhi realized that the driver was actually Wenwan. Wenwan thought she was pretty good at learning to drive. After practicing all morning, her driving skills had already improved a lot. Of course, this was only on quiet roads with no people around. If there were pedestrians or obstacles, Wenwan would still struggle. "Drive slower," Lu Jinchuan suddenly said. "Stop at the car ahead." Wenwan was focused and, hearing Lu Jinchuan's words, she calmly parked the car where he told her. Naturally, she saw Lu Guizhi standing in front of the car, looking surprised. From her position, she couldn't see who was driving the car, but Lu Jinchuan saw clearly. He smirked with a hint of mockery. For some reason, Lu Guizhi suddenly felt nervous. He was even a little scared that Wenwan and Lu Jinchuan might get out of the car. That way, he would easily see Zhou Yani sitting in the driver's seat. Little uncle, why are you here?" Lu Guizhi stepped forward and stood in the front passenger seat, blocking Lu Jinchuan's view. "Did you hit something?" Lu Jinchuan opened the car door and got out. He then looked at Wenwan and said, "Come out and take a look. Tell me what happened." "Okay." Wenwan took a deep breath and got out of the car. She looked seriously at Lu Guizhi. She knew he was a good driver in her past life, so he shouldn't have made such a basic mistake. "Focus more," Lu Jinchuan glanced at Wenwan. Not paying attention while driving, confusing the brake with the gas pedal, and not knowing left from right, Wenwan thought for a moment and answered. If Lu Jinchuan were a driving school instructor, no one would dare learn from him. He was too strict. But his methods worked quickly. Lu Guizhi's face turned red instantly. Zhou Yani, in the car, looked even more embarrassed and wanted to leave quickly. Wenwan only then realized that the person sitting in the driver's seat was Zhou Yani. She smiled. Maybe Zhou Yani saw her learning to drive earlier and asked Lu Guizhi to teach her? But these two people had already started to get close so quickly? Does Wenwan know? TSK. Worm stepped forward and looked at the spot where the car had hit. Jean, fixing this car won't be cheap, right? Yes, Director Lu has money, so he's not worried, he replied with a slight smile. This kind of car can even be borrowed as a training vehicle. Hearing this, Lu Guizhi wished he could find a hole to hide in. His desire to ask Lu Jinchuan for help was instantly crushed by his words. Lu Jinchuan had already shown him respect by not scolding him. If he dared to ask for money again, what would happen? That would just be asking for trouble. Worm stuck out her tongue. Do you need help? Lu Jinchuan asked. No trouble for my little uncle, Lu Guizhi hurriedly waved his hand. I can handle it myself. Asking Lu Jinchuan for help would just make him lose face in front of Worm and Zhou Yani. Let's go to the county town. Lu Jinchuan glanced at Lu Guizhi and said to Worm. Should I drive? Worm asked. What else? Lu Jinchuan replied. Weren't you driving well just now? Okay then. Worm smiled and said to Lu Guizhi, you guys take your time learning. We have other things to do, so we're leaving first. Lu Guizhi was left speechless. He watched helplessly as Worm got into the car, started it, shifted gears, and drove off, without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, his clever and brave little uncle sat calmly in the front passenger seat, not giving any instructions, but Worm drove the car steadily away. And just like that, they left. What is the saying? Without comparison, there is no harm? Look at himself. He had been trying his best to teach, yet she still didn't get it. She should have understood by now, right? But now Lu Guizhi was not only worried about the cost of repairing the car, but also about how to explain it to the factory when he got back. For a moment, Lu Guizhi regretted it. Why did he get so impulsive and agree to Zhou Yani's request? Worm was the same. What was the point of learning to drive? Even if she learned, what could she do with it? She didn't even have a car to drive. If she didn't drive this car, her hands would soon become useless. Zhou Yani's eyes turned red as she got out of the car, weakly saying, It's all my fault. I shouldn't have envied Worm and caused you trouble. I'm just too stupid, she added. It's okay, Lu Guizhi finally said quietly. What else could he do? The accident was already so bad. What more could he say? The only good thing was that there weren't many people around. If they had hit someone else, it would have been much worse. In the car, Wen Wan's smile grew even warmer. Zhou Yani was not only clumsy but also couldn't tell left from right. In her past life, she studied driving at a driving school for a long time, but kept failing the second test. Even if she paid the driving school money, she still couldn't pass. Later, Lu Guizhi found a way for someone to take the test for her, and that's how Zhou Yani got her driver's license. But just after buying a new car, she pressed the gas pedal and hit a big stone pillar. Luckily, no one else was hurt because there were no passengers, but she ended up in the hospital herself. Since then, Zhou Yani never dared to drive alone again. What made her angrier was that she didn't know how to drive and wouldn't let Wen Wan learn either. In this life, Wen Wan slightly smiled and parked the car at the post office. Is the package heavy? Her grandfather sent her some New Year gifts from Kyoto. It probably isn't that big, Lu Jinchuan said. But when he saw the two large packages, he took back his words. As they drove to the department store, Lu Guizhi was also crouched beside the car, checking it. When he tried to start the car, it wouldn't turn on. He thought of many ways, but nothing worked. He wished he hadn't tried to show off earlier and had asked Lu Jinchuan to help check it. His car repair skills were better than those old mechanics at the repair shop. What should I do? Is the car broken? Zhou Yani, crying, was still nearby. Isn't it already damaged? Lu Guizhi looked upset, and his tone was worse. Sorry, I didn't think it would turn out like this, Zhou Yani said, crying. Stop crying. Can you let me be quiet for a moment? Lu Guizhi said. Zhou Yani didn't dare to speak anymore. Just then, the car suddenly started. Lu Guizhi finally smiled. I'll take you home first. Guizhi, you're so kind to me, Zhou Yani said shyly relieved. He still needed to go back and ask Wen Wan for money to fix the car. However, as long as he doesn't speak, Lu Jinchuan and Wen Wan are not the type to talk too much. Wen Wan probably doesn't know that the car was damaged by Zhou Yani. Lu Guizhi thought to himself. But he underestimated a woman's intuition. Fix the car? Wen Wan put down what she was holding and looked at Lu Guizhi. Why should you pay to fix a company car? I accidentally hit something while driving, Lu Guizhi said impatiently. Shouldn't you be worried about whether I got hurt? Wen Wan didn't believe him. She ran downstairs to check and saw a big dent in front of the car Lu Guizhi drove back. Aren't you an experienced driver? How could you hit something so badly? Wen Wan still didn't believe him, studying Lu Guizhi carefully. She always felt something was strange about him. Then, she found a hair in the driver's seat. Long hair, a woman's hair, curly hair. She quickly thought of someone. Plus, earlier that morning, she saw Wenwan sitting in the driver's seat and driving away. Wenwan was very envious and thought how great it would be if Lu Guizhi could learn to drive like Lu Jinchuan. But it was just a thought. How could Lu Guizhi agree? She thought something impossible was happening here, but then Lu Guizhi was already flirting with that little troublemaker Zhou Yani and even hit the car. What is this? Wenwan looked angrily at Lu Guizhi, holding the hair. Did Zhou Yani hit the car? Lu Guizhi suddenly looked up at her. He had checked when he returned. Lu Jinchuan hadn't come back yet, so it couldn't be them. How did Wenwan know? It really is her, Wenwan said loudly. Fine, Lu Guizhi, you're still involved with that little troublemaker. Lower your voice, Lu Guizhi said quietly. It was an accident. An accident? She hit the car and you still want me to pay for repairs?
Wenwan laughed angrily.
Lu Guizhi, how could you be so unreasonable? Do you still see me as your wife? Wenwan wiped her tears. If you want to be with her, just tell me. I'll divorce you and let you be together. No, that's not true. Don't misunderstand, Lu Guizhi hurriedly explained. It was just an accident. I happened to meet her when I came back and I saw Wenwan driving. She said she wanted to try it too. So, you agreed, Wenwan said sharply, staring at Lu Guizhi. And you let her crash the car so badly. Why didn't you ask her for money? And now you're asking me for money. Wenwan, enough, Lu Guizhi's face darkened. That money was mine to begin with. Have you ever earned a penny for this family? You eat my food, wear my clothes. I want my money back first. What's wrong with that? Lu Guizhi lowered his voice. Don't be ungrateful. Don't argue with me here. His face looked grim, something Wenwan had never seen before. She was a little scared. Hurry up and go upstairs to get the money, Lu Guizhi said gloomily. Seeing Wenwan hesitate, he walked upstairs himself. When Wenwan finally reacted, Lu Guizhi had already gone into the stairwell. When she reached home, she saw him rummaging through the room, quickly finding the box where Wenwan kept her money. I won't give it to you. She crashed the car. Why should I pay? Wenwan argued. Wenwan had just finished shopping and was driving back home. She parked steadily downstairs, but as soon as she opened the door, she heard screams from the third floor. It was Wenjuan's voice. She looked up in surprise. Although she didn't care much, she could hear Wenjuan's screams, Lu Guizhi's curses, and the crying of the two children. Wenwan was surprised for just a second, then quickly pulled her thoughts back. She opened the trunk and, with Lu Jinchuan, took out the shopping bags and packages. Why are there so many things? Zhao Shi asked as she opened the door. All sent by Grandpa, Lu Jinchuan replied. How did Xiao Wen do today with driving? Zhao Shi pointed outside. I just heard that she crashed the car over there. It costs 200 yuan to fix it. She was worried at home, afraid that woman might get into trouble too. Money is a small matter. People are more important. Wenwan is smart and quick to learn, Lu Jinchuan said proudly. When the new year comes, she can be our driver. That's good. That's good. Zhao Shi patted her granddaughter's hand. But you have to be careful. One crash costs 200 yuan. It hurts to spend that much. Wenwan naturally felt sad, but now she not only felt emotional but also physically hurt. Because she didn't give Lu Guizhi any money, Lu Guizhi beat her up. Wenwan lay quietly on the bed. The room was messy from the fight between the two of them, with clothes and paper scattered everywhere. The two children hid on the sofa, afraid to make a sound. Downstairs, they heard the engine start, and soon the car drove away. Wenwan curled up, tears falling from the corner of her eye. She had argued with Lu Guizhi before, and he had even hit her once or twice, but it was usually just a push or something minor. Today was different. Her mind drifted back to her past refusal to marry Lu Guizhi. She had said he was someone who would hit people, because she had seen how when Fengqi often hit Wang Xianhua when Warm didn't want to become like Wang Xianhua. So she refused even the wife of the cement factory director, and even dared to oppose Wen Fengqi, finally freeing herself from the marriage. And she, the fool, was treated like a treasure by someone who didn't want her. Now, it was all just a joke. She looked down on Wang Xianhua, but now she was becoming someone similar to her. No, she absolutely didn't want to be like that. When Wan's eyes moved, tears dropping onto her pillow. All of this was caused by that little troublemaker Zhou Yani. Why was she fine, while Wenwan had to suffer Lu Guiji's violence? That night, Lu Guiji didn't come home, and Wenwan lay in bed without moving. The two children were also very hungry. Brother, what's that smell? It smells so good, Lu Yuming sniffed. It's like someone is cooking meat. After saying that, her eyes involuntarily looked out the window. The delicious smell must be coming from Wenwan downstairs. Sure enough, soon she saw Wenwan smiling as she carried a plate and went out, then entered the next apartment. She knew that was Zhao Xiaomao's place. It's a big meat bun, Lu Yuming said eagerly. Dad took us to eat at Jindong restaurant. Imagine if we had stayed friends with that woman. Lu Yuming licked his lips. Would she have sent us delicious food too? Lu Yuming didn't answer. She didn't know either. Then the two of them eagerly watched Worm return to her home. They couldn't help but swallow hard. It would be so great if their dad married Worm. Then they could enjoy delicious food every day. Worm didn't know what the two little troublemakers were thinking, and even if she did, she would just laugh it off and not take it seriously. Today, she really made a big meat bun, following the method taught by Hihokwan. A good chef only needs a few tips, and the taste of her bun was very similar to the one from Jindong restaurant. Of course, it wasn't as good as theirs. How many did you eat? Seeing Lu Jinchuan reach for more, Worm couldn't help but say, "Don't eat too much tonight, or your stomach will hurt." Lu Jinchuan smiled, just one more. He loved meat, and this big meat bun was just perfect for him. After dinner, Lu Jinchuan went to wash the dishes in the kitchen. Zhao quietly pulled Worm into her room. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Worm asked, a little confused. "You're acting so secretive. Why hasn't there been any movement here?" Zhao poked Worm's belly. Little Mao's mom is about to have her second baby. It was only today, when Worm delivered the big meat bun, that she found out Zhou Xiaohong was pregnant. She hadn't told Worm earlier because she was only 3 months along. "I'm still young," Worm said with her head down. "And I'm about to start school soon. How could I have a baby?" "You're such a girl," Zhao pointed to the kitchen. "Jin Chuan is already quite grown up. Look at boys his age. None of them are without children." "Dr. Zhou doesn't count," Zhao added. "I'm talking about married people." Worm was speechless. "Why are you so quiet tonight?" Zhao sighed, feeling a little guilty. "I really shouldn't have moved in with you." "Grandma," Worm quickly interrupted her, feeling embarrassed. What kind of wild talk was that? She blushed, surprised that Zhao had been paying such close attention. "After the first day of the new year, I'll move back home." Zhao waved her hand to stop Worm from speaking. "I also want to take this time to meet up with my friends." "Listen," Mrs. Zhao held Worm's hand. "I calculated that if you get pregnant now, the baby should be born just in time for the winter break. You can rest during the holiday without affecting your studies. While Grandma is still healthy, it's a good time to help take care of the baby," Mrs. Zhao said. "Her health is improving day by day, and she feels confident she can help with the children. If you're still worried, I heard you can hire someone in the city to help take care of the baby. There's plenty of time for the baby to grow quickly once born," Mrs. Zhao said, holding her granddaughter's hand. "You need to pay attention to this. When you go to school in the city, you and Jin Chuan might have to live apart. The old lady always worries when she thinks about this." "How come your belly looks like that?" Mrs. Zhao looked at her granddaughter's belly and whispered, "You should be more proactive. Men usually can't resist. Unless there's something wrong." She looked again into the kitchen and carefully took out a wrapped cloth from her pocket. "I didn't expect this thing to come in handy." "What is it?" Worm asked curiously. "Take a look." Mrs. Zhao carefully opened the cloth, revealing a small book that looked quite old. "This was given to me by my grandmother." "Great-grandmother?" "No wonder." But when Worm saw it, she blushed and quickly closed it. "Grandma, it was a romantic picture book. Keep this hidden. You can't let others see it," Mrs. Zhao warned softly. "If others found out about this little book, it could cause trouble for the family." That's why she didn't show it to Worm when she got married. Now, after thinking it over, she believed that her granddaughter and her new husband probably haven't realized everything yet. Otherwise, a talented man and a beautiful woman, newly married, would be in the honeymoon phase.
Why?
Is there no sign of anything happening?
How?
Can you? Worm's ears turned red. Just then, Lu Jinchuan's voice came over, Xiaonuan. How should I handle these dishes? Worm instinctively stood up, and the little book dropped to the ground with a thud. They hurriedly bent down to pick it up, and in the process, their heads bumped into each other. Oh, dear, the old lady called out. Lu Jinchuan hurried over to support her, while Wenwan quickly picked up her small notebook and hid it behind her. I'm going to check the kitchen, she said, blushing, and ran off. But she didn't go to the kitchen. Instead, she thought for a moment and hid the notebook in her small box by the window where she kept her things. Lu Jinchuan usually wouldn't go through her belongings. What's wrong? Lu Jinchuan asked Xiao softly. Is Xiaonuan sick? Her face and ears were very red. You all, Zhao whispered to Lu Jinchuan, Jinchuan, tell the truth to Grandma. Do you have opinions about Xiao Anwan going to college? Lu Jinchuan looked confused.
What?
Getting into college is a good thing. Why would Grandma say that? Has someone been gossiping in front of you? Lu Jinchuan asked.
Then, you.
Zhao looked at Lu and asked eagerly, is Xiaomo not pretty enough? All right. Now, even Lu Jinchuan's face started to turn red. But luckily, his skin was naturally a weak color, so even when he blushed, it wasn't as obvious as Wenwan's. She's very pretty, Lu Jinchuan said with a smile. Grandma, I understand what you mean. I will try my best. Zhao nodded in satisfaction and then said, Grandma wants to tell you, men who aren't bad are not loved. When it comes to this kind of thing, you need to be a bit more assertive. Our family. I think he still hasn't really understood. Earlier, she had only seen the most basic position, and she blushed that much. Doesn't that mean he still hadn't learned? Grandma, I understand, Lu Jinchuan said affectionately. I will try harder. It's not just trying, it's putting in more effort, Zhao said, a bit disappointed. You should be a bit more thick-skinned.
You.
Zhao felt that Lu Jinchuan was good at everything, but sometimes he was too gentle, too polite, and too spoiled Wenwan. He always went along with her wishes. Whatever Wenwan wanted to do, he agreed. Sometimes he seemed to have no principles at all. For example, Wenwan wanted to learn to drive. Oh my, now some women have never even ridden a bicycle, and Wenwan was about to drive a car. At first, Zhao didn't think it was a big deal, but after seeing Lu Guiji's car crash like that, she was frightened. In matters like this, you can't be too timid. Mrs. Zhao said, you have such strong strength. You shouldn't waste it. When Wenwan came in, she just heard this and looked at him with confusion. She said to Mrs. Zhao, Grandma, can you help me see if I need to prepare anything? I'll go to the county town again tomorrow. All right, okay, Mrs. Zhao said meaningfully, patting Lu Jinchuan on the shoulder. Lu Jinchuan. His smile grew wider. At night, after getting ready for bed, Wenwan saw her grandma winking at Lu Jinchuan. When she looked over, Mrs. Zhao glared at her, making Wenwan feel a bit confused. Later, I'll talk to Jinchuan. You take a look at that little notebook when you have time, Mrs. Zhao said, a little disappointed. You really know how to make me angry. It's lucky she married Lu Jinchuan. If she had married Lu Guiji, her heart might have already been stolen by some mischievous person. Not to mention, that shameless woman Zhou Yani is not someone easy to deal with. Grandma. Wenwan stomped her foot, carefully observing Lu Jinchuan. Seeing that he had no strange expression, she finally relaxed. You can't tell a Jinchuan about this. Wouldn't she be in big trouble? But she couldn't tell the old lady that she and Lu Jinchuan were in a fake marriage and hadn't even shared a bed yet. Wouldn't that make the old lady so angry she'd end up in the hospital? Mrs. Zhao nodded seriously. Don't worry, I won't tell Jinchuan about that little notebook. But she had already said other things. Honestly, in matters of intimacy, a man needs to be a little shameless to get what he wants. Lu Jinchuan is still too gentlemanly. Mrs. Zhao pushed Wenwan gently. Hurry up and go see. Don't be as clueless as a fool. What do I do? Mrs. Zhao said disdainfully, you only rely on Jinchuan's affection. I tell you, Wenwan, harmony in a marriage is very important.
Don't take it lightly.
If something happens, you'll have nowhere to cry. She couldn't explain further, so she just nodded repeatedly. Mrs. Zhao poked Wenwan's forehead with her finger. My silly girl, go quickly. Jinchuan, come, help Grandma massage her leg. Wenwan was pushed into the room by her. She sat blushing by the window, staring blankly at the box on the table. Memories of their marriage flashed through her mind like a movie. She shook her head and gently opened the box, revealing a yellowed little notebook. She flipped through a few pages and quickly closed it, placing it back on the table. The notebook given by Zhao was a bit old, but well-made. The characters inside were vividly drawn, with detailed expressions. Wenwan patted her reddening cheeks. How did we get married? Don't you know? You two are in a fake marriage. Stop thinking such scary thoughts. She took a cold towel from the kitchen to wipe her face and drank a few sips of water from the fridge, calming her restless heart. But just then, Lu Jinchuan suddenly pushed the door open. Wenwan was startled and hurriedly tried to gather the little notebook from the table. The more she hurried, the more chaotic it became. The notebook slipped and fell at Lu Jinchuan's feet. Unfortunately, it was open. Even with poor eyesight, she could see two people tightly entangled on the pages. What does it feel like to be socially ruined? That's exactly how she felt at this moment. Don't look, Wenwan said anxiously, trying to rush over and pick up the notebook. But her heart wanted to, yet her legs couldn't keep up. She lunged forward. Wenwan closed her eyes, expecting the pain from her fall. But instead, she smelled a faint, refreshing mint scent that was uniquely Lu Jinchuan's. When she opened her eyes again, his handsome face appeared before her. Are you okay? The man's smile played on his lips, his deep, soothing voice reaching her ears, as pleasant as ever. Wenwan stared at him blankly. Lu Jinchuan's gaze shifted from her fair, slender neck, and he subtly moved his Adam's apple. This was the closest they had been in a while. Their breaths seemed to intertwine. Suddenly, Wenwan felt the room's heater seemed to be working harder, making her feel warmer. Her heartbeat pounded loudly. Was it his or hers? She couldn't tell.
I'm fine.
She blushed and moved away from his broad, strong chest, squatting down hurriedly to pick up her small notebook, wrapping it in her hands. Although called a small notebook, it was not much smaller than a typical elementary school textbook. What book is Xiao Nuan holding? Just as she was nervously trying to think of how to explain, she heard Lu Jinchuan's voice from above. Is it interesting?
It's
nothing special, Wenwan stammered.
Just
some comic books about little monsters fighting. Yes, comic books, she said with a shy smile.
You
don't like to read them. Lu Jinchuan didn't answer. He looked at the book in her hand and thought for a moment. Wenwan was extremely nervous, afraid he might want it, and said, I suddenly feel a little sleepy. I want to go to bed. After saying that, she didn't care about Lu Jinchuan's expression and hurriedly climbed onto the bed. But today, that small notebook seemed to be against her, falling to the ground once again. Wenwan almost started crying. She realized that every time she was near Lu Jinchuan, he saw through all her embarrassing moments. Just like now, Wenwan lay stiffly on the bed, like an ostrich, giving up on struggling. Lu Jinchuan bent down to pick up the small notebook, and his smile grew wider. Hold on to your comic book. He carefully smoothed it out and placed it on the bedside table, then kindly reminded her, don't stay up too late to read. It hurts your eyes. Who said she was going to read it later? I'm not going to read it, Wenwan blushed. I'm sleepy and want to sleep. Even if she wanted to read, she wouldn't do it now, especially with Lu Jinchuan lying on the ground. Oh, she was going to read that yellowish comic book on the bed? Lu Jinchuan, lying lazily on the ground, replied. If you want to read, you can. I'll leave the light on. I'm not going to read. Wenwan angrily pulled the blanket over her head. She seemed to hear Lu Jinchuan's laughter. She pulled the blanket aside, sat up expressionlessly, and glared at Lu Jinchuan. What's wrong? Lu Jinchuan didn't expect her reaction to be so strong. He rested his chin on his hands and looked at her. Aren't you sleepy? Wenwan was about to speak when she suddenly saw Lu Jinchuan sit up, make a shushing gesture, and quickly roll up the bedding to hide it under the bed. He got into bed and turned off the light. His movements were smooth and quick.
Ah!
Wenwan gasped softly and asked in a low voice, "What are you trying to do?" Suddenly, the room went dark. Wenwan couldn't see his face clearly. She reached out, but immediately touched something soft. She felt his lips. "Don't move," said Lu Jinchuan in the darkness, his breathing the only sound she could hear. And she felt like a prey being watched. The room suddenly became very quiet. "Why is there no sound now?" Zhao whispered outside the door. "Is she asleep?" Wenwan's face turned red suddenly. She also realized what Lu Jinchuan's actions just now might mean. Wenwan felt terrible. Oh no, what is Grandma doing? Is she eavesdropping? She wondered how Lu Jinchuan would feel about this. Oh heavens and earth, please forgive me. Even in the dark night, Wenwan chose to close her eyes and pretend to be dead. She hadn't done anything and knew nothing. Jinchuan's strength is still a bit too gentle, Zhao said outside, shaking her head slowly as she walked back to her room. Wenwan thought, so, Grandma misunderstood something? But her heart felt a little relief. It's better if it was just a misunderstanding. At least she wouldn't jump to conclusions about them anymore, right? Wenwan remembered the small notebook Grandma gave her, and her mood worsened again. She wanted to get up quickly, but accidentally fell. "I'm sorry," Wenwan said through the pain. "I didn't mean to. It was too dark." She couldn't see clearly. She had panicked and almost fallen. Her hand instinctively grabbed something, but she didn't expect to hurt him with too much force. "Does it hurt a lot?"
Wenwan asked shyly. "I didn't see."
"Go to sleep," Lu Jinchuan said in a low voice. She wasn't sure if he was really hurt or what, but his voice sounded muffled. Wenwan, Lu Jinchuan interrupted her. "If you don't want anything to happen tonight, just be quiet." "What could happen?" Wenwan didn't dare ask. Lu Jinchuan got out of bed in the dark, laid out the mat, and lay down on it. After a long while, he finally said, "Don't challenge my self-control." Wenwan was awake and heard his words clearly. She buried her face in the quilt, feeling numb and lost. Inside the blanket, she could only hear her own breathing and her anxious heartbeat. That night, neither of them spoke again. She didn't know when she fell asleep. The next morning, she was awakened by the sound of a siren from outside. There was no longer any bedding for Lu Jinchuan on the floor. She didn't know when he had left. It seemed like dawn was just breaking. There was some movement in the house. Someone stood by her bed for a while before finally leaving. Warm was still sleepy and thought she was dreaming. Now, she believed it was real. Why did he stand by her bed and look at her? Her heart felt uneasy again. In the morning, Zhao's family had already prepared breakfast. Seeing Warm come out looking tired, she asked with concern, "Are you exhausted? Go back and rest a little more." Warm asked, "Grandma, did you secretly stand outside our door last night?" Zhao looked a bit embarrassed. "I don't do that again," Warm said angrily. "It's embarrassing for everyone." "I understand," Zhao smiled. "If you give me a great-grandson or great-granddaughter soon, I won't do that anymore." She was worried yesterday too. "By the way, you should spend some time studying that little book," Zhao said with a smile, leaning in. "My great-grandmother told me that this book was given to her by her aunt. Back then, her aunt used her skills to win the old master's heart. This is our family's treasure, passed down only to daughters." "I understand. Please don't mention it again," Warm said. "If others find out, Jinchuan might lose his job at work, and I might have to drop out of college too." Zhao waved her hand. "I know. I'll go back early in the afternoon." "So early?" Warm asked. "Don't you need to go back to your parents' house on the second day of the Lunar New Year?" Zhao smiled. "I want to go back early to tidy up and prepare to welcome my son-in-law. Going back a day early means the young couple can relax sooner." Lu Jinchuan arrived at his workplace early. He exercised on the equipment for a long time and then pulled someone to train with him, leaving others confused. Captain Liu, are you in a bad mood? Did you have a fight with your sister-in-law? Zhang Jigang was about to speak when he heard Lu Jinchuan's voice. Zhang Jigang stepped forward. Someone nearby looked at the worried Zhang Jigang with a smile. Practice fighting, Lu Jinchuan said. Captain, Zhang Jigang begged, please spare me. Practicing with Lu Jinchuan? His injury just healed. Stop talking nonsense, Lu Jinchuan pointed at him. Hurry up. But why is he always the one getting hurt? Zhang Jigang thought maybe he should send Warmth something nice, so he could speak well of him in front of the captain. What are you daydreaming about? Lu Jinchuan punched him in the stomach. Again. Zhang Jigang. After a round of training, Lu Jinchuan left feeling refreshed. Zhang Jigang, holding his stomach, sighed. No progress at all. Next time I'll keep trying. Zhang Jigang. He was about to cry. The worst part was, he still didn't know how he managed to offend the captain. Lu Jinchuan returned to his office, washed up, and was about to drink water when Zhou Jin knocked and came in, smiling at him. What's the matter? Lu Jinchuan took a sip of water.
Well.
Zhou Jin looked around him. People say, I didn't believe it until I saw it myself. You really seem to be craving more. Lu Jinchuan kicked him, but Zhou Jin dodged. Just say what you want. If not, get lost. Did you have a fight? Zhou Jin was not afraid. Wives need to be comforted. Lu Jinchuan said nothing. He knew he should comfort her, but the problem was, they never really fought. No one understood his pain. Last night, he lay on the ground for a long time and couldn't sleep. For the first time in his life, he regretted a decision. Why was he so stubborn back then, pretending to be married to Warmth? Now, if he wanted to back out, would that make him too cruel? But he couldn't tell anyone about this. Lu Jinchuan glanced at Zhou Jin, who looked a bit cold.
What are you scheming now?
I just want to ask if I need to bring anything when I go back to Kyoto, Zhou Jin hurriedly said. Why are you suddenly going back? Isn't it because of you? Zhou Jin leaned lazily on the table and said, You're already married, and I'm still single, so they call me back for a matchmaking date. He didn't really want to go back, but now he was curious to see what kind of person that woman had arranged for him. Lu Jinchuan felt very frustrated. He had been at work for 2 days doing training, and the people under him were complaining non-stop. Wenwon had been busy since that morning when Lu Jinchuan left home. As the year was ending, she was steaming buns, boiling meat, and frying meatballs every day, so she was very busy. Soon, she forgot about the awkwardness of that night. Only Lu Jinchuan, when he returned, saw Wenwon still smiling sweetly to greet him like before, chattering about what delicious things she had made that day. Lu Jinchuan was eating her various tasty dishes, but his heart felt bitter. What's wrong? Are the meatballs not good today? Wenwon looked at him, with confusion. Is something bothering you? Lu Jinchuan looked into her honest eyes and put a meatball in his mouth. It's nothing. The meatballs are very tasty. Did you make a lot? Tomorrow I'll bring some to work for those people to try, he added. I thought something was wrong. Wenwon scolded him playfully. I made so many. Just take them all. If it's not enough, I'll make more tomorrow. It's very easy. Lu Jinchuan suddenly smiled at her. What's wrong? Wenwon tilted her head and looked at him. Do I have something on my face? Yes, you do, Lu Jinchuan said seriously, pretending to lie. He reached out and pinched her cheek. It's very dirty. Wenwon was stunned, then she brushed her face in disgust. Your hand is oily. He had just eaten meatballs. Lu Jinchuan's lips curled slightly. He reached out to rub her head, but Wenwon dodged away. I think you're really mean, she said. Mean? Lu Jinchuan smiled and chased after her. Then I'll show you what being mean really is. He caught up with Wenwon and held her cheeks with both hands. Oily, huh?
Don't.
Wenwon tried to dodge, but Lu Jinchuan's hands pinched her from both sides. How could she escape? In the end, she couldn't dodge his hands and ended up leaning into his embrace. She burst into laughter and begged for mercy. Uncle Lu, spare me, Wenwon said between laughs. Lu Jinchuan stopped and looked at her with focused eyes. Wenwan's warm smile also faded as she gazed at Lu Jinchuan with a dreamy look. Both of them stared at each other intently. She had a slender figure, and the gentle evening sunlight playfully shone through the glass window, making her skin look as soft and smooth as white jade. Lu Jinchuan's throat moved slightly, and his gaze lingered on her rosy, tender lips. In the air, it seemed like pink bubbles were beginning to form, filling the room with a romantic atmosphere. However, at that moment, the door suddenly opened from outside. Zhao Shi exclaimed softly, hurriedly closed the door, and said, "I didn't see anything. I'm going out for a bit. You two can continue." Wenwan was silent. Lu Jinchuan was silent. Both of them, like they had been shocked, quickly let go of each other. I'm going to find Grandma," Wenwan said shyly, running out. The cold wind outside couldn't stop her heart from pounding wildly. When she reached a place with no one around, Wenwan pressed her hand to her chest and touched her hot face. Did he just want to kiss her? And she, perhaps, was willing or even hoping to be kissed. Crazy, Wenwan. How could you think like that? Lu Jinchuan glanced at the girl who ran out like the wind, a smile on his face. He picked up the meatball that had fallen on the ground, an perfect arc, and it landed directly in the trash bin. When Wenwan returned, Lu Jinchuan had already tidied up the kitchen, and the prepared meatballs were ready. Wenwan came back and seriously checked everything, then pretended nothing had happened, picking up a book and acting as if she was reading. Why do I say acting? Because she couldn't focus on reading at all. Instead, she pricked up her ears, paying close attention to Lu Jinchuan's movements. Today, Lu Jinchuan was doing exercises inside the house. Wenwan was secretly watching him for the first time. Maybe because of the heating, he was only wearing a tight training suit. Even through the suit, his strong physique was almost palpable. Who is Lu Jinchuan? Wenwan quietly observed him. The moment she looked at him, he noticed her. But that person was shameless, completely unaware of her gaze and focused on exercising as if he was doing something serious. Zhao wandered outside for a while, watching the sky turn dark. Only then did she slowly return home. When she was in the hallway, she was afraid of the awkwardness just now, so she deliberately stomped her foot. When she entered the house, she saw one person exercising and another reading a book. Nothing had actually happened, but she felt that something was a little different. As for what was different, Zhao couldn't quite explain it at the moment. Reading a book, Zhao first went to her granddaughter's room and asked warmly with a smile, "Just now, you two. Grandma didn't disturb you, did she?" She pressed her thumbs together, smiling with all her wrinkles showing. Being young is really good. Her face turned red from the smile. Warming's face turned even redder. "Grandma, it's not what you think." "Of course, Grandma understands." Zhao gently patted her granddaughter's head. "That's right. Keep it up. Try to make Grandma proud and have a grandson soon." She made a fist and gave a cheer. If she had known earlier, she should have given Warming that little notebook when she got married, so she could learn properly. Maybe Warming would already be pregnant now. But back then, she was worried that might bring trouble to Warming, so she didn't dare take it out. Now, it's all good. Seeing how tender they were just now, the old lady thought she should also exercise well so she could take care of Warming's children in the future. Warming didn't know what to say anymore. She turned around and saw Lu Jinchuan also looking at her. Instantly, she felt like a cooked shrimp. So, did he hear what she said to her grandma? Lu Jinchuan had already stopped training when Zhao returned. Zhao winked at him. Only the two of them understood that look. "Grandma," Lu Jinchuan quietly gave her a thumbs up. "Don't worry, don't pressure Xiaonuan. I will try my best." Zhao squinted and smiled, secretly pointing at Warming. "This girl is sensitive. Remember to be bold, and a little thicker-skinned." Lu Jinchuan nodded seriously. He reflected a bit. Maybe he still wasn't thick-skinned enough. Otherwise, even if he was disturbed, he should have kissed her on the spot first. But he just let Warming go. Thinking about it, Lu Jinchuan felt a bit annoyed. Opportunities don't come around easily. But sometimes, luck is just on your side. Whatever you think about, it happens. Sure enough, an opportunity came. At night, when Wan finished her evening routine early and curled up under the blanket, only showing her fair face. When Lu Jinchuan entered, she quickly closed her eyes. Lu Jinchuan looked at her calmly and quietly tidied up his bedding. Before he could even take anything out, he heard Zhao's voice outside, Xiao Wan. Grandma, what's wrong? When Wan signaled for Lu Jinchuan not to move, she sat up and was about to get out of bed when she heard Zhao whisper outside, I found my pillow. Don't come in. But when Nuan had already stood up, ready to get out of bed. Hearing her words, her body instinctively wanted to stop, but her legs refused to listen and moved forward. She tilted backward and fell straight into Lu Jinchuan's arms. It was a trap. She threw herself into his embrace. When Wan was a bit stunned, she had intended to get out of bed, but somehow ended up in Lu Jinchuan's arms. Lu Jinchuan didn't expect that the opportunity he was thinking about would come so quickly. Although happiness arrived a bit suddenly with his past experience, Lu Jinchuan knew he couldn't let this good chance slip away. If he did, he wouldn't be a real man. I didn't mean to, when Wan whispered. She wanted to get down from Lu Jinchuan's arms, but his embrace was tight. Can you let me go? Her shy voice sounded like a tiny mosquito. She felt that Lu Jinchuan seemed a bit strange tonight. What did you say? Lu Jinchuan lowered his head toward her, his deep eyes fixed on Wen Wan. His intense gaze made her dare not meet his eyes. Wen Wan was held in his arms, and they had never been this close before. Her face was hot, and her heartbeat was pounding like a drum. Lu Jinchuan tightened his hold a little more. As he leaned down, his presence was so strong and commanding, it felt like he was surrounding Wen Wan completely. Usually, Lu Jinchuan wouldn't think this way, but now, sensing his feelings for her changing, his heart also began to change.
How long are you going to hold me?
Wen Wan steadied her breathing and said softly, Grandma, it should be fine now. Lu Jinchuan gave a low reply. Wen Wan. So, what did that mean? Was he going to let her go, or not? She looked at him with some confusion, while Lu Jinchuan kept his gaze fixed on her. At this moment, being so close, he could clearly see her half-lowered eyes, her long lashes trembling lightly. All right, his deep, husky voice came again. But even though he said that, his arms didn't loosen. Instead, he held her tighter, and his handsome face slowly leaned closer. When Wan instinctively closed her eyes. When sight is gone, every other sense becomes sharper. She could feel his warm breath brushing against her cheek, her nose, and finally, nearing its destination. Nervously, she pressed her lips together. In the quiet night, she couldn't tell if it was her heartbeat she heard, or his. Their breaths slowly mingled together. Yours.
Meaning?
There was a hint of sweetness, mixed with a trace of cool freshness, blending into one. Just as the closeness grew stronger, a sudden knock on the door broke the moment. Right after, Zhang Jigang's voice came from outside. Captain, open the door. Pulled back to reality, when one quickly struggled out of Lu Jinchuan's arms. She moved far away, almost like she was hiding, too flustered to even look him in the eye. You should open the door and see if it's something urgent, she stammered. Luckily, the bedding hadn't been taken out yet. A flicker of regret passed through Lu Jinchuan's deep eyes. He glanced at Wen Wan, who was acting like an ostrich avoiding him, and finally said in a low voice, I'll open it. Even though the unexpected closeness had been interrupted, something had quietly changed. Just a moment ago, his gaze had carried a trace of tenderness, and the air between them seemed to be pulled by invisible threads, filled with feelings that were hard to name. Wen Wan didn't try to figure out what it meant, because right now, all her attention was on the conversation happening at the door. Captain, I just received a notice about a mission, Zhang Jigang said. Usually, when such a message comes from home, it's very urgent. Okay, you go back first. I'll come over later. Wen Wan heard Lu Jinchuan's voice, followed by the sound of the door closing. By the time she reacted, Lu Jinchuan had already pushed open the door and entered. For some reason, Wen Wan suddenly felt a little nervous. Lu Jinchuan stood there, looking at her silently and upright. His eyes were still deep, like before, but now they seemed warmer and more intense. Strangely, when Nuan's gaze started to shy away, she felt that Lu Jinchuan was acting very strangely tonight. No, actually, he's been acting strange for a while now. Especially just now. If they hadn't been interrupted by the knocking, would they have kissed? Thinking of this, when Nuan's face grew hot again. At that moment, Lu Jinchuan suddenly moved closer to her. When Nuan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly took a step back, asking, Are you going on a mission? Lu Jinchuan smiled lazily and nodded slightly. But he didn't stop moving forward. When Nuan stammered, taking another step back. Lu Jinchuan's breath, with a hint of mint, approached her and stopped just a step away. When Nuan lowered her head, feeling like a scared ostrich hiding in a pile of sand, too afraid to move. Suddenly, she heard a low, amused laugh from above her. It started small but grew louder, and when Nuan could even feel the vibrations from his chest. Just as she was feeling a bit embarrassed, she heard Lu Jinchuan's voice above her. When Nuan, what are you so nervous about? Who's nervous? When Nuan looked up to retort, there's nothing to be nervous about. But then she met his teasing eyes, feeling shy, embarrassed, and a little annoyed. She glared at him. Are you packing your things? Seeing her cute expression, Lu Jinchuan couldn't help but reach out and pat her head. When his hand reached her, when Nuan instinctively shrank her neck. His laughter rang out again. I'll go check at the office first. But based on past experience, this mission might take some days to complete. She sighed quietly. It seemed she wouldn't be able to spend the spring festival with him. It wasn't until she heard the door close firmly that her heart finally calmed down. She sat alone on the bed, staring at the night outside, feeling restless inside. Outside the room, Zhao looked in at her silently, shook her head, and then went back to her own room. The young couple had really been through a lot. They had just started to feel better these days, and now they had to be apart again. Warm sat in the room for a long time until she heard the door open. It was Lu Jinchuan returning. She quickly stood up. Why aren't you asleep yet? Lu Jinchuan looked at her with some surprise. Were you waiting for me? Yes, Warm replied, looking at him. Are you going on a business trip? Lu Jinchuan nodded and looked at her. Sorry, I might not be able to come back to celebrate the New Year with you. Will you be gone for several days? Warm asked, then thought about his need for secrecy at work and added, I understand.
I'll prepare some food for you to take.
The food outside isn't very good, so you should eat less. Luckily, I made some beef sauce yesterday, and I also have pickled vegetables. You can put some in bread to fill your stomach. She said this while standing up, ready to prepare things for him. Warm. Lu Jinchuan held her hand.
Don't worry about it.
I just need to take a few clothes. Can I bring them? Warm's eyes welled up with tears. I'll just pack a little for you. Is that okay? All right. Lu Jinchuan gently ruffled her hair. The mission came so suddenly this time. The car was waiting outside, and they had to rush to the helicopter's takeoff point immediately. Originally, he was told he didn't need to bring any clothes, but he wanted to say goodbye to Warm, so he found an excuse to come back. I brought a box of beef sauce. Warm quickly packed up the things, then took out 2 bottles of medicinal wine for him. You must take these. Afraid he would refuse, she shoved everything into his hands. These medicinal wines are different from before. I refined them again. Lu Jinchuan's throat moved, but before he could speak, she was pulled into his embrace. Now, both of them were fully alert, and nothing unexpected happened. Warm was tense, not daring to move, holding a bottle of beef sauce in one hand, while Lu Jinchuan also held the medicinal wine she had given him. But he still held her tightly in his arms. Warm Xiao Nuan, the man's hoarse voice sounded, as if he was trying to hide something. Wait for me to come back. Warm was confused and stayed still in his embrace. The man chuckled softly, then loosened his hold, but didn't let go completely. His empty hand gently stroked her cheek. I'll be back soon. Warm's ears turned red, and she didn't dare look at him directly. She just stared at the pattern on the bedsheet and mumbled a vague response. Lu Jinchuan's smile grew wider. He opened his green bag and carefully packed 2 pieces of clothing, along with the beef sauce and medicinal wine she had brought. Then he looked at her deeply, as if he wanted to remember her forever in his bones. "I'm leaving," he said with a smile. "Is there anything you want to say?" Worm looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide. Lu Jinchuan shook his head with a smile, then walked toward her with his bag. He paused with his arm raised, then finally rested his hand on her head. "When I come back, I have something to tell you." Worm responded with a small sound, but he had already stepped out quickly. At the door, he called out loudly to Grandma Zhao, "Grandma, I have to go on a trip. I can't be with you for the new year. Take good care of yourself out there," Grandma Zhao said tenderly, pinching his clothes. "When you return, I'll give you a big red envelope." Worm sat foolishly by the window, hearing the door close. Then she thought she heard the sound of a car starting. She hurriedly stood up and drew back the curtains. Behind Building 44 was the road. If she wanted to leave the base, cars would pass by here. Sure enough, after a moment, she saw a jeep approaching. "Captain Liu, it's my sister-in-law," Zhang Jigang said, slowing down the vehicle kindly. Lu Jinchuan replied, pursing his lips. His eyes stayed fixed on Worm at the window, and they stared at each other until neither could see the other clearly. "Good girl," Grandma Zhao came in and sighed, hugging her granddaughter's shoulders. "If you're upset, just cry it out." "Grandma." Worm shook her head.
"I'm fine."
Her mind was still dizzy from everything that had happened these days, especially tonight, and the words he had just said when he held her. When he comes back, what will he do? A warm feeling inside held a faint answer, but she quickly dismissed it. It was impossible. That night, when Wenwan tossed and turned unable to sleep, Lu Jinchuan also boarded a helicopter heading directly to a certain place, leaving Qin City. He could hear the helicopter taking off, and he seemed to smell Wenwan's unique sweet scent faintly. He also felt the soft sensation through their clothes when holding her. Since he started his mission until now, Lu Jinchuan had never felt like finishing early and going home more than this time. Suddenly, he understood a saying. From now on, the king no longer holds court. While answering a call at work, when his boss asked if he wanted to join or if he had any difficulties, Lu Jinchuan hesitated for just a second. It was only a brief moment. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He never thought he'd have a day like this. "Captain, what's in your bag?" Zhang Jigang asked, smiling and trying to flatter him since he couldn't sleep. "Is it chili sauce made by your wife?" He had been eyeing the bag since Lu Jinchuan got in the car. Lu Jinchuan glanced at him lazily with a faint look and said, "Not for you." "Just a little, Captain," Zhang Jigang whispered. "Want some?" Lu Jinchuan looked at him and smiled. "Sure." Zhang Jigang was excited and about to praise him, but Lu Jinchuan continued, "Marry a wife, and later, your wife will make it for you." He also wanted to get married, but hadn't he always been away from home? Besides, even if he married, not many could have Wenwan's skill. Everything she made was delicious. Lu Jinchuan closed his eyes and ignored him, but his hand tightly held the bag, as if hiding something precious inside. No one spoke anymore. Everyone closed their eyes to rest. Lu Jinchuan did the same, but if he looked closely, a faint smile played on his lips. Wenwan didn't sleep well that night. Before sleeping, her mind was filled with Lu Jinchuan's image and his words, "Wait for me to come back." What was he going to do when he returned? Since they got married, Lu Jinchuan had gone on missions before, but this one was the strangest. She fell into a hazy sleep, dreaming various dreams during the night. Repeatedly waiting for morning, she couldn't remember anything and only felt dizzy and confused. Yet, by noon, Zhou Yani still came to find her. She claimed to bring some special treats from Kyoto, giving her a cold, indifferent look at the bag she was carrying. Zhou Yani kept showing off. "These snacks are expensive. I saved up several months of my allowance to buy them. Try some with Grandma," she said generously. "No, thank you," Wenwan interrupted and pushed her things back. "Keep them for yourselves. But these are the most famous snacks from Kyoto. Even if you don't want them, at least Grandma should try," Zhou Yani insisted. "Just tell me, What's the matter? Wenwan asked with a frown. I'm quite busy right now. I heard you got into Kyoto University? Zhou Yani said with a smile. From now on, we'll be at the same school. What exactly do you want? Wenwan asked disdainfully. Zhou Yani, do you still think I'm as naive as I used to be, following you around like a fool? Do as I say, go east if I tell you, go west if I tell you, and then being constantly bullied? Being her servant? Even if we go to the same school, we're not the same, Wenwan said with a small smile. And I've never considered you a friend. Yes, she once sincerely cared for Zhou Yani and truly regarded her as her best friend. But what did she get in return? That person had long been gone. She looked at Zhou Yani with an expressionless face, who was glaring at her angrily and calmly said, I have nothing more to say to you. Wenwan, don't be ungrateful. Zhou Yani snapped, gritting her teeth. You said that. Don't come begging me later. Wenwan poured the dirty water from the basin onto the ground and glanced at Zhou Yani. Words once spoken are like spilled water. They cannot be taken back. Wenwan, Zhou Yani screamed and took a few steps back. The dirty water nearly splashed onto her small black shoes. Ah! The small black shoes, with a bit of heel, caused Zhou Yani to lose her footing and fall backward. She screamed in fright. Wenwan's lips curled into a more mocking smile. Guesher, thank you, Zhou Yani exclaimed, excited and happy. If it weren't for you, I would have fallen flat on my face. Wenwan, why have you changed like this? Lu Guoji looked at Wenwan with some anger. Yani was just being kind. If you didn't want to eat her cake, just say so. There's no need to insult her like that. He had seen everything that just happened. Oh, who is this? Wenwan squinted at the two of them while holding a basin and said loudly, Director Lu Guoji? I thought I was seeing someone important. Why are you shouting here? Didn't your mother teach you to respect elders? She looked at them with amusement. TSK, holding each other so tightly. If I didn't know better, I'd think you two are a couple. Wenwan, stop talking nonsense. Zhou Yani blushed and let go of Lu Guoji's arm. Lu Guoji and I are just good friends. Don't spread false rumors about us. You're just friends, but acting so pure? That's pretty shameless, Wenwan said, grabbing a long stick and pointing at them. Get out of my vegetable garden quickly, and don't dirty my place. And you, she pointed her stick at Lu Guoji, I haven't forgotten your disrespectful attitude. Lu Guoji looked at Wenwan gloomily. That dream had appeared in his mind again recently, making him almost forget whether he was in reality or dreaming when he saw Wenwan earlier. He called Wenwan's name out loud. But this woman wouldn't let him go. He couldn't bring himself to call her Aunt Wenwan, even though he knew it was just a dream. It felt so real, as if he had experienced it himself. If Wenwan hadn't had an accident, he would have married Wenwan in this life. Thinking about that made it even harder to say her name. Anyway, Lu Jinchuan wasn't here. Haha. Wenwan smiled as if she understood his thoughts, pointing to the third floor. Director Lu Guoji, you'd better think about how to explain yourself. Lu Guoji looked up and saw Wenwan standing still there. Because she was far away, he couldn't see her expression clearly, but he knew she was probably unhappy. Suddenly, the person by the third floor window disappeared. Lu Guoji had a bad feeling. Guoji, don't worry. I will explain everything to Zhuanzi clearly, Zhou Yani said gently. Lu Guoji nodded happily. I just couldn't stand seeing you bullying others, so I spoke up to help. Wenwan will understand. Despicable woman. I will kill you. Before Lu Guoji finished speaking, Wenwan ran down holding a kitchen knife, shouting, Shameless woman, trying to my man. Since the day she saw the newspaper, and later when Zhou Yani shamelessly asked Lu Guoji for money, Wenwan had been holding back her anger. Last time, when her car was damaged, Lu Guoji spent a lot of money to fix it and even hit Wenwan. From then on, Zhou Yani became Wenjuan's top enemy on her blacklist. She hadn't paid much attention to what was happening downstairs earlier. With the new year approaching, even if she didn't cook, she wanted to tidy up and prepare some things to make it feel festive. Wenwan borrowed some chives from a neighbor and planned to make chive buns today. Just after chopping the vegetables, she heard Zhou Yanni's voice downstairs. When she reached the window, she saw Zhou Yanni deliberately kicking backwards, while Lu Guoji nervously helped her. After catching her, they shamelessly clung to each other. All Wenjuan's anger boiled over. Holding the kitchen knife, she went downstairs and chased after Zhou Yanni, ready to attack. Zhou Yanni had never seen such a scene before and screamed as she ran. Wenjuan, with the knife, chased after her, and Lu Guoji, seeing this, hurried to catch up. Wenjuan, listen to me. Don't be impulsive, he said. A group of women watching from behind burst into laughter. What kind of explanation is that? Who can tolerate such flirting? Especially right in front of her own home? Probably every woman would be like Wenjuan, holding a knife and fighting back. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. Lu Jinchuan still hadn't returned, but Wenjuan prepared a very rich New Year's dinner. There was Lu Jinchuan's favorite big meat bun, sweet and sour ribs, boiled pork, and even dumplings filled with his favorite chive and egg or carrot and beef. A table full of delicious food. But that evening, Lu Jinchuan still didn't come back. Although he didn't come back, Wenjuan still celebrated the New Year happily with the Zhao family. In fact, in the morning, she took some time to ride her bike back to Sanchao village. She and Hu Xiaoling pasted window decorations and couplets, making the yard look festive and lively. Thinking about this time last year, she had just been reborn and had a falling out with Wen Fengqi. She moved out of the Wen family alone and lived in that old, drafty house. At that time, she didn't have much money, but she still bought a pair of couplets as a luxury. However, Wen Fengqi tore them apart and threw them on the ground. Standing at the door of the house, looking at the big red couplets on the door and the festive window decorations and blessing characters in the yard, Wenjuan smiled happily. As long as a person's heart has hope, there will be a rainbow everywhere. At this time, the family didn't have a TV, and the Spring Festival Gala wouldn't be on for several more years. After dinner, Wenjuan prepared some roasted sunflower seeds, peanuts, and small snacks. She and Zhao family sat together, eating snacks and chatting. When it was time to go to bed at night, Zhao handed Wenjuan a red envelope wrapped in paper, saying, "I wish my Nuan good health." "Thank you, Grandma," Wenjuan replied with a sweet smile. "Put it beside your pillow," Zhao said with a smile. She gave another red envelope. "This one is for Jinchuan. You can hold on to it for him. Then I'll thank Grandma on his behalf," Wenjuan said happily, accepting it. Later, when she was about to sleep, she looked at the two red envelopes on her bedside table and started to miss Lu Jinchuan. She wondered what he was doing at this time. Did he have a family dinner? He always seemed to say he wasn't picky about food, but actually, he was very particular. He might eat a few more bites of something delicious, but he wouldn't eat even a bite of something bad. "Don't go hungry," Wenjuan muttered softly. "It's New Year's. When will you come back?" As she guessed, Lu Jinchuan was also having his New Year's dinner. But he wasn't very interested in it. Luckily, he had Wenjuan's beef sauce to keep him going. A woman dressed the same as Lu Jinchuan approached and looked at the dishes on his table, which he hadn't touched much. He kept eating the sauce from a jar, smiling, and said, "Is our hospitality not good here? Are these dishes not to your taste?" Captain Hailon misunderstood. Lu Jinchuan said calmly, "The food is very tasty. It's just that it has no flavor when it reaches him." "I heard that this beef sauce was made by your wife?" Ma Hailon teased with a smile. Captain Lu has such a good relationship with his wife. It's really enviable. Lu Jinchuan nodded. "Thanks for your help this time," Ma Hailon said with a smile. "If we have a chance to meet in Kyoto in the future, I definitely want to meet Captain Lu's wife." What kind of legendary person could win Lu Jinchuan's heart? Recently, her people have been asking around about Lu Jinchuan, but unexpectedly, they were fed a lot of sweet words. And Lu Jinchuan's people made warmth seem like something extraordinary, almost heavenly. This made Ma Hailon very curious. She was also from a big family in Kyoto. She had often heard her sister, Ma Haiqing, talk about Lu Jinchuan. Ma Haiqing was classmates with the daughter of the Gu family, and they were very close, often visiting her home. All the information Ma Hailon knew about Lu Jinchuan came from these two young girls. She originally thought Lu Jinchuan would marry the daughter of the Gu family, but unexpectedly, during this mission, she heard that Lu Jinchuan was already married and had married a local girl. And he was quite capable, having won over all of Lu Jinchuan's subordinates. Ma Hailon became even more curious about Wennuan. Lu Jinchuan took a sip of wine, as a response to her. Is this Lu Jinchuan too arrogant? One of her subordinates said, feeling annoyed with Lu Jinchuan's attitude. Only those with ability can afford to be arrogant. Ma Hailon glanced at Lu Jinchuan in the distance. If it weren't for him stepping in this time, we would have been the ones to look bad. Some people just have that kind of skill, something you have to respect. I heard that Captain Lu always carries a bottle of medicinal wine. It's quite amazing, her subordinate said. Otherwise, in such cold weather, his body would have frozen stiff long ago. How can he still be so agile? So what? Ma Hailon sneered at the girl speaking. There are many good things, but it depends on whether you have the ability to get them. Can the Lu family in Kyoto be called a wealthy family without any foundation? The girl blushed a little, hesitating and unable to explain herself. Enough, don't think about this kind of thing, she said. Some things are not worth worrying about and may only cause trouble for yourself. Lu Jinchuan didn't pay much attention to this matter. The task wasn't finished yet, and he couldn't leave now. This was their first New Year after getting married, but he wasn't with her. In Qin City, it's a tradition to eat dumplings on the first morning of the New Year. Although Lu Jinchuan wasn't at home, Wennuan woke up early to cook. The dumplings had been prepared the day before, so now it was just boiling water and cooking them. Mrs. Zhao also prepared some snacks like sunflower seeds and candies. After the meal, children would come to visit, wish everyone a happy new year, and even if they didn't get red envelopes, they could enjoy some treats. Wenwan's family usually has plenty of snacks. The children are clever and know they can get good food at Wenwan's house, so they come first. Sure enough, before they finished eating, they heard a knock on the door. Happy birthday, Grandma. Wishing you a long life and good health, Xiao Mao Zhao and some friends came over. Wenwan happily greeted them inside, holding a pocket full of candies and snacks she had made. Wishing you all to grow strong and healthy. The children giggled, covering their pockets. They quickly grabbed the treats and ran away. Lu Yuming and Lu Jiaming stood outside, feeling a bit unsure. Should we go in? Lu Jiaming asked. What if she's stingy and doesn't let us in? Lu Jiaming said. We should have gone in with them earlier, Lu Yuming replied. But the brother and sister had always looked down on the kids from the countryside, refusing to play with them. Over time, those children also didn't want to play with them. If she doesn't give us anything, we'll cry, Lu Yuming said. Say she's bullying us and has no shame? Lu Jiaming nodded. Wenwan was surprised when she saw the two of them. Even during the New Year, families with less money still dressed their children in clean clothes. But Lu Yuming and his sister looked as dirty as ever. We're here to visit and wish you a happy new year, Lu Yuming said. Give us some good food. His tone was quite bold. No. Wenwen gently looked at the two people and calmly closed the door. Wenwen, Lu Yuming angrily kicked the door outside. Open the door and give us some candy. She saw earlier that when those little kids left, each of their pockets was full of candy. Hurry up and open the door, Lu Yuming pounded on it angrily. Wenwen opened the door and Lu Yuming bumped in, unsteady. Wenwen grabbed his arm. Do you think I won't hit you? Lu Yuming looked up and met Wenwen's eyes. He wanted to curse, but didn't dare. I want candy. Wenwen smiled and looked at a few children standing nearby. Zhao Xiaomao glared at Lu Yuming and said, Aunt Wen didn't owe you any candy. It's New Year's, and you have no manners. Only when you pay New Year's greetings do you get candy. Lu Yuming pouted and looked at Wenwen with some confusion. Does she really give candy just because they say Happy New Year? Zhao Xiaomao pushed his friends and said, Hurry up and wish Aunt Wen a Happy New Year. We can get candy and go play. The children were shy but, encouraged by Zhao Xiaomao, couldn't resist the temptation of candy. Some stammered, Happy New Year, Auntie. After saying that, they covered their mouths nervously and looked at Wenwen. Good children, Happy New Year to you too, Wenwen smiled and waved at them. Come here and take some candy. She turned around, took a handful of candies from inside the house, and handed them out to the children. My turn, Lu Yuming shouted angrily. Wenwen smiled faintly. Yours is yours. These are mine. I can give to whoever I want. You're bullying people, Lu Yuming said with tears in his eyes, holding his neck. You have no manners, being so rude and still wanting Aunt Wenwen to give you candy. That's shameless, said a slightly older girl. Lu Yuming looked at Wenwen with tears, feeling both wronged and angry. Lu Jiaming, however, pursed his lips. Happy New Year. Wenwen nodded and gave him 2 candies. Lu Jiaming thought for a moment and then shared one with Lu Yuming. Why did you give them so much? Lu Yuming rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Because it's my stuff. I can give it to whoever I want, and as much as I want. Warmly said if you don't want it, you can give it back to me. She won't spoil Lu Yuming's temper like she did in her past life.
You.
Lu Yuming's eyes turned red, but Warmly had already turned around and closed the door. Such trouble. Zhao Shi shook her head. Fortunately, her granddaughter was smart enough not to marry into that family. Otherwise, not to mention other things, just these 2 children would be enough to give anyone a headache. They can't fight or scold properly. Would Warmly be bullied to death? Although Lu Jinchuan wasn't there, he left the car for Warmly. Early in the morning of the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, she drove back to Sancha village with Zhao Shi. They had breakfast before returning. When they entered the village, they could hear the sound of drums and gongs from afar. Celebrating the New Year now is very lively, unlike 20 years later. The festive atmosphere is still strong. From the first day of the Lunar New Year, everyone gathers in front of the village committee with bonfires and drum beats. After the 5th day, each village has folk performances and stilt walking. On the 15th day of the lunar month, everyone goes to the county town for a county-wide folk performance. The drums and gongs make the scene very lively. As Warmly's car just entered the village, some kids surrounded it. Of course, they saw Warmly driving and shouted along the way. The people playing drums and gongs also stopped, all eyes fixed on the car, especially Wen Youfu. When he saw Warmly sitting in the driver's seat, he was first stunned, then smiled happily. When Warmly parked the car at her home, many people had already gathered around. Because of the local community, villagers had seen many cars in recent years. Sancha village also had its own tractor drivers, but those were all public vehicles. When Zhao Shi first sat in the car, she was a bit scared, nervous, and cautious. She didn't expect Warmly to actually drive the car back, and she did it quite steadily. Now Zhao Shi was no longer the pitiful old lady left in the dark room a year ago. Now Zhao Shi was the most admired old lady in Sancha village. Is it really you? When Youfu smiled and patted the car. Warmly, you can drive now? Yes, I learned before the new year, Warmly said with a smile as she handed out candies to the children. Jinchuan has work and can't come back, so I drove the car back. She also explained why Lu Jinchuan didn't come back. Among the crowd, Zhou Yani looked gloomy and stared at Wenwen, feeling that her smile was very glaring and mocking. That day, Wenwen chased her from the base all the way to the gate. She was so embarrassed and clumsy the whole way. If Lu Guoji hadn't stopped her in time, she might have been disfigured by Wenwen, who was acting crazy. Even so, she ran in a panic, falling several times, scraping her face, and twisting her ankle. Today, she finally recovered a bit and went out to show herself. But before she could speak, Wenwen drove into the village. If she hadn't shown off by speeding past that day, she wouldn't have been so reckless as to ask Lu Guoji to teach her to drive. If she hadn't learned, she wouldn't have crashed Lu Guoji's car. And she wouldn't have been chased all over the base by Wenwen. Not only was she embarrassed in the base, but somehow, within a few days, everyone in the village knew about it. Captain Lu has a big face, Zhou Yani said bitterly. He let one drive the car back, and it's a government vehicle. She thought she spoke quietly, but everyone was silent at that moment, making her voice seem loud and out of place. Her sour expression made the people standing nearby step back a few steps. Wenwen looked at her calmly. If you're not happy, you can report it to the base. That one sentence left Zhou Yani speechless. The people around looked at her with colder eyes. Zhou Yani, are you a rabbit? A young man said, annoyed with her. Everyone was surprised, not understanding what he meant, but he continued, otherwise, how come you have red eyes? Rabbits' eyes are naturally red, right? You're jealous of everything one has. Zhou Yani was so angry she couldn't speak, pointing at the young man in frustration. Another person also looked furious, with a twisted mouth. Next, when Yofu's voice came over, Wang Xianhua, what are you doing standing here? Wang Xianhua's hand had just moved to the couplet, about to tear it off. She was expecting a satisfying feeling, but suddenly she froze in place. She never expected Wen Yofu to be standing here in the middle of the night. Is he here to serve as a door guardian for the Wen family? Third uncle. Why are you here? Wang Xianhua awkwardly turned around, only to see Wen Yofu's cold eyes staring at her from the darkness. Why am I here? Wen Yofu sneered coldly. Fortunately, I am here. Wang Xianhua, I never thought your heart could be so mean. During the new year, instead of celebrating at home, you come here to tear down the Wen family's couplet. Is this something a person can do? It's worse than an animal. As soon as he finished speaking, a foul smell filled the air. Wang Xianhua had lost control and wet her pants. Wen Yofu was at a loss for words, pointing at Wang Xianhua in anger, unable to speak. Wang Xianhua also didn't expect she would lose control and urinate at this moment. It wasn't intentional. She simply couldn't hold it. People who do bad things will be punished, Wen Yofu said coldly, giving her a sharp look. You better take care of yourself. But she knew that if she dared to tear down the Wen family's couplet today, Wen Yofu would send someone to kick her out of Sancha village tomorrow. Isn't that infuriating? The night was cold, and Wang Xianhua's pants were soaked with. When she went back, the ground beneath her was frozen solid. That was her only pair of cotton pants, and she didn't dare wash them. She could only dry them by the stove. On New Year's Eve, when Fingqi was also at home, he liked sleeping on a warm bed, so whenever he was home, the stove was kept very hot. As a result, Wang Xianhua's only pair of cotton pants was burned. That night, Wen Fingqi smelled something and kicked Wang Xianhua, asking, "What's that smell? Is it on fire?" But there was also a smell of, so it didn't seem like a fire. Wang Xianhua, dazed, was kicked and almost lost her breath. When she finally reacted and went to check her cotton pants, she was in trouble. Her cotton pants had a hole burned through them. Oh, Wang Xianhua's pants. Wang Xianhua sat on the kong, a traditional bed, and almost twisted her mouth in frustration. She realized that whenever she encountered warmth or kindness, she would always end up unlucky. This little troublemaker seemed to be born to oppose her. For example, now, she watched Warmth carrying bags of things into the house, looking at the envy in others' eyes. Wang Xianhua felt very angry inside. Those big and small bags of items should have belonged to their family. But now, this little troublemaker looked at her as if she were her enemy. Warmth, Wang Xianhua's sharp voice rang out. You're carrying so many bags. Don't you think about us at all? Warmth turned to look at Wang Xianhua. She hadn't seen Wang Xianhua for a while, but she didn't expect her to become so strange. First, she had lost a lot of weight. But in this time period, most families couldn't afford enough food, so being thin was normal. However, Wang Xianhua looked not only thin but also very gloomy. Her eyes, especially now, looked like they came from the depths of. No matter what, I am still your mother, Wang Xianhua said when Warmth looked at her. The one who gave birth to and raised you. Was she trying to guilt-trip her? Warmth smiled faintly. Wang Xianhua had also become smarter now. Even when Fingqi, not far away, crossed his arms and sneered at Warmth. Pfft, you shameless thing. Zhaoshe scolded before Warmth could speak, pointing at Wang Xianhua. How did you treat my family back then? And you still have the nerve to ask my Warmth for food? No way, I tell you, don't even think about it, she said angrily. Filthy thing, don't come to my door again. I find it disgusting. Zhao Shi's words were unintentional, but Wang Xianhua heard them clearly. She immediately thought about her own accident and thought someone might have found out about it. That was an accident, Wang Xianhua hurriedly explained. I didn't have an accident. As soon as she finished speaking, she stiffened and dared not move. Suddenly, a little boy standing nearby covered his mouth and pointed at her, shouting, Wang Xianhua peed her pants, and the ground is wet. Everyone looked in the direction the boy was pointing. Sure enough, Wang Xianhua's cotton pants were wet, with a large area, and the ground was also damp. Wang Xianhua. She actually wanted to go to the bathroom earlier but held it in, waiting until she got something from Wenwen before returning to her own toilet. People in this era only hold it in if they aren't in a real hurry or can't help it. Otherwise, they wait until they are home to go. This is called keeping the good water for oneself. Wang Xianhua was clearly this kind of person, but who knew that after holding it for so long, she would lose control and wet herself right in front of so many people. Almost everyone in the village was here. Wang Xianhua was making noises, trying to explain, but when she saw the mocking looks from everyone, especially when Fenki's face nearby turning pale with anger, she couldn't say anything. Moreover, she got more nervous and her mouth twisted even more. If it had been someone else, maybe people would feel sorry and help her back home. But as for her, Wang Xianhua, after seeing the bad things she had done recently, the kind villagers couldn't feel sorry for her anymore. Serves her right. She deserved it. Wang Xianhua was so ashamed that she covered her crooked mouth and ran away. She peed her pants. She peed her pants. How embarrassing. Amid the teasing laughter of a group of children, she ran away. In her panic, she even fell flat on her face, and the children behind her laughed even louder. When Fenki, standing in the crowd, squinted at Wenwen. Wenwen seemed to sense his gaze, and their eyes met across the distance. What's wrong? Hu Shaoling pulled Wenwen. What are you looking at? Nothing. Wenwen shook her head. When she looked back again, when Fenki had already turned and left the crowd. She felt that when Fenki's gaze just now was a bit strange. But she didn't think too much about what was wrong. What could it be? It was all the same to her. Now, when Fenki couldn't do anything to her, and he never would in the future. This Wenwen is just so hateful, when Fenki angrily slammed the table. Wang Xianhua's shame reflected on him, and he felt embarrassed too. She's married to a good man now, Gua Anqin said. She has a strong backing, so she doesn't take you seriously. But what if that backing falls apart? Gua Anqin smiled. How so? When Fenki suddenly became interested. Gua Anqin waved at him. When Fengqi leaned in to listen and heard her whisper something in his ear. Can this work? When Fengqi asked with doubt. Whether it works or not, we have to try to find out. Gua Anqin pushed him gently. Just so, you know, this has nothing to do with me. I just can't stand seeing you get bullied, she said, tilting her head to look at Wen Fengqi. And your Worm's father, too. She's being so unkind. Wen Fengqi nodded in agreement. Okay, after school starts, I'll take Mizi to Kyoto, he said. Last time I said I'd take you, but you refused. I was worried and didn't sleep well for several nights. I know you care about her. Gua Anqin smiled. If the policies hadn't relaxed a bit, she wouldn't dare let Wen Fengqi take Zhou Yani to school. What if someone reported them? Today is the second day of school, and normally she would go back to her parents' house. But since Wang Xianhua caused such a big fuss, Wen Fengqi definitely wouldn't go back with her. Wang Xianhua was furious inside the house, cursing Wenwan loudly, but she didn't dare to curse too harshly. She was afraid she'd get so angry she'd hurt herself or become unable to move. She took her savings box from the bed cabinet and counted the money. A few yuan were missing, and she couldn't help but curse Wen Chong again. It was obvious that Wen Chong had stolen the money. Since Wen Chong started dating someone, the family hadn't seen a penny of his wages, and her savings were getting smaller every day. Wen Chong had left early this morning, probably to visit his girlfriend's house again. If they got married, Wang Xianhua wouldn't be angry anymore. But the problem was, she hadn't even seen the girl's face once, and she'd already spent quite a bit of money. Seeing the IOU written by Wenwan, Wang Xianhua's eyes lit up. Today, on the second day of school, Wenwan was also going back to her parents' house. She planned to ask Wenwan for money in front of Lu Guoji later. This money had to be paid back. Wenwan didn't want to go back to her parents' house today, but seeing Lu Yuming's condition at home and thinking about cooking for both of them, she decided to pack up and go back. If she didn't go, the village gossips would surely start talking behind her back. Wenwan didn't expect that as soon as she reached the village entrance, she would hear some people loudly gossiping about Wang Xianhua. They said, Wang Xianhua is only in her early 40s. Now she's already losing control of her bladder. What will happen later? TSK. Losing control of her bladder? Suddenly, Wenwan felt a bit reluctant to go back to her parents' house. But at this moment, someone had already seen her. Wenwan is back at her parents' home today. Worm is also back today. Someone covered their mouth and smiled. She came in her small car. Look at that, how impressive. Worm can drive a car now, someone envied. A few women started chatting excitedly. Wenwan smiled and nodded, then walked through the crowd toward her home. She heard behind her, "Did you see? She's the only one returning to her parents' house again." TSK. The gap between the two sisters is too big. Exactly, no wonder Worm didn't want to marry Lu Guoji back then. And look at the gift Wenwan is holding. It's not as good as what I brought from my visit. Wenwan's face turned pale as she returned to the Wen family. As soon as she entered, she heard Wang Xianhua's voice. Wenwan, you're finally back. Wang Xianhua, wrapped in a quilt, stood at the door looking at her. Hurry up, I need to tell you something. She added. Why are you back alone? Where's Guoji? Something came up. He can't come, Wenwan said irritably, placing the gift on the table and glancing at Wang Xianhua. I heard you caused trouble again today. Did you wet your pants? Enough, don't say anything more, Wang Xianhua shouted. Since you're back today, give me the money you owe. What money? Wenwan looked at Wang Xianhua. I'll go to Kyoto to study after the new year. Mom, give me some money for safety. You're asking me for money? I don't have any, Wang Xianhua said. Lu Guoji earns a lot each month. Do you still have the nerve to ask me for money? This is the IOU you wrote. She slapped the IOU on the table. Last time, you stole my money. Hurry up and give it to me. Doesn't it say borrow today, repay tomorrow? I'll pay you back tomorrow, Wenwan said. Wang Xianhua looked at her suspiciously. Are you sure you'll pay back tomorrow? Why don't you ask the accountant if it really says borrow today, repay tomorrow?
Wenhuan replied.
I'll pay you back tomorrow. Wang Xianhua always felt something was wrong. This morning, only she and her daughter were at home. Wang Xianhua's cooking was not tasty, but luckily Wenwan brought some snacks given to Lu Guoji by others. Neither mother nor daughter wanted to cook, so they simply ate the snacks for lunch. Meanwhile, at Wenwan's house in the same village, Wenwan prepared a table of food to entertain Zhao's good sisters. The sour noodle soup alone made people's mouths water, not to mention the braised pork and other hearty dishes Wenwan made. A few older sisters kept praising Zhao, saying, "You've finally had your good days after hard times." Exactly. When Wenwan finished her snacks and was about to leave, she happened to pass by Wenwan's house. The smell of food immediately caught her attention. Snacks are good, but they are not the main meal. Seeing the tempting dishes on the table, Wenwan pursed her lips and felt regret again for not having a good relationship with Wenwan earlier. Otherwise, she could have boldly gone in and asked for a bowl of rice. It's been a long time since she last ate Wenwan's cooking. After Wenwan left, Wang Xianhua was left thinking. She washed her cotton pants and left them to dry on the Kong, heated bed. Although they were still a bit damp, she no longer cared. She hurried to the village accountant's house with the IOU Wenwan had written for her. But the accountant was not there. He had gone back to his wife's family. Wang Xianhua waited in their yard for a while until he returned. That's right, the accountant said, looking at the IOU. It says here that you borrow today and pay back tomorrow. Wang Xianhua finally felt relieved. But before she could smile, the accountant added, however, you probably won't get the money. What's going on? Wang Xianhua asked anxiously, grabbing his hand. Don't you know it says borrow today, pay back tomorrow?
The accountant explained.
Borrow today, pay tomorrow. Tomorrow after tomorrow. How many tomorrows are there? Wang Xianhua still didn't understand. Like Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou, he used this trick. Borrow today, pay back tomorrow. Think about it, when tomorrow comes, isn't it just today again? You need to get her to write a definite date on it. But clearly, that's impossible. The accountant couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic toward Wang Xianhua. Wang Xianhua suddenly fell backward. A disaster that lasts for 1,000 years. When Wan was so angry that Wang Xianhua collapsed straight onto the bed, but she didn't become completely paralyzed. She was lucky to only have half of her body affected. What is half-body paralysis? It means that before, she only had a crooked mouth, which didn't affect her movement or speech. But now, with half her body paralyzed, she can only walk with a limp. Her mouth is even more crooked than before, and she can't speak too quickly, or she won't be understood. When Wan didn't care, and when Chang and when Fengqi's father and son were even less visible, Wang Xianhua's future life will likely be very difficult. In just a few days after leaving school, Lu Jinchuan hadn't shown any signs of returning. When Wan started packing things at home, mainly her and Zhao's belongings, Lu Jinchuan left her the address and key to the courtyard house when he left. If he couldn't come back before when Wan's school started, she was told to go to the courtyard house herself. She had already arranged for Zhou Xiaohong to plant vegetables in the backyard greenhouse. Zhou Xiaohong's family had a vegetable garden, and after the new year, they would come back to farm it themselves. When she heard when Wan wanted to help her plant, Zhou Xiaohong was very grateful. They and the children had only accidentally saved Zhao's family. As a result, whenever something good happened to Wenwan's family, the first people they thought of were Zhou Xiaohong's family. Because they were leaving to start school the next day, many people came to Wenwan's house that day. Some brought gifts, and others came to say goodbye and thank her. Finally, in the evening, the two of them relaxed. When Wan lay on the bed, listening to Zhao tell stories from the past, how she and her family escaped hardship to come here, and how she met Wenwan's grandfather. That bowl of noodle soup is the best thing I've ever eaten, Zhao said with emotion. They had suffered so much hardship. One family, fleeing together, was crossing a big bridge when she saw her father trembling as he pushed her daughter into the river, where she was swept away by the rushing water. She was so scared she clung tightly to her mother's arm. After crossing the bridge, the family was almost faint from hunger, but a bowl of hot noodle soup from Wen Fuming saved them all. Unfortunately, good people's lives are always so short. Tonight, the moon was beautiful. They didn't turn on the lights, just chatting by moonlight. Zhao talked about the hardships of those years. Your grandpa always found ways to make sure we had enough to eat. Wenwan also remembered some things from her childhood. The deepest memories seemed to be not about working at home, but about going to work or getting scolded. Wen Fengqi used to be very strict and harsh when hitting people. As a child, she worked very hard to avoid being beaten. It seemed that only by working hard could Wen Fengqi not hit her. The more she thought about it, the more determined she was to cut ties with that family. To go from the base to Kyoto, you first take a bus to the provincial capital and then transfer to a train. Several people were taking the exam for Kyoto University this time, so the base simply sent a car to take all of them to the station. No matter the time or era, train stations are always crowded. Wenwen felt her grandmother's nervousness. When they got off, she held her hand tightly. The staff sent by the base was also considerate. They kept escorting Wenwen and the others into the station before leaving. They boarded early, ahead of others. Wenwen arranged Zhao's matters and then took her travel permit to find the train attendant. Now, trains are mostly slow green trains. From Qin City to Kyoto, it takes over 20 hours. Wenwen was worried that Zhao might not handle a long trip well, so she wanted to buy her a sleeper ticket. Of course, now only officials usually travel in sleeper cars. You can only buy it after the train departs, said the attendant. Register first, and I'll find you when there's an available seat. Thank you very much, Wenwen said gratefully. This is homemade tea eggs from my family. Please try one. She handed the attendant a few tea eggs wrapped in craft paper. The attendant wanted to refuse, but, smelling the aroma, couldn't resist and accepted them. When she looked back, Wenwen had already left. The attendant smiled, carefully storing the eggs in her drawer. I'll be sitting right here. Before Wenwen reached her seat, she heard a sharp, familiar voice. It was a child's voice. She quickened her steps and saw Lu Yuming standing on a green bench, shouting at Zhao, "Move aside quickly." Wenwen stepped forward and pulled Lu Yuming up.
Ah,
"What are you doing?" Lu Yuming screamed, trying to grab Wenwen, but she easily held his hands and handed him over to Lu Guizhi. He looked at Lu Guizhi with cold eyes and glared at Wenwen. "Are you dead, or what?" Wenwen was choked and looked a little wronged. She wanted to stop him, but before she could, Wenwen was already back. "Take good care of your children," Wenwen said coldly, without paying attention to Wenwen. She looked at Lu Guizhi sharply. "If they dare to shout at my grandmother or boss her around again, they won't be so lucky next time." She clenched her fists, and her knuckles made cracking sounds. Lu Yuming, scared, hid in Lu Guizhi's arms and kept hiccuping. Wenwen thought, this person is really frightening. "Why are you so fierce?" Lu Guizhi said casually. "Look what you've done to little Yuming." Wenwen was amused and angry at the same time. "So, every naughty kid must have a parent like you, someone who can't tell right from wrong and twists facts," Wenwen said coldly. "Move aside. Good dogs don't block the way." After saying that, she glanced again at Lu Yuming in Lu Guizhi's arms, then walked over to Zhao's side. "Grandma, what's going on?" "This little girl just said our seed is hers," Zhao said angrily. Luckily, her warm-hearted girl didn't marry Lu Guizhi. Otherwise, with such a naughty kid and a clueless father, her little one would have suffered a lot. As for Wenwen, she had been standing silently since earlier, and the old lady felt her heart grow cold. "Even if Yuming spoke out of turn just now, I apologize on her behalf," Lu Guizhi said, pursing his lips. "But this seat belongs to us." That was also why Wenwen didn't speak, because Zhao was sitting in their seat. "However, you haven't traveled much and don't know how to read seat numbers." "I understand," Lu Guizhi said somewhat arrogantly. "Next time you go out." "Director Lu, please open your eyes and look carefully," Wenwen interrupted coldly, taking out her ticket. "Who does the seat belong to?" Lu Guizhi leaned in to look closely. "No, it can't be. This is carriage 8? But we're in carriage 7. "This is carriage 8, someone watching the scene said with a smile. He quickly took out his ticket to check and then awkwardly said to Wenwen, "Sorry about that. Let's go. Our carriage is next door." Lu Guizhi blushed and led Wenwen and her children, carrying their bags, back toward the direction Wenwen had come from. "Beyond carriage 7 is the sleeper carriage." "Dad," Lu Yuming softly said, "can't we change to a different sleeping car?" "Wait a moment, I'll ask Dad when he comes over," Lu Guizhi replied. Lu Yuming looked back at Wenwen with a teasing smile and walked away proudly. Wenwen didn't even glance at her. "Grandma, I'm sorry," Wenwen said, standing there feeling a bit guilty. "That's enough," Zhao said, waving her hand. "You can go now." Wenwen glanced at Wenwen, not expecting to meet her again on the train. "Lu Guizhi's job has been transferred to Kyoto," Wenwen explained. "From now on, he will work in Kyoto, and I also have to start school there." She hurriedly picked up her things and left after saying this. "Traitor," Lu Yuming rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue quietly at Wenwen. "Xiaoyu," Lu Guizhi called. "Dad, let me carry that for you," Lu Yuming said sweetly. Wenwen, from her past life, knew what kind of person Lu Yuming was, so seeing her act like this didn't surprise her at all. After the train started moving, she told Zhao, "Grandma, I'll go see if there are any available sleeper tickets. Just stay here and don't move around." "Maybe you shouldn't change." Zhao held Wenwen's hand. "Just having a seat to sit in is good enough." Although she had never taken a train before, she knew that if you couldn't get a seat, you would have to stand. And those sleeper tickets are very expensive. In the future, her granddaughter would need to spend money in Kyoto. "It's okay," Wenwen smiled. "If I can't find a ticket, I'll come back soon." If it had been Wenwen in her past life, she might have just endured it. But now, with money, she would travel comfortably. The train conductor wasn't there, and two other well-dressed people were waiting nearby. Soon Lu Guizhi and Lu Yuming arrived. Earlier, when Wenwan passed through carriage 7, they saw her too. Of course, they didn't know Wenwan was also there to buy a sleeper ticket. Seeing her standing there, Lu Yuming felt a bit nervous. "Dad, why is she here too?" Lu Guizhi patted her head to comfort her. Just then, the train conductor arrived, saw the group, and paused.
So many people.
She finished speaking, took her keys, and opened her door. "Are all the beds booked? Do you have a letter of introduction?" Wenwan took out her letter of introduction. A man nearby touched his head and said, "Huh? The letter is on the seat."
Can I get a bed first?
"I'll bring it to you later." "No, that's not possible." The train attendant looked at him and said, "Go get it."
But
He hesitated and looked at the train attendant again. His seat was near the front. Who knew if the bed tickets would still be available when he returned with the letter? "Comrade, I was in line before you," he said to Wenwan. "That's not allowed." Before Wenwan could reply, Lu Guizhi, standing behind her, said, "If you go to get something, you'll have to line up again."
You.
The man was a bit angry. "I was already in line." "I was also in line just now," Wenwan said calmly. "The first one. Before the train left, you could have asked this comrade." "Yes," the train attendant agreed. "This lady was the first to ask me about booking a bed." The man looked at Wenwan, then at Lu Guizhi, and finally left with a dark face. Coincidentally, there was exactly one bed left for Wenwan. "Auntie," Lu Yuming whispered, "can you give us this bed?" "No." Wenwan didn't even look at her and handed the money and letter of introduction to the train attendant. As soon as she finished speaking, tears fell from Lu Yuming's eyes. "I'm still sick and not fully recovered. Can't you give us the bed? If it weren't for my dad speaking up earlier, you wouldn't have been able to buy the bed." Lu Yuming was clever from a young age. Wenwan had experienced this in her previous life too, but she didn't expect that a 7 or 8-year-old girl could be so cunning. She smiled and said, "That's a bit inconvenient. I didn't see you were sick. But my bed is for my grandma." "Oh, right, the grandma you just scolded. My grandma," she said, mockingly looking at Lu Guizhi with her ticket. "Director Lu has really raised a good daughter." Lu Guizhi's face turned red. "Wenwan, I think you just hate that my dad didn't marry you," Lu Yuming said angrily. "Xiao Yao." Lu Guizhi quickly covered her mouth. "Kids say silly things. Don't take it to heart." "Don't worry," Warmth said with a cold smile. "For those who have a father but no proper guidance, I naturally won't care about them." "You're insulting people," Lu Yuming cried. "If you speak carelessly again, I won't just be insulting," she said calmly. "When the top beam is crooked, the lower beams are also crooked. When you see elders, you don't even ask. When we return to the Lu family, I will ask about this properly. This is how the Lu family teaches manners." But clearly, that's not the case. Otherwise, there wouldn't be family members like Lu Jinchuan and Xiao Yanan. When Zhao heard there was only one sleeper ticket, she immediately refused. "Let's cancel it. Grandma sitting here is fine. At night, you can sleep, and during the day, I can go lie down for a while," Warmth whispered to her. "This way, we buy one ticket and 2 people can sleep. It's a good deal." The old lady didn't understand these things, but when she heard her granddaughter could lie down during the day and knew the ticket couldn't be refunded, she could only nod in agreement. Passing by carriage 7, Lu Yuming glared angrily at Zhao. Warmth kicked Lu Guizhi hard. "Calm down," Lu Guizhi, in great pain, dare not do anything to Warmth and could only shout at Lu Yuming. He was hoping to talk to the old master about transferring his job to Kyoto. Thinking of this, Lu Guizhi was very angry. After a long day of activity, he thought he could be transferred to the Kyoto headquarters, but instead, he was assigned to the suburbs of Beijing. They said it was the outskirts of Beijing, but it was actually far from the city, in a mountain area. It wasn't much better than his current factory, and the factory director there was doing well. He was only a deputy director before. It was called a transfer back to Kyoto, but in reality, his position was downgraded by 1 level. Lu Yuming, still a child at heart, burst into tears when Lu Guizhi shouted at him. Lu Guizhi, annoyed, yelled at Wenwan, "Can't you just comfort him? Aren't you afraid that I, as a stepmother, Won't take good care of your daughter and won't let me manage her?
When Juan struck.
I'm just going out for some air. Although there weren't many people on the train now, sitting here and watching the father and son made her feel very suffocated. All right, stop crying, Lu Guizhi shouted. Now Lu Yuming was completely afraid to cry again. If he dared to cry any more, Lu Guizhi would hit him. When one walked to the aisle and saw Warmth washing her face with a towel.
I wasn't ignoring you just now, she said.
Warm looked at her and said, no matter why, Grandma is still Grandma. Also, Zhao has always been kind to Wenwan since they were young.
I'm sorry, she said.
Warm glanced at her and replied, there's no need to apologize. It's okay this way. I hope you keep it that way. The train was delayed, and by the time they reached Kyoto, it was almost dark. Warm carried a large bag on her back, held a snakeskin bag in one hand, and supported Zhao with the other. Did you send the telegram? Zhao asked. Yes, Warm nodded. It was hard to reach old Master Lu by phone, so she usually called from Lu Jinchuan's office. When she arrived, she sent him a telegram to tell him the arrival time and train. Xiao Yanan went back to her hometown with Gao Chengguang during the New Year. During this time, she wasn't in Kyoto. It's okay. I've already found out everything, Warm said as they walked. If it doesn't work, we'll stay at the guest house tonight. I'll look for a better place tomorrow. They chatted as they walked outside. Dad, it's Uncle Lu, Warm heard Lu Yuming's voice. He probably knows we're back, so he came to pick us up. After saying that, Lu Yuming happily ran toward the station exit, shouting, Grandpa-san, I'm here. Oh, little Yuming, Lu Jinnan said with a smile. You're back today too? What a coincidence. Aren't you here to pick us up? Lu Yuming pouted. I want to ride your big car. Not today, little girl, Lu Jinnan patted her head. Grandpa Sand is here to pick someone up.
But
Lu Yuming looked a bit upset. Before she finished speaking, Lu Guizhi interrupted her. Yuming, don't be naughty. Lu Jinnan was the adopted son of Lu Jinchuan's father, the older brother of Lu Jinchuan. Although he wasn't a blood relative of the Lu family, he held a high position there. Sending him to pick someone up meant that person was very important. Lu Jinnan was a year older than Lu Guizhi. In Lu Jinchuan's generation, he was the third son. When Lu Guizhi saw him, he called him third uncle. Hearing his words, he smiled faintly and said, I heard you've been transferred back. Congratulations. Lu Guizhi felt a twinge of sourness inside. It seemed the old master knew. He nodded and said, Third uncle, I'll treat you to a drink when you have time. Lu Jinnan patted his shoulder. Hopefully I will. Lu Guizhi smiled, saying earlier that it was just a test. Seeing him like this, he didn't argue further and nodded. Then you be busy. At that moment, Lu Jinnan, who had been talking to them, suddenly smiled happily and quickly walked toward Lu Guizhi. Warm? Lu Jinnan greeted with a smile. Are you Grandma Zhao? I am Warm, she replied. I am Ajin's older brother, Lu Jinnan. You should have heard of me, Lu Jinnan said. This is my ID, and here is a photo. He held up a picture of Warm and Lu Jianchuan taken at the photo studio last time. This was also sent to the old master by Warm and Lu Jianchuan together. Big brother, hello, Warm said with a smile, shaking his hand. The car is outside. Come and get your things, Lu Jinnan said, taking the woven bag from Warm. Grandma Zhao, the old master has a meeting and can't come to pick you up.
Sorry about that.
He'll come to see you once you're settled. Oh, the old master is too polite. Mrs. Zhao waved her hand. He used to be far away and couldn't see us. Now that he's in Kyoto, we can always meet. The group spoke as they walked outside. Dad, Lu Yuming asked Guizhi with some disbelief. Grandpa Third is here. To pick up that woman? Guizhi was also surprised. Lu Jinnan was the most trusted person around the old master. Sending him to handle this pickup meant the other side must have some background. But he never expected that the people with some background he knew of would be Warm and Mrs. Zhao, a pair of grandparents and grandchildren from the countryside. This also indirectly showed that the old master was quite satisfied with the Warm family as a relative. At least he was giving face for now. After all, in Kyoto, Lu Jinnan represented the Lu family. Thinking about himself, he felt he was even less important than an adopted son, and his expression darkened. The car was parked outside. Warm placed the snakeskin bag in the trunk and helped Mrs. Zhao into the car. Lu Jinnan personally drove to pick them up. Sitting in the driver's seat, he smiled and said to Mrs. Zhao, "I'll drive slowly later.
You can see what Kyoto looks like."
Jean gave me a key when he left, Warm said. "Are we going somewhere?" "Yes," Lu Jinnan nodded. Jean Chuan called earlier to arrange everything. "I've already had someone prepare the yard in advance. When you arrive, take a look. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll have someone get it ready." "Thank you, big brother. We're family," Lu Jinnan said. "By the way, your yard and the old man's yard are not far apart." This warmth was unexpected, and she couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. Lu Guoji's family had spent a lot of effort to move into the area where the old man lived, but their house was quite far away. She remembered that in her past life, when she first came to Kyoto and passed by Lu Leoi's house, Lu Guoji proudly introduced her to the courtyard, full of longing. Only people with status and influence lived in this area. At that time, Lu Guoji told her, "You can only come here because you married me. Otherwise, the guards at the gate would have stopped you." In her previous life, Warm was just a young girl who hadn't seen much of the world. When he said that, her eyes showed envy, and she even felt a little insecure after hearing Lu Guoji's words. In this life, looking at the tall buildings outside, she felt emotional. Kyoto truly is different. She was even more amazed at how quickly it was changing in the future. Lu Jinnan was driving while observing Warm. From the first time he saw her until now, this girl was very polite to everyone, and he felt comfortable around her. When he saw the bustling city of Kyoto, he also looked calm. This puzzled Lu Jinnan. Wasn't she from the countryside? "These buildings are so tall," Zhao said sincerely. "My eyes are about to pop out." "Our country will develop even better in the future," Warm said with a smile. "These buildings will keep getting taller." "Can they get taller?" Zhao asked in disbelief. "How do people go upstairs? Won't their legs get tired?" "There are elevators," Warm explained patiently. "Once we settle in, I'll take you to the mall to look around. We'll ride the elevator." "What's that?" Zhao looked confused. "It's just like you can go to any floor you want. The elevator takes you directly there," Warm explained. Lu Jinnan silently nodded. It seemed that Warm knew quite a lot. Could it be Jean Chuan who said that? Thinking this, the car quickly arrived at the place. "Are there still guards on duty?" Zhao whispered. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Shulian's voice was heard. "Jinan, why are you personally driving today? Who is this? Such a big face?" However, the next second, when Feng Shulian saw Wenwan, her smile faded. Wenwan never expected that the first familiar face she would see in the capital was Feng Shulian. Feng Shulian also didn't expect Wenwan to be so impressive, to the point that Lu Jinnan personally came to pick her up. Her face darkened, and she secretly cursed bad luck, then quickly forced a smile. Pretending not to see Wenwan, she walked away. Lu Jinnan knew her temper well. After passing through the checkpoint, he smiled and asked, "Did you have a disagreement?" "A small misunderstanding," Wenwan replied. She didn't explain further. Lu Jinnan didn't pursue the topic, and instead introduced the courtyard to Wenwan and Zhao. "If you want to buy vegetables, just go straight ahead from here. By the way, the ration tickets I prepared for you are in the drawer under the coffee table in the living room," he casually added. "Thank you, big brother." Wenwan felt warm inside. When they arrived, Wenwan found the courtyard to be very nice, and Lu Jinnan had clearly put some thought into it. She felt even more touched. Lu Jinnan helped her take the snakeskin bag out of the trunk. "I'll come again tomorrow. If you need anything, just tell me," he said as he left. "Big brother, you should go ahead and do your work," Wenwan said cheerfully. "We can ask someone or buy what we need ourselves." Although she hadn't met Lu Jinnan in her previous life, she had heard of him many times. He was the most capable person in the Lu family besides Lu Jinchuan, and his achievements were quite impressive. By the time Wenwan died in her previous life, he was already a leader with real power. "Oh, big brother," Wenwan called him back, took a large wooden box from the snakeskin bag, and then took out a wrapped item from the box, handing it to him. "This is for you." Lu Jinan was surprised but then smiled.
"Thank you."
He took the paper package but did not open it. Warming didn't mind and waved goodbye to him, then went inside with Mr. Zhao. The room was very clean, just as Lu Jinan said. "Is this house really so nice?" Mrs. Zhao looked around in disbelief, staring at the tiled floor and not daring to step inside. "Is this really Jean Chuan's home?" "Yes, it will be your home from now on," Warming said with a smile, pulling her inside. Mrs. Zhao thought that living in the family apartment at the base was the best house she would ever have. There was a yard, a bathroom, and heating, so she wouldn't be cold in winter. But once she arrived here, she realized the yard might be even better. It has heating, tiled floors, a yard outside, and space to grow vegetables, bigger than the yard at the base. "Wow, this is really wonderful," Mrs. Zhao said as she stepped inside, carefully touching the sofa and the cabinet. She was surprised when she saw the TV on top. "Warming, what is this? Is it a mirror? Are all the mirrors in Kyoto like this?" "Grandma, that's a TV," Warming explained with a smile. "If you're bored when I go to school, you can turn it on and watch." She said this and turned on the TV. Meanwhile, Lu Jinan parked the car, glanced at the paper package on the front seat, smiled, and went to report the task to his grandfather. "You're back?" The old man looked at him. "How did it go? Don't you trust Jean Chuan's judgment?" Lu Jinan said with a smile. "He's straightforward, well-mannered, and quite interesting. I'm just worried he might find someone who doesn't talk much like himself," the old man said as he sat down. "It seems you think highly of Warming." "She is Jean Chuan's wife," Lu Jinan said with a smile, placing the paper package on the coffee table. "What is this?" the old man asked, pointing at the package. "Is it traditional medicine?" "Warming gave it to me," Lu Jinan replied, taking a sip of water. "It's in a snakeskin bag. I haven't looked at it yet. Could it be vegetables they grew in the countryside?" The old man chuckled. "I heard Warming built a big greenhouse, and they can have fresh vegetables even in winter." "Really?" Lu Jinan was interested. "Why haven't I heard you mention this before?" "I didn't say anything. Maybe I forgot," the old man said. "But this paper package isn't very big. It can't hold much even for vegetables." "This." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jinan looked at the package on the table with some disbelief. "Is this ginseng?" "Yes, it is ginseng." And when he opened the paper package, the strong smell of ginseng immediately filled the air. Both of them were outsiders, but they had seen ginseng before, especially the old man. The Lu family had always kept some ginseng. But using a simple paper wrap like this, just tossed into a snakeskin bag, was something Lu Jinan had never seen before. Isn't he worried about damaging the ginseng? Thinking about her big wooden box, Lu Jinan rubbed his forehead. Inside that snakeskin bag were 3 small wooden boxes. Could they all contain ginseng? Thinking about the medicinal wine stored in his grandfather's cabinet, Lu Jinan became even more curious. Could it be that this ginseng in Wenwen's family is just like a big radish?
"Snakeskin bait."
"Just handed it to you?" Grandpa Lu looked at his grandson's dazed expression and laughed loudly. "Jean Chuan's wife is really interesting. So, about this ginseng." "Keep it," Grandpa Lu said with a smile. "It's her way of thanking you."
"Keep it."
Lu Jinan pushed up his glasses, smiling. "All right, I'll take it home." Anyway, it seemed she still had some left. Judging by Wenwen casually giving him a ginseng, Grandpa Lu probably wouldn't be short of it. Sai, his wife, has come to Kyoto, but he still hasn't come back.
"What kind of person is he?"
Grandpa Lu suddenly said angrily. "He used to be away all the time before marriage, and now that he's married, he still doesn't show up." "Grandpa," Lu Jinan said with a bitter smile, "that's because it's Jean Chuan's job." "His job? Tell him to find a new one quickly," Grandpa Lu said angrily. "I didn't agree to him going so far away. Now his wife is studying in Kyoto."
"What?
He still wants to stay there? 2 places apart. Isn't that a problem?" "That really is a problem. After all, young couples married and living apart can easily face issues." "You are not unaware, Jean Chuan." He pushed up his glasses.
Don't be angry.
Maybe his thoughts will change before he gets married. After all, he is now a family man. The old man sighed and patted Lu Jinnan on the shoulder. Back then, she disliked your father's work, so they argued all the time. And Lu Yanhong's sacrifice is also closely related to this. Lu Jinnan is very careful when doing things. The room was already cleaned thoroughly in advance. Even the new bedding smelled of sunshine, probably aired out beforehand. But when Wan, who first went home with Lu Guizhi, didn't get such good treatment. Feng Shulian still remembered how she was kicked out of the house in a state of despair earlier this year. Of course, she wouldn't blame Lu Guizhi for this. She blamed Wenwan instead. In Feng Shulian's mind, anyone who could say such rebellious words wouldn't be her son Lu Guizhi. It must have been some troublemaker whispering behind the scenes, stirring things up. So, she not only failed to realize her own mistake, but also blamed everything on Wenwan. Even though Wenwan got into a college, it was just a college, not a university, and she wasn't like Wenwan, who was the top scorer in Qin City. Wenwan went straight to the best university in Jingshi, Jing University. Wenwan, with just a college diploma, couldn't compare. Therefore, Feng Shulian would never do chores like tidying up the house for her. She was the mother-in-law. How could she do such things for her daughter-in-law? Wouldn't that mean Wenwan, that little troublemaker, would be bossing her around? Wenwan was already feeling dizzy from the train ride. She finally managed to get off, only to carry heavy bags and squeeze onto a bus with Lu Guizhi. As soon as she got off, she vomited on the roadside, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Lu Yuming and Lu Guizhi looked at her with disgust. After all, she was from the countryside and had never seen the world. She could even get motion sickness on a bus. And it was so embarrassing to hear. Lu Yuming held Lu Jiaming's hand. Brother, let's go home first. They definitely didn't want to walk with this woman. Are you done yet? Lu Guizhi said impatiently. It's just a bus ride. Look at you. So embarrassing. Wenwan vomited for a while and finally felt a bit better. Being new here, she was already a little nervous. Hearing Lu Guizhi's words made her feel worse. She looked up with red eyes and said to him, I get carsick like this. You didn't say anything to comfort me, and you're still talking like that. Are you a real person, Lu Guizhi? Enough, can we go now? Lu Guizhi glanced around because Wenwan's words had attracted some attention. Once we get home, have some hot water and rest for a while. You'll be fine. He spoke while helping Wenwan. This is Beijing, and did you see that? The area is guarded. Don't embarrass me. Of course, their home was across the street from Wenwan's courtyard. Although they were just a street apart, it was a long walk to get there. To enter Wenwan's house, you had to go through the front gate and register.
Wenhuan nodded.
On the way, Lu Guizhi told her many things. She understood she shouldn't embarrass herself. But when they arrived home and saw Feng Shulian's disapproving look, Wenwan felt a little upset. However, she didn't show it. Dad, Mom. Wenwan greeted them softly with a smile. Is this little warm? Lu Zhongjie said with a smile. Come in quickly. Wenwan, she corrected shyly. Lu Zhongjie's smile froze. He looked at his son, and then at Feng Shulian. Since he was experienced, he cleared his throat. Xiao Wan, from now on, this is your home. Okay, Dad. Wenwan nodded and followed Lu Guizhi into the house. Feng Shulian rolled her eyes. When I just got back, I saw Jin Nan. Honestly, the old man made Jin Nan drive to pick up Jin Chuan's wife. Would the old man go to pick her up if Jin Nan didn't? Lu Zhongjie said irritably. Stop nagging and go cook. Can't you see they're all hungry? I'm not your maid, Feng Shulian said angrily. Look at whose daughter-in-law gets married and still has her mother-in-law cook? How did your mother treat me back then? Just 2 days after I came to your house, you handed me the stove and pots. Mom and Dad, Wenwan said weakly, stop arguing. I cough, I'll go cook. She said she was about to faint. Lu Guizhi supported her and said impatiently to Feng Shulian, Mom, Wenwan has been carsick all the way here. Today you go cook. Let her do it tomorrow. Feng Shulian looked at Wenwan with disdain. She gets carsick just from riding in a car. Truly, someone from the countryside who hasn't seen the world. It's my fault, Wenwan said softly, feeling very wronged. Just stop talking so much, Lu Zhongjie pointed at Wenwan. My mom only asked you to cook the next day. Look at Wenwan now, can she cook? Just let her be, he said, pointing at Feng Xiulian. Think about what others will say if they hear. Feng Xiulian was so angry she almost fainted. When she recovered, Lu Zhongjie had already taken his cup and gone outside to play chess. Lu Guizhi helped Wenwan into their house. Guizhi, I'm sorry, Wenwan said with red eyes, apologizing. I shouldn't have said that to you outside. It's okay. I'll go get you some water, Lu Guizhi replied. But there was no hot water at home, so he had to get some cold water for Wenwan to drink. Wenwan lay on Lu Guizhi's bed. The blanket was a little damp, but her heart felt warm. She had finally arrived in the famous city of Kyoto. Thinking about how she got here, Wenwan still felt a little guilty. She owed Wang Xianhua some money, promising to pay it back soon. She didn't expect Wang Xianhua to get so angry, just a little money, and she was so upset she almost couldn't move. Fortunately, a few days later, she came to Kyoto with Lu Guizhi. If possible, she never wanted to go back to that place again. Then she wouldn't have to face Wang Xianhua anymore. When I have money in the future, I will definitely pay you back, Wenwan whispered. But right now, she clearly had no money and was in urgent need of it. Having money, even in Kyoto, even if Feng Xiulian looked at her unfavorably, she wouldn't be afraid. After drinking some water, Wenwan felt she had survived. But her chest still felt tight and uncomfortable. Feng Xiulian was outside cooking and scolding people. Wenwan looked at Lu Guizhi with red eyes and weakly said, Guizhi, maybe I should go cook instead. Lu Guizhi looked at her and said, It's okay. Just lie down. It's not that he cares too much about being gentle, but as Lu Zhongjie said, it doesn't make sense for her to get carsick on her first day and then go cook. Mom, just say a few less words, Lu Guizhi said as he left. What about the older daughter-in-law and little sister? In Lu Guiqiang's room, his wife Lu Cooling rolled her eyes and kicked her husband. Big brother really cares about his wife. They just got back from work, exhausted, and now they have to cook? I'm not going to cook, Lu Cooling said. As soon as Lu Guizhi finished speaking, he saw his sister Lu Xian and I come back from outside. Hearing his words, she pouted. Brother, why are you like this? I just got back, and now I have to cook. Wenwan cursed Lu Guizhi silently, feeling so much resentment because of him. She supported herself against the wall and said, Xian and I is back. Your brother didn't mean it. I just get carsick easily. Lu Xian and I rolled her eyes and called out to Feng Xiulian, Mom, is the food ready?
I'm starving.
Why are you shouting? Feng Xiulian was also annoyed. It will be ready soon. You all are like hungry ghosts. Everyone is staying inside the house. Do you want me to serve you food? She glared at Wenwan and shouted into the yard. Lu Cooling nudged Lu Guiqiang. Mom is just biased. Hurry up and go eat. Just as Wenwan sat at the table to eat, Warm was also finished with her meal. The meat and vegetables were bought in advance by Lu Jinan. Dumplings on the bus. Noodles off the bus. Warm simply stir-fried some mincemeat and made a simple noodle dish. She and Zhao Shi shared their first meal in Kyoto, a bowl of minced meat noodles. That night, she didn't sleep in the master bedroom but slept on the Kong bed in the second room with Zhao Shi. The room was very clean, and even the northern people's preference for sleeping on Kong beds was taken care of. Warm really liked the way the Lu family handled things. Zhao Shi was even more so. The two of them slept on the Kong bed in Kyoto. For a while, they were a bit excited and couldn't fall asleep. They talked for a while before finally dozing off. When Lu Jinan returned home, his wife Wang Fong was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Seeing him come in, she smiled and greeted him. How is it?
How was what? Lu Jinan asked.
Wang Fong nudged him and took the clothes from his hand to hang them up. How is he doing? He's doing well, Lu Jinan smiled. No wonder he caught a Jin's eye. It's just a rural girl, Wang Fong said casually. Looks like your opinion of her is pretty high. She knew her husband well and understood how hard it was to get even a little praise from him. What is this? Wang Fong asked when she saw the paper package on the table. Did you buy some traditional medicine? She had some health issues and was adjusting her body, so she recognized the paper used for wrapping herbal medicine. No, it was sent by someone to keep us warm, Lu Jinan replied as he poured himself a glass of water and took a sip. Wang Fong looked a bit dismissive. How can someone give us this? It's bad luck. You shouldn't give herbal medicines as gifts. But she couldn't resist opening it. When she did, she froze in surprise. Is this ginseng? Real ginseng? She asked, hardly believing her eyes. Yes, Lu Jinan nodded. But why would anyone wrap it in paper like this? Wang Fong was at a loss for words. This is so careless for rural folks. Ginseng isn't like a radish from the field, something you just pull out casually. Most people would keep it in a wooden box or something precious. And she just wrapped it in paper to give as a gift? Why are you talking like that? Lu Jinan frowned at her. Don't keep saying rural people this and that. For 3 generations, who isn't from the countryside? I said I was wrong. Wang Fong smiled. I'm just surprised. Does Jin Chuan's family have a lot of ginseng? What do you think? Lu Jinan pushed up his glasses and looked at her calmly. Well, probably not, Wang Fong said awkwardly with a smile. Ginseng isn't like a radish. Good to know, he said, standing up and wrapping the ginseng and paper together. He was about to go to the study when Wang Fong called him from behind. Nan, I want to talk to you about something. What's the matter? Lu Jinan stopped and looked at her. Wang Fong pointed at the ginseng in his hand. In half a month, it's Dad's birthday. I've been thinking about what gift to give him. What do you think about giving him this? My dad hasn't been in good health these past few years. Sending some ginseng to him would be a good way to help him recover, Wang Fong said with a smile. But I should find a nicer box to put it in. Lu Jinan looked at the ginseng in his hand. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, this ginseng was given to him warmly. It wouldn't be right to then give it to his father-in-law. If you want to give the ginseng, I can help find a suitable box, he said after thinking for a moment. Also, Wang Fong's earlier words made him feel a little uncomfortable. What are you looking for? Wang Fong scolded him gently. Since she gave you this, how we handle it is our own business. And do you think ginseng is as easy to find as a big radish? She continued. It's available in the pharmacy, but we can't afford it. Older ginseng is very expensive. With their current wages, they simply couldn't buy it. All right then, Lu Jinan nodded after some thought. Anan, you're so kind, Wang Fong said happily. Dad will be very pleased. Lu Jinan responded with a soft and handed her the ginseng. Wang Fong carefully took the ginseng, placed it on the table, and looked at it. She muttered softly. How could she do this? Luckily, the roots aren't broken. If Wen Nuan heard her, she would probably smile and say, of course it isn't broken. It was kept in the spirit chef's storage all along, only pretending to be taken out of a snakeskin bag when giving it to Lu Jinan. Moreover, the snakeskin bag also contained a wooden box. After Wang Fong finished storing the ginseng, she planned to go to the pharmacy during lunch tomorrow to ask if they had a special box for it, and also to find out how old the ginseng was. When Nuan woke up early the next day, instead of rushing to cook, she took Xiao and went for a walk nearby. To her surprise, there was a breakfast stall here. The two ordered 2 bowls of tofu pudding, a large fried dough stick from Jingdu, and meat buns. Just as they sat down, they heard someone call out, "What are you doing here too?" It was Lu Guoji's voice. When Nuan didn't even lift her eyes. She knew very well that this place's fried dough sticks and buns were especially delicious. She had heard about them many times in her past life. Moreover, this bun shop later opened several branches, and business had always been good. Warm loved visiting this bun shop since her past life. This morning, she went there just by chance, not knowing that the shop was still open in this era. She didn't expect to meet Lu Guoji. Don't you cook breakfast in the morning? Lu Guoji asked surprised. This is Kyoto, after all. Warm, as a future daughter-in-law, brought an elderly lady out for breakfast early in the morning. Isn't that inappropriate? Are you a policeman? Warm looked up at him. Lu Guoji was momentarily stunned. You're really nosy, Warm said with annoyance. Move aside. You're blocking our sunlight while we eat. Lu Guizhi was speechless. It's just breakfast. What sunlight are you talking about? Worm was quite satisfied with her breakfast. After eating, the two of them went for a walk in a nearby park, showing Zhao around the area. When they returned to the courtyard, they saw Lu Jinnan waiting at the door. Big brother, why are you here? Worm was a bit surprised. Just checking if you need anything, Lu Jinnan said with a smile. Tomorrow, you'll be reporting to school. I came to see if you need me to take you. No need. Worm opened the door and invited him in. I've already checked. There's a bus to the school and I can take it easily. She added, Grandpa. Could you ask him when he's free? I want to visit him. Oh, yes, I was just about to tell you that, Lu Jinnan said. This Saturday, the whole family will host a welcome for you. Thank you, big brother, Worm said softly. I'm your older brother, so I should do these things, Lu Jinnan replied. Are you comfortable at home? If you need anything, just tell me. No need to be polite. We have everything we need. Worm shook her head. Lu Jinnan, on his way to work, saw she was truly well taken care of. He told Zhao, and then rode his bike to work. The car that picked her up yesterday belonged to old Master Lu. By the way, Worm, Lu Jinnan asked before leaving, that ginseng. The one you gave me yesterday, can I pass it on to someone else? Of course, Worm smiled. The things I give you are yours. You can give them to anyone you want. Moreover, she still had many of them here. Thank you, Lu Jinnan nodded and rode away. Brother Jin Chuan is really honest, Zhao Shi said with a smile. That ginseng, if he didn't say it was warm, she wouldn't know whether he ate it himself or gave it away. Aren't you also saying that Big Brother is very kind? She asked. At noon, Zhao Shi was tidying up at home, while Wenwan went to a nearby mall. Lu Jinnan was very careful, but there were still some things she needed to buy herself. Sitting on the bus, she stayed alert. When she saw a large pharmacy nearby, she got off and went inside. Kyoto is not like the countryside. Money is needed everywhere. When Mom wanted to find out the price of ginseng to see if she could sell some to get money. Was it good luck? As soon as she entered, she saw someone else asking about the price of ginseng. Could you help me check? How much could I sell this ginseng for, if I wanted to sell it? The woman asked. When Wan quietly observed the woman. She was dressed very carefully and had a good figure. Wearing a beige coat with black pants and black leather shoes, her long hair hanging down. Even though she was asking about the price, she seemed a bit proud. That might be more than this, said the shopkeeper, an older man wearing glasses. He carefully looked at the ginseng in her hand and said. When Wan suddenly became curious. She didn't recognize this ginseng because she had only casually taken one from the spiritual kitchen that day for Lu Jinnan. But she had smelled the scent of ginseng before. After all, when they made medicinal wine, they used ginseng from the spiritual kitchen. That's a lot. Just as when Wan was wondering, she heard the woman suddenly sound a bit flustered. Sir, please take a closer look. Is this ginseng really worth that much? This money. How many years would they need to work to earn it? And when Wan was just going to give it to Lu Jinnan so easily? Did she even know the value of this ginseng? Sure enough, she was from the countryside, simple-minded. When Wan didn't know that the well-dressed woman nearby was her sister-in-law, Lu Jinnan's wife. Hearing the price, Wang Fong quickly put away the ginseng, only placing it in a pretty wooden box, and hurriedly left. Motivated by a large sum of money, Wang Fong didn't notice that someone was still in the shop. If you want to sell, you can come to me anytime, the old man hurriedly said. The price is negotiable. But Wang Fong simply walked away, without looking back. The old man looked disappointed as he watched her leave. When he saw Wen Wan, he was momentarily stunned, then smiled and asked, Young lady, are you here to buy medicine? No. Wen Wan shook her head. I just heard you mention that you buy ginseng here? The old man nodded sadly. Seeing that Wen Wan wasn't there to buy medicine, he headed toward the back room. When Wan didn't bother to stay, she turned around and left. Today was just to gather some information. After overhearing their conversation, she already knew what she wanted to know. Plus, she didn't dare to openly sell ginseng to strangers. After all, although policies have become a bit more relaxed, This is in the capital, and the Liu family's property is quite prominent. Wenwan was worried about causing trouble for the Liu family. The street was full of shops. Not far from the pharmacy, there was an antique shop. Seeing that the weather was still early, Wenwan decided to go in. Ancient treasures in troubled times, gold in peaceful days. Most antique shops in this era don't see many visitors. When Wenwan entered, she saw the clerk napping. When he saw her, he lazily lifted his eyelids. "Look at what you want yourself," he said, then continued to sleep. Wenwan smiled. "All right, you sleep. I'll look around. When I find something good, I'll call you." The clerk snorted through his nose. Wenwan looked around but didn't see anything that caught her eye. She thought, though, good items wouldn't be displayed so openly. "Master," Wenwan approached and said with a smile, "the things outside are all pretty ordinary." The napping master opened his eyes and looked her over. Good stuff wouldn't be left outside, but good things aren't cheap either. Does that mean she can afford it? Wenwan smiled. Seeing her smile, the master stopped pretending to sleep.
"What do you want?"
"Just to see what good things you have here," she asked with a smile. The master was amused by her attitude. "All right, I was mistaken today. This is the first time I've seen someone in my shop act so boldly. It seems he has good things and one can afford to buy them easily. Here, high-quality mutton fat jade." The master first took out a pair of jade bracelets. These were once worn only by noble people in the palace. But those noble people in the palace were also just dead. Wenwan was indifferent to these things. "Not interested?" The man looked at her expression.
"Just wait and see."
"Here, top-quality Hetian jade paperweight. Look at this carving," the master said while playing with it.
"It's so lifelike."
"How much is this?" In the end, Wenwan left the antique shop amid the master's surprised gaze. She not only bought the intricately carved paperweight, but also purchased the first batch of jade bracelets and several pendants he had shown earlier. It was a very generous purchase. "In this city of Kyoto, I haven't seen anyone as impressive as her." The master stroked his bald head and looked in the direction Wenwan left, saying, "Really? I was mistaken. Such a display of wealth and taste. Even the daughter of the Gu family in Kyoto couldn't match." Just as he was thinking this, a few girls entered the shop. The master hurriedly greeted them with a smile. "Miss Gu." "Master Tong," the girl said with a smile, "bring me that bracelet I liked a few days ago. I want it." "I'm sorry," Master Tong apologized. "Someone just bought it." "Who bought it?" The girl's face immediately darkened. "Didn't I tell you to hold it for me?"
"Well."
Master Tong looked a bit embarrassed. "Maybe you can look at other items." If she could find something else she liked, she wouldn't have to wait so long, right? "Master Tong, that's not right," another girl said with a smile. "That bracelet was something we all liked and you knew it. How can you sell it to someone else?" "Was it the girl who just left?"
Gu Yuhua asked. "Yes."
"Yes," Master Tong replied, looking a bit uncomfortable. "She just arrived a little late." "But we didn't say no," another girl said. "I just saw her go to the shop next door. I'll go call her over, and you can tell her to return it." "That might not be a good idea," Master Tong replied hesitantly. "The items have already been sold, and the young lady has completed all her procedures. Also, the address where she lives isn't a place just anyone can stay." Master Tong felt secretly troubled. If he had known Miss Gu was coming to buy, he wouldn't have taken out that bracelet earlier. But in this world, you can't always know everything in advance. Then the girl named Lu Wenqing smiled and said, "It depends on whether you want it or still want to keep working here." She was clearly someone old enough to be his daughter, but her words made him quite angry. However, Master Tong, no matter how angry he was, had to hold back. After all, none of these people were someone he could afford to offend. Lu Wenqing turned and ran outside quickly. Meanwhile, Wenwan, who didn't yet know what was happening in the antique shop, didn't rush back after grabbing her things. Instead, she wandered around nearby shops. These places would become some of the most prosperous areas in the future Kyoto. If she could have a shop here, it would be wonderful. Wenwan bought a candied hawthorn stick, eating it while dreaming of becoming a shopkeeper. Suddenly, a girl hurried over, panting heavily, and patted Wenwan on the shoulder.
"Hey.
Why are you walking so fast?" You made me have a hard time finding you.
Come with me.
Who are you? Wenwan asked, biting her candied fruit.
I don't know you.
It doesn't matter if you don't know me, and I don't know you either, Lu Wenqing said, catching her breath. Did you just buy a bracelet at the antique shop? So what? Wenwan looked at her calmly. What does that have to do with anything? That bracelet isn't something you can afford, Lu Wenqing said. You should go back to the antique shop and return it. What does she mean she can't afford it? She already paid for it. How can she not afford it? I'm not going, Wenwan said simply, continuing to eat her candied hawthorn and browse the street. How can you be so stubborn? Can't you understand what I'm saying? Lu Wenqing said angrily. That bracelet was bought by Miss Gu Yuhua from the Gu family. You should return it to her right away. This young lady, Wenwan stopped eating her candied hawthorn and looked at her carefully, speaking clearly. First, I don't know you, nor do I know Miss Gu. Second, I bought these things legally with all the proper procedures. As long as I want to keep them, no one has the right to make me return them. And also, don't block my way. After saying that, she ate the last candied hawthorn, didn't even glance at Lu Wenqing, threw the stick into the trash, and walked away. Behind her, Lu Wenqing pointed at Wenwan, trying to call her back, but after a long time, she could only stomp her feet in anger and run after her. Where is she? Gu Yuha asked. She's not coming, Lu Wenqing said angrily. I don't know where that wild girl came from. She's so rude. I already mentioned your name, but she still wouldn't give me any face. Who is she? So arrogant, a few girls said, looking upset. Does she not want to stay in the capital anymore? Xiao Qing. Gu Yuha stopped the person speaking and shook her head. How can you say that? She added. It's just a jade bracelet. Since she doesn't want to part with it, let it go. Master Tong, I don't want to make things difficult for you, Gu Yuha said. I originally wanted to give that bracelet to my grandmother for her birthday. Since you sold it to someone else, you should at least give me something good in return. Master Tong felt very distressed inside, but could only force a smile and go inside to get some items. However, many of the items had already been bought by Wenwan with her generous spending. The remaining items, Master Tong looked at the treasures in the shop and finally picked a few to take out. But Gu Yuha's eyes were sharp. The things he took out clearly weren't as good as the previous bracelet. His expression immediately darkened. It seems Master Tong's business has been very good lately, Gu Yuha said with a smile. The things you showed me that day weren't like these.
Well,
they've all been sold, Master Tong almost cried. It would have been better if Gu Yuha had come a little earlier, but who would have thought that an unremarkable girl could have such a big spending power, buying several items at once? She didn't even blink. There's one more. Master Tong finally gritted his teeth and said, it's a bit more expensive. But deep down, he knew that no matter how expensive it was, he could only sell it cheaply to Gu Yuha. Otherwise, her good days would come to an end.
Sigh.
If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter. But she's Gu Yuha. After all, she has an amazing older brother. And this item was given to the elderly lady of the Gu family, so it should be in the hands of someone who appreciates it. Master Tong secretly shed a few bitter tears. He could only comfort himself this way. The next morning, Wenwan packed her things and went to school with Xiao Shi. She didn't bring much, as she planned to go home for the weekend. There is a direct bus from the courtyard to the school, making travel very easy, and she also took Xiao Shi to familiarize herself with the route. They took the bus after breakfast. Maybe because it was the first day of school, there were still quite a few people on the bus, but luckily they found an empty seat after just 2 stops. When they arrived at the Kyoto University stop, many people got off. Kyoto University is a school with 100 years of history. Even after some turbulent years, it still stands strong. Today was the first day of school. Wenwan and Zhao Shi both dressed very ceremoniously in new clothes. Wenwan wore a pink sweater with a ruffled collar paired with a white shirt underneath and a light, plain cotton coat outside, making her look very gentle and elegant. Zhao Shi wore a dark red jacket, which made her look much more spirited than usual. Seeing the sign hanging above the school gate that read Kyoto University, the two couldn't hide their excitement and happiness. Zhao Shi never expected that, despite being buried in the dirt up to her neck, She would one day stand at the gate of this top university in the country. No, she would also go in later as a family member to see her granddaughter register. Wenwan smiled faintly, but inside, she was just as excited. She took a deep breath and, with Xiao Shi, walked confidently toward the school gate. In her past life, she had often accompanied her family to visit Kyoto University. For someone without much education like her, it was a dream to see students walking along the campus paths. Now, she didn't need to envy others. She could stand here herself. As the two of them just entered the school gate, they heard a voice. She turned her head and saw Lu Wenqing, the girl who had argued with her over the bracelet yesterday, standing nearby, glaring angrily at her. "Are you a fool?" "Asked you a question," Lu Wenqing repeated when Wenwan didn't answer. Wenwan looked at her blankly, as if she were a fool.
"What are you talking about?"
"Is this school run by your family?" "You..." Lu Wenqing stared at Wenwan. "Who is that person?" Zhao asked Wenwan. "I don't know her either," Wenwan said innocently. "Forget her, let's go." They quickly finished registration and then wandered around the school. In her past life, she had come here with others, but she always felt insecure, so she never really enjoyed herself. Most of the time, she was either taking photos for others or being photographed. Behind her, Lu Wenqing almost exploded with anger. "Wenqing, what's wrong?" Gu Yuhua came over and saw Lu Wenqing looking angry. "Did someone upset you?" "It's that wild girl who appeared out of nowhere," Lu Wenqing said angrily. "I just met her at our school. And from her look, she seemed to be here for registration too." Lu Wenqing was a good friend of Gu Yuhua and always followed her lead. They had originally planned to take the entrance exams for Kyoto University together. Lu Wenqing got in, but Gu Yuhua didn't pass. Lu Wenqing felt guilty about this, and today Gu Yuhua had promised to come with her for registration, which moved her deeply. But who would have thought that Wenwan would ruin her good mood? The new student registration area was just near the gate. Each department had several tables, with teachers and some students helping out. Wenwan gathered all her registration materials and looked at the tables with Zhao, trying to find her department. She was applying for business administration. In her past life, her biggest mistake was lacking education and not knowing how to manage. If she still wanted to open a chain of restaurants this life, learning management skills was essential. The teacher helping was a woman with 2 male students assisting her. When they saw Wenwan approaching, they were all surprised. "Hello, teacher. I'm Wenwan," she said with a smile. "May I ask if this is the registration area?" Yes, Counselor Zhang Hongying nodded.
"So you are Wenwan."
"I know you." Wenwan was a bit confused. "Top scorer in Qin City, first in our class," Zhang Hongying said with a smile. "I didn't expect you to be such a beautiful girl. Let me help you carry your luggage," a boy said shyly, blushing. The other boys teased him and pushed him playfully. "Thank you, classmates," Wenwan smiled. "Just tell me how to get to the girls' dormitory building and we'll find it ourselves." Her luggage was not heavy, so there was no need for classmates to carry it. Zhang Hongying smiled, helped Wenwan finish the paperwork, and the boy blushed as he pointed her in the right direction. Wenwan's dorm was on the 2nd floor. She and Xiao Shi went upstairs to find their beds. Several classmates had already arrived and were busy tidying up. The dorm had bunk beds made of wood, with 8 beds in total. Kyoto University always had good living conditions. The dorm was quite spacious, with each person's wardrobe on either side of the bunk bed and a desk in the middle for studying. At the back was a balcony. Their side faced the sun, and on the balcony, they could place wash basins and toiletries or hang clothes to dry. Wenwan's bed was on the top bunk near the balcony, and she was very happy with this spot. The top bunk was quiet and away from the noise of people coming and going at the door. Her bottom bunk was still empty, probably the only bed in the dorm that hadn't been taken yet. She quickly made her bed, and Zhao Shi also got busy, placing her toiletries on the cement shelf on the balcony. After tidying up, a few girls sat in their spots and started chatting. They were strangers before, and they might not have even met on the street. But from today, they would live together here for 4 years, and their friendship would be rare and precious. Wenwan had a good memory. She noticed that among the 7 people now in the dorm, including herself, only she was from the countryside. The others were from the city. 2 of them had been sent to the countryside during the youth movement. One was married with a child named Fan Xilan, and the other, Zhao Jinping, was divorced. The remaining 4 people included Lu Wan, who was a worker, Wang Ying, who had just come from the military and was dressed in a uniform, Su Zhaohong, a clerk at a shopping mall in Beijing, and He Ping, a nurse at a hospital. From now on, if you have no tickets but want to buy something, you can come to me, Su Zhaohong said with a smile. Everyone also politely smiled back. It was their first time meeting, and everyone was friendly. No one treated others differently because of their background or status. At that moment, Wenwan suddenly heard a voice at the door. This is the place. The door opened and Lu Wenqing appeared. She looked inside, and her smiling face turned cold. She really never gives up. No matter where I go, I keep seeing her. Lu Wenqing rolled her eyes and said to the girl next to her, "Wait here for me. I'll put my things down and come out." Such bad luck, she added, frowning. She threw her things onto the empty lower bunk, glared at Wenwan, and left. "Do you have a problem with her?" After she left, Su Zhaohong asked Wenwan softly, "Is your family from the countryside? How did you offend her so quickly after arriving?" "I don't even know her name." Wenwan shook her head. "Do you know her?" "I know her, but she doesn't know me," Su Zhaohong said with a smile. "She often comes to the mall to buy clothes." "I've heard of her. The one who came with her just now, if I'm not mistaken, she should be the princess of the Gu family." "What princess?" Wang Ying, who was from a noble background, said with a faint smile. "What era are we in? Still calling her a princess? Probably from a very powerful family." Su Zhaohong stuck out her tongue. "I heard about her from them. Anyway, she's someone we common folks can't afford to mess with." "A princess from the Gu family?" Wenwan didn't pay much attention to this. After chatting for a while, someone suggested they go for a walk around the school. Wenwan had already planned to do that, so she and Zhao Shi wandered around the campus together. Today, many new students registered, and Wenwan even saw some girls with big bellies coming to sign up. When it was time to eat, everyone went to the school cafeteria together. Wenwan also helped Zhao Shi get an extra portion. "Now I can finally eat in the university cafeteria." The elderly woman happily covered her mouth and said, "That's wonderful, really wonderful." After going around like that, she felt more at ease. This school was even better than she had imagined. Since she had to register for 2 days, Wenwen finished packing her dormitory and then went back with Zhao. On the way, she explained how to take the bus and how to recognize the way when going out. "Tomorrow evening, we will have a class meeting," she said, placing the prepared card into Zhao's small bag. "If you feel bored and want to go out later, just carry this bag. If you're unsure about the place, ask someone." "I understand." Zhao carefully took the card. "I've been to Kyoto before and seen the city, so I won't get lost." She wouldn't go to distant places. She didn't want to trouble her granddaughter. At the new student meeting the next evening, Wenwen learned that the girl who had always been unfriendly to her was named Lu Wenqing. When introducing herself, she even emphasized that her family was from Kyoto and where she lived. What a terrible person. Her home wasn't far from Wenwen's. Wenwen overheard some students whispering, "This place is for people of status." After everyone finished their self-introductions, it was time to elect class leaders. Usually, students recommended themselves, gave a short speech to campaign, and then classmates voted. The final results would be approved by the counselor and confirmed by the college. Wenwen had always admired people who went to college, so she took it seriously. When classmates introduced themselves, she listened carefully and tried to remember everyone's names and details. Even during the election for class leaders, she didn't shrink back like before but actively participated. Actually, she was quite nervous, especially since it was her first time facing so many people, and these people were future elites from different fields. She felt a little anxious. Even her breathing was a bit hurried. When she stepped onto the stage, Wenwen took a few deep breaths, trying to appear more composed. But when she looked at the faces below and the eyes fixed on her, her heart seemed to almost jump out of her chest. It was very different from standing in her seat and introducing herself just moments before. After taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, Wenwan slowly opened her mouth and said, "My name is Wenwan. I come from a small village in Shaanxi province. When I was young, my family was poor, and I only finished 5th grade before dropping out of school. Going to college has always been my dream. I hope that in the next 4 years, I can continue learning with everyone, read good books, and study hard for the rise of China." Although she was very nervous and trembling all over, her hands tightly gripped the desk, her speech was steady, and her Mandarin was clear and proper. Her gentle voice made people feel she was strong and inspiring, giving a sense of trust. "I also hope to do my best to help the teachers and serve everyone well." She bowed respectfully. Teacher Zhang Hongying was the first to applaud, and soon everyone else started clapping too. When the applause died down, Zhang Hongying spoke again. "Wenwan is not only the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Qin City, but also the highest scorer in our class." The applause grew louder and more enthusiastic than before. Everyone knew the importance of sitting here in the first year after the college entrance exam was restored. They had all experienced the hardships and efforts along the way. Each person's success was earned through hard work and sweat. Wenwan had gone from being a primary school student who hadn't graduated to now being a university student, and she was the best among them. This showed how much effort she had put in. Everyone admired her even more now. Naturally, the applause became even louder. Wenwan had never experienced anything like this before. When she sat in her seat, she was still very nervous, and her heart was pounding hard as she listened to the applause. Next, other students spoke, and Wenwan was curious to see that Lu Wenqing also ran for the position of study committee member, just like her. It was clear Lu Wenqing knew there would be a speech contest during the class meeting. She prepared very well, spoke longer than anyone else, and her speech was very impressive. Looking at Lu Wenqing confidently and gracefully speaking on stage, Wenwan had to admit that Lu Wenqing's speech was much better than hers. She lost confidence in her own chance of winning the election. But that was okay. Even if she didn't get the position, it wouldn't affect her enthusiasm and dreams for university life. This year's group of college students is the most special. Many people missed out on several years of activities, so their desire to learn is very strong. Warming listened carefully and sincerely to each speaker, taking good notes to decide who to vote for later. When it was time to vote for the study committee member, Warming didn't expect that Lu Wenqing, who had prepared well and spoke passionately, would be defeated by her. Lu Wenqing received 3 fewer votes and was not elected. Of course, this result still needs approval from the school, but it usually won't be a big problem. Lu Wenqing's face turned pale with disappointment. Everything that happened that day was new and exciting for Warming. Meanwhile, far away in Sancha village, Shaanxi province, Wang Xianhua was also thinking about Warming. Xiui Lu accidentally revealed something. Warmed face pale and anxious, she asked Wang Ying nervously. "Oh no, you're bleeding," Zhao Jinping, who had come over, said. Warm's hand had just scratched a long, deep cut on a wire hook attached to the side of the desk, trying to keep herself from falling onto the books. "Let me see," Zhang Hongying quickly said. "Hurry, let's go to the nurse's office." She then told class monitor Su Xiongfeng, "You stay here and organize everyone to get their books. I'll go with Warmed to the nurse's office." "Warmed," she said, pulling out a handkerchief to cover her wound. "Someone pushed me from behind just now." If it was just a prank to hurt her a little, she wouldn't have said anything. But this person's goal was not only to embarrass her, but also to damage the books. She never thought about damaging the books like that. Who was standing behind Warmed just now? Zhang Hongying looked at the others with a serious face. "If someone admits it now, I might consider a lighter punishment." She also thought it was just an accident on Warm's part. Who knows if she was careless herself and is now just making excuses, Lu Wenqing said casually. "Just now, you were the one behind Warmed, right?" Someone suddenly said. Although it was a question, the tone was very sure. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the speaker. Warmed remembered his name. When he introduced himself, he looked half asleep, with his hands in his pockets, and coolly said, "Meng Zizhou, from Kyoto." And then, that was the end of it. Zhizhou, which side are you on? Lu Wenqing whispered through clenched teeth. I didn't push her. Meng Zhizhou brushed his bangs and said calmly, Did I say you pushed her? No. He only said that the person behind Warmed was her. You. Lu Wenqing glared at him angrily. Anyway, I didn't push her. For a moment, no one could figure out who was really responsible. But Worm's hand was still bleeding, so Zhang Hongying had no choice but to let Su Xiongfeng stay here to distribute the books while she took Wormed to the nurse's office. Wormed had secretly sprinkled some medicine powder on her wound earlier. The bleeding wasn't as fast as before, but it still looked pretty scary. Wenwen accompanied Warmth to see her injury. She had also been hurt during training before, but she had never looked at it with such intense focus, as if her eyes wouldn't blink. Does it hurt? She asked softly. Yes, it does, Warmth replied with a pale face and a small smile. It really hurt a lot. Are you not going to cry? Wang Ying asked curiously. Will the scars stay? It probably will, the doctor said after sewing up the wound. It's a small cut, but I stitched 5 stitches. Come back in 2 days to change the dressing, and in half a month, we'll see if the stitches can be removed. Yes, medical technology isn't that advanced yet. Usually, stitches on such wounds need to be taken out later.
She would have to endure the pain again then.
This is just too much, Wang Ying said angrily. The incident happened right at the start of school. Zhang Hongying looked a bit upset too. Don't worry, I will find out what happened and give you an explanation. Warmth smiled. In this era, classrooms don't have surveillance cameras, so it's quite hard to find out the truth. When they returned to the dorm, everyone else asked about Warmth's injury with concern. Only Lu Wenqing snorted coldly and kicked a stool, then walked out. Warmth and Wang Ying's books had already been brought back by others in the dorm.
How could she do that?
Lu Wan whispered, but Zhao Jinping tugged her sleeve. They knew each other from before. I'm glad Warmth is okay, Fan Xilan said with a smile. Wang Ying looked at her. What does okay mean? She was hurt so badly, yet still said she was fine? Warmth smiled and said, Thank you all. Lu Wenqing only returned to the dorm just before lights out. By then, everyone had finished washing up and was lying on their beds chatting. Her entrance was a bit loud, and the cheerful atmosphere in the dorm suddenly cooled down. Then, they heard her go to the balcony to wash her face with her basin. After she left, the others started chatting again. With so many people talking, time quickly passed. Warmth lay on the top bunk, recalling everything that happened today. It felt like a dream, and she had actually become a university student at Kyoto University. Although there were some unpleasant moments, they didn't affect her good mood today. She was finally going to college. The dreams she had in her past lives finally came true. Now, she feels warm and full of energy, thinking only about how to study hard and improve herself. But just as she was about to fall asleep, someone suddenly kicked the door open loudly. When Wan frowned, Lu Wenqing, can you be a little gentler? Wang Ying sat up angrily. She had just fallen asleep after a long day. I always do this at home, Lu Wenqing said. But this isn't your home, Wen Wan replied. Your behavior affects our rest. That's none of your business. Lu Wenqing slammed the balcony door shut and made a loud noise when she lay back on the bed. Wen Wan turned over, unwilling to argue on her first day in the dorm. Suddenly, Lu Wenqing on the lower bunk shouted, Can you be quieter when you turn over? Dust is falling. Oh, Wen Wan turned again and said, That's your problem. She responded with her words. In the dorm, someone chuckled quietly. That day, when they received the notice, Wang Xianhua saw Zhu Honghai get out of bed, which surprised her. A few days earlier, Zhu Dongming was planning to go to the capital to study, and Lu Xiaoyi and Zhu Honghai had taken their son to the county to catch a bus. Although villagers rarely saw Zhu Honghai, they knew he was often sick and had to stay in bed for a long time. He also took a lot of traditional medicine every month. Everyone said Zhu Honghai's life was kept going by money. Wang Xianhua used to think the same. But that day, she saw Zhu Honghai leave with Lu Xiaoyi to send their son, and they stayed out for a long time before returning. What does this mean? It means Zhu Honghai's illness has improved.
Who is Zhu Honghai?
Years ago, He was injured while trying to save equipment at the boiler factory, which damaged his lungs. The doctors even issued a death notice, and he relied on various medicines to stay alive. Now he's better. To Wang Xianhua, this is a miracle. Someone who was half dead could recover, so her own partial paralysis should also get better. Wang Xianhua took medicine several times and worked with the village doctor on acupuncture, and she felt a little better than when she was half paralyzed. One day, Lu Xiaoa was chatting with the women in the village, and Wang Xianhua, moving her not-so-sure foot, also came over. She heard Lu Xiaoa praising her son, Zhu Dongming. Wang Xianhua quietly frowned. Lu Xiaoa, like the character Xiang Lin saw from a play, kept bragging since Zhu Dongming got into a university in the capital. She used to stay at home a lot, but now she always wants to go outside. Every time she talks to others, she shows off. She praised her son as if he was the best in the world. Bah, he just got into a university, so what? Her two daughters also got into good schools, and Wenwan was the top student in Qin City. Zhu Dongming is nothing special. But Wang Xianhua could only think these things quietly. You're getting healthier, Honghai, a woman asked Lu Xiaorong. Was that your husband chopping firewood yesterday? Yes, it was him, Lu Xiaoa smiled. His health is better than before. I told him not to chop wood, but he wanted to try himself. Chopping firewood is something big men should do, someone said. Lu Xiaoa looked happy. All the unfairness and frustration her husband had suffered over the years, she finally felt relieved now. Her man was healthier, her son was in university, and better days were ahead. How do you know he's better? Wang Xianhua asked quietly from the crowd. Oh, it's thanks to Wenwan, Lu Xiaoa said happily, caught up in the praise. Then she suddenly remembered that both her husband and son had told her not to tell anyone, especially Wang Xianhua and the strange couple Wenfengqi. If they found out, Wenwan's life might become difficult. Why does it have anything to do with Wenwan? Someone asked, revealing Wang Xianhua's thoughts.
Well,
Lu Xiaoa hesitated. It's nothing much. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoa realized the voice sounded familiar. She turned around and saw Wang Xianhua hiding among the crowd. Xianhua, you're out today too? In that moment, the gossiper's attention shifted entirely to Wang Xianhua. I ask you. Wang Xianhua no longer avoided and directly asked Lu Xiaoa, did warmth cure Honghai's illness? What method did she use? Don't talk nonsense, Lu Xiaoa said nervously. Warmth is your daughter. You should know whether she can see a doctor or not. There must be some secret method. Wang Xianhua refused to listen to Lu Xiaoa's explanations. Otherwise, how could she be so smart? She used to be so dull, not recognizing many characters. How could she get into college? There must be some special way. In her heart, Wang Xianhua more and more believed that warmth was a kind of magical being, using some kind of magic. People close to her all became better. Even Hu Xiaoling, who was usually so restless, managed to get into college. Isn't that because warmth cast a spell? And Zhu Honghai, warmth helped him a lot when he was young. With some magic, she could make the half-dead Zhu Honghai better. And she, because she offended warmth, was cursed to become paralyzed on one side. The more Wang Xianhua thought about it, the more she believed it was possible.
But she dared not say it.
If she did, when Youfu might use his old tricks to make her go out for a parade again. She had already had enough of that experience. If there really was some magic, Wang Xianhua thought, as long as warmth agreed to cure her, she would do anything she asked. Are you out of your mind, Wang Xianhua? Lu Xiaoa angrily shook her off. Warmth can't have any magic. I am grateful that warmth gave my family Dongming those materials. If it weren't for the materials warmth gave, Dongming wouldn't have done so well in exams. He did well because his father was in a good mood, and he found a ginseng in the mountains to make medicine, prepared by Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang said that his father's illness was partly due to the ginseng and also related to his mood. Lu Xiaoa said this half true, half false. Wang Xianhua suddenly remembered that when Fengqi had also found ginseng in the mountains before, but he had traded it for a watch for Zhou Yani, that little troublemaker. Wang Xianhua was so angry, she clenched her fists. If only she had some ginseng, maybe her illness would be better. Unintentionally, her words sparked others' interest. Warmth didn't know, but from that day on, many people in Sancha village started wandering into the mountains for no reason. Actually, after some time, someone did find ginseng. Of course, it was all done quietly without anyone knowing. Wang Xianhua also went to the mountains a few times, limping all the way, almost risking her life. She couldn't help but curse when angrily in her heart. But those are later stories. As Zhou Yanni's school start day approached, when Fengqi had already bought a train ticket to send Zhou Yanni to school. You're going to Kyoto? Wang Xianhua asked while working in the yard when Fengqi returned. Then I want to go with you. In Kyoto, she could find Wen and ask her to help her see a doctor. I'm going to Kyoto for official business. Why are you going like this? Fengqi looked at her and said, I want Wen to take me to see a doctor, Wang Xianhua insisted. Then you should go. Fengqi sneered. Let's see if Uncle Sand gives you a letter of introduction. Wang Xianhua choked. Without a letter of introduction, you'll be considered a wandering person in Kyoto. You might not even get off the train before being sent back. As for his letter of introduction, it definitely wasn't issued by Wen Youfu. If that old man knew she was going to Kyoto to see Wen, he would probably tie her up with a rope. Thinking about it, he felt regretful deep down. Who would have thought that what seemed like a useless sparrow would turn into a golden phoenix? Thinking of all the sneers she had given him, Fengqi felt angry. Trying to shake him off? Bah, not a chance. If he's having a hard time, no one else will have it easy. Wen naturally didn't know about what was happening in Sancha village. The next morning, when she woke up and saw everything in the dorm, she realized she had already come to Kyoto University to study. Her hand still ached faintly from the injury. Wen lay in bed thinking for a while before sitting up, dressing, and getting out of bed. Does anyone still want to sleep? Lu Wenqing said irritably. Wen's voice when she got out of bed was very soft, and by then, the others in the dorm had already woken up and were going to wash up at the water room one after another. Hearing Lu Wenqing shout, everyone was stunned. It's already bright outside, and we need to get up for class, Zhao Cuiping said weakly. Yes, Wenqing. Fan Xilan smiled and said, if we don't get up soon, we'll be late. Lu Wenqing glared angrily at Wen and said, you keep tossing and turning all night and get up so early in the morning. Are you deliberately trying to keep people from sleeping? Wen just smiled and ignored her. Clearly, Lu Wenqing was the kind of person who lacked brains. I don't know how someone like her managed to get into Kyoto University.
What are you laughing at?
She asked, stopping Wen. Wen, she said calmly, if you're looking for trouble, please find a better reason. Accusing her of tossing and turning all night? Sorry, I slept very well last night. How could I have been tossing and turning? Move aside, she said coldly. Good dogs don't block the way. Yes, she thought that being in the same university and sharing a dorm was a rare coincidence. But if Lu Wenqing, who clearly was just looking for trouble, came at her, Wen wouldn't just stay silent. She didn't start trouble, but she wasn't afraid of it either. You're insulting me, Lu Wenqing pointed at Wen angrily. I'm insulting the dog, Wen replied, then pushed Lu Wenqing's hand away and went to the balcony to wash up with her belongings. Wen, wait for me, Wang called after her. Your hand is injured, and it's not easy to wash up. She smiled and hurried after her. She realized she actually liked Wen's personality. Zhao Jinping pulled Lu Wan and He Ping, who also carried their basins, and hurried out to wash up. For a moment, only Lu Wenqing, Su Zhaohong, and Fan Xilan were left in the dorm. Don't be angry. Hurry up and get up, Su Zhaohong whispered gently. I'm not going to bother with a village girl. Lu Wenqing rolled her eyes, pulled back the blanket, and got out of bed. We're all city folks. We should be on the same page. Fan Xilan smiled, took her basin, and went out too. When Wen finished washing up and returned, Lu Wenqing was no longer in the dorm. She didn't mind and, with Wang Ying and the others carrying their backpacks, headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. Among them, there were people from the south and the north, and they were all quite curious about what to eat for breakfast. This bean bun is better than ours, Lu Wan said with a smile. We don't have this kind of way to eat back home. Steamed buns are also very tasty, Wang Ying said. I used to eat a lot of them. My mom's steamed buns, I could eat 5 or 6. She was originally smiling, then fell silent for a moment, and soon after, she was happily eating a bun. It's so delicious. Don't you eat rice here? Lu Wan asked. When I came, I heard that in the north, people mainly eat noodles. Every meal is noodles. At that time, she thought that if she had noodles every day, she would get tired of it. No, we do have rice, Wang Ying said. Yesterday morning, I saw rice and stir-fried dishes in the cafeteria. Wang Ying's family is from the capital city, but she returned from serving in another place, so she is more familiar with the capital. When Wan also nodded, the capital is the capital city, after all. The city is definitely more open-minded than others. After last night's chat and this morning's meal, the girls gradually became more familiar with each other. While talking about delicious food from different places, they walked towards the classroom. When it came to food, Wan was very talkative, mostly speaking the whole way. Oh my goodness, Wang Ying thought her mouth was watering as they approached the classroom. Wan, how do you know so much about food? My grandfather used to be a chef, and he cooked very well, Wan said with a smile. I started helping in the kitchen when I was about 4 or 5 years old. She was still a child. Wang Ying used to think she was quite pitiful, but now, after hearing Wan, she felt that at least her childhood was pretty happy. Wan never hid anything about her background or family. By the way, are you really married? He Ping asked. Yesterday, during the self-introduction, Fan Xiaolan and Zhao Jinping said they were married, and Wan also said she was married. No one paid much attention at the time, just surprised that Zhao Jinping divorced her husband to go to school. Yes, Wan smiled.
Married. Why?
Don't I look like it? He Ping smiled, just a little surprised. When they reached the classroom, no one needed to remind them. Everyone naturally took out their books to read, memorize, and practice early reading. When Wan looked around and saw that there were quite a few people in the classroom, most of them, like her, were holding textbooks and reciting. There was no choice. Too much time was wasted before. Everyone wanted to make up for the time lost, not wasting a second. I thought we were the early ones. Wang Ying stuck out her tongue. The classroom was already full of people. I couldn't help but feel nervous. My warm college life officially begins now. I made a plan for myself. Besides attending classes and participating in some activities, I would spend most of my remaining time in the library. I feel like a sponge, eager to dive into the ocean of knowledge. During the day, I am either in the classroom or searching for books in the library to study. While others might want to make up for the 15 years they lost, I am trying to make up for 2 lifetimes. Every night, I return right on time. Of course, I often hear some teasing comments from Lu Wenqing, but I just ignore her. I adapt quickly and get used to the school's pace. Even Wang Ying and He Ping, inspired by my hard work, started spending more time in the library too. Soon, our dormitory formed 3 small groups. One group was Wang Ying, He Ping, and me. Another was Zhao Jinping and Lu Wan, who are from the same hometown. The last group was Su Zhaohong and Lu Wenqing with Fan Xiaolan. Before long, it was the weekend. After finishing the last class on Friday afternoon, I packed my bag and prepared to go home. Is your family in Shaanxi? Fan Xiaolan asked. Oh, I smiled. My husband's family is in Kyoto. Yeah, Lu Wenqing rolled her eyes. Some people get married, probably for other reasons. I looked at her and ignored her as if she wasn't there. Angered, Lu Wenqing started complaining loudly again. Why did you upset her? Wang Ying asked with a smile as she caught up. I told her what happened that day. That's really serious, Wang Ying said, not knowing what else to say. We went to the bus stop together, but not on the same bus. Wang Ying lives near Baizheku, close to the train station. At night, you can hear the train rumbling past. People who don't know might think there's an earthquake. We agreed I would come back on Friday afternoon. Early in the morning, Zhao took her family's grocery list and tickets to buy supplies. Since they moved in, a woman with a red armband came to ask about them. When she heard I was Lu Jinchuan's wife, everyone started to come by, some openly, some secretly, to see me. Zhao is also a cheerful person. During the days when Wenwen was not feeling well, she already made friends with these people. When Wenwen returned, she saw Zhao standing at the door talking to a person with a red armband from afar. Seeing Wenwen, Zhao said, "Sister Zhao, your granddaughter is back. I'll go now. We'll chat later." "Who is this?" Wenwen asked Zhao. "That's Sister Wang from the neighborhood committee. She's a very kind person," Zhao replied. "How's the school? Are your classmates doing well?" "Everyone is doing fine," Wenwen said, handing her backpack and taking a sip of water before smiling and telling her about what happened at university these days. She mostly shared good news and didn't mention any worries. As for Lu Wenqing, Wenwen didn't bring her up at all.
"How's your hand?"
Zhao asked nervously. "Did you get hurt?" "It's nothing. I accidentally bumped it," Wenwen said casually. "My classmates are working very hard. I feel like I need to catch up with them, especially some boys in her class. Wenwen often met them in the library." "Do you have anything to eat?" "I'm hungry," Wenwen asked. "Yes, I went digging for wild vegetables the day before yesterday and made some vegetable dumplings," Zhao said with a smile. "There's also shepherd's purse. Tomorrow we'll make dumplings and we're going to Lu's house for dinner tomorrow. So, the day after tomorrow, we'll make dumplings to eat. After spring begins, shepherd's purse will be available in the fields." But Wenwen didn't expect her grandma to be so impressive. She quickly became familiar with the people here. The next morning, just after breakfast, Lu Jinnan arrived. Wenwen had already prepared a gift for her grandfather. His courtyard was not far from Wenwen's home. It took about 10 minutes to walk there.
"How's your hand?"
Lu Jinnan immediately noticed the gauze wrapped around Wenwen's hand. "I accidentally cut it at school." "It's fine now," Wenwen said with a smile. She first used medicine from her spirit box to stop the bleeding. She had been changing the dressing every day these days, and her wound was healing quite quickly. "If you have any trouble at school, tell me," Lu Jinnan said. "Okay," Wenwen replied. "Let's go quickly so Grandpa doesn't wait." When Wenwen arrived, Lu Jinchuan's aunt, Lu Tingfang, and her husband had already come early. Seeing warmth, Lu Tingfang stopped her work in the kitchen and happily pulled her aside. "Finally, I get to see you. Sister Yanan has been talking about you many times right next to my ear." She also asked about her hand injury, and when she learned it was fine, she felt relieved. "Hello, Auntie," Warmth greeted sweetly, then greeted Old Master Lu, Xiao Zhinya, and Wang Fong, who had come out of the kitchen. Wang Fong had been watching her face since she entered. She had heard that Lu Jinchuan married a girl from the countryside, and her own mother often scolded her about it when she went back home. She was classmates with Lu Jinnan, and many classmates were surprised when she married him. Later, she found out that Lu Jinnan was not actually from the Lu family. Wang Fong had a cousin who liked Lu Jinchuan very much. Her mother often talked about her, hoping she could help match her cousin with Lu Jinchuan. But Lu Jinchuan was a quiet person at home, and when she tried to bring it up, Lu Jinnan shut her down. "Jinchuan will handle his own marriage. We shouldn't worry about it," Lu Jinnan said. That one sentence shut down all Wang Fong's ideas. Originally, Wang Fong thought that with the Lu family status, Lu Jinchuan would marry a noble girl. At worst, there was a marriage agreement between Lu Yanhong and the Gu family. Although that girl was no longer around, the second branch of the Gu family had always wanted to match their daughter with Lu Jinchuan. But suddenly, Lu Jinchuan called and said he was getting married. And he married a girl from the local village. Wang Fong's family also had relatives from the countryside. Visiting relatives in the countryside as a child was a nightmare. Everyone looked at her like a wolf, fighting over the things they brought. The girls had no decent clothes, and some families only had one pair of pants, which they rotated daily depending on who went out. So, Wang Fong naturally labeled Warmth as a country girl. But today, when she saw Warmth come in, she was stunned. Is she really from the countryside? Her skin was better than hers, and she was prettier. Her figure was just right, slim where she should be, and in the right places. Her clothes were simple, but they made her look very elegant. Wang Fong felt a twinge of envy inside. Originally, She had always worried about her husband's true family background, fearing she would have no status in the Liu family. When she learned that Liu Jinchuan married a rural girl, she felt a little relieved. But now, seeing how beautiful she is and how good her grades are, no wonder Liu Jinchuan liked her. Wenwan was surprised. She hadn't expected that Liu Jinan's wife was the person she met that day at the pharmacy asking about ginseng prices. Thinking about the price the old shopkeeper quoted her, Wenwan felt more confident. Is the meal ready? Liu Jinan tugged at Wang Feng's sleeve. When will we eat? Today. All the dishes were cooked by Wang Feng herself. Oh, I'll go cook now. Wang Feng quickly turned to the kitchen. She had already prepared all the ingredients when Liu Jinan went to pick someone up, so cooking now would be quick. When will Sister Yanan come back? Wenwan was thinking about Xiao Yanan and asked Liu Tingfang. She was supposed to come back after the new year, but her elderly mother twisted her ankle, Liu Tingfang said with a gentle smile. They'll be back in a few more days. Her checkup is coming up soon, right? Wenwan thought about the gossip she heard in her past life. Xiao Yanan's mother-in-law was just as difficult as Feng Xiulian. She was pregnant now, and if something happened, she heard that place was even more remote than their Sancha village. Wenwan couldn't help but worry. I said I wanted to bring her back, but your uncle refused, Liu Tingfang complained. If she were normal, it would be right for her to stay and take care of her mother when she's sick. But the problem was, Xiao Yanan was pregnant, and she needed someone to take care of her. How could she go take care of others? But she still needs to have her checkup, Wenwan sighed. Checkup? Wang Feng just brought out the dishes and heard her. She smiled and said, not many people here go for checkups, right? Wenwan, you seem to know quite a lot. Wenwan smiled. It's always better to be sure after a checkup. Maybe because of her special skills, her senses were very sharp, especially when it came to detecting kindness or hostility from others. She had thought she was imagining things earlier, but now, hearing Wang Feng's words, she was sure. This sister-in-law was hostile toward her. She just didn't know where that hostility was coming from. That's exactly what you should check. Liu Tingfang patted Wenwen's hand and said, when you get pregnant in the future, you must also go for regular checkups. As soon as she finished speaking, Wenwen saw Wang Feng's face look unhappy. Let's eat, Liu Jinan said. Old Master Liu smiled and invited everyone to sit down. I heard from Jin Chuan that you cook very well. My grandfather used to be a chef. I loved cooking when I was a child, Wenwen said with a smile. Then try some. Your sister-in-law's cooking is also good, the old man said happily. Thank you, sister-in-law, Wenwen said politely. It's no trouble. I also enjoy cooking, Wang Feng smiled. Liu Jinan glanced at her. After taking a bite, he frowned. Wang Feng's dishes were either too salty or lacked salt altogether. After tasting a few bites, old Master Liu put down his chopsticks. Grandpa, Wang Feng hesitated nervously. Maybe I caught a cold recently, so I can't taste the food properly. I didn't cook well. How about this? Everyone stop eating. Anan and I will go to a nearby restaurant to buy some dishes, she said hurriedly, then turned to Wenwen. Sorry, Wenwen. It's okay, sister-in-law, Wenwen said, standing up and stopping her with a smile. We're family. No need to buy outside. I'll check the kitchen and make something quickly. That wouldn't be right. Wang Feng felt a bit embarrassed. It's fine. I want to show you my cooking skills, Wenwen winked. Grandpa's been saying he wants to try my food, right? Perfect timing. After saying that, she went to the kitchen. Behind her, Wang Feng looked anxiously at Liu Jinan, who indeed looked a bit better. Wenwen's sister-in-law, come on, she said. You're not feeling well with your cold. Let Wenwen do it, old Master Liu said, then apologized to Zhao. Big sister, sorry for the trouble. We're family. It's hard enough that you're sick and still cooking, Zhao said. It's a good chance for my older brother to taste Wenwen's cooking. But her granddaughter's hand was still injured. Aunt Zhao, have some fruit first. Liu Tingfang brought out some fruit. Sit down first. I'll go to the kitchen to help. She went inside at least to help Warmth wash vegetables and do some chores. Since Warmth's hand was injured, she could still cook a meal. Wang Feng's face looked even worse. After a while, Warmth came out and asked Lu Jin and Big Brother, "Where did you put the snakeskin bag I took earlier?" "In the storage room," Lu Jin Nan replied. "If you need something, I can get it for you." "No need. Just tell me where it is, and I'll get it myself," Warmth said. The kitchen didn't have much meat left, but there were plenty of vegetables. Warmth wanted to find an excuse to take some out from the kitchen, and her snakeskin bag did contain some homemade cured meat and sausages. "Let me take you there," Lu Jin Nan stood up. Warmth nodded. The two of them went out together. Behind them, Wang Fong was lost in thought, watching their departure. "This girl," Lu Tingfong handed her an apple. "Here, have an apple." "Thank you, Aunt." Wang Fong sat down and forced a small smile. Lu Tingfong shook her head silently, but didn't say anything more. All of this was naturally seen by Zhao, but she chose to ignore it. Sisters-in-law often have these little conflicts, especially among rural wives, and even more so in the city. If anyone is to be blamed, it's only because her granddaughter Warmth is too outstanding. She was already being complained about on her first day here by her sister-in-law. But Zhao didn't think Warmth was at fault. Wang Fong's cooking might be naturally bad, or maybe she wanted to give Warmth a warning. But Zhao wasn't worried at all. She believed that after tasting Warmth's cooking, Wang Fong would regret her actions today. Warmth's snakeskin bag also contained dried goods she collected from the mountain last year. She took them out one by one, saying, "These were meant for you and Grandpa to try." She seemed to perform a magic trick, pulling out different items from the bag. "These cured meats are made from pigs I raised myself. Later, Big Brother and Grandpa will try them. They'll definitely taste better than what you buy in the city," she said. "Are they the same as the ones you sent before the New Year?" Lu Jin then asked curiously. "They are really delicious. The pigs weren't slaughtered before the New Year. I bought the meat with a meat voucher from the butcher," she explained. She smiled and said, "This time, I personally prepared the food. All the ingredients were made from herbs she purified herself, so the pork must be more fragrant than usual." "Then we are very lucky," Lu Jin Nan said with a smile. When they came back, both of them were holding something. "Anan, did you go buy the meat?" Wang Fong asked. "No, these cured meats and sausages were brought from my hometown by Wenwan," Lu Jin Nan explained. "Just in time for us to try today." "Did you raise the pigs yourself?" Lu Tingfong asked in surprise. "Wenwan, you can raise pigs too?" "Yes, I feed the pigs myself, and they are all quite fat," Wenwan said with a smile. "Auntie, later I'll make some for you to try. I promise it will be better than what you buy outside."
She was confident about that.
"But," Wang Fong said softly, "are you sure about this pork? What if it's not safe? We wouldn't dare to eat it." She didn't specify what kind of pig it was, but her expression couldn't hide her suspicion.
"Wenwan, I'm sorry."
"My sister-in-law didn't mean to say your cured meats and sausages are bad," she hurried to explain. "It's just that these past few years, some pigs got sick or developed rashes. My mom used to buy from the black market. It was pigs raised in the countryside that died from illness and were secretly sold. Luckily, we didn't eat them, but my neighbor and my mom bought some, and their whole family ended up in the hospital. But we trust your cooking," she added quickly. But her tone made it clear she didn't fully trust the meat Wenwan brought, even implying that Wenwan, coming from the countryside, might be selling unclean food. Wenwan smiled faintly. Lu Jin Nan looked a bit displeased, but he still kept his composure to save face. "The pigs Wenwan raised herself. If we don't trust our own pigs, how can we trust others?" That made sense. But you also ate quite a bit of the cured meats and sausages Wenwan sent before the New Year," Lu Jin Nan said softly, adjusting his glasses.
"They're all fine."
His tone was gentle, but Wang Fong, who knew him well, could tell that Lu Jin Nan was angry. "Let me help you," she quickly offered. "No need. It will be ready soon," Wenwan said with a smile. "Sister-in-law, you should rest if you're not feeling well. Grandpa is waiting to enjoy your delicious food." Old Master Lu laughed heartily, saying, "That brat Jin Chuan always tells me things that make me so hungry." As for what the eldest granddaughter-in-law said about a sick pig, Old Master Lu actually didn't like it either.
What does she mean by that?
Warm is still Jin Chuan's wife, and the first time she visits, she brings a sick pig as a gift? After hearing the old man's words, Wang Feng's face turned pale instantly. She felt a bit resentful. What good could a village girl possibly do? When the food Worm prepared was served, Wang Feng's expression worsened. Because the dishes Worm made looked even more tempting than those from a state-run restaurant chef. And yet, with just a few vegetables, how come her dishes are so creatively made? Although the meal was very tasty and delicious, to Wang Feng, it felt like chewing wax. Jean was right. Worm's cooking skills are on par with a chef from a state restaurant. Xiao Zhinya, who rarely spoke, said with a smile. Everyone ate a lot today, including him. After the meal, Worm made some fruit tea herself. It's made from wild berries from the mountains. We drink it often, so it's safe. Try some. This time, Wang Feng finally shut up. Because the food was so fragrant today that she couldn't help but eat a little more. Now, drinking this fruit tea, her stomach felt much more comfortable. She underestimated Worm a bit. No wonder Jean Chuan was moved. She does have some tricks up her sleeve. After finishing the meal and tea, the two elders chatted for a while. Since the old man had other matters, Worm decided to take her leave. I told you to come and stay directly, but that brat still wasn't happy, old Master Lu said somewhat angrily. Today we officially became family. Come by often in the future. Big sister, just come over for a walk and sit, he said to Zhao. Zhao naturally agreed. Worm still felt a bit uneasy about Xiao Yanan, so she said to Lu Tingfang, Andy, if Yanan comes back, please tell me in advance. I'll go pick her up. She also took a snakeskin bag. I haven't given you the gift I prepared yet. This kid, Lu Tingfang chuckled, amused by her. Family members don't need gifts. I brought all these things from the mountains, she said with a smile. First, I took out some dried goods, cured meat, and sausages. Are these the things we just ate? Lu Tingfang asked. Yes, Wen Wan replied. If you like them, next winter break when you come back, bring us some more. Also, this, she said, taking a paper package from a wooden box and handing it to Xiao Zhinya. Uncle, this is for you. The information you gave me was really helpful. That's because you worked hard, Xiao Zhinya said with a smile. What is this? He opened it to look inside. Since he works in education, he really liked students like Wen Wan, smart, eager to learn, and hardworking. At first, he thought it was a local specialty like dried goods, but when he opened it, he was surprised. Wang Feng's eyes lit up when she saw the paper package in Wen Wan's hand. No one knew better than her what was inside that package or how valuable it was. That day, she secretly asked about it at the pharmacy. High-quality ginseng like this can cost over 8,000 yuan and is hard to find. Wen Wan just casually gave it away? Does she realize what she's giving?
This.
If I'm not mistaken, it's called ginseng? Lu Tingfang said. Xiao Wan, this gift is too valuable for us to accept. Uncle, Aunt, these are just things from outside. Your help to me is worth more than money, Wen Wan said with a smile, pushing the package back. You just said we're family so you and Uncle can keep the ginseng. She actually wanted to say there would be better things in the future, like her medicinal wine. But seeing Wang Feng's quick flash of excitement and greed, Wen Wan stopped herself. These are a small token from me and Jean Chuan, she said. If you want anything else, we don't have it. All right then, Xiao Zhinya said with a smile, accepting it. Thank you, you and your aunt. Wen Wan then divided some of the cured meat and sausages to Lu Jin Nan and the old man. Grandpa, tomorrow I'll come over to help turn the soil in your yard. When she went to get the things earlier, she also took a quick look at the vegetables the old man was growing. That's good, Old Man Lu said with a smile, pointing at the people inside the house. None of these are very thoughtful. Dad, Lu Tingfang said with a smile, then I'll come over tomorrow to help you too. Maybe it's better to forget about it. Old Master Lu joked with a smile. I'm afraid you'll mistake my vegetables for weeds and pull them out. Laughter filled the room. Wang Feng secretly pouted, thinking, this warmth is really impressive. She immediately won the old man's heart. She couldn't help but glance at Lu Jinnan and saw that he was also smiling. A genuine, heartfelt smile. The two brothers of the Lu family, Lu Jinchuan and Lu Jinnan, are very different. One is cold, the other gentle and polite. Lu Jinchuan speaks little and is hard to get along with, while Lu Jinan is the opposite, humble, courteous, and always with a slight smile. But Wang Fong had rarely seen him smile so happily. Her gaze naturally fell on Wenwan's face. She smiled, and her eyes seemed to speak. Wenwan already knew the way back, walking as casually as she would during a stroll with Zhao. On the way, Zhao reminded Wenwan, "Your sister-in-law is quite scheming." "It's okay," Wenwan replied indifferently. "We don't live together or see each other every day, so as long as the face is okay, it's fine." "It's a pity about Big Brother," Wenwan shook her head. "How could he marry such a wife?" "But everyone has their own taste," Wenwan said. "In the future, we won't have much contact. I'm not someone easy to bully." Zhao playfully poked her forehead. "You little rascal." Wenwan had prepared a gift for Wang Fong, but when she saw Wang Fong's attitude earlier, she changed her mind and gave her some dried goods, cured meat, and sausages. These were just a token of her kindness. "I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Wenwan stuck out her tongue. She sighed again. "I wonder if Annie can bring Sister Yanin back. If she still couldn't, she would have to find a way." That day, when Wenwan saved Chef He Hokwon, she made up her mind to prevent the tragedy of Xiao Yanin from happening. Meanwhile, at home, Wang Fong was talking to Lu Jinan about Wenwan. "Do you really think she's from the countryside? She doesn't look like it at all. And what do you think someone from the countryside should look like?" Lu Jinan, sitting on the bed reading, put down his book and looked at her. "Not really," Wang Fong smiled. "I just think she's quite pretty, different from the rural girls I know." "No wonder second brother is so smitten." "What's wrong with you today?" Lu Jinan asked. "The food you made tastes so bad." "What were you thinking?" "What do you mean, what was I thinking?" Wang Fong said awkwardly. "I just didn't cook well by mistake." Thinking about it made her feel upset, as if she had missed a chance to show warmth. Moreover, she kept comparing her cooking to hers, making her feel even worse. "Are you trying to give her a warning?" Lu Jinan looked at her. "Impossible," Wang Fong said sadly. "Anand, do you really think of me like that?" "Not the best, but there's no need." Lu Jinan continued reading his book. Wang Fong stayed silent. After a long while, she said, "Today, she sent some ginseng to Aunt and the others." Lu Jinan kept reading, then looked up at her after a while. "You don't want her to send you one too, do you?" Wang Fong hesitated, feeling choked. Of course, she wanted one. A single ginseng costs nearly 10,000 yuan. She only earns 30 yuan a month. How many years would it take to save that? She thought this in her heart, but couldn't say it aloud. As her close partner, Wang Fong knew very well how much Lu Jinan cared about the Lu family and Lu Jinchuan. If she said that, Lu Jinan might get angry with her. "How could I think that?" Wang Fong said. "It's just that Grandpa might feel better if he has a ginseng." Lu Jinan put down his book and said calmly, "Wenwan sent a ginseng to Grandpa last year." "Huh? I didn't know that," Wang Fong said. "Do you know how to get one?" Lu Jinan smiled. "That thing isn't a big radish, it's not easy to get." But it was ginseng, and it was from Wenwan to Grandpa. He didn't tell Wang Fong at the time because he was afraid she would overthink. Wang Fong thought about it and agreed. "Wenwan is a grateful person," Lu Jinan said. "If you get along well with her, it won't hurt you." Although they had only interacted for 2 days, Lu Jinchuan was a protective person. He cares a lot about his family. Wenwan was similar to him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given him such a big gift on their first meeting. Unfortunately, Wang Fong didn't think the same way. "You really have a good impression of her," she said sourly. "But she's your sister-in-law." "You really are." Lu Jinan suddenly turned off the light with a snap, feeling utterly confused. In the dark, Wang Fong hugged him from behind. "Anan, we need to have a baby soon." "Wang Fong." Lu Jinan turned to look at her. "Please don't put too much pressure on yourself. Let's first take good care of our health," he said softly. "There's no rush to have a baby." "How can I not be anxious?" Wang Fong said sadly. "Before, Jin Chuan wasn't married, but now he is. If Wenwan gets pregnant before us, where will we stand in this family?" "What are you talking about?" Lu Jinan frowned at her. I've told you many times, Jin Chuan and I are both children of the Lu family. We both have the surname Lu. Grandpa, Annie, and Jin Chuan have never thought like that, Lu Jinan added. Wang Fong didn't reply. She knew that if they kept talking, they would just argue. I was wrong, she paused and said, but you heard what Annie said today. Even Yan Nan has a child now. If we don't have one soon, I'm afraid Grandpa will be disappointed. Also, Lu Jinan wasn't even biologically part of the Lu family. If they didn't have a child early to win Grandpa's favor, what would happen when Wenwan has her baby? Would her child still be accepted? Lu Jinan felt exhausted. Wang Fong's obsession and persistence about having a baby were beyond normal. Since they got married, she had been taking so many herbal medicines to improve her health that she could probably circle the city of Jing around. She drank the bitter herbal medicine without even frowning. Thinking of this, Lu Jinan sighed helplessly and gently supported his wife's shoulder. That night, back home, Lu Tingfang was talking to Xiao Zhinya about today's events. Aining used to seem pretty good, but these past 2 years, her temper has become more and more gloomy. Lu Tingfang wiped her feet. Xiao Zhinya helped pour out the footbath water and continued, and she's not even pressured by her mother-in-law to have a baby. I just don't understand. Since Xiao Yanan returned from Shan province and was visibly pregnant, Lu Tingfang couldn't forget the look on Wang Fong's face when she saw Yanan's belly. Ainan just likes it, Xiao Zhinya said. Lu Tingfang sighed. I feel a bit sorry for Ainan. Today, she behaved so badly in public, and in the end, it was her reputation that suffered. Years ago, when Lu Jinan was about to marry Wang Fong, she actually disagreed at first. She looked into it and found that Wang Fong had a good reputation, known for being very filial. But Wang Fong's parents and their family's reputation were not so good. Later, when she met Wang Fong, she thought the girl was pretty nice, cheerful, and straightforward. Plus, Lu Jinan really liked her, so Lu Tingfang didn't oppose the marriage anymore. But who would have thought that Wang Fong would change so much now? Worm is still not doing much, and she's like this, Lu Tingfang thought and sighed. If Worm gets pregnant someday, and she's not, phew. She stopped mid-sentence thinking. What do you think might happen if that happens? I think you're just a worried person, Xiao Zhinya said. Children and grandchildren will have their own happiness. If that happens, Ainan will handle it well. I'm just worried it might affect their brotherly relationship, Lu Tingfang said, gesturing with her hand. Ainan isn't from our Lu family, but he's been with us since he was little. He doesn't have Lu family blood, but deep down, he's one of us. Mother-in-law conflicts, sister-in-law disputes, Xiao Zhinya patted her hand. That's been around forever. Worrying won't help. All right, Xiao Zhinya handed her a glass of water. I saw that Ainan didn't look too good when he left today.
He has his own ideas about this.
And our Nan, Lu Tingfang finished her water and handed him the cup.
I've thought about it.
Worm has a point. Regular checkups are necessary during pregnancy. But her health isn't good, and Xiao Zhinya also felt worried about their daughter. Her health isn't good, but Nan is carrying their child, Lu Tingfang said emotionally. It's not right to have the pregnant daughter-in-law take care of everything. Look at you get anxious whenever you mention Nan, Xiao Zhinya said. Hai Qinguang's village has phones, right? Let's call him tomorrow to ask about the situation. Last time they called, they were told that Xiao Yanan was out playing with Gao Qinguang and hadn't come back. They hadn't called again since. It's already late at night, and I can only wait until tomorrow to make a call. Lu Tingfang sighed and accepted this as the only option. Go to sleep, Xiao Zhinya comforted his wife. We're scaring ourselves. We'll call tomorrow. If everything's fine on their side, we can go and bring Nan back home to rest and recover. She's such a lively girl. I feel more at ease knowing she's with us, Xiao Zhinya said as he lay down. Who said we shouldn't bring her back? Lu Tingfang angrily punched his arm. When Nan just went back not long ago, we hurried to bring her back. That wasn't right, Xiao Zhinya hugged his wife. We only have one daughter. Of course, I cherish her. Daughters are like a father's little sweetheart. Xiao Zhinya indeed spends more time caring for his daughter than his wife. I don't know why, But I feel so peaceful inside, Lu Tingfang said. We must call tomorrow. Got it, Xiao Zhinya smiled. Do you want me to get you some medicine? No need. Just bring me a little of the medicinal wine Nan Nan brought back last time. I'll take a sip, Lu Tingfang said. That stuff is really wonderful. Xiao Zhinya smiled and went to get the medicinal wine, but before he could, the house phone rang. Wenwan's school is in the same area as Kyoto University, and she went to report on the same day as Wenwan. However, the school's accommodation isn't as good as Kyoto University's and definitely not as nice. But for Wenwan, that was already very good. When she applied to Kyoto Fashion Institute, she didn't understand much. She just thought design sounded fancy, so she chose it. By chance, she ended up in the best major of that school. Wenwan was determined to settle in Kyoto. Naturally, she wanted to get along well with her classmates. Aren't you from Lu family in Kyoto? A girl looked at Wenwan and said, Wow, you probably married into the Lu family in Kyoto, right?
Lu
Jinchuan? No, Wenwan quickly waved her hands. My husband's name is Lu Guizhi. Lu Jinchuan is my brother-in-law. That's impressive too. The girl looked at Wenwan with envy. She didn't know Lu Jinchuan personally, but she had heard her brother mention him. Of course, her brother was only close friends with Lu Jinchuan. So I have heard rumors about Lu Jinchuan. The way you know Lu Jinchuan is so lucky, the girl said, holding Wenwan's arm. If I ever get the chance, can you introduce me to Uncle Lu? But he's already married, Wenwan replied. And the person he married is her sister, Wenwan. Of course, for some reason, Wenwan didn't say anything about this. So what? The girl said, not caring. On Friday afternoon, Wenwan had no classes and didn't rush home. She waited until Saturday, ate in the school cafeteria, then took the bus home. But just after getting off the bus and walking a little, she saw Lu Guizhi pulling and arguing with a girl. Brother Guizhi, I know you must have a reason for marrying a girl from the countryside, the girl cried. I know you're already married, but I just can't control myself. When Wenwan saw them pulling and arguing, she wanted to rush over and slap that girl, but her reason told her not to do that. So, she suppressed her anger and walked toward them, but she overheard what they were saying. Before coming to Kyoto, Wenwan thought there might be women who liked Lu Guizhi, but she never expected anyone to be so shameless. She was truly amazed. They were already married, yet they still came to bother him. If this happened in their place, they might even be taken out and made to walk in the streets. Are Kyoto girls this brave? Wenwan stood a little way away from them, not getting closer. She wanted to hear how the proud Lu Guizhi would respond. Zhaodi, don't do this, Lu Guizhi said, looking troubled. You're a good girl. You will meet a good man someday. The girl called Zhaodi covered her face, crying and shaking her head. No, I don't want to marry anyone else. She just wanted to marry Lu Guizhi. She had liked him since she was young, but her family was too poor. Her parents only cared about having a younger brother, which made her feel so insecure she didn't dare confess her feelings to Lu Guizhi. In the end, Lu Guizhi married a girl from the countryside. After hearing about this, Lu Zhaodi couldn't sit still, especially when she found out her father had arranged a match for her with a drunkard from their factory. Yesterday, Lu Zhaodi was walking home around the corner when she saw him standing there, hiccuping and smiling at her. When she looked at him, he gave a lewd stare at her chest, which scared her, and she quickly ran away. The next day, she went out to find Lu Guizhi. Who do you want to marry? Wenwan asked with a smile before Lu Guizhi could speak. Lu Zhaodi was stunned, and Lu Guizhi hurriedly pushed her aside when he saw Wenwan. Juanzi, you're back from school? I was just about to meet you at the station. Lu Zhaodi's face instantly turned red. It turned out she had gathered all her courage to confess to Lu Guizhi, but now she was caught by his wife. She felt a bit embarrassed at that moment. What made her feel worse was what Lu Guizhi said. It turned out he had come out early in the morning to pick up his wife. She had thought they were destined to be together. Who is this? Wenwan looked at Lu Zhaodi calmly and asked Lu Guizhi. Oh, she's my former neighbor, but we lost contact a long time ago. Today, we just happened to meet, Lu Guizhi explained quickly. Last time at the base, Wenwan chased Zhou Yani across half the base and almost hurt her. That incident was still being discussed when Lu Guizhi left the cement factory. It really surprised Lu Guizhi. He had once wanted to marry a simple rural girl, but that idea was now completely gone. Wenwan was never an easy person to deal with. Lu Guizhi believed that his transfer to the suburbs of Beijing was related to this incident, because the next day the leader called him into the office and mentioned it specifically. I wondered why the car accident was so serious. Now I understand. The leader's meaningful smile still lingered in Lu Guizhi's mind. He said he was being transferred back to Kyoto, but in fact, he was demoted. Lu Guizhi was not willing to accept this. He also wanted to live a respected life wherever he went, just like in his dreams. From that moment, Lu Guizhi realized how important it was to protect his reputation. In the past, he was flirtatious and gained many benefits from it. But now he saw it as a double-edged sword, and at least for now, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. Most importantly, Wenwan was a woman who could be quite bold. She was still a college student. When Lu Guizhi reported to his unit yesterday, the leaders there even asked about his family situation. When I heard that Lu Guizhi's wife was a college student this year, I made a special point to praise her. Such a good wife, the factory director said with emotion. You should work hard in the future. This one sentence labeled Wenwan as a good wife. Moreover, Lu Guizhi was a bit worried. If he dared to mess around, Wenwan could come to his workplace at any time or even divorce him. If that happened, not only would his future be affected, but his reputation might also be ruined. So, when Wenwan came over, Lu Guizhi immediately became nervous and hurriedly explained himself, afraid she might misunderstand something. This woman was known to be bold enough to use a knife if needed. There's an old saying, the soft are afraid of the hard are afraid of the fierce, and the fierce are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. Are you the neighbor from before? Wenwan asked with a smile. Did you also live nearby? Lu Xiaodi felt a bit insecure and tugged at her clothes. They couldn't afford to live in a place like this. Brother Guizhi, if there's nothing else, I'll go now, Lu Xiaodi said quickly, blushing and in a hurry. She had finally gathered the courage to confess her feelings, only to be unexpectedly seen by Lu Guizhi's wife. Could she be a college student? Yes, Wenwan said with a smile, seeming to sense her thoughts. I just got into university this year. Although it was a college diploma, Lu Xiaodi didn't know that. She had also taken the college entrance exam this year, but didn't pass. Wenwan was quite pleased to see Lu Xiaodi's shame and envy on her face. What could people from Kyoto do? As long as she was willing, she could still be better than people from Kyoto. Wenwan gained unprecedented confidence in Lu Xiaodi, a local girl. Meanwhile, when Fingxi was packing his things, preparing to go with Guanqin to send Zhou Yani to school. Zhou Yani's school start was about 10 days later than Wenwan's, so their departure time was just right. When Fingxi wanted to go to Kyoto with Guanqin to send Zhou Yani, but he kept it very secret. Still, it wasn't like no one knew. The traces of passing are hard to hide, especially since Wang Xianhua, who was close to him, had already sensed Wen Fingqi's unusual behavior. If you dare to go, Wang Xianhua said with a crooked smile, I'll die right in front of you. Can't you think of something better? Wen Fingqi said, now Amon has gone to Kyoto to study. Her husband's family is also from Kyoto. I checked at the base, and our mom was taken away by her too. Do you think she will come back someday? Wen Fingqi asked Wang Xianhua. Wang Xianhua shook her head. Probably not. Kyoto is a busy city, and who would want to return to our mountain village? I thought about it later, when Fingqi looked at her and said, we still need to find our daughter. Wang Xianhua's eyes lit up immediately. Why do we need to find her again? Didn't you say you were worried that we might cause trouble for her? But we should see if she's doing well with her new family, Wen Fingqi replied. If she's doing well, that would give us some peace of mind. Wang Xianhua started crying gratefully. Whenever I think of her small, fragile look, my heart aches so much. She was just born, crying like a kitten, and now we're separated. She wiped her tears. I feel sorry for her. I'll go to Kyoto to find out, Wen Fingqi said. If I can find her, that's great. If not, then it means we're not meant to be connected. Besides, Wenwan has her own story. He waved his hand to stop Wang Xianhua. Let's just leave her alone. I can't bear to think about it. I've never suffered such a big loss in my life. Wenwan is the first. Wang Xianhua thought so too, but now Wenwan seems a bit strange. She had argued with her several times and always ended up unlucky. Who cares? Wen Fingqi said. If she's shameless, the Lu family in Kyoto can be shameless too. Wang Xianhua also thought so. Stay at home and take care of yourself, Wen Fingqi sighed. If we're lucky enough to find our daughter and your health improves, you can go to Kyoto to see her. Otherwise, with your current weak state, she might dislike us. When Wan has ginseng, Wang Xianhua gritted her teeth. Zhu Honghai only got better because Wan gave him the ginseng. Just thinking about Zhu Honghai, who is almost dead but now is fine, made Wang Xianhua's resentment towards Wan even stronger. All right, go ahead. Wang Xianhua grabbed Wen Fingqi's hand. It's all because of her that I am like this. Go find her and ask her to send me medical expenses and living costs. Don't think that running to Kyoto will let us live a good life. Warmth was happily reading a letter without knowing anything. It was a letter from Lu Jinchuan. He wrote this letter that night and sent it to the base in a special way. It was delayed on the way and just missed her. So it arrived only now. Warmth's handwriting was taught by Lu Jinchuan. Seeing the familiar words, she felt very warm inside. He only wrote a few simple words, but they made her feel very touched. At the end, he wrote, "Wait for me to come back." It seemed like, when he returned, he would have something very important to tell her. Warmth couldn't help but think of how strange he looked when he left that day. Her face turned red again. Warmth, what's wrong?
Who are you looking at?
Wang asked her with a smile, noticing her happy face. Just my boyfriend, Warmth replied with a smile, putting the letter away. Are you going to the library? They had no classes in the afternoon. After lunch, they planned to go to the library to read. But soon, Warmth was called down because someone sent her something. She thought it was Lu Jinman, but it was a stranger. After giving her the letter, the person left quickly. It was very fast. She even wanted to ask more questions, but she couldn't. She definitely couldn't ask the person to bring something for Lu Jinchuan. Lu Wenqing, who was sleeping on the lower bunk, turned over impatiently and continued sleeping facing the wall, muttering impatiently. Wang Ying made a teasing gesture at Warmth, and both of them laughed as they left the dorm. How is your hand? Wang Ying asked as they stepped outside. I don't know how the investigation in the school is going. I heard several people say they saw her push you at that time. Warmth smiled and said, I know. Because she has a spiritual chef's ability, her senses are sharper than normal people. When Lu Wenqing pushed her, she felt it clearly. So, you're just going to forget about it? Wang Ying asked. How could I? Warmth replied calmly. This time, it's my hand. What about next time? The time after that? If it was just an accidental injury, she could understand. But the problem was, Lu Wenqing did it on purpose, and she was very arrogant about it. The school said they would investigate this matter, so she would wait for their result first. If the school just let it go lightly, she would fight for justice for herself. Otherwise, she might think everyone will follow her example in the future, thinking it's easy to bully her. Just having an idea is good, Wang Ying said with a smile. She was worried that one might be too shy to speak up, but it was clear she was wrong. Oh, I forgot to take the borrowed book. It's due today, Wang Ying suddenly remembered. Why don't you go to the library first? I'll come find you later. I'll go back with you, Wenwan said. I need to pick up something too. Although Lu Jinchuan's letter said she didn't need to reply, Wenwan still wanted to send him a letter. She couldn't give it to him now, but when he returned and saw her reply, he would be very happy. I heard some students from a few days ago are coming back, Wang Ying said. The school will be busier then. Will there be clubs recruiting members? Have you thought about joining any? Wenwan asked. Wang Ying shook her head. Not yet. Do you have any good suggestions? I heard the student council is pretty good, Wang Ying said thoughtfully. But it's quite hard to get into. They soon arrived at the dormitory door. Without thinking, Wang Ying pushed the door open. A few seconds later, a scream came from inside the dorm. Then, it sounded like someone fell off the bed, and hit the desk in the middle with a loud. Another scream followed. How did you get on my bed? Wenwan asked coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly ran to her own bed. Since her rebirth, Wenwan had met many difficult people, but none made her as angry as now. It was the first letter Lu Jin-chuan ever wrote to her. Wenwan even felt a little regretful. Why didn't she carefully keep and take the letter when she knew Lu Wenqing was the only one in the dorm? Ask again. Where is my letter? Wenwan looked at Lu Wenqing with a cold gaze. Wang Ying had never seen Wenwan so angry before. However, Lu Wenqing, lying on the ground and in pain, squinted her eyes without paying attention to Wenwan's expression. What she didn't expect was that Wenwan's love interest was also named Lu Jin-chuan. Wasn't that the same name as Gu Yuha's love interest? At that moment, she was staring at the signature on the letter when Wang Ying pushed the door open. Lu Wenqing was startled and hurriedly tried to get off the bed, but she missed her footing and bumped into the table in the middle. Even now, her whole body hurt badly. But Lu Wenqing didn't think it was wrong to have secretly looked at the letter. Instead, she blamed Warmth for everything. What letter? I don't know, she said, struggling to get up, but the pain in her waist made her fall back to the ground. She clenched the letter tightly in her hand. It seemed Warmth cared a lot about this letter, or she wouldn't be so nervous. So, Lu Wenqing decided she wouldn't return the letter. And if she did give it back, wouldn't everyone find out what she just did? Therefore, she absolutely refused to admit anything. That's a letter from my husband, Warmth said, trying to keep her anger in check. Give it back to me. You're so annoying, Lu Wenqing said impatiently. I already told you. I didn't read any secret letter of yours. What are you doing? It hurts, my hand. Lu Wenqing struggled. She never expected Warmth to grab her hand so tightly, and it hurts so much. Warmth, are you crazy? Let go, Lu Wenqing shouted through tears. Some classmates outside, frightened, ran to call the teacher. Warmth, don't get so worked up, Su Xiaohong quickly said when she saw this. Let's sit down and talk, Fan Xilan added. Warmth, listen to your sister's words. Let go first. Give me back my letter, and I'll let go, Warmth said. Give it to me. While speaking, she squeezed Lu Wenqing's hand even harder. Let go of me. Lu Wenqing finally couldn't hold back and tried to hit Warmth with her other hand, which was hiding the letter. But Warmth had been prepared. She grabbed Lu Wenqing's wrist with her free hand, pressed her knee against Lu Wenqing's leg, trapping her so she couldn't move. You still owe me for deliberately bumping into me and hurting my hand. Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I come from the countryside? Warmth said, staring directly into Lu Wenqing's eyes without blinking. This letter is very important to me. I've already said that. After she finished speaking, she raised her hand and slapped Lu Wenqing. You dare to hit me? Lu Wenqing covered her face, unable to believe it. She paused, then angrily screamed and cursed as she tried to hit Wenwan. When Counselor Zhang Hongying arrived to ask what happened, the two were already fighting in the dormitory. Even others who tried to stop them got caught in the chaos. Wenwan's hair was messy, and she looked down, so her expression was unclear. The bandage on her hand had been torn off, exposing the stitched wound, which looked quite frightening. What are you trying to do? Zhang Hongying said angrily. You worked hard to get into university. Do you want to get expelled?
Teacher.
Wenwan hit me, Lu Wenqing falsely accused. Look at how badly she hurt me. Look at my face. Lu Wenqing spoke while leaning in, trying to show Zhang Hongying her face. Wenwan's slap was very forceful, and Lu Wenqing's face immediately swelled with clear finger marks. I'm also in a lot of pain all over, Lu Wenqing cried. I feel like I can't go on. Lu Wenqing, you're almost done, Wang Ying said with disdain. You're acting like a crazy person, scratching and grabbing. Teacher Zhang, look at my arm. And these injuries on us, they're all caused by her. If you're hurt, it's probably because you accidentally bumped into the table when you panicked after being caught stealing from my bed, Wenwan said calmly. I didn't hit you. Does Lu Wenqing really like to complain?
She does.
Wang Ying secretly smiled at Wenwan. If the situation were different, she would have given a thumbs up. Others might not notice, but she saw clearly that Wenwan, who came from the military, knew exactly what she was doing. The few hits Wenwan gave Lu Wenqing targeted the most painful spots on her body. You're talking nonsense. They're all helping you, Lu Wenqing cried. I didn't do it, Su Zhaohong quickly said. Honestly, she wouldn't dare offend Lu Wenqing no matter what. We really just wanted to separate you two, Wang Ying said helplessly. But you're acting like a crazy person, grabbing everyone. Teacher Zhang, I hit her, Wenwan said, lowering her head and rewrapping the fallen bandage. If she dares to touch my things again, I will hit her. Lu Wenqing, Teacher Zhang, look at her. All right, you can be quiet now, Zhang Hongying said angrily, then looked at Wenwan's hand. Why is your hand bleeding again? Did the stitches come undone? Some people are just too disgusting, Wang Ying said mockingly, looking at Lu Wenqing. They keep grabbing and pulling at Wenwan's injured hand. You all. Zhang Hongying didn't know what to say. She told Lu Wenqing, who was crying, stop crying. Everyone, go to the medical room. A few of them went to the medical room. Coincidentally, the doctor on duty was the same one who stitched Wenwan's hand before. She frowned and said, how could you be so careless? Yesterday, the wound was healing well when I changed the dressing, she added. It was a fight, Wenwan said calmly. The doctor had never seen a student talk about a fight so casually, and she was momentarily at a loss for words. I hurt so much. Doctor, please check me. I think my ribs might be broken. I hurt all over, Lu Wenqing cried. Wait a moment, the doctor said loudly. You still have the nerve to argue? Wang Ying kept her lips pressed into a smile. Wenwan cooperated during the dressing change and didn't cry out in pain, leaving a good impression on the doctor. In contrast, Lu Wenqing's attitude was not good at all. Fortunately, the stitches didn't come apart, the doctor said while treating her wound. But you need to be careful. She whispered, you're so gentle, yet you still get into fights. Wenwan blushed. Meanwhile, Lu Wenqing kept muttering. That's enough, the doctor said after checking her. Why are you shouting? Lu Wenqing said, Doctor, I'm covered in injuries. Look at my face. Yes, just some scratches on your face. Use a towel to cool it down at home, the doctor said without giving her any medication. The injury on your waist probably hit the table. I'll give you some red flower oil to apply. But other parts of my body hurt too, Lu Wenqing protested. The doctor looked at her over her glasses. Are you doubting my medical skills? Then maybe you should go to a big hospital and get checked, Lu Wenqing said angrily. Lu Wenqing was furious. She suspected that the doctor and Wenwan were working together, but she had no proof, so she insisted on going to the hospital. However, after a full checkup, the results were the same. Her other body parts were fine, and no wounds or bruises were found. How is that possible? Lu Wenqing couldn't believe it. She pointed at Wenwan, crying, and said, I was beaten like this, can't you see? Enough, Lu Wenqing, Zhang Hongying said angrily. We've come this far, and you still want to accuse Wenwan. The teacher is really disappointed in you. Initially, after investigating the pushing incident, Zhang Hongying was considering how to handle it. According to the usual procedures, she would likely receive a serious warning, or even be asked to leave school. This generation was one that was delayed. They worked hard to get into college. A serious warning would be recorded in her file and follow her for life. Zhang Hongying had been debating whether to give Lu Wenqing one more chance. But now, she felt it was unnecessary. Some people just don't deserve a second chance. Without strict discipline, they won't learn. Teacher Zhang, you all favor Wenwan, Lu Wenqing cried out. My body really hurts. Zhang Hongying didn't want to say more to her. I've already asked someone to notify your parents. When they come, we can talk. No, please, Lu Wenqing panicked at the mention of her parents. My parents will be furious. Teacher Zhang, please don't tell them. I can't take responsibility for that. I've already called both your parents, Zhang Hongying said. And about the previous matter, let's settle everything together. The previous matter? Lu Wenqing's face flashed with panic, but she quickly calmed down. Anyway, as long as she refused to admit it, no one could do anything to her. Zhang Hongying saw her expression and knew what she was thinking. She shook her head silently. Some things can be decided as long as there is evidence. Teacher Zhang, when Wan said anxiously, "Can I go to the door to meet my grandmother? She doesn't know our place well." She didn't expect Zhang Hongying to call her parents over. Thinking that Zhao's family might be worried, when Wan felt even more uneasy. "Is your grandmother also in Kyoto?" Zhang Hongying asked in surprise. "Oh, I wasn't calling her." Then who was she calling? When Wan was a bit confused and wanted to ask. At this moment, Lu Wenqing's parents arrived. When she saw them, she immediately started crying. "Mom and Dad, you're finally here. I thought I was going to be beaten to death." Lu Wenqing has 5 siblings. She is the 3rd child. She doesn't have many older sisters who can earn money for the family, and her younger brother is the only boy who is favored. Her only good point is that she studies well and remembers things quickly and easily. Getting into Kyoto University was thanks to her good memory. It wasn't until Lu Wenqing became closer to her classmate Gu Yuha that her parents started paying attention to her. "Oh, my daughter." Her mother immediately hugged her tightly, looking worried and caring. "Are you okay? Who did this? Who dares to hurt my girl?" Her father's face looked even angrier. Lu Wenqing had just started university and was already beaten. That felt like a slap in his face. "We need the school to give us an explanation," her father said angrily. Zhang Hongying was also speechless. No wonder Lu Wenqing turned out the way she did, with parents like these. "Everyone, please stay calm," she said with a gentle smile. "When another parent arrives, we can all understand the situation together. Her family is from the countryside." "What kind of parent are you?" Lu Wenqing said. Her parents looked at each other. Her mother pouted and glanced at Wenwan. "Teacher Zhang, our Lu family isn't a big family in Kyoto, but Wenwan's father has a stable job. Our girl is not someone to be bullied easily. And if a rural girl was bullied, it would be a shame for the Lu family to lose face." "Everyone, please stay calm." Dean Luo Yuanqing entered just then, and heard this. He smiled and said, "Teacher Zhang has just given me a brief report of what happened. Rest assured, our School of Management won't wrongly accuse any student, nor will we unjustly blame anyone. Whether they are from Kyoto or the countryside, they are all part of our school. We will handle this matter fairly, justly, and transparently." "That's more like it." Her mother glanced at Wenwan again and rolled her eyes. Since she was from the countryside, they didn't need to worry. "Only a few days into the semester, and you're already causing trouble?" Lu's mother gently tapped Lu Wenqing's forehead and said, "Your father and I took leave today. Do you know how much money we lose for taking a day off?" Lu Wenqing dodged a bit and said, "I didn't expect the teacher to call you here." She hadn't expected both of them to come, which made her feel a little happy inside. "I'm only here because of Yuhua," Lu Wenqing added, shrinking her shoulders. "What's Yuhua got to do with this?" Lu's mother looked confused. "She doesn't even go to your school. She took Yuhua's things," Lu Wenqing explained. "Recently, Yuhua saw a pair of jade bangles at an antique shop. She planned to buy them as a gift for Grandma Gu's birthday, but she was robbed." "Really?" Lu's mother looked at Wenwen more carefully, feeling a bit suspicious about Lu Wenqing's story. After all, Wenwen was just a village girl from the countryside, not well dressed. So, how could she have enough money to fight with Gu Yuhua over things? "Good job," Lu's mother said with a smile. "If Yuhua knew you stood up for her, she would be very happy." Wenwen sneered slightly at the corner of her mouth. She had better hearing than most people. Although Lu Wenping and his mother spoke quietly, she heard everything clearly. She thought, there's no such thing as enemies without reason. So Lu Wenqing was standing up for someone else? Wenwen couldn't help but become curious about Gu Yuhua. This princess of the Gu family, who is she? How could she make Lu Wenqing, who got into Kyoto University, do something so reckless? "Teacher Zhang, we're busy with work too," Lu's mother said proudly. "We don't have time to waste here. Our child just started school a few days ago and was beaten. You must give us an explanation. Otherwise, we won't just let this go." "People should arrive soon," Teacher Zhang apologized. "She just called and said she's in a meeting. It should be quick." "Ha," Lu's mother rolled her eyes. "A meeting? Don't make me laugh. A girl from the countryside, and she's holding some important government meeting? Just then, the door to the office opened, and a man walked in. Sorry, I was late for the meeting. When Lu Jinan received a call from his office, he was about to attend a meeting. After the meeting, he hurried over and heard voices inside. Sorry, Lu Jinan said with a gentle smile. There was a delay in the Commerce Department meeting. Just as Lu's mother mentioned a government meeting, the Commerce Department is part of the government, right?
Lu.
Section Chief Lu? Lu's father asked in surprise. Why are you here?
Who are you?
Lu Jinan pushed up his glasses and asked with a smile. Section Chief Lu from the food factory? I'm not worthy, Lu's father said modestly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Although they are both section chiefs, he is just a small section chief at the food factory, not comparable to Lu Jinan, the section chief of the Commerce Department from the Lu family in Beijing. Moreover, Lu Jinan is younger than him and has already taken charge of the Commerce Department at a young age. His future prospects are limitless. Lu's father never expected that a simple trip to Beijing University today would lead him to meet such an important person. His heart was racing with excitement. Why are you here? Lu's father asked cautiously. Oh, my child had some trouble at school, so I came to find out, Lu Jinan said casually. Who would be so inconsiderate as to trouble your child? Lu's father said with a smile. But why are you here? This place. He pointed to Lu Wenqing and then looked at Wenwan. He had never heard that Lu Jinan had children. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Before he could react, Wenwan called out, Big brother, why are you here? Wenwan was a bit surprised by Lu Jinan's arrival but also felt it was somewhat expected. Zhang Hongying said she wasn't calling her grandma, so besides Zhao's family, the only other relatives would be from the Lu family. Yes, Lu Jinan walked over to Wenwan, looked at her hand, and said, I asked you before about your hand injury, but you didn't tell me. I found out from Teacher Zhang's place. He also left his work phone number and told Wenwan she could call his office directly if anything happened at school. It was me who called you, Zhang Hongying said. Since everyone is here, I will explain everything from the beginning. Some details I wasn't present for, so I will ask classmates who were there to tell the story, she added. When Lu Wenqing saw Lu Jinan come in, she froze completely. Who is Lu Jinan? Since she was with Gu Yuhe, she naturally heard about him. Lu Jinan is Lu Jinchuan's older brother and the youngest, most promising department head in the business department. Warm called him brother. So, the letter she received, signed by Lu Jinchuan, must be from the person Gu Yuhe liked and thought about constantly, brother Jinchuan? And Warm is the girl Gu Yuhe called a shameless village girl who stole her beloved's heart?
What kind of fate is this?
Lu Wenqing didn't know how to describe her feelings right now, but one thing was certain. She wouldn't let today's events end so easily. She originally thought her parents' arrival would give her a big advantage, but now, seeing Lu's father's attitude toward Lu Jinchuan, Lu Wenqing knew she was doomed. Let me start from after last weekend's class meeting, Zhang Hongying said. You all saw Warm's injury. She was pushed from behind with force, and the hook on the table scratched her. As she spoke, Lu Jinan looked at Warm. This girl told him she was just clumsy and bumped into something. Warm smiled shyly. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell the truth, but she felt it wasn't yet necessary for Lu Jinan to intervene. After all, she had ways to deal with Lu Wenqing. That's all there is to it, Zhang Hongying summarized clearly. I didn't see Lu Wenqing push her, but some classmates did. I'll call them in, she told Luo Yuanqing. Luo Yuanqing nodded silently. Lu Jinan kept a calm expression, listening peacefully, showing no sign of anger. Lu Wenqing's tense heart finally relaxed again. Gu Yuhe said that Lu Jinchuan must have some secret reason for marrying Warm, something he couldn't tell outsiders. So Lu Jinan coming today might not be to support Warm. Maybe, out of respect for Zhang Hongying, he was just here to make an appearance. Soon, Zhang Hongying called a few people in. Lu Wenqing felt uncomfortable when she saw Meng Zhizhou among them. She glared fiercely at Meng Zhizhou. However, the other person seemed to be still half asleep, squinting without seeing anything, which made Lu Wenqing very angry. A few boys were standing nearby behind Lu Wenqing, all waiting in line to get their books. No one expected Lu Wenqing to do such a thing. These books were hard to come by, and it would be a shame if they were destroyed. So, when Zhang Hongying found them, everyone was willing to come forward and testify. Lu Wenqing felt upset when she heard their testimonies, but she didn't care and instead looked nervously at Meng Zhizhou. The next day after the incident, she also went to see Meng Zhizhou, but he preferred to sleep in his dorm and refused to see her. Unable to do anything, Lu Wenqing went to find Gu Yuhua on the weekend, asking her to help tell Meng Zhizhou to be quiet and not speak about it. Gu Yuhua agreed to talk to Meng Zhizhou. If Meng Zhizhou could stand up and speak for her, the credibility of the other witnesses would be less convincing. However, in Lu Wenqing's hopeful eyes, she heard Meng Zhizhou say, "Yes, it was her who pushed me, deliberately pushed me. I saw it very clearly." Lu Wenqing's head exploded in shock. Meng Zhizhou, I give you a chance to say this again. Don't just follow the crowd and distort the truth. But Meng Zhizhou looked at Lu Wenqing as if she were a fool, lazily saying, "So, you called Gu Yuhua to tell me to help you make false testimony?" Gu Yuhua? Lu Jinnan, who had been silent, smiled and said, "If I remember correctly, she hasn't been admitted to Kyoto University this year, right?" Meng Zhizhou raised his eyelids, glanced at Lu Jinnan, but didn't answer. "Is that all?" Lu Jinnan asked with a smile. When Nuan noticed that when this person didn't speak, she was silent, but once she spoke, she controlled the entire conversation and was good at focusing on the main points. "The thing today is that Lu Wenqing wanted to steal the letter that Ah Jin wrote to me, and because of this, we fought," Wen Nuan said gloomily. "Fighting is really not a very honorable thing. And being called to the parents' meeting, whose parent was it?" It was Lu Jinnan. Wen Nuan felt a bit embarrassed. "Warmth. Big brother, what are you focusing on? And it feels like the air smells a bit sour." That's how things happened. Although Lu Wenqing kept insisting that she didn't steal anything from Warmth, she was just curious about what the upper bunk looked like. "She turns over and flips every night, and the dust on the bed falls off," Lu Wenqing said. "I wanted to see what it was like if I slept on the top bunk, so I switched to the top." Lu Jinnan smiled when he heard this. "So, is it true that the daughter-in-law of the Lu family can switch bunks whenever she wants?" "I didn't steal anything," Lu Wenqing said firmly, biting her teeth. After she said this, the office became quiet. No one spoke. "There must be some misunderstanding," Lu's father finally said with an awkward smile. "Section Chief Lu, we're all roommates and classmates for 4 years. Maybe we should let Wenqing apologize to Warmth. Can we just forget about this?" "Dad," Lu Wenqing looked at her father in disbelief. She was still in a lot of pain. She felt it was unfair to let Warmth go just like that. But Lu's father glared at Lu Wenqing harshly. "This clueless girl, if she doesn't give in now, she'll probably get into trouble or be punished." "Section Chief Lu, that's not right," Lu Jinnan said with a gentle smile. "An apology? How do we explain the injuries on my girl and the fact that my brother's letter was stolen? His letter isn't something just anyone can see." Hearing this, Lu's father broke out in sweat. Recently, 2 people from the food factory where Lu's father worked were imprisoned for leaking secrets. If Lu Jinnan insists on pursuing this matter, Lu Wenqing might be in even more trouble, and she might not even get into college. He might even be implicated himself. Thinking of this, Lu's father slapped Lu Wenqing across the face. Her face, already swollen from the slap, turned red and visible. Now, it was a mirror image of the slap Warmth gave earlier. Of course, his slap was much stronger than Warmth's, and Lu Wenqing's mouth bled slightly.
"Dad."
Lu Wenqing covered her face, her eyes red, as she looked at Lu's father. Their family has many children. It's true she's not favored at home, and she has been hit before, but only at home. Outside, they always praised her as a good daughter and a good family member. This was the first time she was beaten so badly in front of so many people. "Shut up," Lu's father said angrily. Lu Wenqing dared not speak, not even cry. "Section Chief Lu, it's all my fault for not teaching my daughter properly," Lu's father said with guilt. "Let her do such shameless things as stealing. But I swear with my life, she would never do anything against the rules. Lu's father hurriedly added. Please, have mercy, and forgive her this time. Section Chief Lu, what you're saying, Lu Jinan said with a smile, is that your girl deliberately pushed my girl, and she also stole a letter written by her brother. From your tone, it sounds like we're the ones bullying. No, I absolutely didn't mean that, Lu's father quickly said. Lu Jinan sat steadily. We will follow the school's decision. Fool, Lu's father kicked Lu Wenqing. Hurry up and apologize to your classmate. Apologize to Wenwan? Lu Wenqing's mind was still a bit slow to react at first, but when she heard her father's words, she immediately understood. Over the years, they often participated in various school activities. She even once helped catch a teacher with classmates, accusing the teacher of leaking secrets. She didn't know what Lu Jinchuan did, but from Gu Yuhua's tone, she knew it was something not to be casually inquired about. Just now, she secretly looked at Lu Jinchuan's letter. If Wenwan insisted on not letting go of this matter, her future might end up like that teacher's. Although the policies aren't as strict as before, they still exist. Lu Wenqing shivered all over. She heard Wenwan's calm voice again. Give me the letter first. Lu Wenqing's face suddenly turned red. Just now, to anger Wenwan, she had hidden the letter inside her underwear, close to her body, so Wenwan couldn't easily take it. But now, did she have to take the letter out in front of so many people? Would that make her lose all face? Lu Wenqing's face was already in poor condition, and the 5 slap marks on her cheeks had turned purple, making her look even more embarrassed. Why are you just standing there? Lu's father almost kicked his daughter. After all this time, the evidence was still on Lu Wenqing? Now that the main person was about to leave, why wasn't she quickly returning the items? Moreover, she was spying on her married friend's communication. As an unmarried young woman, what was she doing? If this got out, who would want to marry her? Lu Wenqing hesitated, then finally took out the letter from her inner clothes with a sad face. Lu's father almost fainted on the spot. How could he have a daughter so foolish? But she was his daughter. If she got expelled from school because of this, all his previous efforts would be wasted, and their family would always be looked down upon. Even his career at work might be affected. Director Lu, warmth. Lu's father was smart enough to know that Lu Jinan was trying to support his sister-in-law, so he tried to flatter warmth. I will definitely discipline her strictly in the future and won't let her trouble you again. Can you forgive her and handle this lightly? Does warmth really want to let Lu Wenqing go? That's impossible. So Lu's father wisely asked for leniency. I'll listen to my older brother and the school, warmth said with a smile. But I won't forgive her. Forgive Lu Wenqing? Sorry, that's not possible. Lu Jinan's lips curled into a slight smile. After all, their family's daughter-in-law was not someone to be bullied easily. Seeing warmth cherish Lu Jinchuan so much earlier, Lu Jinan's smile grew even wider. He knew a little about his younger brother. He was a person who didn't easily show his feelings. When they returned to Kyoto last time, he never mentioned dating anyone. But soon after, he said he was getting married. Lu Jinan had been worried about their relationship. Now it seemed he was overthinking. Soon, the school's punishment was announced. Lu Wenqing was given a major demerit and was required to apologize to warmth in front of all the students. This was a huge to Lu Wenqing. And this was a lenient punishment. If it had been stricter, Lu Wenqing would have been expelled from Kyoto University. After everything was settled, Zhang Hongying quickly arranged for Lu Wenqing to change dormitories. Several days after this incident, Lu Wenqing did not come to school. Her bedding had already been moved away by Zhang Hongying's other classmates. Without Lu Wenqing in the dorm, the atmosphere seemed lighter and happier. Life at school became more regular. Every day, she went from the library to the cafeteria, dorm, and classroom, like a sponge soaking up endless knowledge from the sea of learning. Although studying was now the main part of her warm life, she never forgot her plans for the future. In her free time, she would pause her busy schedule to explore around the school, looking for business opportunities. Warm couldn't forget the lively food street in the university town from her past life. She once regretted coming to Kyoto too late, missing many chances to make money. The food street now was not as neatly planned as in later years. Although policies were just beginning to relax, Warm already saw some small vendors pushing carts to sell their food. "Those chive dumplings over there are really tasty," Wang Ying said, pulling Warm along. "Let's go try some." It was a girl and her mother, who only had 3 fingers on her left hand. They made a living with their cooking skills. Wang Ying came to school early last Monday, hungry and unable to resist the smell, so she took a bite. She immediately fell in love with it. "Auntie, we want 2 chive dumplings," Wang Ying said with a smile to the mother. Okay, the woman replied with a smile. She then said to her daughter, "Flip the pancake, and when this pot is ready, pour some oil inside." Warm also caught the delicious aroma and thought of the big meat dumplings she used to eat at the town's East restaurant. "I didn't expect chive dumplings to be so delicious," Wang Ying said happily, chatting with the woman.
"What's so special about that?"
The woman replied with a smile. "If I could get some meat, making big meat dumplings would be even better." "Yes, big meat dumplings are the best," the girl, though not very talkative, shyly smiled and agreed. The woman paused, but ultimately said nothing. Suddenly, they heard someone shout, "Run quickly. The police are coming." The mother and daughter, experienced in this kind of situation, instinctively reacted. One packed up their things, and the other pushed the stall to quickly leave the scene. When Wang Ying and Wenwan reacted, the mother and daughter had already disappeared. "Our chive pockets haven't been given to us yet," Wang Ying stomped her foot. "All right, let's hurry and leave here," Wenwan said. "Otherwise, if we get caught, we'll have to explain for a long time. If the person is stubborn, we might even face a long lesson." Such a pity about my chive pockets, Wang Ying kept thinking even when no one was around. And those big meat pockets they talked about, are they really that delicious? "It's just meat. No matter how it's made, it's tasty," she added. "Anything made with meat is delicious." Wang Ying squinted and smiled. "That's not always true," Wenwan said. "Even with the same ingredients, different people make it taste different. If I get a chance, I really want to try that big meat pocket they said is so good. Compare it with what he Hokwan makes, and see if his is tastier." "Too bad we can't even have today's chive pockets," Wang Ying sighed. "It would be great if they could open a shop to sell them. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about getting caught." "Miss, do you know how hard it is to get a shop now?" Wenwan smiled. "Most shops now are owned by the government, and private ones only do business if they have their own setup. Plus, her family's chive pockets are sold on a split profit basis. Renting a shop would just lose money." Wang Ying thought about it and agreed. The lively street stalls had disappeared, and the two of them walked back while chatting. "Big sister," at that moment, when Nuan heard someone calling. She looked toward the sound and saw the shy girl from earlier standing nervously in the alley. "Your chive pockets." She carefully looked around, then ran over to Nuan, biting her lip.
"Sorry."
She added, "We couldn't give you any earlier. That big uncle is very strict. If he sees you holding food, he might take you away for a lesson." So, the mother and daughter went to a safe place, and she came out to find Wenwan. Of course, there was some risk. If that big uncle caught her, it would be over. Her mother would have to pay money to get her back. "Thank you," Wenwan said with a smile. "By the way, your accent doesn't sound like someone from the capital, does it?" "Yes, we are from Shaanxi province," the girl said with a smile. Then Wang Ying said, "So, your fellow locals." "She is also from Shaanxi," she added. "You're really impressive, sister," the girl said with admiration. "Everyone who gets into college is very talented." She then said, "Hurry up and eat, don't get caught." "I'm leaving now." She waved goodbye to the two and ran away quickly. When Mon took a bite of the chive pancake, maybe it was just her feeling, but she thought it tasted very good and familiar. When she turned around to look at the girl again, she had already disappeared into the alley. "What's wrong?" Wang Ying asked. "I was just thinking, if I could set up a stall here in the future, I'd like to try it," Wenwan said. "Listen," Wang Ying lowered her voice, "I heard from my older brother that the authorities aren't cracking down on small businesses as much as before. It seems the government is focusing on the economy now. That's why she applied to the economics department at Kyoto University. If you really want to set up a stall someday, I'll do it with you," Wang Ying said confidently. "You cook, I'll handle the chores and take the money." Okay, Wenwan smiled. This street is near the north gate of the school. As they walked back, they saw a man and a woman arguing not far away. Coincidentally, Wenwan recognized the woman. Zhao Qing, listen to me. I'll help you fix this. They heard Lu Wenqing holding onto a man's shirt and crying. Please forgive me this time. The man, called Zhao Qing, smiled slightly, looked at Wenwan and Wang Ying from a distance and patted Lu Wenqing on the shoulder. Good luck, I'll wait for your good news. Lu Wenqing nodded obediently. Wenwan frowned. She didn't like how the man looked at her just now. She pulled Wang Ying and kept walking forward. Wenwan, Lu Wenqing called out from behind, You two should mind your own business. If you're sick, go get treated, Wenwan said coldly. We're not interested in your affairs. If you're looking for trouble, I won't mind giving you a reminder. How would she remind him? While Wang Ying was confused, Wenwan slowly raised her hand. Lu Wenqing instinctively covered her face and took a few steps back in fear, then quickly ran away. That day, she was called back by Lu's father and was severely beaten, to the point she couldn't get out of bed. Feeling ashamed to face anyone, she decided to take a few days off to rest at home. Later, she went to school but was caught by Wenwan, who saw her with someone from outside the school. Lu Wenqing just felt unlucky. Wenwan also felt it was bad luck. Just now, Lu Wenqing acted like a love-struck girl clinging desperately, which she found unbearable to watch. She even wondered how Lu Wenqing managed to get into Kyoto University. In the past, she was not very smart. Now, she was blind. That man clearly wasn't a good person. Back in the dorm, when Wenwan washed up, then lay on her bed. She took out Lu Jinchuan's letter and carefully wiped it with a handkerchief. She had already written a reply, and not just for this letter. Not sure how to send it, and afraid of another incident like Lu Wenqing stealing her letter, Wenwan decided to find a nice box. She placed Lu Jinchuan's letter and her reply inside a small container. I heard that in a few days, the students who came from farms, factories, and the army last year will return to school. The school will be even more lively then, Su Zhaohong said, leaning on the table. What clubs are you planning to join? We can join together. Wenwan and I want to join the student council or our college's clubs, Wang Ying said. It's not decided yet, Wenwan said as she lifted the curtain. We'll go together and see what we like before choosing. Sounds good, Su Zhaohong said happily. It's about time. Should we pack up and leave? Lu Jinping asked, standing up. Not far from the school, there was a Western restaurant. Today was just one class, and the dorm mates agreed to go out and enjoy a fancy meal, Western food. Of course, everyone would split the bill evenly. Let's go, Su Zhaohong said excitedly. The last time I ate Western food was when my older sister was dating someone, and her boyfriend treated us. That was many years ago. Now, her sister's children were already a few years old. It's not far from our school. Why don't we walk there? Su Zhaohong suggested. Just like shopping. Taking the bus would cost money. Although Su Zhaohong still had her old salary, she wanted to save it for clothes. Since she said that, everyone else naturally agreed. After all, saving money is always good. So, Su Zhaohong led the way, and the 8 people from the dormitory walked in small groups, talking as they headed to the Western restaurant. Zhaohong, how much farther is it? He Ping asked, a little impatient. We've already walked 3 or 4 stops. That's not far at all. Almost there, Su Zhaohong said with a smile, linking her arm with He Ping's. Look at you, so delicate. You're not as tough as I am. I'm not unable to walk, He Ping said stubbornly, pointing at the others. Everyone's dressed so nicely, trying to look good. But my feet are already hurting. She was worried about her appearance. What's the big deal? Wang Ying said with a smile. Come on, let me help you. She took Warmth's arm and helped He Ping along. Let's go. It shouldn't be much further. There aren't many Western restaurants now, and most are quite fancy. Warmth remembered that this restaurant had been doing well in her previous life. They asked for a big table by the window. Since Su Zhaohong had been here before, she ordered the food, but after she picked 2 dishes, Warmth realized she was probably just randomly choosing. Let's see what we like, Warmth said with a smile. It's our first time here, so I want to see what it's like. Su Zhaohong let out a sigh of relief. Last time, her brother-in-law had ordered, and she didn't really know what to pick. After some discussion and with the waiter's help, they ordered the dishes happily. While waiting for the food, Warmth needed to use the bathroom. Wang Ying also wanted to go, so they went together. When they came back, they saw Lu Guoji leading a woman inside. Ahead of them, running, were the twin troublemakers. Lu Jiaming was the first to see Warmth, froze for a moment, and stopped. But Lu Yiming was running and playing, not paying attention to the way ahead. Before Lu Jiaming could warn her, she almost bumped into Warmth. "Oh no! You bad girl, let go of me!" she shouted just as she was about to crash into Warmth, but Warmth quickly pulled her aside. Lu Yiming kept shouting. Her voice was very piercing, drawing everyone's attention in the hall. "Shut up," Warmth said calmly, glancing at Lu Guoji with a teasing smile, then let go of Lu Yiming. "Why are you here?" Lu Guoji was a bit surprised and said, "This is a Western restaurant. Someone like you can come here, so why can't I?" Wen Wan's lips curled into a more mocking smile. "As I said, when the top is crooked, the bottom will be crooked too. Lack of manners comes from somewhere." "What are you talking about?" Wen Wan didn't want to waste more words with him. "Move aside. Do you know him?" Wang Ying quietly asked on the way back. "Yes," Wen Wan replied. "It's a bit complicated. He also has the surname Lu. He calls my husband little uncle, and he's also my cousin's husband and the stepfather of her children. It's quite complicated, but Wang Ying always felt Wen Wan didn't like those people very much. However, she also thought that someone like Lu Yiming, who is quite mischievous, probably wouldn't be liked either. Having dinner in such a place and running into Lu Guoji and that woman, Wen Wan really felt she should check the calendar before going out in the future. Who was that person? After Wen Wan left, the woman standing next to Lu Guoji asked, "Why is she so fierce?" "Auntie, she's the bad woman my uncle married," Lu Yiming said tearfully. "She hit me and scolded me. Dad, when uncle comes back, you must tell him and let him teach her a lesson." Lu Guoji sighed helplessly. "Be careful when you walk in the future." Today, Lu Yiming was indeed too reckless, but deep down, Lu Guoji thought Wen Wan was overreacting a little. Kids are mischievous sometimes, after all. "Uncle?" The woman beside him tightly held Lu Guoji's arm. "Brother-in-law, is the uncle Xiao Yiming mentioned the same as the little uncle?" "She's the village girl my little uncle married." Lu Kaiwei grabbed Lu Guoji's arm. "But she looks quite pretty." Wen Wan was wearing a white shirt with a light yellow cardigan over it, looking very elegant. If it weren't for Lu Yiming's words, she would have thought she was the daughter of a family of officials from the capital. "Yes," Lu Guoji nodded lightly and found a table to sit down. She took the college entrance exam last year and got into Kyoto University. Today, she should be here eating with her classmates. He had just seen several girls with Wen Wan, and she was indeed more beautiful and eye-catching than before. Thinking of this, Lu Guoji clenched his fists tightly. If it hadn't been for that unexpected event, he would have been the one to marry Warmth, and now, he must be the most enviable person. Lu Guoji was even a little confused. Is the Warmth in front of him the same person as the one in his dreams? During this meal, Lu Guoji ate as if chewing wax. The more glamorous the Warmth appeared, the more it highlighted how miserable he was. Just thinking about her sarcastic smile earlier made Lu Guoji feel suffocated. She must be very proud inside, choosing to break with her family rather than marry him. That was a very wise decision. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong?" Lu Kaiwa looked at him with concern. Lu Guoji wanted to force a smile but finally just shook his head. "Let's go home." Warm quickly adjusted her mood. Lu Guoji and Lu Kaiwa were just dust from her past life. They were unimportant in this life. So, she didn't need to let these unimportant people affect her. A store that can keep going always has a reason to exist. Out of habit, after tasting a dish, Warm would instinctively explain how it was made. "Warm," Wang Ying patted her shoulder, "I now believe you can cook." Just by tasting one bite, she could tell what ingredients the chef used. That was amazing. Honestly, Worm said a little shyly, I'm afraid of making a joke. I did some research before coming here. There happened to be books like that in Kyoto University Library, so Worm borrowed and looked at them. You guys were also fooled, right? She smiled. That's impressive too. Others in the dorm nodded. Even Zhao Jinping, who rarely spoke, gave a thumbs up. Worm, you're the most admirable person I've met since college. Not because she could cook, nor because she could guess the general method from one dish, but because she had been so diligent and disciplined at school every day recently, making Zhao Jinping, who usually avoided trouble, look at her with new respect. Many of them, like Worm, had also lost over 10 years and were working hard to make up for it. Fan Shilon smiled and said, Wenwen, tell me in detail how to make this dish. Maybe I can try it with my child someday. Wenwen smiled back. Actually, she wanted to say that there was no need to make it herself, because many ingredients are hard to find. Even if she could find them, the cost would be higher than just eating a good Western meal here. Then I'll go settle the bill first, Su Zhaohong said, noticing everyone was almost done eating. We can settle the details when we get back. Wenwen and the others naturally agreed. Wait a moment, Zhaohong Fan Shilon said with a smile, pointing at the most expensive steak nearby. I didn't eat that steak at all, not even a bite. So, don't count it in my bill later. Everyone was surprised. Then how should I pay? Su Zhaohong, who was straightforward, whispered. If that's the case, earlier. Wenwen tugged at her clothes and said with a smile, if we exclude the steak, Shilon should pay 1.69 yuan, and each of us pays 1.71 yuan. Shilon, you can check if that's correct, Wenwen said. Fan Shilon awkwardly smiled. If that's what it is, I won't bother to calculate. She felt she had lost out. If she had eaten a few more pieces of steak, she would have broken even. But now, the words were spoken, and everything was finished. It was too late to regret. In fact, dividing the bill among us isn't much, Wenwen added. Hearing this, Fan Shilon felt even worse. God knows how much effort she had used to stop her hand from grabbing more meat earlier, especially after the waiter and Wenwen explained everything. Now it was just 2 cents short. Fan Shilon was full of regret. She wished she had tried a little more earlier, because opportunities to visit such Western restaurants might be rare in the future. Wenwen, you're amazing, Su Zhaohong said after calculating for a while. No wonder you got first place. Su Zhaohong was good at calculating bills, which is why she applied to the management department at Kyoto University. But she didn't expect Wenwen to be even better. Wenwen smiled. Could she say that all her skills came from practicing during her previous life when she was running a stall? On the way back, they stopped by a shopping mall and took a quick walk around. Soon, they forgot about the Western restaurant and its bill. After a whole afternoon of shopping, a few people were so tired they lay on their beds, not wanting to move. Only Wenwen, Su Zhaohong, and Wang Ying sat on a stool, organizing their things. Zhaohong, here is your lunch money for today, Wenwen said, handing her the money. Wang Ying and others saw this and also took money out of their bags to give her. Zhaohong, I don't have small change right now, so I'll give you 1 yuan and 60 cents first. I'll make up the small change next time, Fan Shilon said with a smile. Is that okay? Everyone paused and looked at Fan Shilon when they heard this. Fan Shilon smiled as she looked at Su Zhaohong. 1 yuan and 60 cents, so the 9 cents are the small change? What a big small change. Is that so? Su Zhaohong, who was counting her money, looked up at Fan Shilon. Wenwen smiled and said, I just saw you had about 1 dime. It's okay, you can let Zhaohong give you 1 cent back. By the way, last time you asked me to send a letter for you, and the stamp was 1 cent, Wenwen continued. Since Zhaohong has 1 cent, she can give it to me. If she doesn't have small change, you can give me 10 cents, and I'll give her 9 cents back. I have some, see? While speaking, she opened her bag to show everyone. Sure enough, there were several 1 cent and 2 cent coins inside.
Huh.
Fan Shilon looked at Wenwen with some surprise, pouting slightly and mumbling, 1 cent, and you remember it for so long? Wenwen smiled and said, well, Sister Shilon, that means I can refuse to help with this kind of thing in the future, right? This was the first time Wenwen had responded sharply to Fan Shilon. She was momentarily caught off guard. In her mind, Wenwan had always been gentle and rarely argued with others. Even after the incident with Lu Wenqing, she hadn't changed. A dog that barks is not dangerous. Soft words are more effective. Fan Xiaolan silently cursed herself but smiled and said, No, you misunderstood me. This is 1 cent. You and Xiaohong can split it, she said generously, though inside, she was cursing Wenwan to herself. By the way, did he Ping help me buy a bottle of water last time? Did I give you the money? Without waiting for others to speak, Fan Xiaolan asked proactively. I'm getting old, and my memory isn't good. You should remind me if I owe you. No, you didn't give it to me, He Ping shook her head. Fan Xiaolan hesitated, then stiffly took out a coin from her bag and handed it to He Ping. Thank you, He Ping said excitedly. Afterward, she felt something was wrong. She had only helped Fan Xiaolan fetch water, and it was her own money she used to pay. Why did she still need to thank Fan Xiaolan? Others seemed to realize this too, and the room fell silent. Wenwan, someone is looking for you downstairs. At this moment, a voice came from the corridor, breaking the quiet of the dormitory. Wenwan responded and hurried out. Last time, Lu Jinchuan asked someone to deliver a message, and he also called her downstairs like this. Could it be that he has written her another letter? Thinking of this, Wenwan quickened her steps. However, when she reached downstairs, she found that the person standing there was not someone else, but someone she did not want to see. Wenwan never expected to see Wen Fengqi here. Although surprised, she was not afraid. She had already said before that she was no longer the same Wenwan who was afraid of him when he hit her. Why are you here? Wenwan asked calmly as she approached, glancing at Zhou Yani and her daughter beside her, and chuckled softly. What do you want from me? It certainly wasn't to invite her to the cafeteria for a meal. What's your attitude? Wen Fengqi said with a dark face. When he's angry, his voice gets louder, attracting the attention of passing students. Gua Anqin quickly pulled him aside. Be careful. A few people moved to a less crowded place. Wen Fengqi cleared his throat. I came to see you. I'm fine. Wenwan interrupted him. No need anymore. When she was very young, it was a time when she needed her father's protection. Wen Fengqi not only failed to protect her but also caused deep scars on her young heart. Now, she had long learned to protect herself. Coming to see him? Many hurts are memories that last a lifetime, or even 2 lifetimes for Wenwan. Forgiveness? Don't even mention it. Because Wen Fengqi simply doesn't deserve it. Wenwan, Gua Anqin said with a smile, your father came all this way to see you. Be nice and talk to him. There's no grudge between a father and daughter, right? What are you? Warmth smiled coldly and looked at her. What right do you have to say that? Wang Xianhua isn't dead yet, she said softly. Gua Anqin's face turned pale. Warmth, what are you trying to do? Zhou Yani said loudly, unhappy. Are you jealous? Uncle Fengqi came to see me but didn't come to see you, so you're jealous of me. You silly girl. Warmth didn't bother to pay attention to her. What's really going on? She asked calmly, holding back her temper. Your mother is very sick and needs money for treatment, Fengqi said. Our medical conditions aren't as good as in the capital. Can you ask your husband's family to help? Maybe they can bring your mother to the capital for treatment. Warmth sneered. She was a bit surprised. How did Fengqi manage to say such heartfelt words in front of his mistress? If someone didn't know better, they might think he's a very good man. My mother? Warmth said with a faint smile. My father died before he even got married. Uncle, get this straight. I am Fengbai's daughter, she said clearly in standard Mandarin. Whether Wang Xianhua needs treatment or where she gets treated is your business, not mine. Warmth, don't be ungrateful, Fengqi said angrily. When he's angry, his big eyes would open wider. Warmth used to be very afraid of him glaring at her like that, like a black and white messenger from. But those days are long gone. She's grown up now. Are you going to hit me? She asked with a smile. You wouldn't dare. I'm going to hit you now. Fengqi raised his hand as if to strike, but Warmth slapped Gua Anqin directly. She had deliberately called them here to talk. She had already planned everything. This spot is a blind corner. Even if she hit someone or did something out of line, no one would see. Warmth. You dare to hit my mother? Zhou Yani screamed and tried to rush at her, but Warmth held her back. A hypocrite like her. I've wanted to hit her for a long time. I won't talk about what happened when we were kids, Warmth said, pushing Zhou Yani away and looking at Guanqin. Let's talk about these past few years. Every single thing was your idea behind the scenes. She said, it's not enough that you used to drink my blood and eat my flesh. Now you're coming to Kyoto under Wang Xianhua's name to continue to tear me apart? Let me tell you, Guanqin and you Wen Fengqi, she pointed at both of them. Give up and accept your fate. Wing it now, and dare to talk to me like that, Wen Fengqi said angrily, pointing at Wen Wan. Don't forget, this is a university. If I go to your school and report your disobedience, how do you think your leaders will handle it? Go ahead and try, Wen Wan said coldly. I want to see how someone who runs around with a mistress and doesn't care for her own mother can expect others to be filial. Wen Fengqi choked. Guanqin was worried. Wen Wan, don't misunderstand. Your father and I are not that kind of relationship. Your father is worried about you and your grandmother.
He wants to come to Kyoto to see you.
Since we're also coming to Kyoto, we might as well travel together. It's good to have someone to look out for each other. It's really not what you think. Guanqin's eyes reddened. Yani is in the same school as you. Aren't you worried that you're ruining her future? Haha, when one finally saw what it means to twist facts and lie blatantly. I find it strange, she said, crossing her arms and looking at Guanqin. How thick your face must be to say such shameless things. Maybe doing shameless things so often makes it easy to say such things without shame. Little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Wen Fengqi raised his hand and slapped her. Stop talking nonsense. He was furious. Wen Wan showed a cold smile, her eyes icy as she looked at Wen Fengqi. When his hand swung toward her, she quickly grabbed Guanqin beside her. Wen Fengqi's strength was especially strong this time. When he saw it was Guanqin, his hand couldn't stop, and with a loud slap, it hit Guanqin's ear. Guanqin felt her eyes spin. Wen Fengqi was so angry he wanted to slap Wen Wan again, but his hand was easily caught from behind. This move seemed somewhat familiar. Who has no eyes? Wen Fengqi was grabbed from behind. He couldn't see the face of the person coming, so he didn't know if they were angry or if his hand was hurting. His face turned bright red. He tried to struggle a few times, but it was useless. I am teaching my daughter. It's only right. Let go of me. All right. The person released his grip. But then, they kicked him at the bend of his leg. Wen Fengqi knelt down firmly, and he knelt right in front of Wen Wan. Her voice made Wen Wan's heart tremble. Kneeling like that showed sincerity. But right now, her focus wasn't on that. Wen Wan's eyes stayed fixed on the person across from her. For some reason, even though she had been strong just moments before, seeing the other person made her feel sour inside and a little sad. Tears started to fall without her knowing when. She wiped her eyes, but the tears kept falling. Wen Wan watched as the person steadily walked toward her. She heard that deep, husky, magnetic voice she often heard in her dreams. She saw his focused eyes looking at her. From his deep gaze, she saw her own reflection. He smiled slightly, then reached out to gently ruffle her hair. He said, Wen Wan, I'm back. His legs might never be able to stand again. Guanqin's ears were buzzing loudly, and Zhou Yani nervously held her. She could see Zhou Yani's lips moving but couldn't hear her voice. Could Wen Fengqi have deafened her? Guanqin wanted to rush over and fight with Wen Wan, but Wen Wan was standing in front of a cold man. She didn't dare, so she could only glare fiercely at her. Are you okay? Lu Jinchuan looked at Wen Wan with worry and guilt. Did he hit you? Lu Jinchuan even regretted not coming back sooner. Maybe if he had returned faster, he could have stopped Wen Fengqi from appearing in front of Wen Wan. Wen Wan shook her head. When did you come back? Just now, he replied, shielding Wen Wan and watching Wen Fengqi stand up. Very good. Wen Fengqi now looked like a real madman as he stared at Wen Wan and Lu Jinchuan. As a son-in-law, I'll tell your boss at your workplace. Lu Jinchuan looked at him with a cold gaze and rare smile. Gua Anqin tugged at Wen Fengqi's clothes. Let's go now. No matter what, Lu Jinchuan has returned. All their plans before coming here are now ruined, but she wouldn't give up easily. Wen Fengqi didn't want to leave just like that, but Gua Anqin covered her ears and said, I can't hear anything. This finally pulled Wen Fengqi away. Zhou Yani stomped her foot, wanting to curse Wen Wan, but in the end, she hesitated because of Lu Jinchuan's authority. She glared at Wen Wan and ran after Gua Anqin and the others. We'll go after them, Wen Wan interrupted Lu Jinchuan. Lu Jinchuan affectionately rubbed her head.
Okay.
He wouldn't mind what Wen Wan wanted to do. He would always be with her. When I was leaving, Grandpa told me he would watch over these two, Wen Wan explained. Grandpa definitely wouldn't give him a letter of introduction. So, not only coming to Kyoto, Wen Fengqi wanted to go to Qin City, which was very rare. But now that Wen Fengqi was in Kyoto, it meant there was a problem. With Lu Jinchuan by her side, even from far away, no one was left behind. Soon, they saw Wen Fengqi and Gua Anqin enter a small alley into a dilapidated house. Two people waited outside for a while, but didn't see them come out. This should be their temporary place, Lu Jinchuan asked Wen Wan. What do you want to do? Wen Wan smiled and said 2 words. In this era, there is a term called blind flow, which refers to people like Wen Fengqi and Gua Anqin who run from the countryside to the city without any official documents. Most importantly, Gua Anqin and Wen Fengqi are just involved in casual relationships. They don't have marriage certificates. If someone reports them, it will be easy to catch them. In serious cases, they might even go to jail. Moreover, for a long time after, Wen Fengqi wouldn't be able to come to Kyoto to bother her again. Okay, Lu Jinchuan nodded. I'll go with you to make a call. They quickly found a small shop. Lu Jinchuan showed his ID to the shopkeeper, and Wen Wan started making a call. After finishing, Wen Wan asked Lu Jinchuan, Have you eaten? Lu Jinchuan shook his head. He had just come back and looked for Wen Wan, not expecting to encounter such a situation. Let's go. No more waiting, Wen Wan said. I'll go home and cook for you. She didn't want to attend her evening classes anymore. Okay, Lu Jinchuan smiled. If Wen Wan had said he should eat at a nearby noodle shop, he might have refused, but she said she would go home and cook for him. Honestly, Lu Jinchuan had been craving this for a long time and couldn't resist the temptation. Wen Wan studied the route. Since she needed to transfer buses, she told Lu Jinchuan, Wait for me a moment. I'll go back to the dorm to get some things and ask for leave from the teacher. Then we'll go home. Today is Friday. She had a last-minute class tonight, so she could take a leave and not come to school tomorrow. Okay, Lu Jinchuan said, but he didn't wait there for Wen Wan. Instead, he went back to school with her. When they reached the building, he stopped and watched Wen Wan go into the dorm. Why did it take so long? Wang Ying and a few others were still in the dorm, and they asked when she returned. Nothing much. Wen Wan smiled and went to tidy her things on the bed. I can't attend the evening class because of something at home. Wang Ying opened her mouth in surprise. This was not like the Wen Wan she knew at all. Fan Xiaolan returned from the balcony, wearing a strange smile as she looked at Wen Wan. I was hanging clothes on the balcony just now, and saw you coming back with a male friend. Their dormitory was on the 2nd floor, so they could see clearly from the balcony who was downstairs. Coincidentally, she saw Wen Wan walking with a man. When Wen Wan went upstairs, the man looked at her back with reluctance. Seeing his appearance, Fan Xiaolan felt even more jealous. Wen Wan was pretty, which was fine, but why did she find such a good-looking man? Compared to her own husband, who was shorter than her, Fan Xiaolan felt a wave of envy. Is that person your boyfriend or your brother? Fan Xiaolan asked. It should be your brother, right? She didn't want to admit that Wen Wan could have such a good husband. Since the semester started, only she and Wen Wan in the dorm had gotten married. She never mentioned her own man because he was too unimpressive. If she had such a husband, she would probably show him off all the time. Is he the one who came to our school last time? Wang Ying stood up and headed to the balcony. No, he's someone else, Fan Xiaolan said. He's even more handsome than the last one. Everyone in the dorm had seen Lu Jinnan because of the Lu Wenqing incident. No need to look anymore, he's my boyfriend. Wenwan peeked out from her top bunk and smiled. He just came back from a business trip. That made everyone even more curious. Suddenly, even Zhao Jinping, who was sleeping on the top bunk, got up and went to the balcony to look. Why does this man look familiar? Wang Ying said. Wang Ying kept looking at the man downstairs and felt more and more that he looked familiar. No way, Wang Ying, Fan Xilan said with a smile, glancing at Wenwan. That's Wenwan's boyfriend. Why do you think he looks familiar? Maybe because we're all from Kyoto, so we've seen him before? Wenwan said as she got off her bed. Seeing all her roommates rushing to the balcony to look, her smile grew wider. I'll ask him for his contact info later and invite you all to dinner. Invite us out? Fan Xilan's eyes lit up. Are we going to that Western restaurant we went to last time? When Wenwan was just warming up and hadn't returned yet, a few people were talking in the dorm about breakfast earlier that morning. They mentioned how delicious the steak was, and Fan Xilan's heart ached to hear it. She also wanted to taste that juicy, flavorful beef that Wenwan described, which made her whole taste buds tingle. Unfortunately, some things once missed are gone forever. Should she go alone? Fan Xilan was worried about money and definitely wouldn't go. But if Wenwan's partner invited her, she would definitely want to eat a little more. Everyone in the dorm turned to look at Fan Xilan, making her feel a bit shy. She smiled lightly and said, I was just listening to you all talking about wanting that steak again. She seemed to be thinking of everyone. Wenwan smiled softly and said, when Sister Xilan's partner comes, shall we go to that Western restaurant again? I also think that steak was pretty good. How about ordering 2 portions then? Wenwan said happily. Fan Xilan almost jumped up. That steak was the most expensive part of breakfast, costing over 10 yuan. If they ordered another, it would be more than 20 yuan. That kind of place is too expensive for us, Fan Xilan said with a smile. Wenwan didn't reply and just said to Wang Ying, I'm leaving now. If you have any homework, remember to bring it for me. Then she hurriedly went downstairs. Wang Ying didn't get a chance to reply and watched Wenwan run down quickly. Downstairs, a man was waiting and naturally took the things from her hands. Wenwan said something, but Wang Ying didn't catch it. She only saw the man smile faintly and glance toward the second floor. The girls on the balcony were so frightened that they quickly crouched down. When they stood up again and looked, Wenwan and the others had already gone far. Oh my gosh, Su Zhaohong said enviously. Watching their figures disappear, Wenwan is so happy.
What's so special about that?
Fan Xilan said sourly. You young girls just see a silhouette and don't even see the person's face, didn't say a word, and you're already jealous and think she's happy? Until you're married, you'll never know if you're truly happy or unhappy, she said, glancing at Zhao Jinping, who is divorced. Jinping, don't you think so? Lu Jinping was silent for a moment. So, Sister Xilan, are you happy or not happy? Wang Ying smiled and changed the subject. I think Sister Xilan must be very happy. She added another sentence. Fan Xilan turned her head and smiled. Of course I am. If I weren't happy, I wouldn't have gotten married. Lu Jinping said calmly, even if you get married, it doesn't mean you'll be happy. For example, she who divorced after meeting the wrong person. There was a moment of silence in the dormitory. Finally, Wang Ying reacted and suddenly clapped her head and shouted, Aw, now I finally know why he looks so familiar. Who? Su Zhaohong asked excitedly. Do you know him? Otherwise, she wouldn't feel familiar. I don't know him. Wang Ying shook her head excitedly. Why are you so excited if you don't know him? Su Zhaohong gently pushed her. I know him, but he doesn't know me. Wang Ying still looked very excited. I saw him come to our unit for a competition before. It's him, number 1. Your unit? That's... Su Zhaohong looked a bit surprised. Yes, it's him, Lu Jinchuan. Wang Ying said excitedly. Wenwan once said her boyfriend's last name was Lu, so it should be him.
Him?
He's really amazing. Wang Ying sighed and shook her head. He's so impressive I can't even say. Oh, she's so frustrated. But everyone else knew that if Wang Ying could say that, it meant Wenwan's boyfriend was really impressive. And he was so good-looking too. Wenwan's luck is really great. Wenwan is also very good, Wang Ying said. Otherwise, how could she match with him? So, no one should underestimate themselves. Wenwan didn't know about the gossip in the dorm after she left. She was busy chasing Lu Jinchuan. Clearly, he was the one carrying things, but he was walking very fast. Soon, Wenwan was left behind by him. When Lu Jinchuan realized and looked back, he saw Wenwan standing a little way off, catching her breath and watching him. Lu Jinchuan smiled and turned back while carrying his things. Sorry, he said as he approached her, trying not to laugh. I'm used to walking fast. I'll pay attention next time. Wenwan looked at his long legs, then at her own. It turns out her legs are quite long, but when she stands next to Lu Jinchuan, they look short. No wonder she can't keep up in a race. Your legs won't grow longer, so stop looking. Just as Wenwan thought Lu Jinchuan was pretty nice, she heard his hurtful words. Not only that, he even deliberately looked at her legs. What does it mean to say her legs won't grow longer? Stop looking? Growing tall with long legs is impressive, Wenwan said casually, pointing at a passerby nearby. Look, we have plenty of tall people at our school. Suddenly, Meng Zhizhou, who was just passing by, was caught off guard and looked at Wenwan and the man beside her with sleepy eyes. Then someone who usually walks very lazily suddenly hurried away from the scene. He moved so quickly that Wenwan wondered if she had mistaken him for someone else. What's wrong with him? Wenwan asked, staring blankly at Meng Zhizhou's retreating figure. Probably has some childhood issues, Lu Jinchuan sighed. Let's go, he said without further explanation. They waited until they reached the bus stop, and Lu Jinchuan was very attentive to Wenwan's pace. Wenwan's lips curved into a small smile. The bus was crowded, and there were no seats. After Wenwan got on, Lu Jinchuan stood beside her, keeping her close and protected. Even when the bus suddenly braked, Wenwan was unaffected. They rode the bus all the way home. Although they didn't talk much on the way, Wenwan felt that something was different. Did you receive my letter? Lu Jinchuan suddenly asked as they entered the alley after getting off. Yes, I received it, Wenwan replied. Not only that, it caused some things to happen. But she didn't tell Lu Jinchuan about the past. And my reply? Someone asked, looking at Wenwan. On the way home, Wenwan stopped by a state-run vegetable shop. Unfortunately, it was already evening, so there were no good vegetables left, but she managed to buy some decent pork bones. There's some soybeans at home. I'll cook soy-braised pork bones for you tonight. How does that sound? She suggested as they walked. One night, I dreamed about eating ribs. It made me so hungry I woke up. Lu Jinchuan patiently listened to her talk about her cooking method, smiling as he said, I really want to eat it. Then Worm asked, and what happened later? Did you get to eat it the next day?
No, Lu Jinchuan replied.
I happened to wake up and had to do a task. When busy, who would still care about eating a bite? Worm felt a little sad. She looked up at him and said, the ribs tonight will definitely taste better than the pork ribs. She added, in the future, just tell me what you want to eat, and I will cook it for you. As long as she could make it, even if she didn't know how, she would learn and make it for him. At this moment, Zhao was talking with a few old friends she could chat with, mainly about her granddaughter and grandson-in-law. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as she saw the two of them walking from the alley towards them. Big sister, pinch me, Zhao said to the person beside her. Why do I see my grandson-in-law coming back? Oh, you're really going to pinch me? Zhao rubbed her arm and stood up with a smile. Grandma, Worm called out. Grandma, Lu Jinchuan also called out. I'm back. It's really Jinchuan returning, Zhao said excitedly, stepping forward to carefully look at Lu Jinchuan. You've lost weight. Go home and let Worm give you a good meal. Zhao then smiled and said goodbye to her friends. My grandson-in-law is back. I won't chat with you anymore. She smiled happily. When they returned to the courtyard, Lu Jinchuan almost didn't recognize it. He looked around with some surprise. Did you do all this? Yes. Worm took the ribs from him. I couldn't reach you, So I took the initiative to fix up the yard and planted some vegetables. By the way, I want to plant a couple of grapevines there. Do you have time to go to the nursery market with me someday? This yard used to belong to Grandma. Lu Jinchuan first put Warm's school bag in the room, then came out to wash his hands. She always liked planting vegetables and stuff in the yard. He said this so that even if something unexpected happened, the family wouldn't go hungry. Unfortunately, later Grandma gave this courtyard to his father. Song Wanling didn't like planting vegetables and turned the vegetable garden into a flower garden. But she didn't know how to care for plants, and many expensive flowers she bought ended up dying. Later, my father passed away. Although he always had someone take care of the yard, the open space in the yard remained unused for a long time. That's good, Wenwan smiled and said. But I plan to plant some flowers there so the yard will look nicer. I'm not good at these things. If you like any flowers, just tell me, and I'll see if I can plant them. Anything is fine. Lu Jinchuan's eyes never left her while she was planning the small courtyard. He kept watching her. When Zhaoshi came out, she saw this scene and her smile deepened. The young couple had a good relationship, and as an elder, she was naturally happy. When Wan and Lu Jinchuan both didn't mention Wen Fingqi coming to the capital. When Wan went to soak soybeans, and Lu Jinchuan cleaned the bones thoroughly. When they reached the kitchen, Lu Jinchuan saw Wenwan frying an egg and asked curiously, "How do you use this fried egg?" "I just suddenly wanted to eat it like this," Wenwan replied. "I was going to cover the bones with a blanket, but when I was handling them earlier, I saw some lean meat left, so I decided to make a meat roll. This fried egg will be cooked together with the bones later. The egg will soak up the broth and taste even better than the bones." While speaking, Wenwan didn't stop working and flipped the eggs in the pan. "What do I need to do?" Lu Jinchuan asked. "Help me peel some garlic first, then chop the meat into minced pieces. I've already prepared the dough." She pointed with her chin at the bowl of lean meat for making the meat roll. "Also, add more garlic. It will taste good when cooked with the meat." "Got it," Lu Jinchuan replied loudly from outside. Zhaoshi wanted to help, but seeing the two of them discussing and working together, she decided not to intrude and tidied up the table in the yard. There wasn't much to clean anyway. She usually stayed home alone and was quite active, so she just wiped and moved things around. The yard was kept very clean. The dough didn't rise quickly because it was mixed late. Wenwan secretly took some self-raising flour from the kitchen and mixed it in, so even when the meat roll was steamed, the texture wouldn't be affected. "Today, I bought some ribs, which were good, but there weren't many. After removing some meat, it looked even less." Warmly and quietly, I took a few pieces from the kitchen. I didn't expect that while waiting for more meat, Lu Jinchuan would ask her, "Has the meat increased?" Warm was surprised. She didn't expect him to be so sensitive. "Oh, really? I didn't notice," she said quickly. "I'll blanch the ribs first." She heated oil in a hot pan, added sugar to make caramel, then put the blanched ribs in. "What's wrong?" Lu Jinchuan asked. "Nothing. I got a little oil on my hand, but it's nothing," she smiled, covering the pan to stir-fry. Once the ribs turned color, she added her homemade soy sauce and Zhao's chili sauce. She also added a little light and dark soy sauce and kept stir-frying. "Stop for a moment," Lu Jinchuan said, grabbing her hand to look carefully. There was a tiny red spot on her hand, and he gently dabbed some oil on it. Warm smiled a little awkwardly. "It's fine, just from cooking." "Now you can smell the aroma," Lu Jinchuan said, releasing her hand. He was very hungry, feeling like he could eat a whole cow. Warm smiled and added star anise, bay leaves, and some dried chili peppers, then continued stir-frying. The smell became even stronger. "You're starving," she said with some concern. She poured some boiling water into the pot to cover the ribs, then covered it and started to simmer. "Yes," Lu Jinchuan nodded. He was indeed very hungry. The meals he ate outside still didn't taste good to him, just filling. Whether he ate or not didn't hold much appeal. But strangely, the food Warm made was so tempting. "Last week, I made some dried meat. If you're craving it later, take a few bites to satisfy your hunger," Warm said. "This meat needs to simmer for a while. It would take at least 40 minutes to become tender." Lu Jinchuan's chopping hand paused. What's wrong? Warm asked, kneading dough and looking at him.
Chop a little more. Some pieces are still big.
I just think, he looked at Warm, life like this is pretty good. He never thought he would live a life where someone cared about him like this.
What are you saying?
Warm smiled. Do you remember what I said before I went on my mission? Lu Jinchuan asked her. Wenwan definitely remembered. She said she would wait for him to come back. I know this isn't the time for talking, Lu Jinchuan continued, when Wenwan didn't speak.
Wenwan, I want to say.
Wenwan, someone is looking for you, someone called. Wang Ying came to deliver homework to Wenwan. This week, the teacher assigned a lot of homework. After thinking it over, she decided to bring it to Wenwan herself. Of course, Wang Ying wouldn't admit that part of her reason was to get a closer look at her idol. Although there isn't really such a thing as an idol now. Lu Jinchuan smiled helplessly. Go see who's here? Wenwan blushed and went outside. She saw Wang Ying standing in her yard, looking around. When she saw Wenwan come out, she smiled and said, I brought your homework. Thank you, Wenwan said as she took the homework. She also asked, I made soybeans with pork backbone. Do you want to stay for dinner tonight? Wang Ying had actually smelled the delicious aroma as soon as she entered, but didn't want to say anything.
I won't eat, she said.
Although the smell made her drool, Wang Ying was sensible. She knew that the young couple had just been reunited after a long time apart. It was a special moment, and she didn't want to intrude. But she still had to gossip a little. Is your boyfriend really Lu Jinchuan? She whispered. That very impressive Lu Jinchuan? I saw him come to a big competition at our workplace before, she whispered to Wenwan, glancing inside. Is that him? Then it probably is, Wenwan said with a smile, pointing toward the kitchen. He's chopping meat in the kitchen. Do you want to call him out so you can meet him? No, I'll pass. Wang Ying quickly waved her hand. I'll head back now. She glanced toward the kitchen again. TSK. If the people who lost to Lu Jinchuan in the big competition knew that their so-called champion was secretly busy in the kitchen wearing an apron, they would be shocked. Just then, Lu Jinchuan came out of the kitchen. Wenwan smiled and introduced them. I'm Wang Ying, a good friend sharing a dorm with Wenwan. Wang Ying, who usually speaks quickly, was a bit nervous when she saw her idol. She mentioned her previous workplace and saluted him. Hello, Lu Jinchuan replied, returning the greeting. In the future, if Xiaonan has any school matters, please help her out. No trouble at all, Wang Ying hurriedly said, waving her hand. Wait a moment, I'll get you something, she said, then went inside and soon came out with some items. You said your mom loves drinking this flower tea, right? I made some again a few days ago. And this malt candy, take it back for your younger siblings to enjoy. Wang Ying has 2 younger siblings, and her mother's health isn't very good. The last time when Wan brought flower tea to her dorm, she didn't want to drink it herself, but didn't take it home to her mother. Surprisingly, her mother, who usually had little appetite, ate a bit more rice this time. When Wan, thank you, Wang Ying looked at the big bag of things she handed over, feeling touched. She hugged her. Thank you so much. She then said to Lu Jinchuan, Captain Lu, Wenwan is really kind. Please take good care of her. After saying this, she bowed to Lu Jinchuan and quickly ran off. Wenwan didn't know what to say. Turning around, she saw Lu Jinchuan smiling at her. What's wrong? She asked curiously. Nothing, I just think your classmate is pretty nice, Lu Jinchuan said. She's someone who knows gratitude. Also, am I not good to you? He asked Wenwan with a frown. Why would all your friends say similar things to me? Lu Jinchuan raised an eyebrow. Previously, Zhu Dongming and Hu Xiaoling had said similar things to him.
Wenwan didn't know about that.
I'm going to check how the meat stew is doing in the kitchen, she hurriedly said, then ran off. Lu Jinchuan followed leisurely, and went into the kitchen too. The meat was almost minced. Wenwan added cooking wine, light soy sauce, salt, and pepper, then mixed the minced meat evenly. She placed a bowl of dough on top of the stew pot. As the temperature rose, the dough started to rise. It wasn't rising very strongly, but it was enough to make a meat roll. Wenwan made a luxurious meat roll for Lu Jinchuan and also prepared a dish with chives, vermicelli, and minced meat for herself and Zhao. One pot had soy-braised pork ribs, and the other was steaming a meat roll. She also made a dipping sauce. Soon, she would dip the meat roll into the sauce to eat. The flavor was simply amazing. When the rib stew is almost done, warm the dish and then cut the fried eggs in half before adding them in. This way, the eggs will be covered with the flavorful broth. Take a bite, and the aroma of the eggs mixed with the meat soup is truly delicious, even better than meat itself, as Warmth said. This way of eating is quite new, Zhao said with a smile. The meat is very tasty, but she is older now. A few years ago, she stayed in a small dark room and didn't eat well, which affected her health. So, she only took a few bites and then stopped eating. Lu Jinchuan ate quite a lot. After finishing the meal, Lu Jinchuan still went to the kitchen to wash up, just like before. Warmth went back to her room to put down her books but noticed that Lu Jinchuan's luggage was missing. "Where is your luggage?" she asked as she approached the door and leaned in to ask him. "Don't you have any clothes?" "Yes." Lu Jinchuan paused from washing dishes and looked at Warmth. "I didn't bring any." His voice sounded a little sad. "I saw a few of your clothes in the wardrobe." Warmth thought for a moment. "Maybe you can wear those for now. Tomorrow we can go shopping to buy you some new clothes." Lu Jinchuan is the kind of person who looks good in anything he wears. Warmth couldn't help but feel eager. She wanted to rush to the mall right now and buy him everything he needed. "Okay." Warmth nodded with a smile and came in to help him clean up. But Lu Jinchuan stopped her. "Stay there and talk to me." "What should I talk about?" Warmth asked. "Just tell me about your school," Lu Jinchuan said with a smile. "I want to hear." "There's not much to say," Warmth sighed. "I just feel like everyone is so talented, and it puts a lot of pressure on me. Even the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Chin City feels pressure?" Lu Jinchuan said with a smile, looking at her. "I think your classmates might feel even more pressure." "Everyone is working hard anyway," Warmth said, leaning against the door. "It's like they want to make up for all the time they wasted before." "Ah, Jean, seeing them makes me believe that our country will get better and better in the future," she said. "Being with these people makes her feel full of strength every day." "That will definitely happen," Lu Jinchuan said with a confident smile. By the way, Warmth suddenly remembered something and asked him, "Do you know Guyuhua?" Lu Jinchuan's face, which had been smiling, suddenly grew serious. "What? Did she come to bother you?" "Oh, no." Wenwan shook her head and recounted what happened at the antique shop and what had occurred at school. Anyway, if she didn't say anything, Lu Jinnan would definitely tell him when he saw him. "I was just thinking that in chaotic times, gold and antiques are valuable. When our country becomes stronger, these things will probably increase in value," she said with a weak smile. Lu Jinchuan suddenly remembered that she had previously mentioned wanting to buy a traditional courtyard house. "Yes, that's good," he said. "When you buy it, remember to keep it safe." Wenwan was still a bit worried. Hearing his words, her head nodded quickly, like a chick pecking at grains. "I will keep it safe. Since the school matter has been handled, let's leave it at that," Lu Jinchuan said, as he washed his hands. "I'm a bit full. Come with me to walk off some food." "Nai, do you want to go out for a walk?" Wenwan asked Zhao Shi inside the house after hearing his words. "No, you two go," Zhao Shi replied at the door of her room. "I'm very tired today. I think I'll sleep very deeply tonight, and I won't hear anything." "Take the keys with you," Wenwan thought. It seemed like Nai's words had some other meaning. The streets at night were very quiet. Occasionally, you could hear children calling out or adults softly comforting their children, which felt very relaxing. This was Wenwan's first time going out for a walk in the evening in Kyoto. Sometimes, she would see little cats that seemed to appear out of nowhere, which made her quickly step closer to Lu Jinchuan in fright. In the darkness, she didn't see the faint smile on someone's lips. "I need to tell you something," Lu Jinchuan said. "It's about Guyuhi." For some reason, hearing Guyuhi's name from Lu Jinchuan made Wenwan feel a bit uncomfortable. She didn't know why at this moment. "Okay, you can tell me." "My dad has a very good friend named Gu Nanshan." Before they got married, they joked that if they had children, they would become relatives, Lu Jinchuan said. As soon as he finished speaking, she clearly felt her body stiffen beside him. In the dark night, two people walked side by side. Lu Jinchuan couldn't see her expression clearly and didn't know if she was angry. He continued, later, we all got married. Gu Nanshan married 2 years later. Due to Meng Wanfeng's health, she couldn't have children, and Lu Jinchuan's mother, Song Wanling, didn't like Meng Wanfeng. So, the marriage was called off. Later, when Meng Wanfeng became pregnant, Lu Yanhong brought up the matter again, but he soon passed away. Since Song Wanling didn't want this marriage, no one mentioned it anymore. Is that Gu Yuhua, the child of Uncle Gu's family?
Wenwan asked. No, Lu Jinchuan replied.
She is Uncle Gu's niece. It seemed a bit complicated. Wenwan was confused for a moment. What does this have to do with her? Or is the Gu family planning to change the marriage? Want to marry Gu Yuhua to you? Lu Jinchuan raised an eyebrow. The main branch of the Gu family really had this plan, but he had never paid much attention to it. Not to mention, Gu Yuhua is just Uncle Gu's niece. Even if she were Uncle Nanshan's biological daughter, if he didn't like her, no one could force him. Jin, before he could answer, Wenwan anxiously grabbed Lu Jinchuan's arm. I'm not trying to speak badly about someone behind their back. I haven't met Gu Yuhua, but from what I've seen, she probably isn't a good match for you. Of course, our original agreement still counts. If you really want to marry her, then What are you thinking? Lu Jinchuan pinched her nose. If I wanted to marry her, would I still need you? Wenwan blushed a little from his affectionate gesture. Then she asked, so, what are you doing saying all this? It seemed like he was explaining things to her on purpose. Shaonuan, during the time I was away, did you think about anything? Lu Jinchuan looked at her, both serious and gentle, rubbing her head. Did you really not think about our promise before I left? If the strange actions Lu Jinchuan showed before his departure gave Wenwan some hints, now his words were even clearer. Shaonuan, do you know what I regret the most now? He looked into her eyes, trying to meet her gaze. Wenwan shook her head instinctively. He couldn't know what she regretted. That was when I was confused and said those silly things about fake marriage, the man said, a little annoyed.
Huh.
Wenwan was stunned. Her heart was pounding faster with every word he said, as if it might jump out of her chest. Wenwan took a deep breath and looked directly at Lu Jinchuan. So, Wen Xiaonuan, do you understand what I mean now? Lu Jinchuan's voice was in her ear. Seeing her reaction, he continued, I like you. I don't want to pretend to be married. I want to pursue you and date you officially. Can you accept that? His deep eyes looked at Wenwan without blinking. Even though Captain Lu usually stayed calm when facing tough tasks, now he was standing here, sweating nervously. This was something he had never experienced before. It's okay, if you don't agree. I will keep pursuing you until you say yes, he added. So, Wenwan, what do you think? Are you willing to try with me? This was probably the most nervous and talkative Lu Jinchuan had ever been in his life. Then, he saw Wenwan's beautiful face under the moonlight, showing a sweet smile. Her clear, lively eyes curved into a gentle smile. Lu Jinchuan heard the most beautiful words he had ever heard in his life. Because the girl he liked told him, I agree. Lu Jinchuan, I really want to, Wenwan said, repeating it as if afraid he wouldn't hear her. And she called him by his full name. Lu Jinchuan used to think it didn't matter, but maybe the moonlight tonight was so beautiful that even Wenwan calling him by his full name sounded so nice. He felt a little excited, happy like a young boy. There's just one condition. Can you agree to it? Wenwan asked. Tell me, Lu Jinchuan said, starting to feel nervous again. If, in the future, you like someone else, can you tell me? She thought about what happened between Lu Guozhi and Zhou Yani in her past life. If Lu Guozhi had told her back then that he liked Zhou Yani, Wenwan thought she would have divorced him, instead of ending up in such a mess. But if that person turned out to be Lu Jinchuan, Wenwan covered her chest with her hand. It seems impossible to fully imagine it. Whenever I try, my heart aches. You're such a silly girl. Lu Jinchuan shook his head. I promise you it won't happen. Although promising about the future might seem empty, Xiaonan, I swear to you in my father's name. In our marriage, I will never do anything to hurt you. I will be completely loyal to our marriage, just as I am loyal to my career. I understand. When Wan's eyes became a little moist. Then, Lu Jinchuan leaned in and whispered, "Can I get a reward? A hug?" Immediately, Lu Jinchuan held her in his arms. When he left that day, he also hugged her like this, but back then he was a bit timid, afraid Wen Wan would push him away. Now, under the moonlight, the smile on Lu Jinchuan's face grew even wider. It turns out his little Wan also liked him. Just then, two bright lights suddenly appeared from afar, followed by someone shouting, "Who's there?" The two of them froze for a moment. Then Lu Jinchuan took Wen Wan's hand and said quickly, "Run." It was the red armbands of the street office. In the dark night, bright moonlight filtered through a thin gray veil, casting a gentle glow over the land of Shenzhou. In the alley, Lu Jinchuan was running closely with Wen Wan. Of course, he could run faster, but that would make Wen Wan struggle even more. He ran carefully, paying attention to her speed. Behind them, two women were chasing fast. They were quite capable, shouting as they ran, "Stop right there. Don't run anymore." Hearing this, Wen Wan quickened her pace. She had heard about these women before, even if she hadn't experienced it herself. Zhao had told her that if they caught her, being scolded would be the least of her worries. The worst part was the shame. So embarrassing. Wen Wan had just finished eating, and it was late at night. She wasn't familiar with this area, so she couldn't run very fast. Seeing the two women getting closer, Wen Wan hurriedly said, "Uncle Lu, let go of me so I can run ahead." She was slower, so if anyone was to be caught, it would be her. She could be embarrassed, but Lu Jinchuan couldn't. However, Lu Jinchuan didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he held her even tighter. At the next turn, Wen Wan softly called out in a gentle voice. Then she quickly relaxed her body, but in fact, Lu Jinchuan had already picked her up. Soon after, the two older women chasing behind also arrived here.
"Hey,
I saw you just now, but now I can't see you after the turn," one of the women said, shining her flashlight around. "Don't hide, I see you now." Wen Wan's heart was pounding. She recognized that these two women were friends of Zhao's family, one with the surname Lu, and the other with the surname Li. After searching around without success, the women looked at each other. One went to continue searching elsewhere. Neither of them noticed that two people were sitting on a tree nearby. Perhaps because they suddenly stopped running or out of nervousness, Wen Wan could hear her heart beating loudly, like a drum. She was afraid that the women's flashlights might shine on the tree and reveal the two of them sitting there. Seeing the two women walk away, Wen Wan let out a breath of relief. She wanted to tell Lu Jinchuan to let her go down, but he held her tightly and said, "Don't move." Wen Wan's whole back stiffened. After a while, she heard footsteps approaching. It was the two women returning. "Could we really have lost them?" Aunt Lu said. "Yes, tomorrow night we'll call Old Wang. He's quick on his feet," Aunt Li replied. "We must catch these two." They spoke while shining their flashlights in another direction. "I heard Zhao's niece's husband is back." "Wow, how lucky is she?"
who wouldn't be?
"We used to watch that Lu family kid closely, but in the end, she ended up with a treasure."
Who wouldn't be?
But Zhao's niece was also impressive. She made delicious food and was a top student. When they finally disappeared from sight, Wen Wan relaxed again, but soon she became nervous, once more because she was still in Lu Jinchuan's arms. "Let's go." Lu Jinchuan sensed her tension. The next moment, he jumped down from the tree with her in his arms. Wen Wan covered her mouth in fear, worried her voice might alert the two women. "Don't be afraid." Lu Jinchuan smiled as he gently patted her head. "Uncle Lu won't let you get caught." Warm, pretty eyes looked at him with a hint of annoyance. Just now, she was nervous, so she called him Uncle Lu, but now he was teasing her. Because of this, neither of them felt like walking anymore. They hurried home. They exchanged a glance and finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Jinchuan reached out, and Wen Wan looked around carefully. "Nobody," he said with a smile. Wen Wan shyly extended her hand to his, and their hands held tightly together. Suddenly, just as they clasped hands, a shadow flashed at the alley entrance. Wenwan quickly pulled her hand back in fright. "Don't be afraid, it's just a cat," Lu Jinchuan said, holding her hand. Sure enough, they heard a meow. "Finally, you're back," Wenwan said, patting her chest. "From now on, let's walk in the yard at night." Running so vigorously late at night made her legs feel a bit sore now. Most importantly, she was on edge. "Actually, we didn't have to run just now," Lu Jinchuan said with a smile. "We're married. Even if we get caught, it's okay. Does the street office really care if a married couple goes out and comes back late?" Wenwan was stunned. "That's true. Then why did they run just now? And why were they so out of breath?" Mainly because she was so nervous when Lu Jinchuan hugged her. Her instinct was to run quickly. The lights in Zhao's room were indeed off, and there was no movement in the yard. Wenwan entered her main room, and Lu Jinchuan held her hand. "What's wrong?" Wenwan asked, looking at him. "I'll go find something for you to wash up." Before she finished speaking, Lu Jinchuan hugged her again. "Finish what we started earlier." His deep voice came from above. A few good moments had been interrupted, and Lu Jinchuan felt helpless. Now that they were finally back, he wanted to reclaim what was lost. Wenwan was a little nervous, but ultimately responded, hugging his waist. In the quiet night, their hearts seemed to grow closer. While Lu Jinchuan went to wash up, Wenwan lay on the bed, feeling a bit nervous. She wasn't sure if she was truly ready to face what was coming next. Inside the wardrobe, there were extra blankets, but Wenwan didn't take them. When the door was pushed open, Wenwan quickly closed her eyes. When Lu Jinchuan reached the bed, he saw that she seemed to be already asleep. He slightly smiled and took a blanket from the wardrobe, then lay down beside her. He turned off the light, and the room suddenly became quiet. In the darkness, her sense of smell seemed sharper than usual. Lu Jinchuan's faint mint scent filled Wenwan's nose. His breath grew closer and stronger, making Wenwan's whole body tense up. Suddenly, her forehead felt warm. Then, the gentle mint scent from Lu Jinchuan's body faded away. For some reason, Wenwan felt a little sad inside. At that moment, Lu Jinchuan turned over. Wenwan quietly reached out her hand, but just as she did, a large, calloused hand wrapped around hers. "Sleep," the man's husky voice said softly.
"Shaonuan."
"I wasn't just now." "I know," Lu Jinchuan replied in the dark. "I will wait until you fully open your heart." After saying that, he gently squeezed Wenwan's hand and placed it back in her blanket. Lu Jinchuan, Wenwan held his hand.
"I'm sorry."
"Silly girl," Lu Jinchuan said with a smile, placing her hand near his lips and giving it a gentle kiss. "All right, your Uncle Lu knows. Sleep quickly. Otherwise, I can't promise what might happen." "Okay." Wenwan hurriedly pulled her hand back and closed her eyes. In the quiet night, only Wenwan's silly, happy smile remained.